In the realm of the divine, during the epoch of the unparalleled Tang Sect, Qian Chaoguang found himself traversing through time. Born with merely a level 1 innate soul power, his martial spirit was deemed by many as merely a supportive light, who decreed that low innate soul power precludes one from becoming a formidable force, who claimed that a light-type martial spirit is destined solely for assistance. Allow me to shatter the shackles of this bloodline-centric ideology. With the God King Tang, San recklessly manipulating the lower realm to seize fortunes, I shall ascend to the divine realm and defy this avian God King. Chapter 1. Astonishingly, this time traveler lacks a system. In the divine realm, point 498, 499, 500. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, a boy set down the long blade he had been wielding in a secluded courtyard of the Duke of White Tiger's estate. Each day, he practiced striking the blade 500 times, a habit he had maintained since his previous life, and one he scarcely neglected even after traversing to DouluoDalu continent. This practice was not merely a routine, it was a means to refine his physique. Upon returning to his chamber, he sat cross-legged upon his bed, contemplating the passage of time, calculating the days. The moment for awakening my martial spirit is drawing near. Curse it, why is there no precise timeline in the text? There remains approximately 5 years until the emergence of the dream ice silkworm and ilex, with a margin of error exceeding a month. Time is of the essence, I must hasten my training. Unlike other transmigrators who benefited from system panels where signing in or clocking in could yield top-tier enhancement, Shi found himself utterly destitute. With no choice but to rely on the opportunities etched within the original narrative, he resolved to forge a promising future through his own efforts. Through diligent endeavor, one can provide for oneself. His rigorous training was aimed at seizing the two most significant enhancements of this era 5 years hence, Ilex and the Dream Ice Silkworm. Regardless of the outcome, one must strive to give it a try, mustn't one? The boy, named Qian Chaoguang, was a child of Huaxia from Blue Star, raised in solitude and trained in martial arts from a young age. 6 years prior, during a moment of exasperation directed at a certain individual, he inexplicably found himself transported to DouluoDalu continent, where he was taken in by the retired steward of the Duke of White Tiger. In his infancy, Qian Chaoguang spent over a year mastering the language of DouluoDalu continent and comprehending his current location and era. It was now 10,000 years after Tang San's ascension, during the period of the unparalleled Tang Sect, within the Duke of White Tiger's estate. Well-versed in the lore of the Tang family's continent, he understood the critical importance of physical prowess prior to awakening his martial spirit. In a bid to attain a higher innate soul power level upon awakening, he consciously began to train his body from the tender age of 3. By a stroke of fortunate coincidence, he instinctively activated a nameless technique that was purportedly a family heirloom. In his previous life on Blue Star, he had attempted this countless times, yet never once succeeded. The ethereal sensation he sought had seemed nothing more than a figment of imagination. However, this attempt left him astounded, for the elusive energy he had been unable to perceive for nearly 2 decades was, in fact, a tangible reality. It emerged almost instantaneously, revealing that the fault lay not within the cultivation method, but rather with Blue Star itself, within the confines of the room, as his breathing gradually steadied. Qian Chaoguang delved deep into his inner self, nurturing the nascent energy within his dantian, continuously refining his physique. The method of body refinement is known as the Golden Body Technique. The technique for refining qi is referred to as the qi refinement method. The approach for cultivating the spirit is called the Divine Connection Technique. These 3 practices must be pursued in a sequential manner and cannot be undertaken simultaneously. Thus, unlike others who must awaken their martial souls before commencing meditation, he has the unique ability to absorb the ambient celestial energy even prior to his awakening. Since the age of 3, he has diligently practiced this so-called Golden Body Technique every single day. Though he is merely a 6-year-old child yet to awaken, his physical prowess has already far surpassed that of most young men, placing him ahead of other children who have yet to awaken their martial souls. Knock, knock, knock. Chaoguang, it's time for dinner. I'm coming. Upon hearing the call of the old steward, Qian Chaoguang opened his eyes and made his way toward the door. Unlike other servants who must collect their meals from the dining hall of the Duke's residence, the old steward, despite being retired for many years, still enjoys certain privileges, allowing him to prepare meals in his small courtyard at the dining table. The old steward shifted a plate closer to him with a beaming smile. Chaoguang, you are at that crucial stage of growth. You often exercise, you must eat more to gain strength. This is special soul beast meat I procured for you, hoping it will aid you in awakening more innate soul power. Thank you, Grandpa. Qian Chaoguang replied earnestly. The old steward has always treated him exceptionally well in his past life. He had no family, and in this life he regards the old steward as a grandfather, treating him with the utmost respect. Tomorrow morning, do not take that little girl for training. We must not disrupt the timing of your martial soul awakening. The old steward affectionately patted his head, his eyes radiating kindness. I wonder what kind of martial soul you will awaken and how much innate soul power you will possess. It would be unfortunate if you awaken without any innate soul power. In these turbulent times, ordinary people. Cough, cough, cough. The old steward's words were abruptly interrupted by a violent coughing fit. Qian Chaoguang quickly set down his bowl and rushed to pat the old steward's back. In his youth, the old steward had sustained a severe lung injury, leaving him with lingering health issues. Perhaps that is indeed the case, the old steward managed to say, regaining his composure and adding 2 pieces of meat to Qian Chaoguang's bowl. Ah, yes, yes. While chewing his food, he did not harbor any significant expectations for the upcoming martial soul awakening. He possesses a method of cultivation that does not belong to this world, even without the aid of a powerful martial soul. He can carve a path for himself. As long as he is able to cultivate, he need not worry about awakening without soul power and becoming an ordinary person. Yet, regarding his innate soul power, he feared it would disappoint the old steward. Since he began practicing the golden body technique at the age of 3, Qian Chaoguang discovered a small sphere of energy residing within his dantian. With the assistance of this energy, he quickly made progress in mastering the golden body technique done on a daily basis. This sphere of soul power would automatically replenish itself, albeit only slightly. Thus, Qian Chaoguang began to harbor some suspicions. This surge of energy was likely the innate soul power that every soul master in the Douluo continent possesses. However, he found no need for such a thing as innate talent did not rely on it. It served perfectly as nourishment for the refinement of his body. It seemed prudent to retain some of this energy over the next few days, lest he find himself in an awkward position when awakening his martial soul, unable to ascertain the level of his soul-powered. It would certainly be challenging to explain this to others when he began practicing the Qi refinement technique. After finishing dinner and assisting the old steward with the washing of the dishes, Qian Chaoguang retrieved 2 portions of food from the steamer, placed them into a food container, and strode swiftly towards the woodshed at the back of the Duke's residence. Along the way, he was confronted by 2 malevolent servants. The burly figure on the left barked menacingly. "You brat, are you going to deliver food to those wretched women again? Are you defying the lady's wishes? It seems you are courting death." Chapter 2. Where has my large hoe gone? This is not the first occurrence. Ever since the old steward entrusted him with delivering meals to the Ho family, troublesome servants have frequently emerged. It is evident that the Duchess is orchestrating these incidents from behind the scenes. A flicker of anger briefly flashed between Qian Chaoguang's brows as he spoke coldly. "Do not obstruct my path. This marks the 3rd time this week. Should you too persist in your entanglement, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Despite his current appearance as a mere 6-year-old boy, beneath the guise of childhood lies the soul of a man in his 20s. Moreover, in his previous life, he was a vigorous martial artist, harboring a profound disdain for wicked individuals. Raised in solitude, he was no Navi child. His pursuit of martial arts was driven by the desire to shield himself from bullying. Were it not for the fear of bringing trouble to the old steward, he would have preferred to eradicate the threat once and for all. The old steward was the last steward of the White Tiger Duke. Since his retirement due to illness over a decade ago, the Duchess has monopolized all power within the estate. Thus, Qian Chaoguang is reluctant to let trivial matters inconvenience himself and the old steward. "Give us a chance. Did I hear that correctly?" The gaunt servant on the right cackled with a sinister grin. "Little brat, let us see how you intend to be uncivil to us. This time, you shall not escape." As he spoke, he bent down, reaching for the meal box in Qian Chaoguang's hands. The hefty man on the left crossed his arms, his face adorned with a mocking expression, taunting. "I've long found this kid displeasing, slippery as an eel. This time we shall teach him a lesson." Amidst the towering, malevolent servants and the outstretched hand, Qian Chaoguang remained remarkably composed. With a slight shift of his body, his right hand swiftly seized the middle finger of the approaching hand, forcefully twisting it downward. A wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted alongside the faint crack of bone as the gaunt servant instinctively knelt in agony. "Let go! Let go!" He gritted his teeth, struggling to free himself from Qian Chaoguang's grasp. Witnessing his companion's defeat, the burly man on the left's expression changed dramatically. As he bent low, attempting to grab Qian Chaoguang. "Humph!" Qian Chaoguang snorted coldly, expertly dodging the man's fist in a flawless display akin to a graceful iron bridge, placing the meal box steadily on the ground. Simultaneously, He pressed down on the handle of the meal box with his left hand while his right hand forcefully pressed down on the gaunt servant's fingers. With a combined effort of his arms and left leg, his entire body sprang up at an astonishing angle, as if propelled by a spring, twisting his body. His right foot accurately struck a pressure point beside the man's ribcage, Zhongmin, one of the 36 fatal points in the human body. A blow to this area could injure the liver and spleen, rupture the diaphragm, and obstruct blood flow and vitality. Qian Chaoguang, mindful of the potential repercussions, refrained from delivering a full-force kick, merely striking with 70% of his strength at the side. Had he unleashed his full power, while the man may not have perished, he would undoubtedly require a period of convalescence. The excruciating pain caused even the robust adult male servant to falter, clutching his left side in agony before collapsing. In his current state, he could not even emit a scream, merely gasping for breath. As Qian Chaoguang released his right hand, the slender servant on the right crumpled to the ground with a thud, having fainted from the pain. He had inflicted harm upon himself with meticulous precision, ensuring that the Duchess would not have the opportunity to capitalize on his predicament. Superficially, one could only discern a bruise on the corpulent man and the stiffness of the thin man's middle finger. Nothing more was evident. Although the old steward had long since retired, he had witnessed the growth of Duke Baihou, Daihao, since childhood. Therefore, the Duchess had no choice but to afford him a modicum of respect, unwilling to jeopardize her reputation over such trivial matters. Furthermore, the old steward himself was a formidable soul saint. Anyone wishing to challenge him would need to weigh their own capabilities carefully. Freed from the clutches of the malicious servant, Qian Chaoguang made his way effortlessly to the woodshed at the back of the Duke's residence. "Brother Chaoguang, you've come," exclaimed a petite girl as the dilapidated wooden door swung open. Her delicate features were accentuated by a pair of ebony eyes that sparkled like the stars. Upon seeing him arrive, she appeared overjoyed, eagerly taking his hand and leading him into the room. The woodshed was cloaked in darkness, lacking the illumination provided by various lamps that adorned other rooms. Hui Yun-er leaned against the window, mending clothes by the fading light of dusk. Despite the chill of early spring, she still donned a thin garment, a sight that had become all too familiar to Qian Chaoguang over the past 3 years. However, the frostbite on her hands indicated that the Duchess's oppression had escalated of late. Disregarding the trivialities, Qian Chaoguang retrieved a candle from his pocket, igniting it to illuminate the modest space. Mom, Brother Chaoguang is here." At the sound of her daughter's voice, the focused Hui Yun-er finally registered the visitor's presence and awkwardly rose to her feet. "Little Guang has arrived." "Hello, Auntie. Come, let us eat. Grandpa has prepared some delicious dishes that are good for your health." Qian Chaoguang nodded gently in acknowledgement, placing the meal upon a worn wooden table. "Wow, it smells wonderful." The little girl bounced towards the table, inhaling deeply with an expression of sheer delight. "Let us eat while it's hot, otherwise it will cool down." He affectionately ruffled her hair, retrieving a matching food container from the foot of the bed, filled with previously cleaned utensils. "Aunt Hua, tomorrow is the day of the martial soul awakening. Don't forget to take Xiaotong with you." "I won't forget. Thank you, little Guang," she replied. "I shall not disturb you further." Within the woodshed, the little girl eagerly awaited her mother's command to commence the meal, while Hui Yun-er gazed at the departing figure with a complex expression. "You truly are a child who has matured beyond your years." "Mom, I'm so hungry. Can we eat now?" "Hurry and eat. Let us not waste the kindness shown by little Guang and old Zhu." Upon returning to his chamber, Qian Chaoguang assumed an unusual posture, preparing to continue honing his physique. However, unlike in the past, his heart was now in a state of unrest. Frowning slightly, he realized that forcing his cultivation could lead to unforeseen complications, and he certainly did not wish to fall into madness. Since he could not enter a tranquil state, he decided to extinguish the soul lamp, recline on his bed, and begin to meditate. Perhaps it was due to the impending awakening of his martial soul. He held little concern for the nature of his martial soul or the level of his innate soul power. Yet, he was deeply invested in the young girl he would soon encounter. She possessed a name that was truly melodious, Hui Yutong. Chapter 3. The first encounter with Huololi. The first time Qian Chaoguang met Hui Yutong was 3 years ago, shortly after he had gained the ability to move freely. On that day, he was wandering the Duke's estate, observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of crying mingled with the laughter of children coming from a corner. Preferring to avoid trouble, Qian Chaoguang intended to pass by unnoticed. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that a group of older children was tormenting a little girl of about 3 years old. The girl was curled up in a corner, shielding her head while the others hurled dirt and stones at her, laughing and uttering unsavory remarks. He recognized the bullies. They were the children of the servants, notorious for their mischief and ill repute. The sheer audacity of the boys ignited a fire within Qian Chaoguang. How dare they harass a young girl? Although his physical capabilities mirrored those of an ordinary 3-year-old at that time, his years of training had endowed him with honed skills, reflexes, and discernment. Thank you, big brother. The little girl said timidly from her crouched position. Qian Chaoguang waved his hand dismissively, offering her a damp cloth to wipe her face, and casually asked, "What is your name? I don't believe I've seen you in the Duke's estate before." I am Hui Yutong," she stammered. Qian Chaoguang was taken aback. Astonishment etched across his face. "Did you say your name is Hui Yutong? Is your mother called Hui Yuna?" Hui Yutong seemed frightened by his inquiry and fell to the ground. She tightly closed her eyes, curled into herself, and clutched her head, trembling uncontrollably. "Whoa, please don't hit me, big brother. I won't, I promise. I assure you, I will not harm you," he hastily reassured her, his shock momentarily forgotten. Hui Yutong cautiously opened a slit in her eyes, mist forming within their depths. "Really? Is it true?" "Of course it is true. Otherwise, why would I have saved you earlier? Wouldn't you agree?" "Whoa, thank you, big brother." The moment he uttered those words, Hui Yutong plunged into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Qian Chaoguang stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. Though he had lived as an adult in his previous life, he had no experience in comforting a young girl. "Chaoguang, what is this?" Qian Chaoguang hurriedly explained. "Grandfather, it's like this." After recounting the events to the old butler, Hui Yutong gradually ceased her tears, her sobs becoming more subdued. Upon seeing yet another formidable-looking elder, she instinctively retreated behind Qian Chaoguang, clutching his clothing tightly, her body trembling once more. "So she is the daughter of Hui Yuner. No wonder," the old butler mused, saying little else as he entered the house, carrying his belongings. As the longtime butler of the White Tiger Duke's residence, although he had not managed affairs for many years, he remained acutely aware of everything happening within the estate. He was well aware of the situation concerning Hui Yuner and Dai Hao. "You did well today. In the future, should you encounter those unruly children of a single parent, feel free to teach them a lesson. Your grandfather is still alive, and no one dares to touch you. Aren't you angry with me?" The old butler glanced at him through the open door, frowning slightly. Hearing this, Qian Chaoguang felt a surge of joy within. This old man certainly had a temper. He must have been quite a rebellious spirit in his youth. As for Hui Yutong, prepare some warm water for her to wash up, and I will find her a couple of outfits to wear, along with an extra set of utensils. Let us have an early lunch. After we eat, you can take some to her mother as well. Alas, she is truly unfortunate, lacking both food and clothing. Understood. During lunch, Qian Chaoguang's thoughts drifted far beyond the table. Just an hour prior, his understanding of this world had been profoundly shaken. Wait, this is the Douluo continent during the era of the unparalleled Tang men. This is also the residence of the White Tiger Duke. Her mother is indeed Hui Yuner. But what of Hui Yuhao, the future god of emotions, Tang San's son-in-law? Who can elucidate why Hui Yuhao has transformed into a little girl? No one could offer him an explanation, nor could anyone unveil the truth. After exhausting all means to ascertain the situation, Qian Chaoguang was left in no doubt. Hui Yutong was indeed the Hui Yuhao from the original narrative, albeit inexplicably transformed into a girl. No wonder he had scoured the White Tiger Duke's residence without finding Hui Yuhao. It turned out he had simply changed gender. However, this turn of events would necessitate considerable adjustments to his plans. 2 years prior, upon confirming the timeline of his transmigration, he had set a modest goal for himself, to attempt to seize the 2 greatest external aids of the current era, the Ilex and the heavenly dream ice silkworm. 6 years hence. Why attempt? Because he lacked the confidence to awaken a mental-type martial spirit amidst such infinitesimal odds. Without a mental-type martial spirit, venturing into the Star Doe forest would be futile, as the heavenly dream ice silkworm would likely ignore him completely. As for the Ilex, there was a faint glimmer of hope, dependent solely on fortune. If all else failed, he could bring Hui Yuhao along, seizing the opportunity during the fusion with the heavenly dream ice silkworm to see if he could snatch a fragment of the spirit goddess consciousness. Yet, unexpectedly, Hui Yuhao had transformed into Hui Yutong, changing from male to female, becoming a pitiable little girl. Suddenly, a twinge of compassion emerged within me, albeit just a slight one. Even if Hui Yuhao were to undergo a transformation, it could not deter Qian Chaoguang from his unwavering resolve to seize the 2 extraordinary powers. Having traversed realms, it would be a disservice to oneself not to achieve greatness. Yet, at this juncture, the original Shura god and Sea god had retired, with benevolence and malevolence inherited by Lai Yin and Ji Dong, respectively. Rong Yinbing, consumed by thoughts of escape, remained singularly focused. The only entity capable of challenging Tang San was the embodiment of destruction, yet even he was preoccupied with the expansion of the divine realm, indifferent to other matters. Consequently, the divine realm had devolved into a realm of monologue dictated by Tang San. He had no desire to toil for decades only to ascend and serve as Tang San's subordinate. Who knows? He might one day feel compelled to end his own existence. Thus, the significance of Ilex to him was paramount, especially given the invaluable experience in creating realms. Hence, Qian Chaoguang's determination to acquire this external support was resolute, impervious to any opposition. Originally, to mitigate the influence of Huiyuhao, the child of destiny, he had intended to entirely alter the course of his life. However, with Huiyutong now transformed into a petite girl, perhaps his plans could be adjusted. After all, her talent with soul-guiding devices was undeniably formidable. Instead of being adversaries, why not become allies? An additional ally would prove beneficial. Mastering soul-guiding devices to their zenith could even challenge the God Kings. The first step to overthrowing the God King begins with winning over Huiyutong. I refuse to believe that Tang San, the devoted father, could be so deranged as to transform Tang Wudong into a male to entice her. Chapter 4. The Altered Innate Soul Power. Since that day when I re-established my modest goal, Qian Chaoguang has slightly revised his original cultivation plan. If he intends to ally with Huiyutong as a future counterpart against Tang San, he cannot allow her to awaken an innate first-level soul power as per her original life trajectory. If that were the case, the Huololi, lacking formidable powers, would be rendered utterly ineffective. The formidable beings from the Body Sect and Shrek Academy have also stated that the essence of the Lingmu is a superior fusion of the top-tier body, martial soul, and intellect. Its foundation is excellent, but its postnatal development has been subpar. This realization simplifies matters considerably. The foundation and core are not lacking. The issue lies solely in postnatal growth. It is akin to childhood malnutrition, which I can remedy. Moreover, the old steward was equally displeased with Dai Hao's negligent behavior, supporting him in opposing the Duchess. The plan was set in motion. Subsequently, Qian Chaoguang established a routine of delivering a sumptuous dinner each evening to the Hua family, thereby supplementing Huiyutong's nutrition. Additionally, every morning, he would sneak Huiyutong out through the back gate of the residence for some light exercise and an extra meal. For 3 years, this routine persisted without interruption. Under such circumstances, Huiyutong's frail physique gradually blossomed into a state of health, contrasting sharply with her portrayal in the original narrative. With the assistance of Qian Chaoguang and the old butler, although it could not entirely extricate the Hua family mother and daughter from their predicament, their living conditions had certainly improved significantly, ensuring that they were no longer destitute to the point of being unable to afford even a simple steamed bun. It is to be hoped that tomorrow, Xiao Tong will awaken a higher innate soul power, rendering the Duchess cautious in her actions. It is best if the tragic events depicted in the original narrative do not recur. As Qian Chaoguang reminisced about the myriad experiences over the past few years within the Duke's residence, he gradually succumbed to slumber. On the following morning, Qian Chaoguang rose early. After completing his morning rituals and having breakfast, he accompanied the old butler to a secluded training chamber within the White Tiger Duke's estate. Every year on this day, a ceremony for the awakening of the martial souls of the servants' children is held here. Several children of appropriate age were brought in by adults and lined up in the room. Huiyutong and Huiyuner happened to be positioned directly in front of them. Children, the next step is crucial. A middle-aged man, whose face bore a semblance of familiarity, began to elucidate the important aspects of the martial soul awakening ceremony. Already well acquainted with these details, Qian Chaoguang paid little heed, his attention diverted elsewhere. He gazed at the 6 ebony awakening stones at the center of the room, and involuntarily recalled the era of Do-E from the original narrative. During that time, the attendants of the spirit hall would toil tirelessly, traversing mountains and rivers to conduct awakening ceremonies for children in various villages. Wait a moment, it seems there are no particular requirements for the awakening ceremony, is there? Why doesn't he, the old butler, conduct the ceremony himself? Pondering this, he quietly inquired, "Grandfather, why don't you awaken me at home?" The old butler chuckled, affectionately ruffling his hair, and replied, "Little Guang, do you see those 6 stones encircling that child? Those stones are known as awakening stones, their origins shrouded in mystery. Only the major powers possess the means to create them, and they are strictly kept from circulation. Even someone of my standing cannot claim them for personal use. Not even for personal possession." Qian Chaoguang was taken aback. It was known that during the Do-E era, one could purchase these awakening stones with gold soul coins. And even those who were not soul masters could acquire them. Even someone as powerful as you, a soul sage, cannot obtain them? Indeed, the old butler replied, a look of contemplation in his eyes. These fortunate children are born into the Duke's household, and as such, they will undoubtedly awaken their martial souls. Those who truly suffer are the impoverished, who have no means of escape, neither in heaven nor on earth. The costs associated with awakening their martial souls at any faction are exorbitant, although the state does establish certain stations and cities for obligatory awakenings. How can they possibly reach them? Some individuals residing in remote areas may never have ventured beyond the 100-mile radius of their villages in their entire lives. At that moment, something within Qian Chaoguang stirred, igniting a profound sensation. "You are Hui Yutong, correct? Step into the center," called out the facilitator as it was now Hui Yutong's turn for the martial soul awakening. As Qian Chaoguang glanced around, he noticed that he and Hui Yutong were the only remaining children in the room yet to undergo the awakening. All others had departed. A gentle radiance permeated into the awakening stone embedded in the ground, emanating a layer of golden luminescence that coalesced into a faint golden shield encasing Hui Yutong. Specks of golden light entered her body, gradually converging upwards. With her fists clenched at her waist, the voice of the middle-aged man, now embodying the martial spirit, bore a certain indifference, lacking the fervor and tenderness it had previously exhibited. Hui Yutong instinctively complied, yet nothing transpired. At the rear of the awakening chamber, a middle-aged woman peered through a peephole, observing the unfolding scene. She quietly exhaled, a cold smirk gracing her lips. It was fortunate that Hui Yutong had not inherited the white tiger martial spirit. How amusing, this little wretch. In the next moment, the earlier golden specks surged upward with remarkable speed. Hui Yutong's eyes erupted with a brilliant azure glow, and a subtle wave of spiritual energy emanated forth. The martial spirit of her essence? Her eyes? Hui Yuner covered her mouth, her heart racing with trepidation. What should be done? Little Tong did not inherit the white tiger martial spirit. What now? The middle-aged man appeared taken aback, casting a furtive glance at the peephole. Hui Yutong, bewildered, gazed at her hands, then lifted her head and blinked. "Uncle, where is my martial spirit? Why do I not possess one?" The man displayed a hint of impatience. "Your martial spirit resides in your eyes. Enough of this, you will learn in due time. Now, place your hand upon the crystal ball to test your innate soul power." "All right," Hui Yutong replied timidly. Her delicate hand rested atop the crystal ball, starkly contrasting with the large, fearsome tiger claw beneath it. In an instant, the crystal ball blazed to life, radiating a brilliant light. The adults present were left in astonishment. Simultaneously, the middle-aged man and the old steward exclaimed, "Innate level 9 soul power." Hui Yuner was overwhelmed with joy, nearly losing her balance in her excitement. The old steward felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing the gravity of the situation. Upon witnessing Hui Yutong's innate soul power of level 9, he understood that Hui Yuner was now in peril. An innate level 9 soul power with an essence martial spirit could potentially ascend to the rank of title DouluoDalu. He knew he must adopt a more resolute stance. Hoping that the Duchess's disdain for the mother and daughter would allow him to extricate himself and the two children from this treacherous place after Hui Yuner's demise. If only her innate soul power were at level 1, it would have been manageable. But with an astounding level 9 innate soul power, Hui Yuner was undoubtedly doomed. Chapter 5. Is this martial spirit so carelessly bestowed? While some rejoiced, others lamented. The old steward, having navigated the estate for many years, had anticipated this perfectly. In the secret chamber behind the peephole, the Duchess trembled with rage, her gaze fixed upon the embracing mother and daughter, wishing she could feast upon their flesh and drink their blood. Unbeknownst to Qian Chaoguang, who was elated for Hui Yutong, his efforts to elevate her innate soul power had inadvertently led to a grave misstep. In the original narrative, the Duchess, though scarcely mentioned, was depicted as exceedingly jealous and suspicious, intent on eliminating any threats to Dai Huabin and Dai Yaoing. What did it matter if Hui Yutong had not inherited the white tiger martial spirit from the Duke's lineage, when she possessed an innate soul power soaring to level 9? This is indeed an exceptional talent. The Duchess, observing the retreating figures of the mother and daughter from the Hua family, felt an intense urge to clench her silver teeth, her resolve to suppress them growing ever stronger. Should such a prodigy be discovered by the returning Dai Hao, given his affection for the despicable Hui Yuner, the Duchess knew that her years of oppression would not be forgiven. Cursed be the day. Perhaps it is best to settle both old and new grievances in one fell swoop. Before I eliminate these wretches, Dai Hao ought to remain obediently at the borders. All of this remained unknown to the three present. After their excitement, Hui Yutong and Hui Yuner had departed, eagerly planning their promising future. Now, it was time for Qian Chaoguang to undergo his soul awakening. "Come forth, child, you are the last one today." The middle-aged man had adjusted his mindset. In his demeanor towards Qian Chaoguang, he exhibited a distinct gentleness compared to how he interacted with Hui Yutong. Qian Chaoguang nodded calmly, positioning himself at the center of the awakening stone. As 6 streams of soul power flowed in, a soft golden light ignited once more. Warmth, that was his initial sensation. He felt as though enveloped in a gentle sunlight, an indescribable comfort washing over him. The warm essence permeated within, and Qian Chaoguang distinctly sensed that his body was undergoing some unknown transformation. Most evidently, the scant remnants of innate soul power in his dantian were stirred, flowing upward through his body. Instinctively, Qian Chaoguang extended his right hand, and astonishingly, the same phenomenon that occurred during Hui Yutong's awakening manifested. No martial soul appeared in the palm of his right hand. Behind him, no phantom of a beast martial soul emerged either. Suddenly, a chill enveloped the room, causing the overall temperature to plummet. The middle-aged man shuddered, gazing in astonishment at the boy before him. What on earth is this martial soul? Even a soul sage like the old steward appeared utterly baffled. What has been awakened? With the completion of the awakening ceremony, Qian Chaoguang looked perplexedly at his body, wishing to comprehend what martial soul he had awakened. Why was there nothing at all? He merely felt a slight chill on his chest. The old steward approached, circling him closely several times until he finally noticed a hint of something at the boy's chest. Chaoguang, lift your shirt so Grandpa can take a look. All right. Qian Chaoguang complied. On his chest, there was a sphere of clear light. The old steward reached out, feeling a faint chill. Qian Chaoguang realized that this might indeed be his martial soul. My martial soul is light. But why does it feel cold? Aren't light martial souls typically infused with fire or divine attributes? The old steward chuckled, saying, Goodness, I named you Chaoguang, and you actually awakened a light martial soul? Had I known, I should have named you Qian Jiji, and surely you would have awakened an ultimate martial soul. Huh? The middle-aged man interjected, Old Jew. What exactly is the martial soul awakened in your grandson? I have witnessed various martial souls, yet none resemble this. Furthermore, observe how this light carries an unsettling chill that penetrates to the bone. It is indeed peculiar. The old steward shrugged his shoulders. What does it matter? The world is replete with bizarre martial souls. Who can truly discern what it is? Let us hasten to assess his innate soul power. From the fluctuations observed during the awakening, I surmise it should be substantial, likely reaching full innate soul power, at the very least level 8 or 9. The middle-aged man produced the earlier crystal ball. As Qian Chaoguang placed his hand upon it, he felt a flicker of soul power from his dantian being stirred once more. The crystal ball emitted a faint glow. Innate soul power level 1. The middle-aged man's expression turned peculiar, his words tinged with hesitation. The old steward's earlier smile vanished entirely. He furrowed his brows deeply, a pronounced furrow appearing on his forehead. Level 1. Surely this contraption must be malfunctioning. How could such a unique martial soul as Chaoguang's possibly be at level 1? Based on the fluctuations during the awakening, it should be at least above level 8. Old Jew, this is a soul power crystal ball freshly retrieved from the storeroom, unsealed just today. It cannot be erroneous. The middle-aged man said, infusing his own soul power into the ball. See, I am at level 45. There is absolutely no mistake. The old steward attempted the same, and the crystal ball indicated a soul power level of 79. This is truly baffling. How can it be level 1? Innate soul power is a manifestation of talent for soul masters. Before awakening at the age of 6, soul masters cannot cultivate. Thus, those with exceptional talent can awaken more innate soul power prior to formally beginning their training. However, for Qian Chaoguang, his low innate soul power merely signifies that he has utilized the accumulated soul power ahead of time. It is akin to using a bottle to collect rainwater. A larger bottle gathers more water. The water collected represents the so-called innate soul power. The more water collected, the higher the innate soul power. Hence, the talent of a soul master is indeed linked to innate soul power. This is irrefutable. Yet, Qian Chaoguang is not a conventional soul master. He has simply consumed the water before the test. The bottle does not diminish in size as a result. However, the old steward hesitated. Having once been a graduate of Shrek Academy, he knew all too well the significance of innate soul power for future achievements. Aside from the medicinal practitioners of the Sun and Moon Empire, possessing level 1 innate soul power to cultivate to soul respect is a feat that requires great ancestral virtue. Grandfather, do not fret. Tomorrow, I shall learn a trade to ensure I will not starve. I intend to care for you in your old age. How about I learn forging? Striving to become a soul mentor is also a commendable path. Qian Chaoguang had already meticulously planned his future cultivation journey. Beginning to learn forging now has 2 advantages. First, he can attempt to replicate the forging methods of the future, preparing for the eventual creation of battle armors. Secondly, even if he cannot experiment with the forging methods, simply utilizing forging to temper his body remains an excellent choice. Observing his remarkably sensible and obedient grandson, the elderly steward could hardly bring himself to utter a negative response. He let out a deep sigh. Well, since you wish to learn the art of forging, this afternoon, your grandfather shall take you. The Duke's estate has its own blacksmith, and I shall ensure you find a master of exceptional skill. Thank you, Grandpa, came the cheerful reply. As the 6th chapter unfolds, one may ponder, what exactly is this? Xiaoguang, I must step out for a moment. You can stay at home for a while. All right. The old steward appeared somewhat troubled, muttering to himself. With a first-level innate spirit power of the light martial spirit, what can one truly accomplish in the future? In his previous life, while perusing the original text, he had always been intrigued by this extraordinary martial spirit. Now that he possessed one himself, how could he resist experiencing it firsthand? He shed his upper garment, exposing his chest to the air. After 1,000 days of relentless training, faint traces of muscle definition began to emerge on his torso. A fist-sized, icy blue appeared upon his chest, illuminating the room with its brilliance. What manner of martial spirit is this? Is it a corporeal martial spirit? Qian Chaoguang found himself perplexed. Apart from the slight chill emanating from the area where the blue glow manifested, he felt no other remarkable sensations. There seemed to be no noticeable enhancement in his physical prowess, nor any other significant increase. How peculiar indeed. He retrieved a piece of paper, placing it against his chest, and concentrated, attempting to channel the thread of soul power within him toward the location of his martial spirit. Moments later, a beam of blue light shot forth, seemingly lowering the temperature within the room. Fine shards of ice began to form on the paper. Amused yet bewildered, Qian Chaoguang set it aside and donned his shirt once more. His martial spirit had indeed awakened, and it appeared to possess unique qualities, yet he remained uncertain of its practical applications. Nevertheless, he had not intended to rely solely on the strength of his martial spirit for victory. Whatever the outcome, he would accept it. The presence of an ice attribute was a delightful surprise, likely enhancing his chances of successfully acquiring the heavenly dream ice silkworm in 5 years. Given that his martial spirit manifested as light with an ice attribute, he decided to aptly name it Extreme Ice Light. A name should indeed possess a certain elegance. Not lingering on his martial spirit any longer, Qian Chaoguang seized the long blade leaning against the wall and stepped outside. The awakening of his martial spirit had consumed half the morning, and today's training regimen remained unfinished. Meanwhile, as Qian Chaoguang was drenched in sweat in the small courtyard, the Duchess was listening to a report from the previously mentioned middle-aged man. You say old Zhu's adopted grandson awakened some sort of martial spirit? Light? The middle-aged man respectfully replied, Indeed, madam. Though his martial spirit appears somewhat peculiar, unlike the typical forms of light-type martial spirits. The Duchess scoffed derisively, stating, What of it? He is merely a waste with first-level innate soul power. Old Zhu's ailment worsens by the day. Even if a healing title Douluo were to intervene, he would likely have no more than 5 years left. I shall watch keenly to see how this little brat intends to protect those despicable individuals. As she spoke, her teeth clenched in anger, her voice barely escaping through them. The manifestation of her martial soul, possessing an innate soul power of level 9. How could a mere wretch who wasn't even a soul master bear such a remarkable lineage? I demand that you attend to the matter at once. The middle-aged man hesitated, then quietly inquired, But madam, should we not inform the master? An innate soul power of level 9. This presents a significant opportunity for entry into Shrek Academy. What if the Duke discovers it later? Before he could finish, he was brusquely interrupted by the Duchess. Am I the master, or are you? Do you require instruction on how to perform your duties? Your subordinate dares not. Then be gone. The subordinate withdrew hastily. The Duchess, filled with rage, slammed her teacup onto the table, revealing a cold smirk. Shrek? Huh. That little wretch is unworthy. Without a recommendation from a city lord, what right does she have to enter Shrek? After lunch, the old steward presented Qian Chaoguang with a meditation method. Once he had skimmed through and memorized it, the steward led him out, heading towards the forge within the Duke's estate. Inside the clanging forge, the old steward introduced Qian Chaoguang to an exceptionally skilled blacksmith. Although the old blacksmith was not a soul mentor, his prowess in forging rivaled that of many mid to high-level soul mentors. The specially crafted longsword that Qian Chaoguang had been training with these past few years was a testament to his skill. Under the blacksmith's initial guidance, he picked up 2 forging hammers and began his crafting journey. The old blacksmith watched with a beaming smile, observing Qian Chaoguang's movements, and remarked with satisfaction, Well done. Old Zhu, this lad is quite impressive, sturdy in build and quick-witted. Rest assured, since you've spoken, I shall impart all my skills to him. Few youngsters today are willing to dedicate themselves to forging. The old steward offered a wry smile and replied, Chaoguang has been sensible since childhood, but his innate soul power leaves much to be desired. Learning a trade will ensure he can support himself in the future. Come now, old Zhu, think positively. This boy possesses great potential. He may very well become a soul mentor. Just look at his strength. He hardly resembles a 6-year-old. Should he enlist under the Duke, he will surely secure a commendable position. Let us hope so. In a few days, I'll find a remedy for you. My old man acquired it from somewhere long ago, and it's said to be remarkably effective. Gather some herbs for a medicinal bath for the lad. We mustn't waste his physical prowess. As the two elders engaged in a lively discussion about Qian Chaoguang's future, he himself was oblivious to their words. He was thoroughly immersed in the world of forging, pouring sweat and effort into his work. With each strike of the hammer, his golden body technique unconsciously activated. He felt every muscle taut, undergoing refinement through his own strength and soul power, as though he had transformed into a piece of metal being forged. With each exertion, Qian Chaoguang experienced an unexpected exhilaration, as if his entire being had become transparent. The once arduous and mechanical motions have transformed into the most effective assistance for cultivation, propelling his physique towards rapid advancement. The nearby blacksmiths gradually set aside their tasks, their attention drawn towards the spectacle. It was truly astonishing that a mere 6-year-old child could endure such prolonged hammering. The old blacksmith proudly proclaimed, "His name is Qian Chaoguang, my newly accepted apprentice. You all must keep an eye on him henceforth." Throughout the forging process, the progress of the golden body technique's cultivation far exceeded his expectations. If he could maintain this intense forging regimen daily, within 5 years, he should be able to complete the first layer of the golden body technique. Chapter 7. The Embrace of Halori. Since that day, Qian Chaoguang had ceased to pay any heed to his seemingly useless martial soul. Aside from his daily routine of 500 sword swings, he practically took up residence in the blacksmith shop. This method of tempering his physique through forging proved far superior to mere meditation. During the forging, Qian Chaoguang also discerned some differences between the techniques of contemporary blacksmiths and those of a millennium ago. Firstly, there was the matter of technique. Over the course of 10,000 years, the once primitive style characterized by the chaotic wind-hammering method had gradually faded from the blacksmith's repertoire. Today's blacksmiths have begun to exert control over their forging intensity, rather than blindly pursuing sheer power. The ability to eliminate a significant amount of impurities in a short time using extreme techniques is no longer the benchmark for judging a blacksmith's skill. Artisans of high caliber, like the old blacksmith, have begun to embark on the path of spiritual forging. While there remains a distance to cover before reaching the 100 forges of the future, one could confidently assert that the foundations are already taking shape. Within such a fulfilling yet exhausting forging routine, over 2 months have elapsed. The high-intensity tempering, coupled with the old steward's frequent procurement of medicinal herbs for Qian Chaoguang's herbal baths, has significantly accelerated the cultivation of the golden body technique. Steadily approaching the threshold of a flawless form, he has now thoroughly tempered his physique. Although his soul power remains at the first level, his physical attributes have already become comparable to those of a powerful beast martial soul master. Given his martial skills, dispatching a great soul master wielding a beast or tool martial soul would not pose a significant challenge, although he still falls short against elemental and control-type opponents. Despite his formidable physique, he remains mortal. A burn from fire would still leave him blistered. On one particular morning, Qian Chaoguang, as usual, practiced his swordsmanship, striking at a wooden post. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? He set down his long sword and wiped the sweat from his brow. A small head peeked through the door crack, timidly calling out, "Big brother Chaoguang." Upon recognizing the visitor, he couldn't help but smile. "Oh, it's Yutong. Long time no see. How have you been?" During the 2 months of his rigorous training, his life had been a monotonous cycle, leaving him little time or energy to deliver meals to the mother and daughter of the Hua family. Qian Chaoguang hurried to her side, patting the old steward's back to ease his breath. "It's nothing. I'm fine." The old steward waved his hand dismissively. Recently, that wretched woman seems to have gained the audacity of a tiger, her oppression towards the mother and daughter growing increasingly unabashed. There are times when even my attempts to deliver meals to them are thwarted. She is truly a venomous woman. Fortunately, Xiaodong is a soul master, but Hui Yuner has a frail constitution, and I genuinely worry for her. The old steward chose not to elaborate further, merely letting out a heavy sigh. After years of retirement, the chill of abandonment has thoroughly permeated this royal residence, and he has managed to maintain his position for so long by relying on his past influence and his own cultivation as a soul saint. Surrounding this vast estate, numerous spies dispatched by the Emperor lurk, and the family's outings are subjected to a myriad of restrictions. The old steward's only support is not within the estate. The all-powerful Duchess can easily bypass him to oppress a pair of defenseless, gentle souls. Being able to occasionally deliver food to the Hua mother and daughter and impart some knowledge about cultivation to Hui Yutong is the utmost tolerance the Duchess can muster. Anything beyond that would likely lead to a complete rupture in her relationship with the old steward. The old steward refrained from discussing Hui Yuner further and turned to inquire. "Xiaodong, how are your preparations coming along? Is there anything amiss with your mother?" Hui Yutong nodded gently. "Good, then wait for grandfather to tidy up. We shall set off shortly." "Huh, but grandfather, what's going on? Where are we heading?" Qian Chaoguang, feeling like an outsider, was utterly bewildered. Where else could they be going but the Soul Beast Forest? Xiaodong had already reached level 10 in her cultivation yesterday. Obtaining a soul ring would make her a true soul master. From within the room came the old steward's irritable voice. What? Already level 10? Only then did Qian Chaoguang react, his face lighting up with excitement as he turned to Hui Yutong. Having trained diligently for over 2 months, considering her dedication and innate soul power, she was indeed nearing the time for her advancement. How could I have forgotten? Xiaodong, congratulations. You are about to become a genuine soul master. Thank you, Brother Chaoguang. At that moment, a faint smile broke through Hui Yutong's previously gloomy expression. Once I become a soul master and can earn money, I will definitely take my mother away from this duchess's residence. Keep it up, a wonderful life awaits you. Qian Chaoguang feigned a gesture to embrace Hui Yutong. However, as he stepped forward, he realized he was bare-chested and drenched in sweat, and such an embrace seemed rather inappropriate. Unexpectedly, during this moment of hesitation, Hui Yutong took the initiative to wrap her arms around his waist. Feeling the delicate crown of her head nestled against his neck and the faint fragrance wafting from her flowing hair, Qian Chaoguang found himself momentarily frozen, unsure of how to respond. Wait, Xiaodong, I'm all sweaty and dirty. His words, rather than dissuading her, only prompted Hui Yutong to hold him tighter. The gentle warmth of her breath against his skin sent a peculiar tingling sensation coursing through him. In both his past and present lives, Qian Chaoguang had never experienced such intimate proximity with a female, even though Hui Yutong was merely a 6-year-old girl. A few drops of warm tears suddenly cascaded down Qian Chaoguang's chest, and Hui Yutong had already begun to sob quietly. Indeed, she was merely a 6-year-old girl, far removed from the resilient and compliant mentality of Hui Yuhao as depicted in the original narrative. Silly boy, embrace her, what are you waiting for? Responding instinctively to the old butler's telepathic communication, Qian Chaoguang stiffened momentarily before folding his arms around Hui Yutong, gently cradling her in his embrace and softly patting her back. Chapter 8. The First Soul Hunt. Soon, Hui Yutong's soft whimpers transformed into a torrent of tears, her cries resonating with the grievances she had endured over the past 2 months. The old butler also utilized telepathy to inform Qian Chaoguang of the recent circumstances surrounding the Huo mother and daughter. During this time, the duchess's cruelty towards them had intensified, and Hui Yun'er had fallen gravely ill. In the face of relentless adversity, Hui Yutong could only watch helplessly, her only recourse being to channel her sorrow and indignation into her training, striving to liberate her mother from the abyss. After a long while, her cries subsided, and she sniffled as she wiped away her tears, her eyes red-rimmed. This pitiable sight stirred a softening in Qian Chaoguang's heart. He spoke gently, "Do not cry. Do not fear. I am here." Hui Yutong's eyes glistened anew with tears as she spoke in a stuttering voice. "Brother Chaoguang, I am so scared." Without uttering a word, Qian Chaoguang enveloped her once more in his embrace. The powerful rhythm of his heartbeat and the warmth of his body soothed Hui Yutong's fragile spirit, and the strength of his arms provided her with a profound sense of security. They held each other in the small courtyard for a long time, and gradually, the tumultuous beating of her heart began to calm. The old butler, who had been peeking through the door for quite some time, chuckled softly to himself, remarking, "This silly boy, his mind is as dense as a block of wood, yet he possesses a remarkable charm. If these two little ones end up together in the future, I can finally rest easy." It was not until they boarded the carriage heading to the Soul Beast Forest that Hui Yutong, who had cried several times, began to recover from her earlier breakdown. Qian Chaoguang said nothing, merely handing her a box of snacks. Remembering their earlier interaction in the courtyard, Hui Yutong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head to eat the food in her hands. The carriage was enveloped in silence, with the old butler personally guiding the horses along the path toward the northwest. Qian Chaoguang gazed out at the scenery passing by, listening to the creaking of the carriage and Hui Yutong's gentle chewing, his thoughts drifting far away. It seemed that the wings of his little butterfly were far larger than he had anticipated. A twinge of guilt gnawed at him regarding Hui Yutong. He had initially intended to enhance her innate soul power, sparing her and Hui Yun'er from the immense suffering depicted in the original tale. Little did he realize that his well-intentioned efforts had inadvertently led to unforeseen consequences. It was shocking to discover that the Duchess had descended into madness to such an extent that even the girl was not spared from her cruelty. In this era, the overwhelming majority of girls lack even the right to inheritance. How could this possibly impact Dai Yueheng and Dai Huabin? In due time, let us seek opportunities to compensate her, for it is indeed our own actions that have altered the original course of events. To assert that one feels no sense of guilt would be utterly implausible. Thus, the three of them meandered along, unknowingly passing 3 days. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles. Over these few days, Qian Chaoguang has begun to appreciate the unique customs and traditions of the Doluo continent, freed from the constraints and oppressions of the Duke's residence. Hui Yutong's spirits have gradually lifted during their journey, her curiosity piqued by the myriad of new experiences along the way. With a soft sigh, the carriage came to a halt. Very well, grandfather. On their way, the old steward had already imparted some vital precautions and knowledge regarding soul hunting. This time, the old steward did not lead them to the renowned Star Do forest from the original tale, but rather to a smaller forest inhabited by soul beasts. According to the steward, although this forest is modest in size, it harbors a considerable number of rare spirit-type soul beasts. Due to the scarcity of soul masters specializing in mental strength, and with only a handful of 10,000-year soul beasts, this place has managed to escape the fate of annihilation amidst a millennium of ruthless slaughter. As for the soul-hunting forests that were cultivated 1,000 years ago, please, the spirit hall has long ceased to exist, the awakening of martial spirits is no longer free, and subsidies are no longer granted to ordinary soul masters. Even the meager assistance provided to the elite students of Shrek has dwindled to a mere gold soul coin each month. Calculating, that amounts to a pitiful 12 coins a year, a stark contrast to a millennium ago. In this era of inflation, one could barely survive a year without sustenance on such a meager sum, just enough to cover Shrek's annual tuition. Only the idle minds of the imperial officials would engage in such a thankless endeavor, squandering both manpower and resources. As they stepped into the soul beast forest, the air gradually turned crisp. Beyond the refreshing chill, there lingered an air of solemnity. Qian Chaoguang possessed a keen sense of perception. In his awareness, this forest of soul beasts resembled a colossal monster with its jaws agape. At any moment, its toothy maw could descend, claiming vibrant lives. This was his first personal experience within the fabled soul beast forest. After a brief moment of tension, his emotions shifted predominantly towards exhilaration. A surge of fervor coursing through him. After more than 3 years of solitary cultivation, it was time to assess the fruits of his labor. The mere thought of engaging in a genuine battle with soul beasts ignited a fiery passion within him, causing even his grip on the hilt of his sword to tremble faintly. Chaoguang, slow down a bit. Seize this rare opportunity to learn about soul beasts, the old steward remarked, gently guiding the somewhat anxious Hui Yutong along behind him. Though his visage bore a smile, his idle right hand moved rhythmically, and his keen gaze swept the surroundings, ever vigilant for impending danger. Behold, there lies a spirit beast, a 10-year-old Jianzhu. The method of identification is. The knowledge gleaned from books is ultimately superficial. True understanding requires personal experience. As the old steward elucidated the teachings with clarity, the two individuals gained significant insights during their quest for spirit beasts, developing a deeper comprehension of this enigmatic species. Hui Yutong channeled her spirit power to her eyes, and with a gentle swirl of air, her ethereal gaze emitted a soft blue glow. Bolstered by her martial spirit, she possessed formidable precognitive abilities. Simultaneously, her enhanced vision allowed her to see further and clearer, significantly augmenting her dynamic sight. As they advanced, a peculiar sensation suddenly flickered in her mind. Hui Yutong swiftly drew a dagger from her waist and cautioned, "Brother Qian Chaoguang, something approaches us." "Received," Qian Chaoguang replied, halting in place, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. His legs slightly bent, adopting a defensive stance. The fire of battle burned brightly in his eyes, eager to engage the spirit beast in a personal contest. However, previous encounters with spirit beasts had been formidable. The old steward had intervened to ward them off for the duo's safety, leaving Qian Chaoguang somewhat regretful. Yet this time, the absence of the steward's voice indicated that they faced an adversary suitable for their prowess. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth from the thicket ahead, leaping before the trio. It was a jackal, standing roughly a meter tall, its body cloaked in grayish-black fur, with sharp teeth and eyes glimmering with an eerie green light. Chapter 9. This creature seems rather feeble. The jackal fixated its gaze intently on the armed Qian Chaoguang, circling restlessly in place. The old steward remarked, "This is a wind jackal, a small spirit beast renowned for its speed, with approximately 20 years of cultivation. Remember, canine spirit beasts possess sturdy bodies but vulnerable points. Identify the weaknesses and respond calmly. It is no match for either of you." Qian Chaoguang acknowledged with a nod, his gaze unwavering on the wind jackal. He could distinctly feel his adrenaline surging, blood coursing rapidly, and his heart pounding like a war drum. He was utterly exhilarated. After years of arduous study, he finally had the opportunity for a real battle. The wind jackal, with an irritable disposition, could scarcely contain itself, emitting a piercing cry before launching itself at Qian Chaoguang with a powerful push off the ground. As a 20-year spirit beast, this wind jackal possessed minimal intelligence. Yet, Its instincts informed it that the bipedal creature before it lacked any spirit power and was inferior in strength. Qian Chaoguang reacted swiftly. The moment the wind jackal moved, he was already in motion. Lowering his body, he gripped the hilt of his sword, angling the blade upward. His muscles tensed, resembling a tightly wound spring, poised to unleash his potential. In the air, the wind jackal was enveloped by a swirling green vortex. This maneuver not only altered its trajectory, but also accelerated his own speed by half a fraction. To the left, be cautious. Hui Yutong's perceptive eyes had already discerned the opponent's movement path, issuing a loud warning to Qian Chaoguang. Faced with the soul beast that loomed close, Qian Chaoguang remained remarkably composed. With a swift upward stroke, he wielded his long knife, slicing fiercely towards the upper left. The blade traced an icy blue crescent in the air. Without pausing, he continued to rotate his body and arm. The long knife etched an infinity symbol in the air before delivering a second powerful upward slash towards the upper right. In a flash, the twin strikes were executed with lightning speed, a culmination of years of diligent practice that had become ingrained in his very bones, forming a muscle memory. The thought barely flickered in his mind before his body instinctively responded with rapid precision. Hui Yutong, observing from behind, gasped in astonishment. She perceived two streaks of blue light cutting through the air. With two resounding thuds, the fierce wind wolf had already disintegrated into 4 pieces. A shower of blood rained down, accompanied by the shattered entrails that fell to the ground. Sensing the impending danger, Qian Chaoguang swiftly evaded, sparing himself from being drenched in gore. The elderly steward gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, hardly able to trust his own eyes. A wind wolf that had terrorized for 20 years. Even the finest soldiers could find themselves in peril, yet his own grandson had dispatched it with merely 2 strikes. Though he had always known of Qian Chaoguang's innate strength, this was truly astonishing. He was still just a 6-year-old child with a mere first-level soul power. Qian Chaoguang flicked the long knife, droplets of blood sliding off its shimmering blade. This wind wolf seemed rather weak. However, why was he able to cleave its body so effortlessly? The blade was not that long, after all. The elderly steward, leading the frowning Hui Yutong forward, inspected the carcass of the wind wolf. A circle of white soul rings floated above the bloodied remains, emitting a faint glow. The severed edges were clean and precise, with both strikes passing through the weaker points of the skeleton. Chaoguang, your 3 years of training have indeed borne fruit. Your eyesight and wrist strength are commendable. Hui Yutong's gaze towards Qian Chaoguang was now filled with admiration. Brother Chaoguang is truly impressive. What a pity, though, to waste a soul ring. And I have damaged its pelt. The elderly steward casually nudged the remains with his foot, stating, in soul hunting, it is quite normal to kill soul beasts in self-defense, as long as one does not engage in wanton slaughter. The materials from a soul beast hold little value for soul masters. Typically, only those over 10,000 years old possess any collectible worth. So what shall we do now? Shall we simply leave it here? Hui Yutong hesitated, feeling a pang of remorse at witnessing a vibrant life extinguished before her eyes, and a queasiness began to stir within her. In contrast, Qian Chaoguang felt no disquiet, his heart stirring not even a ripple. In his past life, he had assisted in slaughtering pigs in the kitchen of a martial school, having become well acquainted with such scenes, and was adept at butchering meat. Moreover, the principle was simple. You attack me, I will retaliate. There was no cruelty in that. It was merely the natural order of things. The old butler, well aware of Hui Yutong's current state of mind, gently patted her head. Let us place it here. We must continue our search for suitable spiritual soul beasts. In the grand scheme of nature, survival of the fittest prevails, and for a soul master, slaying soul beasts is a natural duty, not something to dwell upon excessively. After taking a moment to sense the surrounding environment, the old butler gestured for Qian Chaoguang to proceed in another direction. Let us depart. The wind wolves are social creatures, and the scent of blood here will soon attract their kin. Having distanced themselves from this treacherous place, the trio resumed their quest for spiritual soul beasts. The practical training of the two, alongside the old butler's outdoor lessons, progressed systematically. Throughout the day, they encountered numerous types of soul beasts, ranging from those aged 10 to 100 years, with the former being the most prevalent. After Qian Chaoguang swiftly dispatched a 10-year soul beast once more, he refrained from further engagement. Beasts below a century were too feeble. With his immense strength and years of diligent practice in swordplay, he could eliminate them with ease. Conversely, beasts over a century captured his interest, prompting him to engage thoughtfully. Hui Yutong also attempted to combat several 10-year soul beasts using her white tiger dagger. With the enhancement of her spiritual eyes and the old butler's guidance, her growth was remarkably swift. From initial chaos in battle to a composed and steady demeanor against foes, she transformed in merely 4 encounters. By the 5th battle, she was able to single-handedly slay a 10-year soul beast without sustaining any injuries. For an outwardly adorable and seemingly innocuous 6-year-old girl, this was nothing short of a miracle. As evening fell, the three set up camp in the forest. With the powerful backing of the old butler, they need not resort to dry rations. Instead, they could kindle a campfire and enjoy a warm meal. Tonight, we shall feast on fish, the old butler declared. By the riverbank, he casually skimmed the water's surface a few times and effortlessly caught several large fish. This unique species from Douluo continent, abundant in flesh and low in bones, was a rare delicacy for outdoor camping. Qian Chaoguang skillfully dispatched the fish, gutting and scaling them, and retrieved well-prepared wooden sticks from his storage ring to skewer them, which he then handed to Hui Yutong. He then produced a grilling rack with an iron mesh, deftly added charcoal, ignited it, and pulled out an array of jars filled with seasonings. Hui Yutong, not to be outdone, evenly coated the fish with various powders, placing a few leaves of perilla inside their bellies, and swiftly positioned them atop the iron mesh. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, leaving even the old butler in awe. Their synchronized efforts indicated that they had clearly engaged in such activities frequently. Chapter 10, Sharing the Tent. Throughout the entire process, the two exchanged not a single word. Their adept motions, professional tools, and neatly arranged seasonings were unmistakable evidence of their experience. Were it not for their evident familiarity with the task, the old butler would have found it hard to believe. Amused yet perplexed, he inquired, "You two little ones, it is clear you have done this often, haven't you? Xiaoguang, did you take little Tong to the back mountain every morning under the pretense of running, just to sneak in some barbecuing? Was your request for a small stove related to this?" Hui Yutong lowered her head, feigning earnestness while grilling fish, yet her blushing cheeks betrayed her true feelings. Qian Chaoguang chuckled lightly, saying, "How could that be? She is genuinely exercising. Otherwise, where would Xiaotong find such remarkable stamina now? Grilling fish is merely incidental. You wouldn't know, but Xiaotong's grilled fish is simply exquisite." To be fair, Qian Chaoguang spoke truthfully. Ever since he began delivering meals to the home mother and daughter, he found himself with an additional little companion trailing behind him during his morning runs up the back mountain. Believing that cultivating a healthy body would aid in awakening innate soul power, Qian Chaoguang did not refuse her company. Thus, the duo would run together, a routine they maintained for 3 years. During their runs, they would conveniently improve their diet as well. Before Hui Yutong officially awakened her soul power and martial spirit, she was merely a young girl, and her physical endurance could not compare to that of Qian Chaoguang, who practiced the golden body technique. Consequently, their running often led them to a nearby stream, where Qian Chaoguang would catch some fish, clean them, and let Hui Yutong grill them while he continued his training. Hui Yutong would assist Hui Yuner with chores while Qian Chaoguang focused on his cultivation. This morning running habit continued uninterrupted until 2 months ago when their martial spirits awakened. Disrupting their routine, the old steward, with a beaming smile, squatted nearby. "Today, Grandpa will be waiting for the ready-made treat. Let me savor Xiaotong's culinary skills." Hui Yutong beamed sweetly, remaining dedicated to her grilling. Before long, a distinctive aroma wafted over the fire. As Hui Yutong gently turned the fish, the bluefish gradually transformed into a golden hue. The rich fragrance was utterly enticing. The grill was perfectly suited to accommodate 3 large fish at once, eliminating any need for a sequence. "Grandpa Zhu, please try this one first." Hui Yutong thoughtfully selected the largest and most visually appealing grilled fish to present to the old steward. "Ah, thank you, Xiaotong." The old steward replied with a broad smile as he accepted the fish, blowing gently on it before taking a bite. The sound of his teeth meeting the fish echoed softly. The crispy, golden skin, infused with the rich aroma of the fish meat and the unique fragrance of charcoal, burst in his mouth, leaving a delightful lingering taste. The chili powder, ground by Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong, offered a slight spicy kick, complemented by a hint of perilla, elevating the grilled fish's exquisite flavor to its zenith. Each bite revealed the tender, springy, garlic-infused flesh, creating an addictive experience for the fortunate taster. Unbeknownst to him, the old steward had devoured an entire fish, even crunching the tiny bones that had remained. Hui Yutong was preparing a second batch, while Qian Chaoguang squatted beside her, eagerly awaiting, his anticipation palpable. It was reminiscent of the first time he had tasted the legendary grilled fish made by little Hua. That experience had truly been astonishing. It was indeed remarkable that a young girl, previously unacquainted with grilling, could create such a culinary masterpiece using only simple salt and perilla for seasoning. Even the discerning palate of Qian Chaoguang, refined by modern culinary techniques, could be conquered. It must be said that this is an extraordinarily outrageous culinary talent. Let us not forget, Qian Chaoguang hails from the empire of gluttons. Such exquisite flavors, truly worthy of endless enjoyment, are not mere empty words. Even after indulging for 3 consecutive years, his love for this dish remains unwavering. Over these 3 years, Hui Yutong's grilling skills have rapidly ascended to an astonishing level. Even someone with anorexia would find their appetite rekindled upon tasting her roasted fish. As night descended, with a formidable guardian present, the tent became a serene sanctuary. The gentle rustle of the forest providing a soothing white noise, an ideal setting for slumber. Yet, Qian Chaoguang found himself restless. With a sigh of resignation, he gently pushed aside Hui Yutong's arm, which had been draped over him, shifting slightly away. However, it was not long before the clingy little creature would inevitably snuggle back, wrapping around him like an octopus, which left Qian Chaoguang feeling quite agitated. The faint scent of her body wafted into his nostrils, further invigorating him in his attempts to find sleep. Observing the little girl with a smile gracing her lips, he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Feeling a sense of helplessness, while she slept soundly, he felt as though he were paralyzed, unable to move, which was rather uncomfortable. The old steward, after finishing his meal, thought quite straightforwardly, what fear could 2 6-year-old children possibly harbor? They could simply sleep together. Noticing the budding affection between the two, he decided to subtly encourage their blossoming friendship. Hui Yutong herself saw no issue with the arrangement, as the Douluo continent had long been open and free of such constraints regarding gender interactions. She was quite pleased to share a sleeping space with her beloved brother. However, Qian Chaoguang found himself feeling somewhat awkward. After all, within him resided the soul of an adult man. Unlike Tang San, who had a penchant for younger girls. Professing disinterest, yet sharing a bed with Xiao Wu for 6 years, Qian Chaoguang felt the weight of his situation more acutely. In this state of anxious discomfort, he began to contemplate his recent training journey to distract and divert his thoughts. Gradually, as time slipped by, the soothing sound of Hui Yutong's steady and gentle breathing lulled him into a peaceful slumber, and he succumbed to the encroaching drowsiness. In the morning, when Hui Yutong awoke from the tent, she found the sleeping bag to her right already empty. Qian Chaoguang had risen early, completing a simple set of exercises before preparing 3 straightforward breakfasts. Although he had grown up alone in his past life and his culinary skills were not exceptional, he could certainly whip up a good meal, and breakfast was a task he could manage with ease. Enticed by the delicious aroma, Hui Yutong emerged from the tent, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and sleepily greeted, "Good morning, Brother Chaoguang." "Good morning, Grandpa Zhu." "Good morning, Xiaotong." Qian Chaoguang, having finished his meal, handed her a portion of breakfast. "You woke up just in time. I was about to come and call for you." Thank you, brother." Receiving the breakfast, Hui Yutong instantly transformed into a little glutton, eagerly digging in. The old steward observed the voraciously consuming Hui Yutong, while secretly chuckling at the dark circles under Qian Chaoguang's eyes. Chapter 11. At last, you proved to be of some use. Today marked the 4th day since the trio arrived at the Soul Beast Forest. Since the very first day, the old steward had refrained from allowing Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong to confront the soul beasts alone. Instead, he had personally intervened to drive away the careless soul beasts encountered along their path, thereby accelerating their search. Nonetheless, after 3 days, they had still yielded nothing. Well versed in the original text, Qian Chaoguang and the experienced old steward were acutely aware of the rarity of mental attribute soul beasts and did not exhibit any signs of impatience. Hui Yutong, however, was different. At this moment, she was preoccupied with thoughts of her mother, who remained alone in the Duke's residence, causing her to appear somewhat anxious. Noticing her hesitation and the turmoil on her face, the old steward couldn't help but sigh. Finding a suitable mental-type soul beast was indeed quite challenging. If this delay continued, it posed little concern for him and Qian Chaoguang. But he feared that the Duchess might seize this opportunity to make things difficult for Hui Yun'er. Without his protection, her days in the manor could indeed be likened to treading on thin ice. "Grandpa Zhu, perhaps I could simply absorb any 100-year soul ring. As long as it's a soul ring, wouldn't I then be able to advance to become a true soul master?" Hui Yutong tugged at the old steward's sleeve, voicing her innermost thoughts. "I've already delayed you and Brother Chaoguang for several days in my quest for a soul ring." "No, absolutely not," Qian Chaoguang and the old steward replied in unison. The old steward crouched down, patiently explaining, "Even if we temporarily forego obtaining this soul ring, we cannot settle for mediocrity. Xiaotong, you possess exceptional talent, with the potential to even challenge the title of Douluo in the future. If you were to haphazardly absorb a soul ring, it would be a complete waste. This is a matter of a lifetime. Do you not wish to lead a good life with your mother in the future? Do you not wish to take revenge on that wicked woman who has tormented you and your mother? If you were to attain the cultivation of a titled Douluo, even that brat Dai Hao would have to come personally to apologize to you." Hui Yutong, torn, replied, "Of course I want that, but be cautious, something approaches. I sense danger." Qian Chaoguang suddenly interjected, interrupting her unfinished sentence. The silvery long blade was swiftly drawn, pointing towards the source of the impending threat. The old steward also rose, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. A roar reverberated through the forest as a crimson figure charged towards them from the distance. "You vile creature, come forth." The flames of battle ignited in Qian Chaoguang's eyes as his internal vitality surged, pushing his strength to its zenith. Lowering his stance, he lunged forward with fervor. A straightforward yet powerful thrust of his blade met the shadow, producing a shower of sparks. Both parties recoiled, adopting defensive stances. It was then that Qian Chaoguang discerned the newcomer, a blood-red tiger measuring over a meter in length, but less than 2. Unlike the robust and mighty appearance of other tigers, this crimson beast appeared rather slender, resembling a larger feline. The blood tiger, a rare spiritual beast among the feline soul creatures, boasts an impressive cultivation of approximately 400 years and is likely to bestow an exceptional skill upon Xiaotong. The old butler, shielding Hui Yutong behind him, moved his left hand rhythmically, evidently intent on personally subduing the beast. "Grandfather, please refrain from intervening. Allow me to attempt it," Qian Chaoguang urged, his gaze fixed intently on the blood tiger before him, excitement coursing through him. Over the past few days, he had meticulously contemplated the reasons behind his ability to sever the wind jackal. Despite much speculation, he could not ascertain the cause and was left to question the merits of his enigmatic martial soul. However, with no prior opportunity to act, fate had now presented him with a fitting adversary, and he resolved that he could not let this chance slip away. Qian Chaoguang had come to a clear understanding of his physical prowess. Defeating a century-old soul beast that did not excel in physical strength should not pose a significant challenge. The old butler hesitated, cautioning, "Do not be reckless, young lad." Although the blood tiger primarily utilizes mental attacks and is physically weaker than typical century-old soul beasts, it remains a formidable creature that even seasoned soul masters must approach with caution. "Rest assured, I will not engage in any endeavor without confidence. Besides, you are here to oversee me, are you not?" "Opportunities to spar with a century-old soul beast are rare," Qian Chaoguang replied, determination flickering in his eyes as a faint blue light began to shimmer on his chest. After a moment of contemplation, the old butler warned, "In that case, exercise caution. Should you find yourself outmatched, do not overexert yourself. Remember, the blood tiger's innate skill is chaos, also known as frenzy. When used on itself, it can unleash a portion of its latent potential. When directed at foes, it can induce temporary confusion or even disorientation." As the grandfather and grandson conversed, the irritable blood tiger grew increasingly impatient, unleashing a ferocious roar before launching itself toward Qian Chaoguang with a powerful leap. "Kill!" Qian Chaoguang boldly advanced, unwavering and unflinching, channeling his vital energy to its peak as he unleashed 3 swift strikes. With a whoosh, the silver crescent blade glinted through the air, colliding with a paw of the tiger. The blood tiger let out a pained cry as it leapt sideways just before Qian Chaoguang's second strike could land, rolling agonizingly on the ground before regaining its footing. The lightning-fast trio of strikes had sheared away a quarter of the tiger's left front paw. Although Qian Chaoguang had delivered the blows, he too felt the toll, astonished to find several chips had formed in the mist-covered blade. How resilient, was his immediate thought. It was evident that a century-old soul beast was far superior to a mere decade-old one. Even a blade forged from high-grade steel felt inadequate in this encounter. Moreover, the creature's reaction speed was unmatched by that of a 10-year-old soul beast. Had he faced the wind jackal instead, those 3 strikes would have certainly sealed its fate. While his mind raced with contemplation, his body remained in motion. As the blood tiger landed and rolled, he pursued with relentless determination, with the blade thrust forward. The advantages of his long sword were strikingly evident. The elongated blade not only allowed for the execution of dual-handed sword techniques, but also enabled the incorporation of certain spear techniques. Just as the wounded blood tiger regained its footing, it was met head-on by the lethal long blade. It roared as it leaped from the ground once more, its crimson fur shimmering with brilliance. An invisible wave emanated from the royal emblem atop its head, racing towards Qian Chaoguang's mind. "What is this?" Qian Chaoguang let out a muffled groan, as if a silver needle had struck his head, causing his entire body to slow down. The blood tiger soaring before him appeared to shimmer in double vision. "Is this the chaotic skill?" Gritting his teeth against the pain, he forcefully stomped his right leg on the ground and let out a fierce howl, channeling his energy into his long blade, thrusting it forward. In that instant, his spirit seemed to ascend to its zenith. At that moment, the blue light at his chest erupted with an icy blue power, flowing down his arm and into the long blade. A blue light blade, over a foot long, erupted from the tip of the blade, piercing directly into the blood tiger's abdomen. Chapter 12. The correct way to unleash the martial soul. The blue light blade, imbued with the power of frost, left a multitude of icy shards around the wound it had created. As Qian Chaoguang pressed down with both hands, a pronounced gash appeared on the blood tiger's belly. After delivering that strike, the blue light blade vanished as if it had never existed. If not for the mist forming on the cold blade due to the low temperature, Qian Chaoguang would have thought he had misseen. Bang! It fell to the ground with a whimper, struggling to rise. Chaoguang, stop! The old steward soared into the air and casually kicked the blood tiger unconscious, then called out to Hui Yutong. Xiaotong, come quickly and deliver a strike. Your soul ring is ready to be harvested. Hui Yutong hurriedly ran over, obediently stabbing down with her white tiger dagger at the spot indicated by the old steward. As a torrent of hot blood gushed forth, a rich yellow soul ring gradually coalesced above the corpse. Focus on your martial soul. Use your will to draw in the soul ring. The old steward instructed Hui Yutong on absorbing the soul ring, while Qian Chaoguang diligently wiped his long blade before sheathing it. He touched his chest, still feeling a lingering chill. His pitiful first-level soul power had been completely expended. The ordinary steel long blade had shattered into 2 pieces, unable to withstand the fierce exchange and the infusion of martial soul power. Was that blue light blade the effect of my martial soul? If this ability could be applied to extend the attack range of my long blade, it would indeed be advantageous. Meanwhile, Hui Yutong had already entered a focused state. The old steward approached and patted Qian Chaoguang's shoulder. Well done, lad. With your remarkable strength and exquisite swordsmanship, in a life-and-death struggle, even a beast martial soul grandmaster with a low-quality martial soul would be no match for you. TSK. With such vibrant life force, I can't help but feel that your peculiar martial soul resembles a true martial soul. Qian Chaoguang smiled wryly, but said nothing. The vitality was indeed unrelated to the extreme icy light, being solely a result of his cultivation of the golden body technique. By the way, what was that light blade that erupted from the tip of your sword? It should be my martial soul, though I'm not entirely certain. After all, my current cultivation is still rather low. It dissipates with just a brief usage. The old steward wore a satisfied expression, gazing at him with a sense of nostalgia, and remarked, you must diligently practice henceforth, striving to elevate your soul power level. Should I no longer be around, you will at least possess the means for self-preservation. Qian Chaoguang hurriedly assisted the old steward in catching his breath, chiding, Grandfather, what are you saying? Please refrain from uttering such ominous words about not being around anymore. Ha ha ha. Very well. I shall refrain from such talk. I aim to live a few more years, until you and Xiaotong can celebrate your union. You little rascal, are you trying to hasten my demise? Cough. Having never experienced the pressure of familial expectations regarding marriage in his previous life, he found it rather premature to encounter it at the tender age of 6 in this life. When Hui Yutong opened her eyes, the sky had transformed from the sun to the moon, and darkness enveloped the world. She looked down at herself. Her previously petite frame seemed to have grown taller due to the absorption of the soul ring, the fabric of her clothing now snug against her form. Her body had gained strength, and her skin glowed with a lustrous sheen, appearing remarkably dewy and fair. All aspects of her physical abilities had been enhanced by this soul ring. Instinctively, she summoned her spiritual eyes, and a bright yellow soul ring gleamed conspicuously in the night. Even without consciously channeling her soul power, she could see clearly in the dark. I have become a soul master. Hui Yutong exclaimed, rising suddenly in astonishment. Indeed. Congratulations to you. Congratulations, Xiaotong. Qian Chaoguang and the old steward expressed their joy as they sat before her. Mother, I have finally become a soul master. You no longer need to suffer in the Duke's mansion. Her nose tinged with emotion as tears streamed down her beautiful eyes. Brother Chaoguang, Grandpa Zhu, thank you. Thank you so much. As she spoke, Hui Yutong embraced Qian Chaoguang tightly, bursting into tears. Qian Chaoguang stiffened momentarily, unsure where to place his hands, casting furtive glances at the old steward who observed the scene. Ahem, one grows old and should rest early. The following morning, the trio, having successfully concluded their soul-hunting expedition, embarked on their return journey in a carriage. Qian Chaoguang had unlocked the proper usage of the extreme, ice-light martial soul, gaining insight into his current strength and reaping a bountiful harvest. Hui Yutong had acquired a highly practical soul skill from the blood tiger, named Frenzy. Much like the blood tiger itself, the specific effects of this skill depended on the mental strength of both parties involved. When applied to herself, it could invigorate her spirit, enhancing her bodily functions for a limited time. Conversely, when directed at another target, it would induce mental confusion, dizziness, and sharp pains in the head. Should the target possess insufficient mental strength, they might even attack their allies due to disorientation. This soul skill, reliant on the mental prowess of both adversaries, proved to be immensely practical, devoid of the awkwardness of becoming utterly useless in later stages. Furthermore, mental-type soul masters typically gain strength in the mid to late stages, and the potency of the soul skill would continue to augment alongside Hui Yutong's growing mental power. The mother and daughter embraced each other, weeping with overwhelming joy. However, the Duke of the White Tiger's household intensified its surveillance, replacing individuals throughout with his trusted subordinates. Consequently, the notion of the Hua family moving out became increasingly difficult to realize. This era of the Douluo continent is not akin to the peaceful times a millennium ago, when the Spirit Hall's Judgment Legions provided protection. Rogue soul masters could emerge at any moment, posing a threat to lower-ranked soul masters. Although the Shrek Academy claims to uphold peace across the continent, the mere presence of over 60 students hardly distinguishes it from mere entertainment. Did not even the minor subordinates of the Spirit Hall in the original narrative manage to inflict grave defeats upon numerous inner academy disciples before the supposedly most embarrassing Super Douluo of rank 98? In these times, it is genuinely perilous for low-ranked soul masters to travel far. Even the old steward, a soul sage, could not instill any sense of security in Qian Chaoguang. Chapter 13. This grudge is not over. Seasons changed, and time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. As Qian Chaoguang had anticipated, Hui Yutong's desire to move out with her mother had come to naught. The Duchess employed every conceivable means to obstruct their plans, leaving even the old steward powerless to resist her. Ultimately, Hui Yuner succumbed to illness, compounded by the Duchess's relentless targeting, and departed from this world when Hui Yutong was merely 7 years old. The only right the old steward could secure was to ensure a proper burial for Hui Yuner before relocating with Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong from the Duke's residence to settle in Luo City. As a formidable soul sage and the former steward of the Duke's household, he possessed considerable savings. Acquiring a modest residence to nurture and instruct the 2 children proved to be more than sufficient. In fact, he had anticipated these arrangements well in advance, and preparations for the move had been meticulously laid out. In this regard, the Duchess did not hinder them, even offering some conveniences. Her intentions were clear. They could leave, but she must witness Hui Yuner die within the confines of the Duke's estate. By now, she had officially become a second-ring Great Soul Master, steadily progressing towards the realm of Soul Sovereign. Of course, Qian Chaoguang was not to be underestimated either. Although he had departed from the Duke's household 2 years prior, his forging mentor, the old blacksmith, had considerable connections in Luo City. He sought out another esteemed and skilled blacksmith to serve as Qian Chaoguang's new instructor, allowing him to persist in his training over the past 2 years. After 3 years of forging, both his cultivation and craftsmanship had seen tremendous improvement. Soon, he would be able to escape the awkwardness of lacking cultivation and formally commence his practice of the qi refining technique. Aside from the extreme ice light remaining unchanged, everything else was progressing quite well. Notably, Qian Chaoguang no longer relied on chance to manifest his abilities. Through exploration, he discovered a method to stabilize the projection of blue light blades, albeit with a somewhat brief duration. With the scant soul power remaining in his body, he could sustain it for approximately 3 seconds. In the stillness of the night, Hui Yutong had commenced her daily meditation within her chamber, while Qian Chaoguang was preoccupied with thoughts of the days to come in his own room. Suddenly, the door creaked open silently, revealing the elderly butler standing outside. Qian Chaoguang looked up in surprise. A fortnight prior, the butler had mentioned he needed to attend to some matters. Little did he expect that it would take until today for his return. The butler gestured for silence, but his efforts seemed to be too forceful, causing him to draw in sharp breaths of cold air. "Grandfather, you're injured." Qian Chaoguang immediately noticed the blood seeping from the butler's abdomen and quickly assisted him into the room, rummaging through his storage ring for medicine. "Wait, don't trouble yourself," the butler gasped, clutching Qian Chaoguang's arm as he winced in pain, inadvertently aggravating an old injury. "Little Guang, I have little time left. Listen closely to what I say. Little time left?" A thunderous noise echoed in Qian Chaoguang's mind, rendering him momentarily dazed. With a grievous injury to his abdomen and returning home twice as late as expected, there could only be one conclusion: an ambush. "Please tell me, speak." The butler coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, trembling as he removed a silver bracelet from his wrist. "This bracelet contains all my possessions. You should manage with it. It should suffice for both of you. After I pass, remember to burn my body along with the blood-stained bedding and clothing, leaving no trace behind." As one endowed with a light-type martial soul, Qian Chaoguang was inherently sensitive to certain forces. With an intimate understanding of the original narrative, he had already deduced the circumstances surrounding the butler's condition. In a world where cremation was not customary, the butler's request to incinerate his remains could only imply one thing: the involvement of a malevolent soul master. The icy light of extreme cold had unconsciously manifested before him, radiating an even more frigid temperature than before, which continued to plummet. It was a malevolent soul master who ambushed you, wasn't he it? I shall ensure they pay for their blood debt. Qian Chaoguang's voice turned ominously chilling as he clenched his fists, the bones cracking audibly. The butler weakly grasped his hand. The assailants have already been dealt with. Do not seek revenge, you are not their equal. Do not throw your life away. Take care of Yutong and live well. Qian Chaoguang tightened his grip further. How could he ever abandon the quest for vengeance on behalf of the butler? Having lived 2 lives, he could not remain indifferent as his only family was about to perish before him. The Holy Spirit Sect, from this day forth, we are sworn enemies. Yet, before the butler, Qian Chaoguang had to suppress the tempest of rage within him. I promise you. Seeing him finally acquiesce, the butler's expression gradually softened. As though the pain from the bleeding wound was alleviating, his countenance appearing remarkably serene. Regrettably, I cannot accompany you any further, and I feel sorry for the one who entrusted you to me. The butler chuckled lightly, gently holding Qian Chaoguang's hand, reminiscent of days long past. Grandfather. Qian Chaoguang's voice trembled, unable to contain himself any longer. He succumbed to his sorrow and wept bitterly. Large teardrops cascaded from his eyes, splattering onto the ground and the bed, transforming into tiny shards of ice. The old butler's gaze had begun to lose its vitality, yet he still fixed his eyes intently in Qian Chaoguang's direction. In the depths of his black eyes, Qian Chaoguang's figure was reflected. What does a man have to cry about? From now on, treat Xiaodong as your own sister and live well. Dark blood trickled from the old butler's orifices, his breath growing increasingly feeble, his vision blurred, and his right hand flailed aimlessly in the air, yearning to touch his grandson's head. Qian Chaoguang choked back his sobs, bowing down to place the old butler's hand next to his face. Once, that hand was swift and powerful. Even a millennium-old soul beast could not withstand its might, capable of launching 100 strikes in a mere breath. But now, it struggled even to straighten. The old butler summoned his last strength, stroking Qian Chaoguang's head as he once did. It felt so cold. His hand suddenly fell, as if drained of all its vigor. In that moment, the old butler's presence faded away entirely. Chapter 14. If the gods stand in my way, I shall slay them. No, Qian Chaoguang roared, and the icy light erupted with an unprecedented force, saturating the room in a hue of icy blue. Hui Yutong, who was cultivating next door, was awakened by this overwhelming chill and rushed into the room. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of Qian Chaoguang cradling the old butler's lifeless body. The intense ice light flickered before him, exuding a fierce cold that made Hui Yutong shiver involuntarily. The light had grown exceedingly faint. Only an endless cold remained. Grandfather is gone. Qian Chaoguang's voice was devoid of inflection, as immutable as ancient ice. He looked up at Hui Yutong, his eyes now bloodshot, filled with sorrow and hatred. Hui Yutong covered her mouth, stifling the urge to scream. Tears streamed from her eyes, freezing against her cheeks in the frigid air. The old butler's demise weighed heavily on her heart. His place was akin to that of her mother, Hui Yuner. Who could have anticipated that their last meeting, just half a month ago, would be their final farewell? She could still vividly recall the kind smile the old butler had worn before departing. Goodbye, grandfather. Hui Yutong squatted on the ground, silently shedding tears. This marked the second time she had experienced the loss of a loved one. Her tears blurred her vision, and she wept quietly, her body trembling uncontrollably. She yearned to beseech the heavens, questioning why fate could be so cruel, why the heavens would treat her thus. Qian Chaoguang sat despondently on the bed, clutching the old butler's lifeless body. He trembled as he extended his hand, laying the old butler flat, gently closing those once vibrant eyes. Grandfather, I will not allow you to die in vain. No one shall stop me from bringing you back. The icy light surged forth once more, causing frost to form upon the walls. Hui Yutong was reluctantly awakened from an abyss of profound sorrow, and as she opened her mouth, a plume of white mist escaped. Brother Chaoguang, it's cold. Upon hearing Hui Yutong's voice, Qian Chaoguang finally emerged from his eerie stupor. In an instant, the frost melted away, and warmth returned. What has happened to me? Tears had crystallized into tiny beads of ice upon her pale visage. The overwhelming grief, coupled with the relentless chill, left her expression somewhat dazed. Hui Yutong murmured, her words incoherent. Mother is gone, and grandfather no longer wants me. Little Tong, do not fear, I am still here. From now on, I shall be your elder brother. Brother. Under the relentless weight of successive tragedies, Hui Yutong could no longer endure and succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, her inner turmoil surged violently. Once back in his room, Qian Chaoguang took several deep breaths, forcing his tumultuous emotions into a semblance of calm, and stowed the blood-stained bedding along with the old steward's corpse into his storage bracelet. Under the cover of night, he stealthily exited the city. He sprinted fervently until he reached the mountain where he and Hui Yutong usually practiced each morning. Here, a grave had already been established, Hui Yun'er's south resting place. Digging a pit, chopping wood, and kindling a fire, he watched as the old steward's body was gradually consumed by the flames, and once again, Qian Chaoguang wept, his sobs echoing through the night. When the fire had extinguished, he collected the ashes of the old steward and placed them into a porcelain urn, interring it there for eternal peace. He carved, erected a tombstone, bowed in reverence, and burned incense. The gravestone bore a few simple yet powerful characters. Tomb of Zhu Kitchen. By the time he completed these solemn rites, dawn had broken. Light and warmth once again bathed the earth, dispelling the darkness. 1,056 gold soul coins, 32 silver soul coins, and 78 copper soul coins. For an ordinary family, such a sum of gold soul coins would signify immense wealth, ensuring a life free of want. However, for a soul master of the rank of soul saint, on the verge of breaking through to DouluoDalu, this amount was woefully inadequate. Qian Chaoguang felt a heaviness in his heart. The old steward's life savings had been nearly exhausted on the cultivation of himself and Hui Yutong over the past few years. Just the considerable expenditure on medicinal baths and rare materials constituted a significant cost. Aside from the coins, there were 3 boxes, a token of identity, and some miscellaneous items. The heavy token bore an intricately carved tiger head on its front, the emblem of the White Tiger Duke, while the back remained blank. Qian Chaoguang opened the first box, revealing a treasure known as the Golden Spirit Fruit, renowned for its exceptional efficacy in refining the bodies of soul masters, priceless beyond measure. The second box contained nothing of great value, merely a simple assortment of crispy candies. Upon lifting the third box, Qian Chaoguang sensed an unusual weight. Upon opening it, he found 2 neatly arranged envelopes and a crumpled piece of letter paper within. On the reverse side of the letter, the uneven, hasty crimson script exuded a faint metallic scent of blood. Qian Chaoguang's heart tightened as he carefully unfolded the letter. Little Guang, by the time you read this letter, I will have already passed away. Do not seek vengeance for me, nor make any futile sacrifices, unless one day you can surpass the rank of DouluoDalu. Enclosed are 2 personal letters of recommendation from the city lord, bearing your name and Xiaotong's. If possible, try to attend Shrek Academy before you turn 12. I was once a part of it. If entry into Shrek proves impossible, do not despair. I once mentioned a sect known as the Body Sect on the continent. Perhaps you could seek your fortune in the Heaven Do Empire, as they might recognize your peculiar martial soul. As for the Golden Spirit Fruit, gather the remaining herbs yourself. It should be of assistance. The content of the letter abruptly ended here, leaving no further words. Shrek, you say? If this is your dying wish, I shall endeavor to fulfill it. In the early stages of planning my future, Qian Chaoguang had contemplated whether he should attend the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun Moon Empire. Although Shrek is indeed formidable and possesses a wealth of resources that many other sects and academies lack, there were numerous educational philosophies he found difficult to accept. However, there was no need to ponder this matter any longer. As the state religion of the Sun Moon Empire, the Holy Spirit sect had become an irreconcilable enemy to Qian Chaoguang. Thus, how could he ever consider joining the Royal Soul Engineer Academy? Chapter 15, Breakthrough. In the afternoon, Hui Yutong awakened. After suppressing her sorrow to pay homage to the old steward, she devoted herself to her training with even greater fervor. This time, she did not shed tears. Instead, she transformed her grief into motivation, significantly enhancing her spiritual power. In the room, Qian Chaoguang held a golden spirit fruit, roughly the size of a lychee, in his hand. Without hesitation, he consumed it. Had any other soul master witnessed this, they would have been utterly astounded. The golden spirit fruit, akin to whale glue, is a rare treasure that aids soul masters in body refinement. The energy contained within is exceedingly potent, typically requiring a blend of various auxiliary materials to concoct a potion for medicinal baths. Although direct consumption yields superior effects, it often results in catastrophic consequences. However, with his robust physique, Qian Chaoguang had no such worries. As he activated the golden body technique to its utmost, the surging vitality within him ignited, extracting all the energy from the golden spirit fruit. This formidable energy, under the influence of the golden body technique, pierced through his body like a multitude of steel needles, striking at every acupoint. A grimace contorted Qian Chaoguang's face. It was the first time in many years that he fully unleashed the golden body technique. This energy, akin to 1,000 blades piercing his heart, stimulated his body, continually fortifying every ounce of flesh. The vitality coursed through him, reaching its zenith, causing his surface temperature to rise dramatically. From an external perspective, Qian Chaoguang's skin had taken on a terrifying crimson hue, and his physique appeared to swell considerably. The limited soul power within his dantian was violently swept along by the raging vitality and energy, surging towards the unrefined flesh and bones. He could distinctly sense that his body was gradually growing stronger, sealing all the energy within him to form an immensely powerful shackle. Dark blood seeped through the surface of Qian Chaoguang's skin, gradually staining his garments a deep crimson. When the vitality surged to its peak, Qian Chaoguang could no longer suppress the agony within, unleashing a ferocious roar. A sound emanated from within him, akin to a tiger's roar or the rumble of thunder, reverberating with a booming resonance. Just as Qian Chaoguang felt as though his body might explode, he suddenly sensed an invisible barrier shattering, leaving him utterly exhilarated. Amidst the astonished gaze of Hui Yutong, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, wisps of red steam began to evaporate from his body. Seizing the moment, Qian Chaoguang stood up and howled skyward. This time, it was no longer a cry of pain, but a jubilant release. After 6 long years of cultivation, aided by the golden spirit fruit, he had finally completed the training of the unleakable body. Furthermore, the completion of this training signified another milestone. Qian Chaoguang could finally begin practicing the Qi refinement technique, rapidly elevating his soul power to the 10th level. From that day forth, Qian Chaoguang became notably more subdued. His smile diminished considerably, at least from Hui Yutong's perspective. Little did she know that. In his previous life on Blue Star, Qian Chaoguang had always been this detached, even somewhat cold-blooded. Having witnessed the vicissitudes of life and experienced its myriad forms, he had grown accustomed to the indifference of the world. The death of Hui Yuner had served as yet another wake-up call, instilling in him a reluctance to meddle in matters that did not concern him. It was not until he traversed to this Daluo continent that the warmth of the old steward and Hui Yutong's affection had cracked the ice encasing his heart. Now, that fissure had closed once more. His days were consumed by relentless forging and cultivation, leaving little room for anything else to capture his interest. Whenever Hui Yutong spoke to him, Qian Chaoguang would revert to his previous cheerful demeanor. Yet, Hui Yutong, who understood him well, recognized that this was merely a fade. He had buried his sorrow deep within. Half a year had passed, and under Qian Chaoguang's fervent cultivation, he had successfully elevated his prowess to the 10th level. This marked a characteristic of the 3rd refining stage. After enduring hardships, he was now reaping the rewards, reflective of the current state of this cultivation technique. Ahead lay the more arduous task of training his mental strength through the divine communication technique. This was also the reason he had not rushed to obtain his first soul ring. Qian Chaoguang felt an ominous premonition that if he were to hastily break through before fully mastering the first stage of the divine communication technique, death would surely await him. Unlike the straightforward golden body technique and Qi refinement technique, the difficulty of the divine communication technique was significantly greater. Once his mental power reached a certain realm, he would need to compress it as much as possible until it formed a singular point, marking the completion of the transformation stage. Upon awaiting the moment when Qian Chaoguang acquired his first soul ring, he officially advanced to the status of a soul master. The 3 grand techniques would then seamlessly intertwine, unleashing a potency far superior to his previous capabilities, perhaps due to the unique circumstances of Qian Chaoguang's dual existence. His soul possessed a robustness far beyond that of an ordinary individual. Consequently, his innate mental strength significantly surpassed that of a typical soul master. Even when Hui Yutong had just awakened her martial spirit, she was no match for him in this regard. This also elucidated why Qian Chaoguang had remained largely unaffected by the chaotic skills he encountered while facing the Blood Tiger a few years prior. However, despite his prodigious mental prowess, he still dedicated a full week to formally embark on the cultivation of his mental energy, underscoring the formidable difficulty of mastering the Tongshan technique. This did not deter Qian Chaoguang from pursuing his training with fervor. The sooner he obtained formidable power, the sooner he could exact revenge for the old steward. Half a year later, Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong had surpassed the age of 10, with merely 1 year remaining until the main storyline of the original narrative commenced. Throughout this 6-month period, he had been relentlessly practicing the refining spirit technique day and night. The mass of mental energy that was once the size of a basketball had been compressed to that of a longan, still a short distance from achieving a singular point. When compared to other soul masters, his mental energy was already comparable to that of a soul sovereign level mental type soul master. Yet, despite this impressive level of prowess, he remained just a step away from achieving complete transformation. In the realm of cultivation, balance is essential. Even though Qian Chaoguang was eager to break through, he recognized the necessity of appropriate relaxation. Thus, forging and practicing with his blade became his chosen methods of unwinding. Chapter 16. A Gift, Part 1. Within the small courtyard stood a unique chamber, a forge specially prepared by the old steward for Qian Chaoguang, allowing him to hone his body through smithing at home. For the past 2 years, Hui Yutong had also carved out time in her daily routine to learn the art of forging from him. thereby laying a foundation for her future aspirations of becoming a soul mentor while simultaneously strengthening her physique. However, today, Hui Yutong exhibited an unusual departure from her routine. Instead of practicing at home, she ventured out shortly after lunch. Meanwhile, Qian Chaoguang, bare-chested and robust, was sweating profusely within the forge. His cultivation advancements had hastened his physical development, rendering his physique uncharacteristically mature for a boy of 10. Clang, clang, clang. Forging is an art that requires intellectual engagement. It is not merely the mechanical process it was a millennium ago. Both of Qian Chaoguang's forging mentors had imparted the wisdom that one must perceive the unique structure of each material, adapting the forging techniques accordingly. Only by discerning the current texture characteristics of the metal through each strike and adjusting one's methods could one aspire to be a competent blacksmith. Initially, Qian Chaoguang had not grasped this concept deeply. Thus, aside from his enhanced memory, his exploration of the spiritual forging techniques had stagnated. It was not until he began cultivating the Tongshan technique that, with the elevation of his mental strength, he gradually uncovered a method to perceive the essence of metals. Upon first perceiving the rare metal within, his worldview, which had been meticulously shaped over the past 2 decades, crumbled. He began to harbor doubts about whether the two strikingly similar realms of Blue Star and Douluo continent might exhibit significant discrepancies in their physical laws due to elements and soul power. With this sentiment, he cast aside the blind confidence of a transcender, approaching this peculiar world with a fresh perspective, seeking to comprehend and understand it anew. It was at that moment that he truly discovered the nascent form of the Baiduan technique. After a relentless 20 minutes of tempestuous hammering, the tungsten steel on the forge had transformed into a fine metal ingot. By contemporary measurement standards, this tungsten steel could undoubtedly be classified as a premium Baiduan product. If sold to a blacksmith shop or certain lower-tier soul mentors, it could effortlessly yield a substantial sum of gold soul coins. Yet, something still felt amiss. Qian Chaoguang set down his forging hammer, wiping the sweat from his brow, and activated the extreme ice light, lowering the temperature within the forge somewhat. Beside the forge lay 9 identical tungsten steel ingots, the materials pre-ordered from the blacksmith shop. Following the passing of the old steward, rather than idly awaiting his fate, he relied on sporadically accepting forging orders to generate some income. Having successfully completed the foundational Baiduan technique within a month of practicing the refining spirit method, this technique had already taken shape in this era, albeit missing that final crucial step. Incompetent blacksmiths had merely grazed its edges, while capable soul mentors focused more on the core array inscriptions, discarding it as trivial. Thus, this technique remained undiscovered until millennia later. Now, Qian Chaoguang had grasped this technique ahead of time. By optimizing the arrangement of certain textures through forging without compromising the internal structure of the metal, he could enhance the metal's inherent strength. This was the essence of Baiduan. While Baiduan was relatively straightforward, entering the realm of spiritual forging required the Qian Duan technique to commence. Only upon successfully completing a single Qian Duan would Qian Chaoguang truly transcend the ordinary blacksmith's domain. Attempting to reverse engineer this technique based solely on the scant descriptions in the original text was indeed a formidable challenge. Just as Qian Chaoguang lamented, the bell hanging by the door chimed. A small head peeked inquisitively inside. "Brother, are you busy?" "No, why?" With a nimble leap, Hui Yutong entered the forge, holding a piece of rare metal the size of a human head. "Hee, today is your birthday, so I have a gift for you. Is this azure gold iron?" Having navigated the blacksmithing trade for so long, Qian Chaoguang instantly recognized the nature of the metal in Hui Yutong's hands. This material ranked among the better types of rare metals. A piece of azure gold iron of such size would be valued at least in the tens, if not close to 100 gold soul coins. Aside from the weekly allowance he provided to Hui Yutong, the rest of the household finances were under his control. It was all too clear how this little girl had managed to procure such rare metal. One could only wonder how long she had been saving. Qian Chaoguang let out a helpless sigh. "Have you been sneaking out to engage in illicit activities again? I have warned you countless times about the dangers of such actions." Isn't it your birthday?" Qian Chaoguang had always strictly forbidden her from venturing out to work. She was still quite young, having grown up within the confines of the Duke of White Tiger's estate, and had not yet been exposed to the world outside. He worried that she might fall victim to deceit or abduction, and he feared that she could attract the attention of evil spirit masters. A young girl with a low cultivation level and no backing, possessing a spiritual type martial soul, would be seen as the perfect target by those nefarious individuals. However, how could he truly bring himself to scold Hui Yutong, who had been his companion for so long? Gently, he took the azure gold iron from her hands and affectionately patted her head. "Just this once. There shall be no next time. Yay, you're the best, brother. I'll go prepare a grand feast for you," Hui Yutong exclaimed before disappearing in a flash. That girl, Truly, Qian Chaoguang shook his head, gripping the azure gold iron tightly. As he felt the faint warmth it retained from Hui Yutong, something within him stirred. What if he tried again? The thought sprouted in his mind like wild grass. Impossible to suppress. He expertly stoked the flames, placing the azure gold iron at the nozzle. Moments later, the once pale green surface of the azure gold iron had been heated to a soft blue, indicating that it had reached the appropriate temperature for forging. He secured it on the anvil, adjusted the nozzle, held his breath, and gently swung the forging hammer. Clang! The hammer met the metal with a melodious chime. Clang! 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 A peculiar melody resonated again as the forging process accelerated. This time, Qian Chaoguang seemed to enter a peculiar state. The hammer and metal formed a unique resonance, as if the azure gold iron had come to life, communicating with him. Gradually, the azure gold iron began to shrink, revealing the effects of the hundredfold refinement. Qian Chaoguang lost track of how many times he had struck it. The sounds of his hammering seemed to fade, and before his eyes, the azure gold iron radiated a subtle glow. With each strike, it seemed to breathe in tandem with him, gradually merging their rhythms. His eyes sparkled brighter, and the forging speed quickened. All his strength seemed to coalesce within the pair of forging hammers. The power of his blood and chi surged, rising to the surface with each strike. It was a sensation that defied description, one that could only be truly understood by those who had experienced it. Now, Qian Chaoguang's mind was consumed by a single thought. There is a way. Chapter 17. The Gift, Part 2. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours had slipped by. Hui Yutong, having prepared the meal and waiting for Qian Chaoguang's return, gently opened the door to the forging room. In her perception, Qian Chaoguang seemed to have become one with the azure gold iron, akin to the bond shared between the closest of friends. Without a disturbance, she was acutely aware that absolute concentration was required during the forging process. Hui Yutong quietly closed the door and stood silently behind her brother, observing him intently. 2.5 hours had passed, and for the first time, Qian Chaoguang's complexion shifted from a healthy flush to a pallor. An astonishing feat for someone so rich in vitality. His soul power was simply too low. The scant reserves within him had long been depleted, and for nearly the last hour, he had been relying solely on his physical strength to persevere. His iron will compelled him to grit his teeth and endure. Missing this opportunity might mean he would not touch the threshold of 1,000 forges again for an indeterminate period. A profound intuition whispered to him that success was imminent. Clang, clang, clang. Just as his form was on the verge of collapsing, the piece of azure gold iron trembled at the final strike of the forge hammer. Suddenly, a burst of azure light shattered the confines of the furnace, illuminating the entire forging chamber. Every journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. Qian Chaoguang summoned his last breath, bringing both hammers down simultaneously with a fierce blow upon the azure gold iron. At that moment, the composite metal hammers shattered into a myriad of fragments, disintegrating in midair. The flames dwindled, and the azure glow intensified. Qian Chaoguang swiftly picked up a shard from the ground, and amidst Hui Yutong's startled exclamation, he cut his wrist. A stream of blood gushed forth, landing precisely on the azure gold iron. Brother, what are you doing? Hui Yutong hurriedly rummaged through her storage ring for supplies to tend to his wound. Don't worry. I'm fine. Qian Chaoguang took a deep breath, and the bleeding from his wrist began to subside. The blood that dripped onto the azure gold iron hissed as it evaporated, enveloping the air in a swirling mist. The flames ceased, and the blue light swiftly receded, revealing the true form of the metal. The originally dark azure gold iron now shimmered with a jade-like green hue. Upon its surface lay fine hammer marks, layered like the undulating waves of the ocean. Qian Chaoguang beamed. He had succeeded. An overwhelming wave of weakness washed over him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Hui Yutong quickly rushed over, wrapping his wrist with gauze and medicinal supplies. Brother, what on earth are you doing? Qian Chaoguang forced a smile, using the nearby table for support to stand up. This is the method of spiritual forging I have long pursued. Thanks to you, I have finally succeeded today. Little Tong, look, I have named it Qian Duan metal. He held the azure gold iron in his hand, its touch remarkably smooth. The azure glow melded with his palm, instantly transforming into a deep, ink-like hue. Hui Yutong's eyes widened as 2 yellow soul rings appeared beneath her feet. She gently caressed the surface with her hand. Why do I feel as though it possesses emotions? Qian Chaoguang explained, of course, for it has already birthed a faint spirit. The process of Qian Dui is a profound exchange between the blacksmith and the metal, where, upon reaching its zenith, the emotions involved are elevated, transforming quantitative changes into qualitative ones. Presently, it appears to have produced a peculiar effect, warranting further exploration. The rare metal known as azure gold iron does not feature in the original text. Thus, Qian Chaoguang is unaware of the sublimation effects that may emerge post-Qian Dui. He is only cognizant that the first metal forged through this process, following a blood sacrifice, will yield a commendable special effect, akin to a novice's guaranteed outcome. Listening intently to his brother's animated discourse, Hui Yutong contemplatively gazes at the piece of azure gold iron. Then, amidst Qian Chaoguang's astonished expression, she seizes it and places it on a nearby storage shelf. Regardless of the circumstances, it is time to dine. The sky has already darkened. Bad brother. The meticulously roasted fish I prepared for you has gone cold. It is all my fault, all my fault. Unable to resist her, Qian Chaoguang raises his hands in surrender, bemusedly being ushered out of the forge by Hui Yutong. The fully cooled azure gold iron has transformed into a matte hue, deep and restrained. When Qian Chaoguang holds it in his hand, he perceives an extraordinary sensation, as if it were intrinsically linked to his very being. A subtle smile graces his lips. Completing Qian Dui at the tender age of 10 surely attests to his considerable talent in forging. Although he achieved this feat a year later than Tang Weilin in the original narrative, he had no mentor, relying solely on self-exploration and insight. Had it not been for the exceptionally high quality of spiritual energy cultivated through the Tang Shenju, he might have languished in the process for much longer. As the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. With this initial Qian Dui successfully completed, future endeavors in forging other metals will undoubtedly be far simpler. Qian Chaoguang places the azure gold iron at the mouth of the furnace, caressing it gently, as if touching the face of a beloved. Now, let us see what extraordinary effects you have sublimated. In the ensuing days, Qian Chaoguang became entirely engrossed in forging. With Hui Yutong hearing the rhythmic clinking from the forge daily, the sense of accomplishment from completing his first Qian Dui ignited an unquenchable drive within him. After 5 arduous days, Qian Chaoguang, with great effort, finally transformed the birthday gift bestowed upon him by Hui Yutong into a pair of forging hammers. Visually, these azure gold iron hammers appeared as though sculpted from the finest jade. Upon closer inspection, a faint luminescence flickered within, exuding an otherworldly charm. At this moment, Qian Chaoguang felt he had truly completed his first Qian Dui creation. It began on the iron anvil. A piece of vividly orange-yellow metal had been heated to the optimal forging temperature. Taking a deep breath, Qian Chaoguang firmly grasped the 2 azure gold hammers. The instant the hammer handles met his hands, he felt his soul power and vitality surge forth, establishing a connection with the forging hammers. In his grasp, the hammers noticeably lightened, easily lifted by him. However, he was unprepared for the unforeseen events that transpired as he infused his soul power into the hammers. A cerulean glow enveloped the hammer, forming a luminous membrane around it. Chapter 18, Awakening of the Spirit. He lifted the hammer and gently tapped the metallic surface before him. A resounding chime echoed. What transpired? With no mentor to guide him, he had to rely solely on his own abilities. The mental energy cultivated through the divine communication technique radiated outward under his command, keenly sensing the condition of the metal before him, far clearer than before. Hesitating momentarily, Qian Chaoguang swung the hammer once more, the sound of metal striking metal resonating like raindrops upon banana leaves within the forge. As he continued his labor, it felt as though something within him was awakening. The ice-light martial soul emitted a faint glow from his chest. Had the power of ice diminished? Was it merely a figment of my imagination? Focused on the forging process, Qian Chaoguang had no time to delve into the mysteries of the martial soul. Channeling all his energy into the metal before him. With each strike of the hammer, the metal shrank, and glimmers of light began to appear upon its surface, as if something was about to emerge from within. Simultaneously, he distinctly sensed that the feedback force was becoming more pronounced, the emotions emanating from the metal vibrant and alive, as though a true being were conversing with him. The material being forged was a piece of flame iron, known for its exceptional thermal conductivity and commonly utilized in the crafting of fire-attributed soul tools. Once enveloped in light, the interior of the flame iron erupted with a heat more potent than ever before, nearly melting the iron sheet. A craftsman must hone their tools to excel in their craft. Wielding 2 finely crafted azure-hued hammers, Qian Chaoguang effortlessly entered a state of fusion with the flame iron, resulting in a wondrous amalgamation. In this state, the metal absorbed the emotions and philosophies of the smith, often leading to the creation of exquisite masterpieces. Boom! As the next strike fell, the flame iron emitted an unprecedented brilliance, causing the temperature in the forge to soar sharply. Qian Chaoguang swiftly seized a glass vial filled with blood from his left, hurling it towards the flame iron. The glass shattered upon impact with the metal, scattering shards across the forge. The blood, spilling onto the metal, ignited a fresh wave of heat. Blood sacrifice of the 1,000 forgings, a success. He hurriedly opened the forge's door, unleashing the ice light to cool the atmosphere. If he delayed any longer, the dry furnishings would surely ignite. As the ice light illuminated the forge, Qian Chaoguang astutely noticed something amiss. The chilling power contained within was indeed weaker than before, and the temperature was no longer as low as it had been. This martial soul is truly peculiar. Observing the intensely heated flame iron radiating warmth within the forge, he resolved to set aside thoughts of the martial soul, just as he had in the past. Remarkably, the enhancement effect following the blood sacrifice of the azure iron was noteworthy. With its influence, his current forging endeavor was considerably easier, saving him at least half the toil. Given this, it seemed fitting to name this enhancement effect Awakening of the Spirit. Perhaps, a mere 10,000 years from now, this spirit awakening effect may not be deemed exceptionally remarkable, merely a mid-tier among the finest effects. Yet, in this nascent era, where the art of spiritual forging has only begun to take shape, it stands as a paragon of top-tier effects. The current artisans are not lacking in rare metals, nor in time. What they truly lack is the innovative mindset to elevate their forging techniques. With the acquisition of these azure gold spirit awakening hammers, Qian Chaoguang's subsequent explorations into spiritual forging will undoubtedly become significantly less arduous. For him, this represents the pinnacle of exquisite effects. Upon the fiery iron, the searing orange-red glow has now dimmed, leaving it akin to a splendid piece of red agate, patiently awaiting the skilled hands of a master to sculpt it. One cannot help but ponder the sublimation effect of the fiery iron. The second iteration of Qianzhan's work must not be squandered. 3 days later, on her birthday, Hui Yutong received a dark red barbecue grill, a matching dark red pot, and a set of glistening silver utensils. As she felt the faint connection emanating from these items, Hui Yutong became utterly enamored, unable to part with them. Were this scene to be witnessed by future soul masters, they would undoubtedly gasp in disbelief, lamenting the extravagant waste. Such precious Qianzhan metal, repurposed into culinary tools? Indeed. These two items were crafted from the fiery iron that Qian Chaoguang had forged 3 days prior. Initially, he intended to harness its formidable flame resistance to create protective gear for Hui Yutong's safety. However, to his astonishment, the sublimation effect of the fiery iron post-forging revealed enhancements in flame application and heat resistance. In simpler terms, this material can withstand intense heat without deterioration, exhibiting excellent and uniform thermal conductivity, and under the activation of soul power, it possesses the ability to self-heat and retain warmth, making it an exceptional raw material for culinary implements. After much contemplation, Qian Chaoguang resolved to exploit its strengths further, opting to fashion 2 culinary tools. Coincidentally, Hui Yutong harbors a profound passion for cooking. Thus, a gift tailored to her interests seemed most fitting. Subsequently, he utilized high-quality tianqing steel, forged through 100 iterations, to create over 10 robust knives, assembling them into a complete set. Though he had not used them himself, Hui Yutong assured him of their practicality. In the deep of night, Qian Chaoguang, for the first time in a while, refrained from his usual training, choosing instead to pen something on paper. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a calendar of Douluo, marked with Arabic numerals and Chinese annotations. Both his and Hui Yutong's birthdays fall in January, indicating that just over 12 months remain until the commencement of Shrek Academy. The entire holiday period serves as the enrollment window, closing the night before classes begin. The old steward had once informed him that Shrek enjoys a month-long holiday each January, officially resuming classes on February 1st. Based on this knowledge, Qian Chaoguang procured a universally applicable calendar of the continent, retroactively aligning it with the timeline depicted in the original narrative. According to the story, Hui Yuhao was expected to set off around the 16th or 17th, encountering the Tianming iceworm around noon on the 21st. He rubbed his temples and let out a gentle sigh. The temporal descriptions within the text are largely ambiguous, and reducing the margin of error to within 3 days is already a considerable feat in the ensuing time. He should persist in the arduous practice of the divine technique. Should the dream ice silkworm choose to disregard him, he would be left standing at the periphery of the Stardow forest, resembling a fool as he proclaimed, "With the sun and moon in hand, I pluck the stars. There exists no one like me in this world." In an attempt to attract the attention of Ilix, I hope all proceeds smoothly, for this plan is undeniably foolish. Chapter 19, That Kiss. 11 months later, Shrek City, situated to the north of the Stardow forest, lies in the confluence of the former Douluo Three Kingdoms. This locale is a sacred ground that soul masters across the continent ardently seek, and it is also the home of the continent's premier institution, Shrek Academy. At this moment, the sun blazes high in the sky, having just passed noon. The gentle subtropical climate bestows an eternal spring upon this place. Beneath the shade of a tree outside the city, 2 young individuals, a male and a female, approach. They carry no luggage. The boy is tall and possesses a handsome yet youthful visage, already standing over one 7 meters. He is clad in a sleek black outfit that lends him an air of sharpness. Beside him, the girl is strikingly beautiful. Her long hair, cascading like a waterfall down her shoulders. Her top barely conceals her developing figure, which evokes envy among many women for its nascent grace. However, the most striking feature she possesses is undoubtedly her pair of eyes. Her sparkling gaze resembles a pool of autumn water, seemingly harboring stars within, radiating extraordinary brilliance. The girl turns her head, casting a worried glance at her companion. "Brother, are you truly certain you do not need me to accompany you? The Star Doe forest is fraught with peril. After all, I have attained the strength of the 27th rank." The boy gently embraces her and replies with a smile, "Why? Do you not trust me? Others may be oblivious, but you should know better. Every time we spar, when have you ever bested me? Moreover, when I sought my second spirit ring, I was already effortlessly capable of dealing with century-old spirit beasts." The girl mumbles softly, "Isn't it because your power is simply too monstrous? Your speed is remarkable. How could I, a spirit master of the mental type, compete when you close in on me? I can't even use the white tiger dagger." The boy playfully brushes his fingers against her fair nose, chuckling softly. All right, let us hurry inside. Hold on to the recommendation letter left by Grandpa. With your current spirit power level, Shrek will surely be eager to enroll you. During these days, do not hesitate to spend a little on meals. Treat yourself well. I'll earn back what is spent. I've placed your daily necessities in your ring. Once you enter the dormitory, be sure to tidy up. A blush rises upon the girl's cheeks as she listens to the boy's incessant instructions. In silence, she retrieves a dagger from her storage ring. The dagger measures approximately 1 foot and 2 inches in length, its sheath a deep green, crafted from resilient spirit beast leather. The hilt, 5 inches long, is devoid of extravagant embellishments, yet exudes an air of antiquity. Should a discerning eye be present, they would undoubtedly recognize it as an expensive 5th-grade close combat soul guide. The boy was momentarily taken aback and hesitantly replied, "Xiao Tong, as a spiritual-type soul master, you lack self-defense capabilities. I have heard that Shrek's entrance examination involves practical combat, most likely against soul beasts. I am accustomed to wielding my long knife. You should keep this white tiger dagger for yourself." The girl's tone brooked no refusal, her eyes glimmering with a stubborn determination as she forcefully pressed the dagger into the boy's hand. "If you were truly that confident, you wouldn't have given me the majority of your gold soul coins." After saying this, she rose on her tiptoes and, seizing the moment of embrace, quickly pecked him on the cheek. Before he could react, she had vanished into the throng of people entering the city. The boy stood there for a while, left holding the dagger in his left hand. This little girl, truly. The pair, a boy and a girl, were none other than Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong, who had journeyed from the Star Luo Empire. Hui Yutong had already approached the level of Soul Sovereign, with a formidable soul power of 27, which was indeed overwhelming among the new students at Shrek. If nothing went amiss, the strongest among them, Wang Dong, barely reached level 21. In the past 10 months, Qian Chaoguang had not continued his studies in forging and body refinement, but had instead focused all his efforts on the divine communication technique. He had fervently cultivated his spiritual power, increasing it to the size of a basketball before compressing it into a single point. He continued this cycle of inflating and compressing, repeating the process thrice until an extraordinary transformation occurred. Within the compressed spiritual power, a glimmer of starlight emerged, radiant like a gem. In comparison to ordinary spiritual power, this spark of starlight was akin to the vast difference between fireflies and the bright moon. This level of spiritual power was designated by a specific term in the divine communication technique, pseudo-divine consciousness. Gazing in the direction Hui Yutong had departed, Qian Chaoguang stored the white tiger dagger in his storage bracelet and turned back towards the path he had come from. A decade spent honing a sword was all for this moment. 4 days later, Qian Chaoguang's figure appeared in the southern region of the continent, approximately 70 kilometers from the Star Doe forest, within a grove. In the shaded thicket by the roadside, the gentle sound of a stream could be heard. Less than 200 meters away, a narrow stream about 3 meters wide and 2 feet deep awaited him. This was indeed the place. He exhaled deeply and sat by the stream's edge. After several days of arduous travel, even his robust physique felt overwhelmingly fatigued. He had arrived at his destination a few days ahead of schedule and now needed only to wait for Bei and Tangya. 3 days later, as per his routine, Qian Chaoguang lit a fire by the stream to prepare a meal. The grease from the lamb skewers dripped onto the charcoal, releasing a strong and intoxicating aroma that wafted in the breeze. Though he lacked Hui Yutong's remarkable skills in grilling fish, his experience as a kitchen helper in the school cafeteria allowed him to prepare flavorful skewers that were certainly palatable. After all, in his previous life, he had resided in a culinary paradise, and aside from exceptional talents like Hui Yutong, anything he prepared was a delightful triumph. Given the conditions of the wilderness, He refrained from making braised pork or caramelizing sugar. Listening to the crackling sounds around him, Qian Chaoguang let out a resigned sigh. Bei and Tangya had yet to arrive. Why couldn't that person be a bit more meticulous and clarify the time? Would he be left waiting in vain again today? He absent-mindedly sprinkled a handful of cumin and chili over the skewers that were nearly ready. If added too early, the flames would char them, rendering them bitter. Biting into a piece, the rich juices burst forth in his mouth, and the aromas of cumin, lamb, charcoal, and chili filled his nostrils, offering an exquisite culinary experience. As the old saying goes, there is nothing that a barbecue cannot resolve. If there is, then 2 barbecues will suffice. How delightful! Just then, a girl's voice rang out. Crisp and melodious. Qian Chaoguang's spirits lifted instantly, as he nearly leapt from the stone upon hearing it. After waiting so long, the ones he had been anticipating were finally arriving. He turned to the direction of the voice and saw a boy and a girl walking along the stream towards him. The girl, around 15 or 16, had long black hair tied in a ponytail and was dressed in a light blue athletic outfit. She was fixated on the large handful of skewers in Qian Chaoguang's hand. The boy behind her had short, deep blue hair and exuded an air of elegance. After carefully comparing their appearances with the descriptions from the original text in his mind, Qian Chaoguang confirmed that the newcomers were indeed Tangya and Bei, whom he had been eagerly waiting for. Tangya bounded towards him in leaps, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Little brother, are you selling those skewers? They smell divine. I could smell them from afar. Qian Chaoguang chuckled and handed her half of the skewers, retrieving another handful of raw meat from his storage bracelet to place over the fire. What I'm eating isn't anything precious. If you don't mind, please help yourself. The lamb skewers have chili. Can you handle it, sister? Of course I can. Tangya responded eagerly, her gaze fixed on the skewers as she quickly accepted a handful of lamb skewers and sat down with abandon, consuming them while exhaling warm breaths. Whether it was the heat or the spice, it was unclear. Bei strolled over at that moment, waving a hand in greeting before turning to Tangya. Xiaoya, this little brother hasn't he eaten yet, and you've dived right in. Tangya's eyes widened in surprise, and she retorted playfully, what did you just call me? Bei raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, teacher Xiaoya, is that acceptable? Tangya shot him an exasperated look. That is more like it. You should be mindful of your identity. Qian Chaoguang sat nearby, secretly amused, and offered Bei a few skewers while exchanging a knowing glance that spoke volumes. Care for some? Bei waved his hand with a gentle smile. A gentleman does not take away another's delight. Little brother, you haven't eaten yet. Ah, what is all this fuss? These cook quickly. Just eat one, Qian Chaoguang said as he fanned the flames with a small fan. The wind coaxed the fire, and the vibrant charcoal mixed with the lamb fat, unleashing an even more tantalizing aroma. Before their departure, my sister had marinated the meat in advance, which was kept in the soul guide with ice for refrigeration. When it was time to eat, we could simply roast it over a fire. Ideally, lamb is best when roasted directly, but the quality of this meat was subpar, necessitating the use of some marinade as a cover. Upon hearing this, Bei took a few skewers of meat and settled down beside Tangya. My apologies for the oversight. I have yet to introduce myself. I am Bei, and this is Tangya. May I inquire about your name, young sir? I am Qian Chaoguang. As he roasted the meat, Qian Chaoguang attentively observed Bei and Tangya's movements with his mental power. Their naivety was astonishing. They dared to consume food from a stranger whose intentions were unknown. Were they not wary of any ill will? Nevertheless, it was advantageous for him. Establishing a rapport with the descendant of the dragon god DouluoDalu would undoubtedly aid his future endeavors at the academy. Under Qian Chaoguang's adept handling, a generous number of lamb skewers were swiftly roasted over the blazing fire. The three indulged in the succulent meat, relishing the experience. Soon, a small bucket he had prepared was filled with meat skewers. This is exquisite. I have never tasted such delectable skewers before. Qian Chaoguang, why not become my chef in the future? I will offer you a handsome salary. Tangya exclaimed, reclining on the grass, stretching in satisfaction. Qian Chaoguang chuckled as he tidied up the area, steering the conversation elsewhere. My skills pale in comparison to my sister's. Her roasted fish is truly a masterpiece. A delicacy beyond compare. Tangya's eyes sparkled as she sat up abruptly. Is that true? I must try it if given the chance. Indeed, should our paths cross again, I shall ensure you and brother Bei have the opportunity to savor it, he replied, standing as he gathered the litter into his storage bracelet. I must take my leave. May our fates intertwine again. Bei hastily remarked, young sir, this is a remote area, and we are not far from the Stardow Forest, where spirit beasts roam. Where are you headed? Qian Chaoguang waved his hand mysteriously in farewell, leaving them with a single phrase, I go to grow stronger. After his departure, Tangya and Bei exchanged whispers. Tangya was naturally drawn to Qian Chaoguang's exceptional grilling skills, hoping to invite him to join the Tang Sect. Bei, however, was less optimistic. Noting the silver bracelet he wore, which was of considerable value, coupled with the absence of a travel bag, Bei surmised that it was likely a high-capacity storage soul guide. In truth, Tang Yao had been too engrossed in eating to pay attention to Qian Chaoguang's earlier words. With all these factors considered, Bei believed that Qian Chaoguang likely had a significant background and was also inclined to venture into the Star Do forest to hunt for spirit rings. Despite Bei's analysis, Tang Yao remained steadfast in her belief that Qian Chaoguang was alone, using herself as an example to illustrate her point. Unable to resist Tang Ya's insistence, Bei ultimately resolved to take a brief respite before following along to see if he could assist Qian Chaoguang in repaying the favor of the barbecue. Meanwhile, Qian Chaoguang calculated the pace at which Wei Yuhao traversed in the original narrative, steadily approaching the Star Do forest. Upon encountering a wooden sign indicating that he would soon enter the Star Do forest, situated 50 miles ahead and warning of soul beasts, a weight lifted from his heart. He realized he had not strayed off course. He was indeed following the path described in the original text. As he drew closer to his destination, he reflected on the 10 long years he had awaited this moment. At this juncture, Qian Chaoguang felt a blend of excitement and trepidation. He retrieved a long knife from his storage bracelet and secured it at his back, stepping forward with determined strides. Tianming Iceworm, Iliex, I am coming. The air gradually turned cool, and the distinctive aroma of foliage permeated the forest, seemingly isolating it from the outside world. Without the protection of a guardian, Qian Chaoguang dared not be careless. He drew forth the shimmering long knife, gripping it firmly in his hand. The blade, forged from a rare metal imbued with ice attributes, glimmered with a faint white light, exuding an intimidating sharpness. Even if crafted from ordinary cold iron through intricate forging, it was a remarkable weapon in this age. Suppressing the exhilarating anticipation within, Qian Chaoguang advanced cautiously, expanding his pseudo-divine sense as he prepared to enter the Star Do forest. Suddenly, a swift figure appeared within his perception, akin to something darting past during a moment of distraction. In the next instant, a shadow flickered in the left side of the woods, materializing before him. Within the grasp of his pseudo-divine sense, nothing could elude his sight. He discerned the creature's form. Approximately 1 meter tall, it was covered in tawny fur, with brown eyes. Extraordinarily long arms, sharp claws, and exposed canine teeth, its eyes radiating a fierce glint. Finally, it had arrived. The winged god-slaying baboon, almost succeeding in its hunt. The corners of Qian Chaoguang's mouth could not help but curl upwards as he swung the long knife forward with great force. The winged baboon reacted with astonishing speed, leaping back at an angle while screeching, narrowly escaping the powerful strike. Wounded by the counter, the winged baboon clutched its injured left paw and emitted a low growl toward Qian Chaoguang before leaping once more in his direction. As it leapt high, it forcefully raised its upper body, drumming its fists against its chest with a sound reminiscent of war drums, expelling a burst of white light that hurtled toward Qian Chaoguang. He stood his ground, unwavering, as the power of his blood surged within him, causing the surrounding air to chill instantaneously. A blade, extending to a foot in length, emerged from the tip of his long knife, further elongating the already formidable weapon. Chapter 21, as expected, under the influence of the pseudo-divine consciousness, the swiftly approaching white sphere of light and the menacing winged baboon appeared to slow down. The long blade, accompanied by a chilling beam of light, arced upward, cleaving the air and emitting a crescent-shaped blue glow. The white sphere was bisected by this blue light, transforming into 2 swirling masses of wind element that exploded on either side. The collision between flesh and weapon was predictable. The 1,000-forged long knife, along with the icy radiance it wielded, effortlessly sliced through the leaping winged baboon. Qian Chaoguang skillfully evaded, avoiding the embarrassment of being drenched in blood. A flick of the knife sent the droplets of blood cascading off the blade, leaving no trace behind. Indeed, I had overestimated the creature. It was merely an ordinary winged baboon. After all, even the initially frail Huoguang managed to slay one with a white tiger dagger. How formidable could such a weakling truly be? The mere fact that it had unleashed a skill was a testament to the respect afforded to this legendary supporting character who had nearly committed godslaughter. After all, even the Emperor Tian could not force Huoguang into such a predicament. A faint white glow materialized in the air, gradually coalescing into a white soul ring. The soul ring was not distinctly visible, its brilliance flickering like a distant star. This indicated that the soul ring barely reached a decade in age. Had it arrived a few months earlier, this winged baboon would hardly qualify as a soul beast. The winged baboon was inconsequential. Now, the critical moment had arrived. Qian Chaoguang sat cross-legged, channeling the divine connection technique to its utmost limits, his pseudo-divine consciousness spreading like a tidal wave, enveloping a radius of 1 kilometer around him. Just as he expanded his pseudo-divine consciousness, a white figure emerged within his perception, almost directly before him. Ho ho ho, such formidable mental power. I thought I was still in a stupor, yet it was indeed real. The quality of this mental energy was entirely comparable to my own. At last, I had encountered such a human. Alas, I cannot shed tears, or I would certainly be weeping profusely. At that moment, the ground before him trembled without warning. Fissures appearing 2 meters ahead. The cracks widened into gaping splits, revealing a faint golden-white shimmer emanating from within. A plump, rounded head, measuring 1 meter in diameter, emerged from the crevice, its body extending beyond 7 meters, adorned with 10 golden patterns. The temperature in the air began to drop, giving rise to a delicate white mist. The blade of icy radiance once more enveloped the tip of the knife, pointing towards the heavenly dream ice silkworm. What are you? Ho ho ho. You possess an ice attribute. It seems the heavens are truly favoring me. The voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm resonated once more within Qian Chaoguang's mind, the excitement palpable. Fear not, I shall not harm you. Are you speaking to me? At that moment, Qian Chaoguang commenced his performance, engaging in a delightful exchange with the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The silkworm vigorously nodded its head, elaborating on its plans and boasting of its illustrious past, much of which was mere exaggeration. Qian Chaoguang, meanwhile, unobtrusively showered it with compliments. Who does not relish kind words? Listening to the fervent praises of Qian Chaoguang, who feigned immense admiration, the colossal creature that had slumbered for hundreds of thousands of years, utterly devoid of societal experience, was momentarily elevated to the skies, lost in oblivion regarding its own identity. Oh dear, I truly hold you in the highest esteem. Come, let us swiftly unite. It exclaimed. Rest assured, I shall be gentle, I won't cause you undue pain. Such words. The original character, Huogua, could not comprehend them, yet Qian Chaoguang was fully aware. Sensing the inequity in the brotherly camaraderie, the wheel of fate had rolled right up to his face. Before he could gather his wits, a golden ring upon the Tianming ice silkworm began to pulsate, swiftly encircling Qian Chaoguang's form. Its essence transformed into a stream of white energy, relentlessly surging into Qian Chaoguang's being. You have not fainted? Remarkable physicality. It appears you and I are indeed a perfect match. It cackled, but wait. Where is your sea of consciousness? In Qian Chaoguang's mind, the voice of the Tianming ice silkworm grew increasingly frantic. Without a sea of consciousness, where could its intelligent soul ring reside? Moreover, without such a realm, where could its formidable mental power be stored? Just then, a deep rumble reverberated through the heavens. A broad smile broke across Qian Chaoguang's face, radiating sheer joy as a grayish stream of energy descended, drawn as if by an immense force. In an instant, it slipped silently into his forehead. What dares to compete with me? The Tianming ice silkworm seethed. No, where shall I reside with him? It was both furious and perplexed, seeking to expel the gray stream, while anxiously pondering the absence of Qian Chaoguang's sea of consciousness. With the sun and moon in hand, who in this world can rival me? To think, I still possess a fragment of my soul. It mused. Such a peculiar light. Facing the powerful mental assault of the Tianming ice silkworm, the gray figure remained unaffected. As it simmered with frustration, Qian Chaoguang's voice echoed in its mind. Tianming ice silkworm. I neglected to mention that my cultivation technique is unique. I currently lack a sea of consciousness. The creature was bewildered. No sea of consciousness. How do you even survive? Young man, do not jest with me. Though I have encountered few humans, I am no fool. If you lack a sea of consciousness, whence comes your mental power? You may choose to disbelieve, but if you wish to continue as a soul ring, it would be prudent to assist me in the development of my sea of consciousness. Qian Chaoguang replied, buoyed by the favor of Ilex. Sea of consciousness? What is that? The Tianming ice silkworm was now thoroughly confounded. It sensed something was amiss, realizing it had fallen into a grand trap. Yet, there was no turning back. The moment it infused its essence into Qian Chaoguang, it had sealed its fate. Now is not the time for explanations. Simply follow my lead. If we do not develop the sea of consciousness, we shall both meet our end. Meanwhile, in the external world, Qian Chaoguang sat cross-legged, his hands forming seals before his dantian. With the tongue pressing against the palate, I embraced the essence of unity. The golden body technique, the Qi cultivation technique, and the divine communication technique commenced their rapid operation simultaneously. The powers of mental energy, soul energy, and vital essence begin to surge concurrently. A warm current flows forth from the dantian, erupting from the coccyx, racing along the spine, and directly reaching the back of Qian Chaoguang's head. The vitality is stimulated to its utmost, causing his skin to take on an abnormal shade of red. Chapter 22. The bewildered Tianming ice silkworm. The Tianming ice silkworm, visibly anxious, stammered, "What on earth are you doing? I cannot comprehend your actions. Begin the fusion now, quickly." Qian Chaoguang offered no explanation, merely uttering a swift command in his mind before fully activating the divine communication technique, propelling his pseudo-divine consciousness upward. "How did I end up encountering such an odd human?" The Tianming ice silkworm grumbled in frustration, steeling its resolve to intensify the fusion of its mental essence. The dense white light grew increasingly solid, slowly infusing into Qian Chaoguang's body, while its own form gradually became transparent and diminished in size. The Tianming ice silkworm realized that Qian Chaoguang's previous statements were indeed accurate. If they did not swiftly establish the so-called Sea of Consciousness, they would both face imminent doom. According to the description of the divine communication technique, this was an exceedingly challenging barrier. Any misstep could lead to ruin. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the first level of cultivation, a practitioner must first establish a realm known as the Sea of Consciousness to continue their journey. Only by creating this sea can the subsequent transformation of mental energy find a refuge, preventing catastrophic failure that would render the practitioner a fool. This was precisely the process Qian Chaoguang was undertaking. He maneuvered his pseudo-divine consciousness, carrying the Tianming ice silkworm's vast mental essence, surging upward to the mud pill palace, referred to as the upper dantian. Unlike the traditional soul master cultivation methods, the location of Qian Chaoguang's Sea of Consciousness was naturally distinct from that of conventional soul masters' spiritual seas. The pseudo-divine consciousness shimmered at the pinnacle, effortlessly breaking through the sealed bottleneck, bolstered by the Tianming ice silkworm's abundant source power. Prepare for impact. I must detonate the mental energy after extreme compression. When I do, you must swiftly infuse the essence. Our success hinges on this moment. What? Detonate the mental energy? Are you out of your mind? Qian Chaoguang's sudden declaration startled the Tianming ice silkworm. In its view, mental energy was the essence of life. Detonating it would lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet, it was powerless to object. Before it could voice any further concerns, the pseudo-divine consciousness surged like a throbbing heart, and a violent roar erupted within Qian Chaoguang's mind. Within the mud pill palace, an explosion akin to the birth of the universe occurred, as the compressed mental energy forcefully breached the palace, expanding to an unimaginable extent. This marked the emergence of the nascent Sea of Consciousness. At that moment, a remarkable transformation seemed to occur at the center of his brow. At this moment, the ancestral portal opened, seemingly transforming into a bridge that connected the heavens and the vast ocean of consciousness. Points of light, akin to stars, began to diffuse and scatter throughout, bathing the entire Sea of Consciousness in a gentle golden hue. The pseudo-divine consciousness underwent a metamorphosis, evolving into a genuine divine awareness. The heavenly dream ice silkworm gazed in bewilderment at the unfolding spectacle. It sensed the immense power of this divine consciousness. The Sea of Consciousness stood as a steadfast and eternal barrier, yet it could not comprehend what had transpired. In its understanding, Qian Chaoguang's mental prowess had instantly surpassed its own, evolving to a tangible and qualitative level. For it, this was nothing short of astonishing. As an unprecedented soul beast of 1,000,000 years, it had labored for a century without achieving such a transformation, while at this moment, its chosen host had accomplished it. Don't just stand there. Accelerate the fusion. We've merely taken the first step of a long journey. Our future depends on this moment. Expanding the Sea of Consciousness later will be akin to climbing a mountain. Qian Chaoguang's voice resonated within the nascent ocean of awareness. At some point, Ilex's consciousness also transitioned into the Sea of Consciousness. Both Qian Chaoguang's and Ilex's mental energies were referred to as divine awareness, yet they possessed fundamental differences. The former's divinity stemmed from the spirit itself, relying on inherent strength to elevate the spiritual entity to an exceptionally high level before embarking on cultivation, a process akin to being born in Rome, with subsequent development being primarily one of accumulation, facing minimal obstacles. In contrast, the latter's divinity was that of a deity, deriving enhancements and transformations from the elevation of its life essence, resulting in a significant disparity. It is difficult to ascertain which is superior or inferior. The emergence of divine awareness allowed Qian Chaoguang to execute various audacious maneuvers in the early stages using mental energy. However, the cost was a geometric increase in the difficulty of cultivation, particularly in terms of speed. Nevertheless, Qian Chaoguang had no time to ponder these complexities, for more formidable challenges awaited him. Under the control of the newly born divine awareness, his soul power experienced a violent explosion within his dantian. This explosion did not annihilate his dantian, but shattered all the meridians in his body into minuscule fragments. Qian Chaoguang emitted a primal roar, his visage contorted in agony. Severing all his meridians brought forth a pain that was nearly indescribable. The heavenly dream ice silkworm, in the midst of the fusion process, was rendered motionless. First, the self-detonation of mental energy. Now, the self-detonation of soul power and the complete rupture of meridians. Was this truly a path to self-destruction? Was there still time to escape? The bones and tendons of Qian Chaoguang began to emit a cacophony of cracking sounds, a subtle yet chilling noise that evoked a sense of impending rupture. His body's surface continuously oozed a purplish-red blood, while the shattered remnants of his meridians flowed outward, mingling with the blood. Should someone observe from the sidelines at that moment, they would undoubtedly be astounded by the extraordinary scene before them. Qian Chaoguang had completely transformed into a blood-soaked figure, his garments thoroughly saturated with a purplish-red liquid, which was subsequently frozen into a ghastly shroud by the chilling essence of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The remnants of the life energy from the heavenly dream ice silkworm continually infused into his dantian, replenishing its deficiencies. Within Qian Chaoguang's dantian, a vortex composed of soul power gradually took shape, controlling the previously dispersed soul energy and guiding it into ethereal veins. Indeed, the reconstruction of the meridians marked the commencement of the Qi cultivation technique, elucidating the rapid progress he had previously made. It was not a conventional cultivation, but merely a resource for the reformation of his meridians. At this moment, Qian Chaoguang was too drained to roar, emitting only ragged breaths from his throat. The agony was excruciating. The heavenly dream ice silkworm, newly awakened in the sea of consciousness, exclaimed, "Hey, are you all right? You're not about to kick the bucket, are you? Silence. Accelerate your fusion process." With a painful shout within the sea of consciousness, Qian Chaoguang began to guide the remaining essence of the heavenly dream ice silkworm to merge with himself. The vortex of soul power within his dantian emanated a formidable pull, drawing in the surrounding elemental energy of the world, as well as the last vestiges of strength from the heavenly dream ice silkworm. These energies, which could not be absorbed by Huoguo in the original narrative, found their perfect match in Qian Chaoguang's resilient physique. The immense elemental energy was channeled into his dantian, continuously compressed within the soul power vortex, solidifying into a golden trapezoidal base, resembling pure gold in its resplendence. At the moment the golden base formed, Qian Chaoguang's previously dwindling aura surged dramatically, elevating him to the 13th rank. The crux of the Qi cultivation technique, the Qi Si, was finally established. Chapter 23, A Fortunate Day. Beneath the bloodied shroud enveloping Qian Chaoguang, his exterior had transformed into a lustrous white akin to jade, reminiscent of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Ha 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 ha. Regardless of the circumstances, I am finally liberated. You truly are an extraordinary talent. This life surpasses my previous expectations. To those who sought to consume me, your opportunity has vanished. Laughter echoed as terrifying auras stirred violently in the depths of the Star Do forest, raging in the core area. Just as the voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm faded into silence, a heavy black halo silently appeared around Qian Chaoguang, spiraling around his form before gradually lightening and merging back into him. The luminous white hue slowly retreated, and unable to maintain his meditative posture any longer, Qian Chaoguang toppled towards the earth. The discarded remnants of the heavenly dream ice silkworm fluttered into his embrace, and the earlier fissures had closed. Apart from the bloodied Qian Chaoguang and the dismembered wind baboon, everything else seemed to have returned to normal. Within the sea of consciousness, Qian Chaoguang was conversing with the heavenly dream ice silkworm. So your name is Qian Chaoguang. How peculiar you are. I nearly thought I would perish alongside you. However, one must admit, your post-reformation talent is truly astonishing. The strength of your meridians is now comparable to that of my previously shattered title DouluoDalu. Your body can indeed accommodate the power of a 1,000-year spirit ring. What a miracle. I find myself increasingly confident in my plans. Qian Chaoguang chuckled, flattering me, are you? Have you come to appreciate my prowess? Stick with me, and you can expect an effortless victory. Ascension to godhood, merely possessing a martial soul is sufficient. And do not forget to address me as Brother Tianming. All right, Tianming, I promise to do so next time. Qian Chaoguang retorted, you scoundrel. You weren't this way with me before. What a nuisance. Suddenly, Qian Chaoguang was taken aback by his own words. Why, with his temperament? Was he engaging in banter with Tianming Binkin? This was unthinkable. A surge of alarm coursed through Qian Chaoguang as he listened to Tianming Binkin boast about his past, while pondering the peculiar changes within himself. After merging with Tianming as a spirit ring, it seemed his personality had been influenced. Had he become somewhat foolish? Struggling to rise with the support of his long knife, he realized that this was no safe haven. He was in grave danger without the ability to protect himself. Regrettably, the excruciating pain he had endured had drained his strength. rendering even the slightest movement of his arms a Herculean task. He could only grasp the white tiger dagger gifted to him by Hui Yutong in preparation for any impending threats. Fortunately, he had removed the sheath earlier. As he felt the surging soul power within him, alongside the slumbering Elec, the incessantly chattering Tianming Binkan, and the fusion of the three great pathways in his consciousness, a smile crept across Qian Chaoguang's face. After 10 years of scheming, I have finally succeeded. Compared to the original narrative Huogua, I have acquired much more. The wide and resilient meridians post-Reformation are undoubtedly of the highest caliber, coupled with the foundational base and soul power vortex established in my Dantian. My cultivation speed is bound to reach an extraordinary level. Even if my breakthroughs are several times more arduous than a typical Soul Master S, it is still worthwhile. With such formidable support, I should be able to keep pace with the general rate of cultivation. Even if I lag behind, it matters little, my combat prowess stands firm. Overcoming foes of higher rank is not a daunting challenge for me. The enhancements from the third refinement stage are not particularly conspicuous, but I estimate that, relying solely on my blood vitality and strength, I should be able to contend with a soul sovereign without issue. The outcome of a spar is uncertain, but in a life or death struggle, victory is undoubtedly mine. However, the 4 skills bestowed upon me by Tianming Binkan are somewhat bothersome, as their compatibility with the extreme ice light is indeed lacking. Light sharing, light impact, light interference, and one seemingly useless skill, light mimicry. Let it be. One must be content and find joy in what they have. If necessary, I shall focus on my Ice Emperor martial soul in the future. Just as Qian Chaoguang lay on the ground, diligently practicing the qi refining technique to absorb the elemental forces of heaven and earth to restore his strength, 2 figures approached at an astonishing speed. Could it be Xiaoya and Beibei? Perhaps it is best to feign ignorance. The current circumstances are rather difficult to elucidate, and it is preferable that they fill in the gaps with their imagination. Why has my demeanor suddenly shifted to one of greater buoyancy? How could this robust individual have been so thoroughly vanquished by a single wind baboon? Tangya pinched Qian Chaoguang's arm with some force, casting an inquiring glance at Beibei. Previously, Beibei had already assisted Qian Chaoguang in changing into a fresh set of garments and had attended to his wounds, meticulously peeling away the layers of dried blood from his surface. Furthermore, the severed remains of that wind baboon exhibit a remarkably clean cut, as if it were cleaved with precision, deftly avoiding an abundance of bones, a testament to Qian Chaoguang's exceptional swordsmanship. However, I find myself perplexed. Could it be that he truly ventured forth alone, without a mentor by his side? This seems rather implausible. Tangya huffed in response, asserting, I told you, Brother Chaoguang is akin to me. He must be the last inheritor of some esteemed clan or sect. Do you not see? My judgment was indeed astute. Beibei chuckled helplessly, tacitly conceding to Tangya's assertion. It is a pity, however, that this wind baboon was merely a decade old. Given Chaoguang's displayed swordplay, it is plausible that he could single-handedly slay a century-old soul beast. Tangya shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, Are you foolish? Before absorbing the wind baboon's spirit ring, Brother Chaoguang was nothing more than an ordinary person. Are you suggesting he delved deeper into the Star Doe forest in search of a century-old soul beast? What if a millennium-old beast were to emerge? That would be tantamount to courting death. That does seem reasonable. It was only after Tangya and Beibei had thoroughly engaged in their imaginative deliberations and arrived at a plausible explanation that Qian Chaoguang concluded his awkward conversation with the heavenly dream ice silkworm and pretended to awaken with great theatrics. Brother Chaoguang, you have finally awakened. I was beside myself with worry. Tangya exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Qian Chaoguang open his eyes. The illustrious Chaoguang, channeling his inner actor, feigned confusion before hoarsely uttering, Sister Tangya, Brother Beibei, it appears we are indeed fated to meet. His feigned weakness was not an act. He genuinely felt drained. Chapter 24. Perhaps we should forego discussions of the Tang Sect. Tangya remarked with a grin, You possess quite the audacity, daring to venture alone into the perilous Star Doe forest. Qian Chaoguang pretended to be slightly embarrassed and softly explained, Well, it seems that there were some unforeseen complications, though the outcome remained satisfactory. Indeed, complications did arise. While Qian Chaoguang had anticipated the challenges of his breakthrough, he had not foreseen the extent of the changes his body would undergo. Compared to other soul masters, his experience could be succinctly described in 2 words, courting death. Oh, what? Qian Chaoguang is not an ordinary soul master? Then it is of no concern. As he spoke, the spirals of soul power within Qian Chaoguang's body began to whirl vigorously, the surging energy coursing through his expansive meridians with abandon. A circle of luminous white soul rings ascended from beneath him, enveloping him in a radiant embrace. Simultaneously, the extreme ice-light martial spirit underwent its own transformation. After merging with the heavenly dream ice silkworm, the originally elevated temperature of the extreme ice light grew cold once more, and even in the warmth of the starry forest. Its influence was profoundly evident. Bei and Tang Ye instantly felt a refreshing chill enveloping their surroundings. The ice-blue halo on Qian Chaoguang's chest radiated with an even more brilliant glow, easily visible through his clothing. Was this a light-type martial soul with ice attributes? The usually composed Bei could not help but show a slight change in expression. An ice attribute light-type martial soul? This seemed to defy the very principles of martial souls. How could two such opposing attributes coexist within one? Additionally, why was his martial soul situated on his chest? Could this possibly be a body martial soul? Bei and Tang Ye exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Tang Ye could not restrain her curiosity and asked, Qian Chaoguang, what kind of martial soul do you possess? Why does it appear this way? Qian Chaoguang replied with a naive smile, I am not entirely sure. It has been like this since my awakening. I have given it a name, the Extreme Ice Light. If possible, I wish to study at Shrek Academy. My grandfather always praised Shrek as the finest academy on the continent. I believe they could help me understand what my martial soul is. Your grandfather is still alive? Tang Ye instinctively repeated, but before she could finish her sentence, Bei quickly intervened. Of course, they can. Shrek is the sacred ground for all soul masters. If there is any place that can comprehend your martial soul, it would surely be Shrek. Tang Ye realized her mistake and hastily added, Yes, Shrek is indeed the sacred ground for soul masters. They will certainly resolve your concerns. Then I shall borrow the good words of my elder brother and sister. However, I fear my talent might not meet their standards. Qian Chaoguang managed a strained smile, feigning disappointment. My grandfather told me that Shrek's admission criteria require one to be under 12 years old and possess a rank above level 15. Yet I am only at level 13 at best. Seeing the regret and frustration in his eyes, Tang Ye felt a flicker of joy, signaling to Bei with a glance. The ever-observant Bei immediately understood and inquired, Qian Chaoguang, aside from yourself, who else is in your family? A fleeting change swept across Qian Chaoguang's gaze, a flicker of hatred briefly surfacing. Only my sister and me. Bei continued with a calm demeanor. Is your sister at home alone now? Do you live nearby? No, I sent her to Shrek City ahead of time. Her talent surpasses mine. She will surely be accepted. As he spoke, Qian Chaoguang recalled the subtle actions of Hui Yutong before her departure, allowing an unconfident smile to escape him. If all goes well, she should already be a student at Shrek by now. Tang Ye's enthusiasm grew even more fervent. Since Qian Chaoguang claimed his sister could join Shrek, it indicated she must have already surpassed level 15. If both siblings could be drawn into the Tang sect with this thought, she hastily suggested, Little Chaoguang, why not join our sect? Feigning surprise, Qian Chaoguang asked, a sect? What kind of sect? Is it similar to the body sect? My grandfather once told me that if Shrek were to reject me, I should seek my fortune at the Tang sect on the Heavenly Soul continent, to see if they recognize my peculiar martial spirit. However, they are notoriously elusive, and I am uncertain if I could locate them. Tang Ye nodded earnestly and said, Indeed, that is the kind of sect we are. Our sect was once the foremost on the continent. Joining us would be to your advantage. Furthermore, we possess several unique skills that, once mastered, are exceedingly formidable. And do you not wish to join Shrek Academy? Conveniently, our sect reserves a quota each year for direct admission to Shrek, allowing you to enter as long as you demonstrate sufficient diligence to meet the retention standards. Once the greatest on the continent, he suddenly experienced a moment of clarity and tentatively inquired, Sister Tang Ye, your surname is Tang. Is your sect called the Tang Sect? Founded by the esteemed Elder Tang San? To his astonishment, it appeared that even in this era, there were still those who recognized the illustrious name of the Tang Sect. A millennium had passed, and the once mighty Tang Sect had drastically declined, now reduced to just Tang Ye and Bei. It was surprising to be recognized by a young child. Qian Chaoguang, have you heard of the Tang Sect? Qian Chaoguang nodded earnestly, his expression shifting to one of unwavering determination, tinged with profound regret. Indeed, my ancestors had significant ties with the Tang Sect millennia ago. If Sister Tang Ye and Brother Bei truly belong to the Tang Sect, then I cannot join. Although my family lineage has dwindled to just me, I cannot defy the edicts of my ancestors. Alas, joining the Tang Sect is impossible. It will never happen. If I were to join, I would essentially be acknowledging Tang San as my forebear, which would be tantamount to betraying my own lineage. I cannot allow that. He resolved to fabricate some excuse to dismiss the matter. Tang Ye's expression shifted slightly, and she inquired discreetly, why is that? Do you harbor a grudge against the Tang Sect? No, not at all, he quickly replied. It's merely some historical remnants of bygone disputes. He waved his hand dismissively and began to weave a tale. It's simply a difference in ideology. My ancestor was a master blacksmith a millennium ago. But during a forging exchange with the illustrious Titan, the leader of the Tang Sect's Strength Hall, they clashed in their philosophies, leading to some unpleasantness. Some disciples of the Strength Hall even mocked him. Consequently, in a fit of anger, my ancestor proclaimed that he would challenge Titan 10 years hence in a place known as Gengxin City. He subsequently inscribed a family decree that forbade future generations from joining the Tang Sect unless Titan could surpass him in forging. Chapter 25. Both sides were left in a quandary. However, as the vicissitudes of life unfolded, when my ancestor was ready to showcase his breakthrough in forging for the anticipated duel, he received the unfortunate news that Titan had passed away, and the original founder of the Tang Sect, Tang San, had also vanished. My ancestor thus became the only divine craftsman of his time. Thus, the matter of Li Tong's inability to send a representative to battle remained unresolved. Qian Chaoguang's expression bore a hint of nostalgia, his visage awash with reminiscence. Of course, the ancestral teachings were not strictly binding. The family patriarch had once proclaimed that if a future Tangmen Li Tong master could surpass our Qian clan leader in the art of forging, then the restriction on descendants joining the Tangmen could be lifted. Upon hearing this, both Beibei and Tangya were utterly bewildered. Qian Chaoguang's grandiloquent claims contained a blend of truth and fabrication. While the name undoubtedly belonged to a historical figure, the events themselves were mere fabrications. And even the timelines seemed misaligned. For instance, if the Titan had indeed perished as asserted, that legendary ancestor could not possibly have been the sole divine craftsman of that era. Moreover, what of Tang Hao and Tang San? Even if Tang Sen had ascended, with Tang Retian's formidable soul power of 97 levels during the bloodshed at Jiaoling Pass, he would have been an unrivaled force in the realm of forging at that time. Furthermore, the names Titan and Li Tong were scarcely known even within the Tangmen community back in the day, as the final master of Li Tong had existed over 3,000 years prior, shortly after the emergence of the soul master profession on the Douluo continent. The blacksmithing trade had completely declined. With no one purchasing hidden weapons from the Tangmen, the dissolution of Li Tong became inevitable. Hence, even Tangya had only heard of these names in childhood tales recounted by her parents about a glorious epic millennia ago, and Beibei was equally oblivious. The phrase dead men tell no tales aptly encapsulates this situation. As for why Qian Chaoguang was so certain that the Tongmen's 4 halls had been abolished millennia ago, it was undoubtedly because the sole descendant of the Min clan, Ma Xiaotao, was no longer within the Tangmen. Let us not forget that Ma Hongjun was once the vice master of the Tangmen, while the old white bird was the master of Min Hall and Tang Hao's uncle. If the ties between the two parties had been even slightly closer, such a scenario would have been impossible. After inquiring with Tangya about the Titan and Li Tong, Beibei remarked, "I never expected that your ancestor, Chaoguang, had such ties to our Tangmen." Presently, the Tangmen could hardly muster 4 individuals, let alone forge masters or soul masters, who could possibly compete with Qian Chaoguang in craftsmanship. Li Tong had long since vanished, leaving only Beibei and me, the current master of the Tangmen. After listening to Qian Chaoguang's narrative, Tangya's spirits visibly sank. Qian Chaoguang's demeanor also appeared somewhat subdued. What of our family, if not for me, would also be reduced to but one? Suddenly, Beibei recalled something and asked, "Wait, Chaoguang, you mentioned that your family consists solely of you. But what of the sister you mentioned? She is not my biological sister. I raised her from childhood. After our mother tragically passed away when she was 7, my grandfather adopted her. Does that mean?" "Beibei, I understand your thoughts. My sister is eligible to join the Tangmen." Qian Chaoguang silently rejoiced within, as everything unfolded according to the script he had meticulously crafted. "My sister possesses a martial soul known as the I martial soul, also referred to as the Spirit Eye, with an innate soul power of level 9, primarily focusing on mental prowess. Currently, she is a 27th level control-type battle soul master. If the ancestral records are accurate, she should be exceptionally suited for a particular technique from the Tang Sect, which seems to be called something like purple. I can't quite recall the full name. Is it the Purple Extreme Demon Eye?" Beibei interjected. Qian Chaoguang scrambled to his feet, lightly patting his thigh. Yes, that's it. The Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Sister Tangya, why not let my sister join your Tang Sect? What do you think? By all accounts, I'm practically half a member of the Tang Sect myself. Absolutely. We would welcome her with open arms, Tangya exclaimed, rising in delight. Moreover, the fact that the name Purple Extreme Demon Eye was mentioned only served to reinforce the validity of Qian Chaoguang's earlier claims. With an innate soul power of level 9 and a mental-type martial soul, her talent holds the potential to ascend to the rank of title DouluoDalu, making the Tang Sect fortunate to have discovered such a gem. Additionally, her impressive 27th level soul power is nearly on par with her own. However, Chaoguang, are you truly unable to join the Tang Sect? Qian Chaoguang offered a wry smile. Sister Tangya, Please don't put me in a difficult position. Bei tugged at Tang Ye's sleeve, smiling gently. Little Ye, let us not pressure Chaoguang. He has his own circumstances. Very well, Tang Ye replied, pouting slightly. Bei continued. Although you are not an official member of the Tang Sect and cannot benefit from the exemption from examination, we do have some connections at Shrek Academy. Since your sister will be joining the Tang Sect, we are essentially family now. Rest assured, I will persuade the Academy to grant you an opportunity to take the entrance examination, but whether you can remain will depend on your own capabilities. Really? I cannot express my gratitude enough to Brother Bei and Sister Tang Ye. Qian Chaoguang's face lit up with surprise, his joy palpable. Without Bei's promised assistance, his chances of entering Shrek Academy would be exceedingly slim. Of course, Tang Ye said with a proud smile, returning to her earlier demeanor. You have no idea. Bei is quite the formidable figure at the Academy. Wow, Brother Bei is so impressive. Qian Chaoguang showered him with flattery, while their playful banter made Bei feel somewhat embarrassed. He quickly shifted the topic, inquiring about Qian Chaoguang's health. After confirming that he was in good shape, Bei explained the purpose of their visit to the Stardow Forest. After several exchanges, both parties were exceedingly satisfied, feeling as though they had emerged victorious. The Tang Sect welcomed Hui Yutong as a promising new recruit, thereby expanding their future influence. Meanwhile, Qian Chaoguang secured a qualification for the entrance examination at Shrek, simultaneously ensuring a bright future for Hui Yutong. Acquiring 5 powerful martial techniques without cost is undeniably advantageous, especially since the Purple Extreme Demon Eye can provide an epic enhancement to the Spirit Eye, with both sides benefiting. One might wonder who stands to lose in this arrangement. So it is indeed the Stardow Forest. In the vast expanse of the Starry Forest, one finds oneself stripped of all resources, having lost a premium power bank, a fierce wind baboon capable of challenging deities, and a millennia-old mandala serpent. After much deliberation, the trio resolved to venture deep into the heart of the Starry Forest to hunt for souls on behalf of Tang Ye. During their journey, Bei took the opportunity to enlighten Qian Chaoguang about various enrollment matters pertaining to Shrek Academy, as well as potential examination components. Similar to the assessment for new students, the admission criteria, aside from innate talent, heavily prioritized practical combat experience, which solidified Bei's confidence that Qian Chaoguang would undoubtedly secure his place. Chapter 26, The Deception of Light. As events unfolded, they transpired precisely as Qian Chaoguang had anticipated. Tang Ye swiftly eliminated a wind baboon that attempted a surprise attack. Subsequently discovering the newly spawned millennia-old mandala serpent nearby. Xiaoye, protect Chaoguang, she instructed. With that, Bei summoned the spirit of the blue lightning tyrant dragon and engaged the mandala serpent using various Tang Sect techniques, resulting in a fierce stalemate. Tang Ye anxiously monitored the unfolding battle, fearing for Bei's safety, while Qian Chaoguang observed the conflict, contemplating his 4 soul skills. The first skill, light sharing, appeared to be rather trivial at present. Its effect allowed him to bestow his ice light upon his allies, granting them a fleeting grasp of luminous power. However, it is well known that aside from the Body Sect and Jijuechen, soul masters on the Doa continent are rendered nearly ineffective without the aid of soul skills. Rendering this ability somewhat awkward, it might only prove beneficial if the recipient possessed a light-type martial soul. The second skill, named Light Impact, bore resemblance to Superman's laser vision, enabling him to project beams of light from his eyes to assault adversaries. This skill was rather unremarkable overall, its sole merit being its instantaneous activation. The third skill, Light Interference, which Qian Chaoguang preferred to dub Light Pollution, produced a brilliant burst of light that interfered with the enemy's line of sight, marginally useful, albeit indiscriminate, as it could blind allies as well. The fourth skill, seemingly the least impressive, was called Light Mimicry, beyond shaping light into various forms. Qian Chaoguang was at a loss as to its true utility. He could already transform his ice light into blades without any skills. Perhaps he could claim that the other 3 skills were mere imitations of light mimicry, though that seemed a stretch. With determination, Tang Ye summoned her blue-silver grass, ready to charge into the fray. However, before she could make her move, another acted with greater swiftness. 2 beams of light erupted from Qian Chaoguang's eyes, striking the mandala serpent's vital point in an instant. Upon contact, the ice light carved a breach in its formidable scales, fracturing the armor and exposing the tender flesh beneath. A chilling aura froze the skin beneath the scales, further diminishing its defensive capabilities. The power seemed adequate, and the consumption was reasonable, providing Qian Chaoguang with a sense of psychological reassurance. The speed of the light impact was astonishingly swift, striking with instantaneous precision. The mandala serpent was momentarily bewildered by this preemptive assault. Before the 2 combatants and the serpent could comprehend the situation, Qian Chaoguang unleashed 3 consecutive blasts of light, causing the mandala serpent to emit a hissing cry, with multiple areas of its body frozen in place. As the leader of the Shrek Academy's outer court, Bei quickly seized the opportunity presented by the serpent's momentary disorientation. With a force akin to a thunderous storm, he unleashed the thunderous might and Thunder Dragon Claw, striking decisively at the serpent's vital point. The terrifying electrical surge rendered the serpent unconscious. Renowned for its formidable physique and lightning speed, the millennium-old mandala serpent was, after all, a mere mortal creature, unable to withstand the might of thunder. In a state of thunderous fury, Bei exerted tremendous force, audibly cracking the serpent's bones, as if they would shatter at any moment. Xiaoya, Bei called out sharply. Naturally, Tangya would not let such an opportunity slip by. She soared to the side of the mandala serpent, driving a dagger half a foot long directly into its mouth, thus sealing the fate of this unfortunate creature. As the brilliance of the lightning subsided, the purple soul ring gradually began to form, and Bei exhaled in relief. Seizing the moment, Tangya sat down to absorb the soul ring, while Qian Chaoguang engaged Bei in casual conversation. Brother Bei, is Sister Tangya's martial soul the blue-silver grass? Bei nodded and replied. Millennia ago, our ancestor Tang Sen forged the glory of the Tang Sect with the blue-silver grass martial soul. After his ascension to divinity, the descendants of the Tang Sect have proudly upheld this martial soul in his memory. Unfortunately, it has proven that not everyone can wield the blue-silver grass to its full potential. Since our ancestors' departure, no one has stood atop the continent's pinnacle. Blue-silver grass. I hope Sister Tanya can be as formidable as the leader of the Tang Sect from millennia past. Blue-silver grass. Nonsense. Qian Chaoguang responded with feigned indifference, inwardly cursing while feeling a twinge of sorrow for the descendants of the Tang Sect. The blue-silver grass of Tang San was not merely a common variant. It was the blue-silver emperor, a top-tier plant martial soul. The blue-silver grass was among the weakest of martial souls, nearly unparalleled in its inferiority. Even though Tangya received an epic upgrade in the original narrative, it was merely the dark blue-silver king, still significantly inferior to the blue-silver emperor. Tang San's ascension was likely a means to highlight his humble beginnings and to promote the notion that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters, without ever disclosing the true nature of his martial soul to his descendants. Thus, he unwittingly cursed the Tang Sect for a millennium, all while proclaiming that the descendants would have their own fortunes and that the divine should not meddle in earthly matters. Disgusting. Despicable. You, pure as ice, your elder. Despite this, Xiaoya had always dreamed of reaching the pinnacle of the continent's martial power through the blue-silver grass. Unbeknownst to Bei, Qian Chaoguang was internally lamenting Tang San's legacy, while a smile crept onto his lips. In comparison, you have indeed provided me with a delightful surprise. The instantaneous light attack possesses formidable power and the ability to be unleashed 3 times in succession. If you were to attain my level of mastery, it is likely that you could single-handedly vanquish the mandala serpent. Qian Chaoguang likewise wore a smile and remarked, I was merely curious to test it out, never anticipating it would yield such results. Bei replied earnestly, Chaoguang, do not underestimate yourself. Instantaneous soul skills are quite rare, and those that can be unleashed in succession are even scarcer. Moreover, your martial soul's peculiar icy power significantly weakened the mandala serpent, allowing me to achieve this success. By the way, what is the name of your soul skill? Light impact? Light strike? Does it merely release a beam of light to strike the enemy? Is the consumption substantial? At that moment, Qian Chaoguang intended to lead Bei's understanding of him astray, and the opportunity presented itself perfectly. Brother Bei, my skill is called light mimicry. In essence, it allows me to transform my light martial soul into various forms. Observe, for instance. As he spoke, Qian Chaoguang drew the long blade from his back. The extreme ice light immediately enveloped the blade, extending a blue light blade before its tip. The blade exuded a chilling aura, emanating a sense of danger. Under Bei's astonished gaze, the blue light blade gradually morphed into a blue hammerhead, even detaching from the blade and soaring into the sky. Alternatively, just as before, I could condense the light into a beam and release it from within to strike my opponent. Since it is fundamentally a mimicry of my martial soul, there is no interval between attacks, and I can determine the intensity of my strikes. If my soul power and mental strength are sufficient, I could unleash them continuously. No way. Bei gaped at him in disbelief. Mimicry? I have never encountered such an outrageous skill. Is this truly something that can be derived from the wind baboon? Our Douluo continent has been studying martial souls for millennia, yet in all the texts I have perused, I have never come across anything like yours. It is truly unfathomable. Qian Chaoguang chuckled and countered, isn't that quite normal? After all, Brother Bei, you also do not know why my martial soul is so peculiar, do you? After a prolonged pause, Bei finally managed to utter, what you say does indeed seem quite reasonable. In Chapter 27, Visions of the Card. While Tanya absorbed her soul ring, Qian Chaoguang and Bei Bei delved into the study of his light mimicry. After half an hour of research, he felt he might have underestimated this skill. Theoretically, light mimicry could indeed produce effects similar to that of light impact or even light disruption, albeit at a greater cost of soul power and mental energy, requiring concentration to control, which could be somewhat counterproductive. From Qian Chaoguang's perspective, he preferred to attach extreme ice light to his blade, making swift and forceful strikes more practical. The consumption was lower, the duration longer, and the effect satisfactory. He could cleave through from Huadao to Urshian Bridge without pause. Regarding this extraordinarily bizarre skill, Bei Bei found himself at a loss for words. He pondered deeply, unable to reconcile how the wind baboon could possibly manifest such a skill. Yet, with the evidence before him, he could only attribute it to the peculiarities of the extreme ice light martial soul. The absorption of a millennium soul ring requires a considerable amount of time. Bei Bei scattered some beast-repelling powder he carried with him around their vicinity to guard against any sudden soul beast attacks. Success! Tanya leaped joyfully from the ground and threw herself into Bei Bei's arms, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Thank you, Bei Bei. Bei Bei held her slender form, his smile reflecting a hint of indulgence. I promised you that I would help you realize your dreams, and I shall certainly keep that promise. Tanya, blissfully nestled in Bei Bei's embrace, inadvertently noticed Qian Chaoguang, who was gazing at them with wide, amused eyes. Realizing that there was an unexpected third party, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her and quickly extricated herself from Bei Bei's hold. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a teacher-student romance? A teacher-student romance? Is that all? What's so novel about that? Can it even compare to the legendary tales of Gongba or Hiba? Can it rival the ancestral control of the Tang family? Such an exaggeration. Big sister Tanya, I must admit, I have not witnessed such a thing. I have spent these years diligently cultivating with my sister. Bei Bei awkwardly cleared his throat, eager to shift the topic. Well, since your soul ring has been successfully absorbed, we should depart swiftly. In recent years, incidents in the Stardo forest have become increasingly frequent, and it would be prudent not to linger. As darkness began to envelop the sky, it was evident that the Stardo forest was not a suitable place to spend the night. If the third stage of the Qi refining technique was merely a source of amusement, the current stage had fully embarked upon a path of seriousness. Within the broad and resilient meridians, energy flowed freely like a mighty river, granting Qian Chaoguang a sense of overall ease, accompanied by a gentle warmth radiating throughout his body. Inside his dantian, a golden vortex spun rapidly, resembling a black hole capable of devouring all things in the world, efficiently absorbing the ambient elemental energy. Upon entering the dantian, this misty elemental energy was swiftly refined by the soul power vortex into glistening droplets, which flowed down the pale golden trapezoidal base, solidifying and thickening continuously. Simultaneously, this soul power stimulated the vitality within Qian Chaoguang, refining and enhancing his physical form. The golden body technique had entered its second layer, and his robust, vigorous energy took on a special transformation. When the vitality reached its peak, it could manifest a unique power form known as the blood Qi signal smoke, named for its resemblance to the smoke emitted from a beacon once ignited. This second layer of the golden body technique was thus designated. By guiding the blood Qi signal smoke along the meridians and blood vessels in a specific trajectory, one could even unleash external attacks upon opponents or form a protective barrier around oneself. Therefore, to harness such formidable power, a robust physique is indispensable. As the dark sky gradually transitioned to a deep blue and a hint of white began to emerge on the horizon, Qian Chaoguang's night of cultivation approached its conclusion. The accumulation of several hours had resulted in a barely perceptible rise beneath the base, and once this elevation formed a complete second layer, Qian Chaoguang's cultivation would undergo a significant transformation. According to his estimation, it would take at least until he reached the advanced soul master stage for the second tier of the foundation to fully take shape. There was no urgency in cultivating his mental prowess, as the operation of the Qi refining technique would concurrently activate the divine communication technique. Once the divine communication technique fully entered the realm of consciousness, the envisioned diagram had completely manifested in his mind. Each individual's visualization was distinct. In the center of Qian Chaoguang's sea of consciousness appeared the form of a long blade. Once the envisioned diagram materialized, even if he refrained from actively cultivating, his mental strength would gradually increase at an almost imperceptible pace. With a sigh, Qian Chaoguang slowly concluded his practice, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Bei Bei and Tang had already seized this moment to cultivate the Tang Sect's purple extreme demon eye. Now possessing consciousness, Qian Chaoguang faced the east and noticed a faint trace of purple aura. He attempted to capture a thread of it with his consciousness, allowing a refreshing sensation to flow gently through his eyes, rendering his vision slightly clearer. After refining it, his mental strength experienced a nearly indistinguishable increment. For Qian Chaoguang, who was practicing the divine communication technique, relying on the purple extreme demon eye for mental cultivation was indeed a slow endeavor. His daily practice was merely a fleeting moment, approximately 15 minutes. Without the aid of celestial herbs like the autumn water dew, it would be nearly impossible to reach the vast final realm. Observing the earnest expressions of Tanya and Bei Bei, Qian Chaoguang could not help but entertain a whimsical thought about a certain so-called empire on which the sun never sets on Blue Star. If one could continuously move rapidly as the sun rises, could they not perpetually capture the purple aura, thereby practicing the purple extreme demon eye for 24 hours? Once he achieved his cultivation, he could utilize a flying soul guiding device to experiment with Xiao Tong in this manner. A full 24 hours of uninterrupted practice would equate to over 3 months of training for an ordinary practitioner of the purple extreme demon eye, undoubtedly allowing for a swift increase in proficiency. When Bei Bei and Tanya concluded their practice, the purple hue in Bei Bei's eyes gradually faded. Having gone a day without sleep, he appeared somewhat pale. He patted Qian Chaoguang on the shoulder and said, "Chaoguang, I'll take a break for a bit. Let us head out later." Qian Chaoguang nodded in agreement. "All right, Brother Bei." An hour later, Bei Bei awakened from his practice, fatigue vanishing entirely. At that moment, Qian Chaoguang was diligently seizing the time to cultivate, leaving a wisp of consciousness outside to guard against unforeseen events. A night of training revealed to him that his accumulation of soul power was exceedingly profound, and breaking through to the next level would likely be more challenging than he had previously anticipated. After all, the limitations to his breakthrough were not solely due to his soul power accumulation, but also his mental strength and physical condition. Chapter 28. The plan went awry. Noticing Qian Chaoguang still immersed in his cultivation, Bei Bei seized the opportunity to whisper to Tanya, which they believed to be a covert conversation. The moment Bei Bei opened his eyes, Qian Chaoguang had already half awakened from his practice, eager to hear what they had to say. Following a bout of overly sentimental flirtation, Tanya finally broached the subject at hand. "By the way, do you think younger brother Chaoguang can persevere at the academy? After all, his cultivation level is rather..." Bei Bei cast a fleeting glance in the direction of Qian Chaoguang, lowering his voice to say, were it not for the factor of soul power cultivation, he would undoubtedly be the most dazzling presence among the newcomers. Even without his martial soul, his prowess in swordsmanship and strength would render him unmatched by any ordinary great soul master. Yesterday, while you were asleep, I discreetly sensed his physical state. His surging vitality and extraordinary strength are quite astonishing, almost rivaling that of soul beasts of equal level, making him akin to a humanoid soul beast. Tanya was taken aback and also lowered her voice. "Is it possible that Chaoguang is a transformed soul beast?" Bei Bei chuckled softly and replied, "Teacher Xiaoya, what are you thinking? A soul beast transformed into a human would only carry its primal power. In terms of vitality, it would be no different from a human. Moreover, the martial souls of ferocious beasts are their true forms. If Chaoguang were indeed a soul beast, he certainly wouldn't be an embodiment of light elements." At this point, Tanya couldn't help but laugh. Bei Bei continued to elucidate. "Thus, it is certain that Chaoguang is indeed human. His extraordinary strength can be deemed a remarkable talent. However, I wonder if the grievances he mentioned regarding his ancestors and the founding master of our Tang sect truly hold any truth." Tanya shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "Whether it's true or not is inconsequential. How much worse can our Tang sect be? As long as Chaoguang harbors no ill will towards us, he is like family. Let us not forget, he even recommended his sister to join us. She possesses an innate level 9 martial soul, a treasure even in the body sect. As for his talk of ancestral teachings, I believe there might be some truth to that. After all, the name of the Titan ancestor and the organizational structure of the Tang sect from 4,000 years ago are not even recorded in the academy. If there weren't deep connections, he wouldn't have knowledge of it." "That makes sense," Bei Bei nodded. "It is likely that Chaoguang's family was once a formidable hidden clan. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such a powerful physique and peculiar martial soul. Furthermore, his extraordinary forging skills are quite remarkable. That long sword behind him seems almost alive, which is the only explanation that fits. Fellow wanderers in this world, Chaoguang's background is far more tragic than mine. At least I have witnessed some remnants of the Tang sect's former glory, but he has never even met his parents." Tanya rarely restrained her lively nature, now gazing at Qian Chaoguang with a hint of tenderness. People often empathize with those whose destinies resonate with their own. Listening to the two of them articulately unraveling the intricacies of his background warmed Qian Chaoguang's heart, while simultaneously providing him with a sense of relief. Their thoughts were finally aligning with the direction he had hoped for. Tangya was relatively easy to converse with, but it was mainly Bei Bei who posed a challenge. As the great-grandson of Mu'in, a future member of the Sea God Pavilion, and the companion of the Tang Sect's leader, his identity and influence were indeed substantial. If he were to doubt his own identity and origins, he might have to make a hasty retreat with Hui Yutong, seeking fortune in the body sect. Fortunately, none of this transpired. Once Qian Chaoguang dramatically awoke from his meditation, the trio set off, racing westward with fervor. The journey from the starry forest surrounding Shrek Academy spans approximately 1,000 miles. Under leisurely circumstances, 3 days would suffice to reach the destination. Along the way, Qian Chaoguang's remarkable physical prowess garnered new admiration from Bei Bei and Tangya. Initially, Tangya and Bei Bei were concerned that Qian Chaoguang might struggle to keep pace, so they deliberately increased their speed. However, to their astonishment, Qian Chaoguang showed no inclination to use his soul power. He simply continued to run, surpassing their speed effortlessly. Undeterred, Tangya raised her pace until she reached her own limits. Yet Qian Chaoguang remained unfazed, running with ease and grace. Thus, the trio maintained a speed befitting soul respect level. It was only when Tangya's soul power was nearly depleted and she required a respite that Qian Chaoguang, relying solely on his physical endurance, appeared completely unscathed, hardly breaking a sweat. Chaoguang, how is it that you can run for so long without tiring? Tangya gasped, leaning against a tree trunk, breathless. Qian Chaoguang smiled and replied, my cultivation talent may be lacking, so I have exerted considerable effort on my physical training. Additionally, my work in forging has strengthened my physique beyond that of an average person. It's nothing extraordinary. After saying this, he sat cross-legged, beginning his cultivation while Tangya rested. She merely rolled her eyes and focused on recuperating. In the subsequent days of travel, Bei Bei also shared insights regarding the current state of Shrek Academy and relevant matters. When Qian Chaoguang expressed his desire to become a soul engineer, Tangya exhibited strong disdain for soul tools, deeming them the culprits behind the decline of the Tang Sect. Such a perspective elicited a fervent shake of Qian Chaoguang's head. Did soul tools truly contribute to the Tang Sect's downfall? Perhaps there was a connection, but it was not the crux of the matter. The Tang Sect's stagnation, their blind reverence for the relics left by Tang San a millennium ago, and their failure to innovate were the primary factors leading to their decline. Tangya had just asserted that the ingenuity and design of Tang Sect's hidden weapons surpassed that of soul tools. This assertion was utterly ludicrous. The countless soul engineers of the Sun and Moon Empire, through tireless dedication over thousands of years, had continuously innovated. Could their intricate constructs truly be eclipsed by a mechanical design that had seen no advancement in 10 millennia? This was sheer nonsense. The Tang Sect's top-ranked hidden weapon, the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, could only dispatch an unprepared soul sage or severely injure a soul Dalao without their martial soul manifested. How could it possibly contend with advanced soul tools? Let us not even mention strategic-level 9th-grade soul tools. Even an 8th-grade fixed-installation soul cannon could obliterate the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus effortlessly, and such devices were relatively simple to manufacture. Given Tangya's attitude towards soul tools and her blind trust in hidden weapons, Qian Chaoguang had reason to question certain matters. The Douluo continent, prior to its collision with the Sun and Moon continent, had seen no technological progress over 6 millennia, undoubtedly due to the Tang Sect's interference. An organization that monopolizes technology is especially fearsome. Such occurrences have manifested countless times throughout the vast history of Blue Star. However, regardless of where the people of Blue Star reside, they will soon shatter the shackles that limit technological advancement, striving to seek a brighter tomorrow. Well, except for certain lazy individuals who cannot even be bothered to till the land. Chapter 29. This blade is quite impressive. 3 days later, the trio finally arrived at Shrek City. Shrek Academy is situated in the eastern part of Shrek City, facing the direction of the Stardow Forest. Qian Chaoguang quietly inquired, Brother Bei, is the assessment difficult? Bei Bei readily explained, if my negotiations with the examiner go smoothly, the content of the assessment should not be challenging for you. It may even be considered simple. Qian Chaoguang feigned ignorance. Oh, is the assessment a test of strength? Ha ha, of course not. Tang Yaqing couldn't help but laugh. Our assessments at Shrek Academy are always practical. One of the teachers once stated that any data is pale in comparison to real combat. Real combat does seem rather manageable. Qian Chaoguang murmured softly. Bei Bei affectionately draped his arm around his shoulder and said, let us go. Now we shall see if my reputation holds any weight. The two guided Qian Chaoguang around the crowd, arriving at the eastern gate of the city. After greeting a few second and third-year students, they effortlessly entered Shrek Academy within Shrek City. After proceeding for about 200 meters, several enormous statues obstructed their view. Bei Bei began to introduce the origins of the statues to Qian Chaoguang. To be honest, the statues bore an uncanny resemblance to characters from an anime. Without his introduction, Qian Chaoguang had already recognized each of the 10 figures. Were they not the Golden Iron Triangle and the Shrek 7 monsters? When it comes to knowledge of these figures, Qian Chaoguang considered himself second to none, with no one daring to claim the first position. In his efforts to berate someone in various ways, he had nearly memorized all 4 installments of Douluo Continent. Who could possibly know them better than he, aside from the 7 monsters who had already ascended? Bei Bei continued to elaborate on Shrek Academy as they walked, while Qian Chaoguang gazed at the statue of Tang San at the center, his eyes filled with disdain. The flawless ancestor of the Tang Sect, as envisioned by Tang Yaqing and Bei Bei, was far more complex than their perception suggested. As Bei Bei spoke, Tang Yaqing and Qian Chaoguang listened attentively to his detailed explanations, soon arriving at the assessment area. Brother, before the 3 reached the entrance, a melodious voice rang out. Following this, a white figure leaped into Qian Chaoguang's embrace. I knew you would succeed. Qian Chaoguang smiled broadly, lifting Hui Yutong and spinning her around a few times. Of course, when have I ever deceived you? The two indulged in affectionate banter for a while, until the excited Hui Yutong suddenly realized they had 2 spectators. Quickly jumping down from Qian Chaoguang's arms, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Qian Chaoguang chuckled softly and introduced to Tang Yaqing and Bei Bei, Brother Bei, Sister Tang Yaqing. This is my sister, Hui Yutong, whom I mentioned to you before. Xiao Tong, allow me to introduce you to Bei Bei and Tangya, your esteemed seniors who are about to ascend to the 4th grade. Hui Yutong, feeling a touch of shyness, murmured a greeting. Hello, seniors. Bei Bei remained silent, merely bestowing a refined smile and offering a nod in her direction. In contrast, Tangya exhibited a more exuberant demeanor, stepping forward to grasp Hui Yutong's hand and cheerfully exclaiming, Oh, don't be so formal. You can just call me Xiao Yijia. Hui Yutong's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, casting a helpless glance toward Qian Chaoguang. With his assurances, she gradually relaxed, engaging in quiet conversation with the affable Tangya. Observing the lively exchange between the 2 young women, Bei Bei tossed her head and said, Come on, Chaoguang. I shall escort you to the assessment. All right, I appreciate it, Brother Bei, came the response. Upon meeting the head of the new student assessment, Bei Bei pledged to exchange Tang Min's exemption from entrance examinations for a testing opportunity, presenting the recommendation letter from the city lord that Qian Chaoguang possessed. The official did not impose any difficulties upon them, promptly agreeing and instructing a teacher to lead the 2 to the Beast Fighting Zone for their evaluation. The Beast Fighting Zone is divided into 2 sections. One is the animal enclosure, hidden from the student's view, and the other is the arena in which they now stood. Architecturally, the arena bears a striking resemblance to the ancient Roman Colosseum, a precise replica in every detail. At this moment, the preparation area outside the arena was strikingly empty, with only the 3 of them present. The assessment instructor remarked, You must be Qian Chaoguang? Please wait a moment. We require at least 3 instructors to guide the soul beasts for the safety of the students and to record scores. I have already informed them, and they are on their way. Qian Chaoguang nodded resolutely, a determined expression gracing his features as he unsheathed his long knife from its scabbard on his back, wielding it with slight flourishes. Oh, that knife is quite impressive, the assessment instructor exclaimed involuntarily. This instructor, hailing from the Soul Guidance Department, possessed a degree of expertise in forging and immediately recognized the exceptional quality of the Qian forged long knife. However, I must inform you that weapons are strictly prohibited during the assessment. Their use will be deemed a violation. What? No weapons allowed. Is that really the case? Qian Chaoguang was taken aback and hurriedly explained, Instructor, this is not a soul guidance device, just an ordinary long knife that I forged myself. Is that not permissible? Certainly not, came a deep voice from behind them before the instructor could respond. The speaker was a robust man in his 50s, with a face devoid of wrinkles but crowned with hair as white as steel needles, lending him an air of rugged wisdom. His tall, muscular frame resembled a statue carved from marble, towering at over 2 meters, with broad shoulders and sinewy muscles. Though I have long wished to abolish this absurd rule, those insufferable fellows have consistently opposed it, claiming that soul masters must rely solely on their own abilities, showing no willingness to adapt. Greetings, Vice Dean Qian. Bei Bei and the nearby assessment instructor bowed respectfully upon seeing the robust figure, with a bewildered Qian Chaoguang following suit. Seizing the opportunity, Bei Bei introduced the newcomer to Qian Chaoguang. Vice Dean Qian, Long Shen Luo Mu's disciple, Qian DouluoDalu, the vice president of the Soul Guidance Department? Is he so idle that he has nothing better to do than oversee the new student assessments? This thought was shared not only by Qian Chaoguang, but also by the assessment teachers, who promptly inquired of the dean, Why have you come in person? Chapter 30, a win-win young genius. DouluoDalu chuckled. I only have a few leisurely days throughout the year, and since everyone else is busy and unable to leave, I thought I might as well wander around. It was then that the assessment teacher, who had not anticipated such an outcome, realized that he had inadvertently summoned a significant figure. Young man, that sword of yours is quite impressive, DouluoDalu remarked, waving his hand dismissively. Yet his attention was drawn to the long blade in Qian Chaoguang's hand, echoing the assessment teacher's earlier sentiments. May I take a look? Of course. Qian Chaoguang readily offered the sword. However, it might be somewhat reluctant to be held by you. Oh, reluctant, you say? That's intriguing. DouluoDalu smiled, brushing off Qian Chaoguang's words. As an 8th-level soul engineer, he was exceptionally proficient in forging, and it was the first time he had heard of a sword exhibiting such a sentiment, especially from a child. Really? I have a faint sensation that it seems quite resistant to my grip. DouluoDalu, intrigued, infused the sword with his soul power to test it further. To his surprise, the blade trembled slightly, emanating a chill, as if on the verge of breaking. Alarmed, DouluoDalu quickly returned the sword to Qian Chaoguang. Young man, tell me, how did you achieve this? And what material is this sword forged from? It appears to resemble cold iron, yet its properties seem far superior. DouluoDalu's curiosity was piqued. In his understanding, cold iron was merely a common low-grade rare metal. However, after undergoing the transformative process of forging, cold iron could rival high-grade rare metals, sufficient for crafting the primary core formations required for 5th to 7th level soul-guiding devices. Why not use it then? DouluoDalu instinctively asked. Qian Chaoguang's face flushed as he stammered. It's too expensive. I cannot afford it. Naturally, such materials were sold by weight, at over 100 gold soul coins per gram. Together, Qian Chaoguang and Huiyutong could scarcely afford 30 grams. Over the years, they had primarily relied on high-quality refined metals to earn a meager living. Considering their daily expenses for cultivation and sustenance, managing to save over 3,000 gold soul coins was already quite an achievement. As for selling the forged metals, that was out of the question. He wished to live for a few more years. Cannot afford it? DouluoDalu suddenly realized something, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, Young man, are you implying that you forged this sword yourself? Indeed, Dean. I hail from a once prominent, but now declining hidden family, and I am the last remaining member. My life has been intertwined with my adopted sisters, and we rely solely on forging to scrape by. After enduring countless hardships, I have finally arrived at Shrek Academy, eager to explore the possibility of becoming a soul master. However, my soul power is disappointingly low, merely at the 13th level. It was my brother Bebe who leveraged Tang Sect's quota to secure me a testing opportunity. My cultivation talent is woefully inadequate. My only notable skills lie in raw strength and rudimentary forging techniques. At this moment, Qian Chaoguang, embodying the spirit of an actor, began to weave his subtle persuasion. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Qian Chaoguang inquired, And where is your sister now? She is also at Shrek Academy. My sister possesses far superior cultivation talent and has already reached the 27th level. An instructor overseeing the assessment interjected, unable to restrain himself. 27th level? Is your sister the girl with the eye martial soul, specializing in mental power? Indeed. My sister is named Huiyutong, with innate soul power at the 9th level. Although her forging skills may not surpass mine, she too aspires to become a soul master. Qian Chaoguang appeared elated, eagerly introducing Huiyutong to DouluoDalu. However, before the instructor could respond, he sensed a piercing gaze, imbued with aggression and a hint of malice, directed at him. Who else could it be but DouluoDalu? The innate 9th level soul power of a body martial soul master is a rarity. While others may be oblivious, the teachers at Shrek are certainly aware of such a prodigy. It is a talent as elusive as finding a lantern in the dark. While spirit beasts of the mental type may be scarce in other factions, Shrek's prowess makes them readily available. If such a genius is not courted promptly, what if the martial soul faction snatches her away? Qianduoduo's glare was nearly lethal. The instructor hastily raised his hands. Dean, please allow me to explain. I was unaware of her intentions to become a soul master. You know, we typically allocate classes after the new student assessments. All right. This is not entirely your fault. DouluoDalu waved dismissively, then bent down to regard Qian Chaoguang with warmth. Young man, you wish to use this blade for the assessment, correct? I'll take responsibility and approve it. Let me witness your practical abilities. If you pass the assessment, be sure to bring your sister to our soul guidance department. Qian Chaoguang's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Dean Qian. Not at all. Lu, let us begin swiftly. DouluoDalu cast a knowing glance at the assessment instructor, who immediately understood and jogged towards the entrance of the battle arena. With an 8th level soul master and a super Douluo like him present, There was no need to adhere to the usual guideline of requiring 3 or more instructors. He was sufficient on his own. Bei patted Qian Chaoguang's shoulder firmly, offering an encouraging look. Qian Chaoguang beamed brightly, unsheathing his long knife and stepping into the battle arena. The instant Qian Chaoguang stood firm with his blade in hand, DouluoDalu astutely noted a transformation in his aura. His breath remained unchanged, yet he seemed to morph into a finely honed blade, radiating an unmistakable aura of danger. Young man, I forgot to ask your name. Dean. I am Qian Chaoguang. DouluoDalu's expression grew serious as he stated solemnly, Qian Chaoguang, engaging in combat with soul beasts is no trifling matter. Although it is merely a 10-year soul beast, it can still pose significant danger. Are you prepared? Qian Chaoguang executed a graceful flourish with his blade, lowering his body into a combat stance, hands firmly gripping the weapon, ever ready. Begin. DouluoDalu gestured toward the distance, and the sound of grinding machinery echoed as a colossal iron gate slowly creaked open. From the darkened corridor, the sound of frantic footsteps resonated. Suddenly, a streak of azure light darted from the depths of the cavern, hurtling toward Qian Chaoguang with astonishing speed. A faint smile curled at the corner of Qian Chaoguang's lips as a lustrous white soul ring materialized beneath his feet. The extreme ice light martial spirit coursed through his arms, connecting to the blade, transforming it into a magnificent ice blue hue. Chapter 31. Why didn't you mention this sooner? DouluoDalu furrowed his brow. A 10-year soul ring? What kind of martial spirit does this lad possess? What soul skill is this? Beside him, Bei aptly provided an explanation. Director Qian Chaoguang's martial spirit is known as extreme ice light, and his first soul skill is called light mimicry, which allows him to condense light. However, Bei's words faltered as he and DouluoDalu, both astonished, gazed at the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. DouluoDalu could hardly believe his eyes. What had he just witnessed? Qian Chaoguang, with a mere agile sidestep and a straightforward downward slash, had effortlessly cleaved a 10-year wind wolf in two. The entire sequence was executed with such ease and grace, even skillfully avoiding the splatter of blood. This scenario was far removed from what he had imagined. Typically, the standard for new students was to endure 5 minutes against a 10-year soul beast's assault to pass. Defeating a 10-year soul beast was an accomplishment reserved for the elite. The reason DouluoDalu had not disclosed the testing criteria to Qian Chaoguang was to spare him the burden of failure. He had intended to simply declare a passing score and celebrate. Since Bei was willing to sacrifice the annual Tang Sect quota for Qian Chaoguang, he clearly had no intention of leading his own astray. To aid Qian Chaoguang's chances, DouluoDalu had even arranged for Teacher Lu to select a weaker soul beast. However, witnessing the emergence of the 10-year soul ring and Qian Chaoguang's readiness for combat, both Bei and DouluoDalu gained a newfound appreciation for his strength. No wonder he was so eager to wield his long blade. This was truly formidable. DouluoDalu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixated on Qian Chaoguang in the arena. What he had initially considered a side task had unexpectedly revealed this young man's immense prowess. So what if his first soul ring was 10 years? So what if his cultivation level was slightly lower? With time and effort, as a soul master, this was hardly a concern. His extraordinary strength and superb swordsmanship, combined with his remarkable forging skills, compensated for any shortcomings. DouluoDalu envisioned Qian Chaoguang wielding a melee soul guiding device, triumphantly competing in the Continental Elite Soul Master Academy tournament, forcing foes to flee in terror. DouluoDalu shouted towards the arena while gesturing towards the distance. This time, a formidable 10-year soul beast, the diamond gorilla, emerged. Oh, very well. Qian Chaoguang, believing the assessment was not yet over, obediently sheathed his long knife and raised his fists to confront the beast. If he was not allowed to use his weapon, so be it. Although he had primarily focused on swordsmanship in his past life, he had also dabbled in a few techniques of free combat and boxing. Dispatching the wind wolf with a single strike was merely a basic maneuver. Had DouluoDalu and Bei known that he had once faced a similar situation at the tender age of 6, they would have been utterly astonished. As the two opponents closed the distance to less than 2 meters, Qian Chaoguang instinctively activated the golden body technique, delivering a powerful punch forward. His right fist, infused with the vigor of blood and energy, swelled significantly, and a delicate mist of blood aura emanated from its surface, signifying the emergence of primal vitality. The diamond gorilla roared in fury, pounding its chest and raising its right hand to strike down, attempting to engage Qian Chaoguang in a fistfight. An astonishing scene unfolded in the beast arena. The crisp sound of a fracture echoed in everyone's ears. DouluoDalu swiftly leaped forward, intercepting Qian Chaoguang, who was intent on pursuing the attack. All right, little Guang, you've passed. Do not take its life. What? My goal in the assessment was not to kill it? DouluoDalu, slightly exasperated, tapped him on the head. Of course not. Every soul beast in the arena is incredibly precious. How could you be allowed to slay one so casually? Besides, do you think everyone possesses your extraordinary strength, capable of incapacitating a soul beast of the same level with a single punch? Though it did not use its skills, such feats are not something just anyone can accomplish. The wind wolf and the gorilla's arm won't require me to compensate, will it, esteemed principal? I truly cannot afford it. No need for compensation. The beast arena has its own mortality indicators. At that moment, Bebe approached, wearing a peculiar expression. To shatter the right arm of the diamond gorilla, known for its formidable physique, with a mere punch? You truly possess innate strength. Congratulations, little Guang. You are now one of us at Shrek Academy. Have I passed the assessment? Splendid. Qian Chaoguang feigned overwhelming excitement, exuberantly waving his arm in the air. I am one step closer to becoming a soul master. Qian DuoDalu resumed his previous cheerful demeanor. Do you genuinely wish to become a soul master? Qian Chaoguang nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Principal, of course I do. What about your sister? Qian Chaoguang displayed a naive expression. Yes, 3 years ago, my sister began learning forging from me, and she expressed her desire to become a soul master as well, so she could earn more gold soul coins. I share the same sentiment. A soul master should earn far more than a blacksmith. Ha 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 ha. Earn more gold soul coins? You two little ones are quite pragmatic. Your thoughts are not misplaced. If you can become soul masters, a life of luxury will be well within reach. Before the new student assessment begins in 3 months, be sure to bring your sister to the soul guidance department to see me, and I shall help fulfill both of your dreams of becoming soul masters. If individuals from the martial spirit faction seek your attention, do not engage with them. Dedicate the first 3 months to earnest cultivation, striving to astonish everyone during the newcomer assessment. What is the martial spirit faction, you ask, Director? Qian Chaoguang feigned ignorance. I shall have Bebe elucidate it for you shortly. With that, Qian DuoDalu turned aside, casting a sharp gaze towards Bebe and the newly arrived teacher Lu. Today's assessment results for Xiaoguang must remain a closely guarded secret, known only to the heavens, the earth, you, and me. Bebe, you must not clandestinely report to Xiaozha and Du Weilin. Once Bebe and Qian Chaoguang completed their enrollment procedures, they found Tangya and Hui Yutong by the Sea God Lake, where Hui Yutong had already taken Tangya as her mentor. Tangya presented Hui Yutong with a replica of the Night of the Bright Moon on the 24 bridges, along with several secret techniques from the Tang Sect. To celebrate Qian Chaoguang's successful admission into Shrek Academy, the 4 of them sought a secluded spot outside Shrek City, indulging in a delightful barbecue prepared by Hui Yutong herself. Among the delicacies, the grilled fish, which Qian Chaoguang referred to as a rare treat, left Tangya utterly enamored, leading her to indulge shamelessly. Approaching the dormitory building, Hui Yutong politely greeted Mu'en, who lay sprawled by the roadside. Although Qian Chaoguang was reluctant to associate with him, his years of cultured upbringing instilled in him a sense of respect for teachers and elders, prompting him to return Mu'en's greeting. Mu'en cheerfully scrutinized Hui Yutong and then glanced at Qian Chaoguang, saying, Your dormitory is the 3rd room on the left on the 1st floor. The 4th floor and above are for female students. Boys are strictly prohibited from entering. Any violation will result in immediate expulsion. You 2 young people should refrain from any irrational behavior. Qian Chaoguang lowered his gaze to the dormitory, key numbered 108 in his hand, suddenly rendered speechless. How remarkably coincidental. Chapter 32. A true warrior dares to confront the Sea God Pavilion Master in Black Shrek. I claim she is my sister. Do you believe me? Hui Yutong clutched Qian Chaoguang's sleeve tightly, her face flushed as she lowered her head. Mu'en chuckled. I believe you, I truly do. You believe a tall tale. It is evident you do not. You might as well have the words, I am quietly observing your nonsense written on your face. Never mind. Thank you. Qian Chaoguang, feeling somewhat exasperated, expressed his gratitude to Mu'en and entered the dormitory with Hui Yutong. Such an amusing young couple, intriguing youths. It seems you harbor many secrets. Mu'en murmured quietly, half closing his eyes, appearing drowsy. The structure of the dormitory bore some resemblance to those in universities of the past. Following Mu'en's directions, Qian Chaoguang quickly located his dormitory. Indeed, as described in the original text, the long-sealed room was imbued with an unpleasant odor, and the scant furniture inside was covered with a fine layer of dust. Sweeping, dusting, mopping, thoroughly cleaning, organizing his belongings, making the bed, and cooling the stifling temperature with the chilling light of ice took less than half an hour to complete. I truly wonder how the original character, Huogua, managed to spend an entire hour on such tidying. That seems rather excessive. After tidying up the dormitory, Qian Chaoguang proceeded to complete the official Soul Master registration, receiving a highly coveted gold soul coin. During lunch, he casually inquired about the value of this gold soul coin, discovering that even Hui Yutong, a second-ring soul master, possessed one, as did Bei Bei, a soul zune of considerable wealth, who could hardly be bothered to claim it, as 10 months' worth would merely cover the venue fee for a single match at the Soul Arena. As for the Soul Sect, it had ceased to exist, adhering to the age-old traditions of the Spirit Hall from thousands of years past. To be candid, at the entirety of Shrek Academy, aside from Qian Chaoguang, who meticulously sought every opportunity, and Hui Yutong, who was perpetually in financial straits, along with Jiang Nannan, who remained decidedly impoverished, it was unlikely that many others sought out financial assistance. The foremost requirement to attend Shrek was to possess a personal recommendation letter from a city lord or higher from any of the 4 great empires. Students capable of obtaining such a document hailed from either affluent or noble families. On the way back, Qian Chaoguang silently prayed that his new roommate, arriving in 3 days, would not be the cross-dressing princess whose soul had been diminished by 2/3. He merely wished to engage in diligent cultivation, eventually creating a divine realm to share with Hui Yutong, relishing in eternal life and occasionally traveling through the cosmos. As for Tang Wudong, a troublesome figure in her own right, he hoped she would remain far away. It would be best if he were not placed in the same class. As the teacher Zhou Yi, whose teaching abilities were notably lacking yet who felt exceedingly self-satisfied, should be avoided at all costs. However, Murphy's law suggests that the more one wishes to avoid something, the more likely it is to manifest. When Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong visited the bulletin board the following day to check their class assignments, his name glaringly appeared under Class 1. His gaze shifted to the upper right, where the bold font of the class teacher's name ignited an immediate urge to draw his sword and cleave the bulletin board. New student Class 1 teacher, Zhou Yi. Cursing under his breath, Qian Chaoguang could not restrain his frustration, prompting a look of bewilderment from Hui Yutong. In her recollection, Qian Chaoguang seldom resorted to profanity. Brother, what's wrong? Taking a deep breath, Qian Chaoguang explained patiently. Our class teacher is quite troublesome. I did some digging, and it turns out that last year, 9 out of 10 students in her class were expelled for various inexplicable reasons. Can you believe that? What? 9 out of 10? That is outrageous. Hui Yutong gasped, instinctively covering her mouth in shock. With 10 new classes, each typically consisting of 100 students. And even without considering the subsequent division into 4 larger classes, Zhou Yi had expelled at least 90 students. Why on earth did the academy retain her? Because the proportion of students advancing to the inner academy was high, with nearly a quarter of her class successfully entering, a statistic that ranked among the top in the school. The mere mention of this infuriated Qian Chaoguang further, and he quickly cast a glance to the side, deliberately raising his voice. In my opinion, the higher-ups at Shrek are utterly misguided. What significance does a high percentage of students advancing to the inner academy hold when we disregard the actual numbers? If we only focus on ratios, isn't that a form of deception? Oh, child, why do you deem it deception? Suddenly, a frail voice echoed from a distance. The two turned to see Moon reclining on a chair by the roadside. Old man, the reasoning is quite apparent. A high admission rate, right? That is sheer nonsense. If they expel all the underperforming students, how could the admission rate not soar? Qian Chaoguang was well aware of Moon's status. Yet this did not deter him from expressing his critique, as it was intentional. With a profound understanding of the intricacies of DouluoDalu, he recognized Moon's thoughts and discerned what the old man desired in these twilight years. If we were to evaluate a teacher's merit solely based on admission rates without considering the student population, then allow me to be the homeroom teacher for the new class. I could expel all students except for my sister. And with a 100 admission rate to the inner academy, would I not be recognized as Shrek's premier educator? Which teacher could surpass my statistics? Young man. Your argument is quite cogent and perceptive, Moon responded with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. Unable to contain her curiosity, Hui Yutong interjected, Grandfather, if this teacher Zhou truly acts as my brother suggests, will the academy take action? They will, but only when the opportunity arises. Once people have interacted for a prolonged period, even the simplest matters can become quite complex. As he spoke, Moon cast a meaningful glance at Qian Chaoguang. Beneath the weathered skin of his eyelids lay an indescribable fervor that momentarily halted Qian Chaoguang's breath. In those seemingly murky eyes, he felt as though he comprehended much. Moon had discerned that Qian Chaoguang recognized him and that he was no ordinary individual. Indeed, that is precisely the intention. This performance was meant for him. If he cannot see through my somewhat clumsy act, then I must reassess the intellect of this dragon god Douluo. Qian Chaoguang was convinced that this elderly limit Douluo would pose no threat to him. At present, his only concern was whether Shrek could endure for another 5 centuries. It seemed that this dragon god Douluo had tacitly approved of some of his modest aspirations. That is splendid. The accumulated debris has grown excessively. It is time for a thorough cleansing. The tools are readily available. It merely depends on whether anyone will wield them. There will be, he replied. After a prolonged period of stillness, one must occasionally stir. Opportunity? What opportunity? Why has it suddenly turned into a matter of dusting? Hui Yutong inquired, utterly perplexed and unaware of the cryptic exchange between Moon and Qian Chaoguang. With a knowing glance at Moon, Qian Chaoguang felt reassured. After bowing respectfully to Moon, he took Hui Yutong by the hand and departed. To his astonishment, he had indeed stumbled upon an unexpected gain. With this assurance, he could confidently confront his future homeroom teacher. Of course, the primary aim was to alleviate some of Moon's concerns through this performance. In the original text, the character Moon appears briefly, yet his cunning nature is unmistakable. It remains unclear how Yi Shishui perceives him as dull. In Chapter 33, titled What is Meant to Come Will Come, after walking a few meters, Qian Chaoguang finally spoke. It's nothing. I get along well with the old man. I just like to tease him a bit. By the way, punch me once, right here, with some force. Brother, are you feverish? Why on earth would I hit you? Oh, don't ask. You'll understand when school starts. Just hit me hard, as if we've had a fight. Fine, fine. Change your clothes and come down quickly. We haven't done our routine exercise today. Huh, we still have to exercise today? Can't we take a 2-day break, brother? School is starting soon. Consistency is key in training. I've brought all the equipment here. All right then. As Moon observed the siblings entering their dormitory, a subtle smile graced his lips. He had not misjudged them. They were indeed intriguing young individuals with quick wits, though their acting skills required refinement. It seemed he sensed they possessed considerable knowledge and perhaps even harbored a fondness for Shrek. Perhaps he would wait and see. The treasures that DuoDuo had secretly hidden must surely pertain to him. After concluding her daily morning practice with Hui Yutong sought out Tangya and Bei to study, transforming her internal soul power into Xiantian. As the old saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Yet even the clever bird benefits from an early start, does it not? Since the demise of the old butler, Qian Chaoguang had felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. Dedicating himself to relentless training every day, the swirling soul power rapidly rotated, drawing upon the elemental forces of nature to form a subtle energy vortex that surged towards Qian Chaoguang. The pale golden mist of soul power condensed into glistening droplets that accumulated on the platform, gradually enhancing his cultivation. As his mental strength grew, it harmonized with the blood vitality and innate soul power within him, further refining his already robust physique, forging it like a rare metal. Were someone to possess the ability to see through, they would be astonished to find that approximately 1/7 of Qian Chaoguang's meridians and blood vessels had transformed into a translucent texture, akin to luminescent crystal. What technique are you cultivating? It enables you to train your mental strength, soul power, and even refine your body simultaneously? Goodness, are you perhaps a soul beast? As Qian Chaoguang became engrossed in his training, the voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm echoed suddenly in his mind. Awake? Qian Chaoguang's consciousness amalgamated, manifesting in his sea of consciousness. Before him, apart from the radiant vision, the most prominent figure was the languid heavenly dream ice silkworm. The consciousness of Ilex was still a mass of gray mist, quietly lying in a corner of the sea of consciousness. Indeed, your body is truly extraordinary. The title DouluoDalu I once encountered, who burst from the pressure, could not compare to your level of mental strength and the solidity of your sea of consciousness. Qian Chaoguang replied, stop talking nonsense. This is a legitimate sea of consciousness and mental strength. Although my quantity may be modest, the quality is superb. Do not compare me to that unfortunate fellow. Indeed, there is something I have long wished to express. At that moment, you were truly impressive. Why seek anything less than a formidable title like DouluoDalu? With 9 soul rings fully adorned, how could your million-year soul ring not be overwhelming? Ahem, ahem, ahem. The celestial dream eye silkworm awkwardly coughed a few times, leaving one to ponder how its unique physiology allowed for such a skill. My brother was merely inexperienced back then. He had never interacted with humans before. Who could have known that 9 soul rings would be the limit? It was only after accessing that fellow's memories that I began to discern the nuances. Hence, it all falls to you, my friend. Qian Chaoguang chuckled lightly and remarked, so, what brings you here? Surely it is not merely to extol my virtues. I graciously accept your compliments, but I shall now return to my training. Do not depart just yet. I have business to discuss, the celestial dream eye silkworm hastily replied. With your current physical and mental fortitude, you are now capable of bearing the second martial soul I shall bestow upon you. When will you venture to the extreme north? I assure you, a grand opportunity awaits. The extreme north, Qian Chaoguang contemplated. Perhaps in 11 months, when the academy is on break. I hope to attain the second ring by then and resolve the matter of the soul rings. By the way, you should still be able to handle a 10,000-year ice-type soul beast, correct? Rest assured, I am well acquainted with the extreme north and will protect you when the time comes. Oh, and I nearly forgot. Would you like to merge a few fragments of my primal power now? I had divided it into 10 portions. And you can at least integrate 2. Let us postpone the merging of primal power. I sense something amiss with my martial soul. There are matters I must contemplate first. The celestial dream ice silkworm replied, shifting within the sea of consciousness. Very well, as you wish. I shall rest now. Call upon me if needed. Indeed, sweet dreams. As the white light receded, Qian Chaoguang's consciousness withdrew from the sea of awareness, and he slowly opened his eyes. Let us defer the merging of primal power. Shaking his head, he resumed his training. Since the celestial dream ice silkworm became his soul ring, he felt an unfamiliar aspect had seeped into his personality, as if he had gained a touch of audacity. Were he to revert to his original character, it would have been utterly impossible for him to probe Mu Un's intentions so recklessly at dawn. It was far too precarious. Even if the venture held substantial feasibility, he would not so impulsively gamble with his life. Suddenly, an unsettling thought struck him, causing a cold sweat to cascade down his spine as he inhaled sharply. Could it be that each soul ring he assimilated would impart some of the soul beast's inherent characteristics? If that were the case, it would be truly terrifying. However, if he refrained from attaching soul rings, Qian Chaoguang summoned his yet-to-be-formed second martial soul, and a delicate mist of ice enveloped the air. Was he destined to make ultimate ice his principal martial soul? Wouldn't that negate the advantages of possessing dual martial souls? Rubbing his temples in frustration, he felt a surge of agitation. For now, he could only hope that Shrek would indeed recognize the nature of his martial soul and provide a solution to his predicament. As Qian Chaoguang pondered over his martial spirit, a certain indecisive individual abruptly slapped his thigh in the office. Damn it, in my previous preoccupation with concealing traces, I forgot to inquire about that lad's martial spirit. Was it the extreme ice light? Or perhaps the light mimicry? I must investigate further in the library of the inner courtyard. Just then, a fair-skinned youth with short powder blue hair emerged from the room and paused upon seeing Qian Chaoguang. Although Qian Chaoguang had anticipated this encounter, he could not help but let out a deep sigh. Was he truly unable to escape the convergence of this timeline? Oh wait, perhaps it should be attributed to the schemes of a certain deity? Never mind, what does it matter? Qian Chaoguang could not be bothered to acknowledge the androgynous figure, choosing instead to enter his dormitory without a glance. He dares to ignore me? Wang Dong was astonished and somewhat incredulous, tinged with a hint of indignation at Qian Chaoguang's blatant disregard. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to overlook her. Hey, who permitted you to enter? Qian Chaoguang, indifferent to her outburst, paid her no heed, opening his wardrobe to change clothes. After a morning workout, he was drenched in sweat and needed a shower. You. Wang Dong clearly struggled to accept being ignored yet again, especially as this person commenced changing right before her eyes. Did he truly not regard her at all? Hey, I'm talking to you. Chapter 34. How did matters escalate to this point? Unable to endure the indignity, Wang Dong swiftly stepped forward and seized Qian Chaoguang's wrist. Are you deaf? I'm speaking to you. Let go and scamper off. I don't strike young ladies. Qian Chaoguang, thoroughly irritated, tossed his outer garment into the basin and, clad only in his shorts, made to leave. Who are you calling a young lady? Did I allow you to leave? Wang Dong's face flushed visibly. Whether from embarrassment or anger was uncertain. With his left hand clutching the basin and his right wrist still held by Wang Dong, Qian Chaoguang deduced that she was indeed furious. However, wasn't she inherently female? What was there to be angry about? What? Are you still pretending to be a man? You scoundrel. I shall challenge you to a duel. Wang Dong felt her dignity had been affronted, and 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, quickly emerged beneath her feet, revealing a pair of butterfly wings behind her. With an astonishingly swift motion, her right foot shot upward, aimed directly at Qian Chaoguang's chest. Troublesome. Qian Chaoguang hurled the basin onto the desk, completely disregarding Wang Dong's high kick, as he countered by gripping her wrist. In that moment, a surge of vitality erupted, and he spun Wang Dong around in the center of the dormitory, akin to swatting a fly, before slamming her against the wall of the corridor. The force of the impact was deftly calculated, leaving the wall unscathed. Though Flinder had passed, the spirit of the shrewd merchant lived on. Any damage done at Shrek would incur exorbitant compensation fees. Why must you push me to this extent? Have you nothing better to do? Qian Chaoguang shook his head, intending to carry the basin outside to continue the bath he had been unable to complete earlier. However, just as he stepped forward, a golden light accompanied by a pitch-black hammer came hurtling towards him. Caught off guard, he lost his balance and was lifted off the ground. What the hell? Are you insane? It is well known that a double-occupancy dormitory of merely 10 square meters is hardly spacious. Wang Dong first accelerated using the Goddess of Light's butterfly, then abruptly canceled it, brandishing the Haoyan hammer. He applied a powerful thrust beneath him, combining his own weight into a forceful impact. Consequently, The two were propelled into the air in a rather bizarre manner, soaring out of the dormitory building through the window, landing on the grass. Qian Chaoguang was left dazed and confused. Although he felt no pain, his mind was in a fog. Instinctively, he caught Wang Dong's incoming fist and grasped the hand that held the spinning Haotian hammer, rendering him utterly bewildered. How had events escalated to this point? Did Wang Dong truly need to exert herself so fiercely? And why was she now straddling him? Let go of me. Wang Dong, furious and struggling, shouted, who lost? Qian Chaoguang smirked. You refuse to acknowledge your defeat. Huh? I haven't even unleashed my martial soul, and yet you, a powerful soul master with a dual martial soul, are completely at my mercy. Why the struggle? Just as Wang Dong prepared to retort, a voice, laden with equal parts astonishment and amusement, reached their ears. Youngsters, you certainly play hard. While the academy does not oppose students in relationships, have you considered the impact of your actions in public? Both turned to see Mu In reclining in a chair, wearing an expression of amusement. Onlookers from the dormitory windows had begun to lean out, with several girls emitting excited squeals, perhaps even gasping at Qian Chaoguang's physique. Mu In, ever the meddler, added, the young man has quite the physique. But does this behavior honor your little girlfriend? Oh no, this is bad. Qian Chaoguang suddenly realized he was clad only in large shorts. Furthermore, Wang Dong was perched atop him, and he was gripping her hands, resembling something rather compromising. He hastily shook Wang Dong off and pulled a robe from his storage bracelet, donning it in a rush. This was pure social suicide. Fortunately, with Wang Dong obscuring him, the onlookers upstairs had mostly failed to see his face. Once freed, Wang Dong was also bewildered, her face flushing rapidly, nearly rivaling the color Qian Chaoguang's face turned when he circulated his energy. Silently, he donned the hood of the robe, pulling it down tightly. What in the world was happening? Youngsters, it's quite normal, don't be shy. Our school promotes a very open atmosphere. Mu In gazed at the panicked Qian Chaoguang, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Ha ha ha, this lad is indeed amusing. Qian Chaoguang, disinterested, picked up the unwashed clothes and prepared to leave. Hey, Qian Chaoguang pretended not to hear and continued towards the door. Don't go. Wang Dong grasped his arm again, her eyes red and clearly having just wept. Can we talk? What a bother. Qian Chaoguang muttered under his breath, pulling out a chair with his foot and sitting down, observing Wang Dong's tear-streaked face with no compassion or sympathy in his heart. Of course. Why would I pity you? You just caused me immense embarrassment. To strike a person who had not even seen the martial soul at such close quarters. If I had a weaker constitution, I would have been gravely injured. Had it not been for Hui Yutong's absence, Qian Chaoguang would have ignored this troublesome individual entirely. With the intent of minimizing future complications, he reluctantly said, Speak your mind quickly. How can you be so vulgar? If you're willing to listen, then I shall speak. If not, then hurry up to the 4th floor and stop bothering me. I am a man. A man. All right, you are a man. Now can you get to the point? Don't waste my time. Wang Dong's eyes reddened further, her expression resembling one on the verge of tears. Throughout her life, she had never endured such indignity. Not only had she never been ignored, but no one had ever even given her a displeasing glance. Now, this person before her not only consistently disregarded her, but also wore an expression of profound disdain. If only she were capable of besting him. She would truly like to strike him. Do you truly despise speaking with me so much? Wang Dong inquired, her tone laden with the bitterness of a long-suffering woman. Qian Chaoguang felt a chill run down his spine. Without hesitation, he stood up, intending to leave with the basin. Wait, don't go. I truly have something to discuss. Speak quickly, get to the point, one to you? You prattle on like an old crone. And yet you dare claim to be a man? Chapter 35, tough on the outside, honest in body. In the future, could you refrain from changing clothes in front of me? Qian Chaoguang, with an impassive expression, picked up the basin again, ready to depart. Who indulges you in such a foul habit? Don't go. Wang Dong was on the brink of madness. She had never encountered anyone who so openly disdained her. At the very least, could you not utter a word of rejection? Or do you not have any reason at all? Qian Chaoguang retorted, exasperated. What reason could there possibly be? I am not your father. Why should I indulge you? What benefit do I gain by not changing clothes in front of you? Will you pay me? With that, he turned to leave. Goodness, I truly wish to avoid any semblance of interaction with this insufferable princess. However, unexpectedly, the words spoken in jest resonated profoundly with Wang Dong, prompting her to ponder seriously. Hey, Qian Chaoguang tossed a broom aside. Although Wang Dong was deep in thought, her reflexes were quick, and she caught the broom with ease. But as she realized what she had grasped, her expression changed instantly. You, what do you mean, you? The floor you just dirted is covered in soil. You should clean it yourself. Wang Dong leaped from the bed, incredulously pointing at himself, exclaiming, "You want me to sweep the floor?" Qian Chaoguang cast him a sidelong glance, responding, "What else? Given your demeanor, it seems you possess a touch of obsessive cleanliness, don't you? Perfect. We shall take turns cleaning the dormitory every week. Is that acceptable?" "Impossible," Wang Dong screamed. Was this person deliberately trying to torment her, forcing her to clean? Qian Chaoguang scoffed, "If you wish to clean, then do so. If not, you can leave and apply for a different dormitory. If you want to reside here without contributing, I shall daily toss something foul from the latrine onto your bed. Let's see who truly finds it repugnant. Unlike you, a pampered young lady, I may also appreciate cleanliness, but I lack decorum and am capable of the most despicable acts." Having heard Qian Chaoguang's brazen words, Wang Dong's face turned a shade of green with fury. Just as she was about to retort with a sharp comeback, Qian Chaoguang, with an air of aloofness, remarked, "I wonder who possesses two martial souls yet cannot overpower someone like me who hasn't even activated a martial soul. You have no strength to retaliate." With that, Qian Chaoguang closed his eyes and began to meditate. Wang Dong clenched the broom tightly, her expression shifting repeatedly. Ultimately, perhaps unable to contain her anger, she snapped the broom in half. Qian Chaoguang opened one eye, genuinely surprised, and praised, "Truly, you are a little princess. Wealth does run in your family. I suppose you are unaware of school regulations? A Shrek broom costs 50 gold soul coins. Don't forget to pay the fine." "Ah." Wang Dong was infuriated, her anger reaching its peak as she raised her fist to strike the meditating Qian Chaoguang. "You bastard. I will kill you." Qian Chaoguang had been observing her with his spiritual sense, never truly beginning his meditation. He swiftly knelt on one knee, grasping Wang Dong's incoming fist, and, in a remarkably graceful manner, sent her flying out the window. "Ah, the dormitory's ventilation is indeed a commendable habit. Otherwise, a single window costs 300 gold soul coins." After murmuring this to himself, Qian Chaoguang genuinely entered a state of meditation, leaving a sliver of spiritual awareness on guard externally. With disheveled hair and wielding the Haoyan hammer, Wang Dong charged back in, brimming with murderous intent, swinging the hammer down towards Qian Chaoguang's head. Yet, at the moment the hammer was about to descend, she could not help but retract her blow. Instead, she picked up the broken broom and cursed vehemently, "Damn it! Consider me magnanimous. I won't hold this against you." Simultaneously, she seriously contemplated two matters. First, whether to spend some gold soul coins to ensure Qian Chaoguang adhered to her rules. Second, how much would be appropriate. If Qian Chaoguang were aware of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly agree at once and set a clear price of 10,000 gold soul coins per semester, ideally with several other stipulations. He felt no moral qualms about profiting in this manner, especially since he was currently in dire need of funds. At the very least, before the elite soul master competition across the continent, he needed to devise a way to accumulate or borrow over 100,000 gold soul coins to purchase that coveted ranking carving knife. In the realm of Shrek, one should strive to remain free of debts of gratitude. By the time Qian Chaoguang awoke at noon, Wang Dong had already tidied the room and was now lying on the bed, lost in thought. Absent the urging of Huogua from the original text, Wang Dong revealed himself to be an epitome of laziness, the kind who would not practice unless compelled. Were it not for this lethargy, given the energy concentration of the divine realm, even casual practice would have likely elevated him to the rank of a soul emperor. The current level of his soul power at 21 might very well be a divine gift from Tang San, subsequently absorbing 2 soul rings to reach this level. Upon awakening from his meditation, Qian Chaoguang assessed the time and resolved to take a shower and change his attire before joining Hui Yutong for lunch. Naturally, he began to disrobe within the confines of the room. As for Wang Dong's feelings on the matter, they were of no concern to him. He secretly wished for Wang Dong to vacate, relishing the idea of having a dormitory to himself. Suddenly, Wang Dong sat upright in bed, a flush of embarrassment crossing her face. Why are you changing clothes in here again?" she exclaimed. "What other option do I have? Should I change in your bed?" he retorted playfully. "You scoundrel." Wang Dong hastily cocooned herself in her blanket, panic etched across her features. One could hardly call him a rogue. After all, he was a grown man. "What are you afraid of? You are the one who resembles a little princess and seems displeased by it," he quipped, feigning disdain. Despite knowing that Wang Dong was cross-dressing, he chose to tease her further. "You say you won't look, yet the moment I start changing, you sit up and stare. Who's the real rogue here? I assure you, my orientation is perfectly normal, so do refrain from harassing me. Get lost." "Who would harass you?" Wang Dong retorted, exasperated, burying her head in the blanket in a dramatic display. In the dormitory, a sudden mist of ice began to envelop the space. Yet it was controlled by an unusual force, coalescing into fluid streams that cascaded over Qian Chaoguang's surface and cascaded accurately onto the grass outside. Ever since acquiring divine consciousness, he discovered a formidable control over this formless second martial spirit. At least, conjuring some icy mist for a refreshing cold shower was no challenge. For the following day and more, neither Qian Chaoguang nor Wang Dong acknowledged the other. Indeed, Wang Dong remained oblivious to Qian Chaoguang's name. She feared that speaking would only provoke him further, while Qian Chaoguang hoped she would refrain from interaction until graduation. To Wang Dong's astonishment, Qian Chaoguang dedicated these days to rigorous training, engaging in no unnecessary activities beyond his morning exercises and addressing essential biological needs. Even more surprising to Wang Dong was her inability to sense any aura of power emanating from Qian Chaoguang. Could it be that he had already attained the rank of Soul Sovereign? Was that why she felt nothing? If he were indeed a Soul Sovereign, her defeat would be quite humiliating. After all, she was the proud scion of the Qian sect. How could she possibly lose to such a rascal who had yet to awaken his martial spirit? Moreover, this rogue frequently indulged in playful mischief. Chapter 36. Why won't you let him bathe? Time flies swiftly amidst cultivation, and before long, the day of the official commencement of classes arrived. In the past few days, aside from his training, Qian Chaoguang frequently visited the library in search of information and inquired about various matters, preparing for the upcoming school term. The entrance of the white academic building stood wide open, as new students clad in white uniforms streamed in, each adorned with a small green monster emblem representing Shrek Academy on the left side of their chests. He let his thoughts wander as he effortlessly guided Hui Yutong to the first classroom on the left side of the first floor, securing a prime position in the center of the front row. Soon, Wang Dong arrived. Hui Yutong tugged at Qian Chaoguang's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, that person looks quite handsome, but seems rather unapproachable, acting indifferent to everyone around him, quite arrogant." Qian Chaoguang scoffed, casting a glance at the aloof Wang Dong seated nearby. "She's a bit delusional. Keep your distance from her, she's not a good person." Hui Yutong focused her soul power, her spiritual eyes shimmering slightly as she scrutinized Wang Dong, asking in surprise, "Her? The language of Douluo is distinctly different from Huaxia, and she could discern this from their words. Don't you think she resembles a haughty little princess?" Qian Chaoguang retorted. Hui Yutong stole a few more glances, hastily lowering her head and hiding behind Qian Chaoguang before Wang Dong's gaze could meet hers. "It does seem that way, but wait, brother, I've never actually seen what a princess looks like." "Well, perhaps you'll have the chance someday." "Shoo. Zhou Yi is here." Just as the siblings conversed, an individual entered through the classroom door. It was an elderly woman with thinning hair and a frail appearance. Sensitive as she was, Hui Yutong sensed a formidable mental pressure emanating from the woman's gaze. Upon the arrival of the teacher, the previously boisterous class fell silent, all eyes fixed upon the podium. Zhou Yi's steady gaze swept across the room, and an invisible weight settled upon every student's heart, compelling them to lower their eyes, unwilling to meet her gaze, except for Qian Chaoguang. Zhou Yi paused momentarily, seemingly surprised that a student could maintain such calmness in her presence. However, this did not deter her from her subsequent declarations. "I am Zhou Yi, your homeroom teacher. I cannot ascertain how many of you will journey with me over the next year, but I must inform you that in my class, no mediocrity shall pass my assessments. I aim to cultivate monsters, not fools." Her words elicited a wave of indignation from several students. Hui Yutong stole a glance at the slight smirk tugging at Qian Chaoguang's lips. Those unfamiliar with him might interpret this as a sign of friendliness, but Hui Yutong understood it as disdain, deep-seated disdain. What was it that brother said? "Oh yes, watching a clown perform. Those who have fought since enrollment, please stand." Zhou Yi uttered that familiar phrase, causing an uproar in the class. Who would dare to engage in a fight before even starting school? "Oh wait, I think I heard that 2 new students had a scuffle, even moving from the dormitory to outside." Without uttering a word, Qian Chaoguang stood up with Hui Yutong. Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Qian Chaoguang rise, he too hastily stood up, unwilling to yield. 3. How is this battle to be fought? Wait, why is there a seemingly delicate girl among them? This question lingered in the hearts of all in the class, including Zhou Yi. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and instead feigned authority, declaring, "What a bunch of useless fools. Do you not understand that those who dare not stir up trouble are but mediocrities?" Except for the 3 individuals, everyone else was ordered to run 100 laps around the Shrek Plaza. Failure to complete the task would result in expulsion. Naturally, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Long before Zhou Yi's scornful remarks, discontent had simmered among the students, and, as expected, a rebel dared to stand up. Yet, this defiance proved futile, as Zhou Yi exerted her sole emperor strength to compel the entire class to comply. As the others rushed out in a frenzy, only 4 remained in the classroom. Zhou Yi's expression softened slightly as she beckoned to the 3. "Indeed, there are still a few spirited children among you. Now, tell me, who were you fighting?" And what was the reason behind it? Qian Chaoguang pointed to the still-dazed Hui Yutong, stating, "She is my sister. Ever since our martial spirits awakened, we have trained and sparred together daily," which could also be described as fighting. Siblings? Training? Sparring? Zhou Yi seemed genuinely intrigued, responding, "That is a commendable habit. It fosters mutual progress, so do continue." "I thought so as well. Xiaodong, you may go and start running now. Do not waste time here." "Huh? We have to run even after fighting?" Hui Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Yi, contemplatively glancing at Qian Chaoguang, remarked, "Of course, you are a collective." "Oh, very well." Hui Yutong, without further ado, turned and exited. "You are quite clever. You flatter me. I merely raised my sister amidst the trials of society and have a knack for gathering information while possessing a modicum of social awareness." "A modicum?" Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. With her emotional intelligence, she completely failed to grasp that Qian Chaoguang was subtly insulting her. "Never mind. But why do you not go down yourself?" Qian Chaoguang shrugged and pointed to Wang Dong. "Because he fought with me as well." "Oh, and what was the reason for your quarrel? Was it also a spar?" Zhou Yi's expression froze in astonishment, her facade amusingly unconvincing, and Qian Chaoguang nearly burst into laughter. She turned to Wang Dong, instinctively asking, "Why did you stop him from bathing?" "I did not," Wang Dong exclaimed, his face flushed as he raised his voice. Yes. It was him first. All right. I am too lazy to inquire about the reasons for your conflict." Zhou Yi waved her hand, a grimace more pitiful than a frown gracing her face, as if her aged visage were somewhat ill-fitting, twitching slightly. "Fighting can be beneficial, but I do not particularly enjoy seeing my students bickering amongst themselves." Listening to her verbose monologue akin to that in the original text, Qian Chaoguang simply immersed himself in cultivating the qi refinement technique, until Zhou Yi finally finished her lengthy discourse, and after a few exchanges with Wang Dong, Qian Chaoguang paused his training. Chapter 37, Taking the First Step Against Tyranny. "I dashed forward, while you can linger here." After casting a remark, he turned and exited the room, leaving Wang Dong bewildered. Once Qian Chaoguang departed, Wang Dong stomped his feet in frustration and hurried after him. "You scoundrel! Wait for me." The only notable locations were the freshman teaching building and the Shrek Square. Compared to the playgrounds of Blue Star, running here was indeed an unwise choice. A lap measured 300 meters, all paved with granite, and in an era devoid of running shoes, it posed a considerable challenge to the developing knees of the youth. After Qian Chaoguang and Wang Dong joined the running line, no one expressed schadenfreude. Zhou Yi's chattering lasted longer than in the original text. The current class of students was exerting themselves to the utmost, reluctant to expend any extra energy. Upon reaching the square, Qian Chaoguang remained silent, suddenly sprinting at a speed that astonished Wang Dong, who had just arrived. For Qian Chaoguang, 30,000 meters was a mere trifle, hardly qualifying as a warm-up. Not only Wang Dong and the other students, but even Zhou Yi was taken aback. Qian Chaoguang was overtaking others at an astonishing pace, lapping them with ease. Showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever, Wang Dong had to unleash his martial spirit just to keep up with his speed. Within a mere 10 minutes, Qian Chaoguang and the exhausted Wang Dong caught up to the leading group, at which point Qian Chaoguang gradually reduced his speed to match that of Hui Yutong, who was in first place. "Are you a monster? You're running faster than me without using your martial spirit?" Wang Dong gasped for breath, struggling to catch his breath. Qian Chaoguang ignored him, pulling Hui Yutong to gradually accelerate. Hui Yutong glanced at her brother in surprise and explained, "We have been exercising every morning since we were 3 years old. For my brother, this is nothing, and even I can manage it easily." "You've been training every day since you were 3? You siblings are indeed extraordinary." Although Wang Dong felt indignation, a slight comfort filled his heart. "By the way, may I ask what level your brother is at now?" "Huh, I'm not sure." Hui Yutong was about to say he was at level 13, but quickly changed her mind upon seeing the look in Qian Chaoguang's eyes. "You lost to me without using your martial spirit, and it was a crushing defeat." "Scoundrel, that was my oversight." Frustrated, the time passed swiftly. As the laps increased, the students' breathing became increasingly labored. At this moment, the disparity in physical fitness and cultivation was vividly apparent. Except for Qian Chaoguang, who had not broken a sweat and felt as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll. More than half the time had elapsed when Zhou Yi's voice suddenly resonated in the ears of every student. "Accelerate, with my position as the finish line." As she spoke, Wang Dong suddenly accelerated, zipping past her with a swift whoosh, becoming the first to complete 100 laps. Following closely were Hui Yutong and Qian Chaoguang. The lead that the three of them had over the others was insurmountable. Wang Dong, hands on his hips and panting heavily, exclaimed to Qian Chaoguang, "I won." Qian Chaoguang's expression remained remarkably placid as he strolled alongside Hui Yutong at a leisurely pace. It was advisable to walk a bit and rest. as collapsing onto the ground or guzzling water immediately post-run could inflict harm on both cardiac and renal functions. "Oh, you won. That's impressive, congratulations," he responded in a rather unremarkable tone, nearly deflating Wang Dong's exhilaration as if struck against soft cotton. Without acknowledging him further, Qian Chaoguang continued his leisurely walk with Hui Yutong. With half an hour remaining until the end of the session, Qian Chaoguang appeared in the area where the other students were sprawled out. He addressed them: "Cheng Cheng, Xiao Jianrao, Tang Dao, Shangwan Qintian, Lin Ziyu, Zhuge Yun, Tai Long, Tang Ling, Yin Xiaopiao. I suggest you all get up immediately and complete the laps you haven't finished." The group stared at this stranger who had casually called out their names, bewildered. Surely, this must be their first encounter. How could he possibly know their names? The answer lay in Qian Chaoguang having read the original work and glanced at the roster beforehand, which contained brief sketches and descriptions of appearances. With his remarkable memory, it was a mere matter of a fleeting glance. One tall youth scoffed, who said, "I haven't finished. I've completed all 100 laps. Besides, whether I've finished or not is none of your business." Qian Chaoguang remained unfazed, directly sending his voice into each person's ear through his mental prowess while synchronizing his lip movements. "Whether you've finished or not does not concern me. But I can sense that this teacher, Zhou Yi, is quite displeased, and I intend to share that sentiment. I trust that you also find her discomforting, correct? Prior to the semester, I conducted thorough research. She delights in expelling students, claiming it to be her teaching philosophy, akin to raising poison. Therefore, as long as no one is expelled, her displeasure will persist. Do not doubt the veracity of my words. Failing to finish will undoubtedly result in expulsion. Do you believe you possess the strength to cheat in front of a Soul Emperor?" With that, Qian Chaoguang took Hui Yutong and departed. Were it not for the desire to provoke Zhou Yi, he would have had no interest in whether the others faced expulsion. The 9 students exchanged worried glances. Sensing each other's anxiety, one girl, trembling, suggested, "Should we just run?" "What if?" "I think so too. Better safe than sorry. We haven't got that many laps left anyway. It's not worth the risk," another chimed in. "Shall we go?" They clamored, rising to rejoin the running group. Only Tai Long, who had previously been so vocal, wore a look of disdain. "You all go ahead. I've already finished." Time trickled by, and in the final 5 minutes, all the students had completed their 100 laps within the allotted time, standing loosely on the Shrek Square. Zhou Yi turned to the students, her expression devoid of emotion, and calmly stated, "Tai Long, step forward." Tai Long sauntered out with an air of nonchalance. "You may take your leave. From this moment forth, you are no longer a student of Shrek Academy." A wave of astonishment swept through the students, particularly among the 8 who had just been cautioned by Qian Chaoguang, their faces betraying sheer disbelief. Could it be that Zhou Yi would indeed expel a student for failing to complete their run? After a few moments of confrontation, Tai Long, visibly disgruntled, departed, likely intending to lodge a complaint with the academic office. Who could accept such an expulsion over a trivial matter? Yet, seeking redress at the office would be akin to kneeling before the judge and questioning their authority. Chapter 38. Zhou Yi's discontent. Zhou Yi's husband, Fan Yu, was a figure of considerable influence within the Soul Engineering Department, second only to Qian DouluoDalu. Were it not for his backing, even Zhou Yi, a soul sage, would have faced expulsion. Bei Bei was indeed blinded by ignorance to consider her a commendable teacher. Once Tai Long had left, Zhou Yi seized the opportunity to assert her authority, expounding upon her regulations. In Qian Chaoguang's view, this was nothing short of utter nonsense. While he too disapproved of Tai Long's deceitful antics, he held an even greater disdain for Zhou Yi's approach. Is it not the responsibility of a homeroom teacher to correct the misdeeds of a student of dubious character? What, then, constitutes a teacher? A teacher is one who imparts knowledge and elucidates doubts. No one is born wise. Who among us is free from confusion? A teacher's role transcends mere knowledge dissemination. It encompasses instilling in students the virtues of integrity and the proactive pursuit of learning. This is the essence of what an academy and its educators ought to represent. Ironically, students enroll in an institution to acquire both moral and intellectual guidance, only to be expelled without any instruction imparted. What purpose does a teacher serve in such a scenario? No human is infallible. Who is without fault? The responsibility of an academy and its instructors is to guide errant students back onto the righteous path. If a student strays and you dismiss them without a second glance, how can you claim to be worthy of the title teacher, regardless of strength or theoretical correctness? One who acts thus is unworthy of the honor of teaching. In a certain light, Zhou Yi's pedagogical abilities and philosophies pale in comparison to those of Flander. At least Flander had the awareness to manage Ning Rongrong's entitlement and Oscar's laziness, whereas Zhou Yi, merely a sole emperor, lacks the qualifications to act so self-importantly. At the podium, Zhou Yi surveyed her students, her gaze sweeping over the 8 who had narrowly escaped expulsion before settling on Qian Chaoguang. Cheng Cheng, Qiu Jianrao, Tang Dao, Shangwan Qintian, Lin Ziyu, Zhuge Yun, Tang Ling, Yun Xiaopiao. You should express your gratitude to Qian Chaoguang. His benevolence has saved you. The 8 students were overwhelmed with gratitude, their eyes reflecting a newfound appreciation for Qian Chaoguang. With Tai Long as a glaring example, even the most oblivious among them recognized how Qian Chaoguang had significantly aided them, arguably salvaging their futures. Being expelled from Shrek Academy is, in the Douluo continent, nearly an indelible stain on one's life. No one desires such treatment. As fellow classmates under the same roof, we are now part of a collective, and mutual assistance is to be expected. Qian Chaoguang's seemingly casual remarks subtly intertwined with insinuations meant to sow discord. Everyone has exerted tremendous effort, and some students have even depleted their family fortunes to attend Shrek Academy. Now, as we gather together as classmates, this is a serendipitous encounter. I cannot bear to see anyone harbor regrets in the future due to trivial mistakes, or worse, squander their entire lives. The atmosphere in the room, once taut, has begun to ease. Some students, deep in thought, cast glances at Zhou Yi that reveal not only fear, but also a deeply buried dissatisfaction. Indeed, we have toiled greatly to gain admission to Shrek. How can you simply dismiss it? Which school rule permits this? Zhou Yi furrowed her brow, as this was not the effect she desired. With Qian Chaoguang's abrupt interjection, the sense of dread towards Zhou Yi among the newcomers rapidly diminished. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Wang Dong lingered hesitantly, reluctant to enter. Qian Chaoguang seized the collar of his shirt, dragging him aside as one would a chick. What are you doing? Wang Dong flailed in the air, but being significantly shorter than Qian Chaoguang, he was unable to touch the ground. If you're not coming in, don't block the way. With that, Qian Chaoguang left an indignant Wang Dong behind and began to undress in the dormitory. You scoundrel! I will eventually defeat you and make you adhere to my rules. I'm waiting for that. If you don't come in, just close the door. Close it then. Why are you exerting so much force? You've nearly broken the door. It'll cost 500 gold soul coins for the damage. Remember to pay the fine after class. Qian Chaoguang, I curse you. Then go ahead, as long as you possess that capability. I won't mind if you dig him up from the grave. I challenge you to a duel. Wang Dong cried out in despair from outside, his sharp voice piercing through several nearby rooms. With this outburst, classmates in the hallway peeked out to observe. Under the gaze of dozens of bare-chested boys, some still in their underpants, Wang Dong unleashed his martial soul, shouting in anger, "What are you staring at? If you keep looking, I'll gouge out your eyes. Hurry and change your clothes, or you'll be late for class and face expulsion." 10 minutes later, all 99 new students of Class 1 were seated in the classroom. As they looked at the empty seat, some expressed fear, others gratitude, and still others resentment. No one wished to attend class under such a neurotic teacher. Who knows what flimsy excuse might lead to expulsion? As the quarter-hour mark approached, Zhou Yi arrived punctually in the classroom. Noticing that all 99 students were present, she nodded. We shall now commence the lesson. Your performance in the earlier test has largely satisfied me. The vast majority completed the running assessment successfully. However, one student has astonished me. Qian Chaoguang, stand up. Qian Chaoguang rose, standing prominently in the center of the front row. State your soul power level. Level 13. The hissing murmurs filled the air. One might think they had entered a snake den. Everyone had been watching. Qian Chaoguang, who arrived more than 20 minutes late without even activating his martial soul, had quickly caught up with the laps and even helped Hui Yutong secure 4th place by several laps. However, how can one so outrageous now claim to possess 13th level soul power? Who would believe it? Wang Dong could scarcely believe his ears. 13th level soul power. Without manifesting a martial spirit utterly dominating him? Such extraordinary strength and physical prowess. Is that truly achievable at 13th level? It's as if one were burning paper offerings at a grave. Just look at each of you. You are utterly pathetic. Zhou Yi remarked coldly. Her initial attempt to establish authority had fallen short, and thus she felt compelled to try again. Qian Chaoguang, a specially invited student of the academy, had defeated everyone in the first assessment, save for Wang Dong, despite possessing the lowest cultivation level in the class. Do you not feel a sense of shame? Enough of this. Qian Chaoguang, take your seat. Obediently, Qian Chaoguang sat down, saying nothing. It seemed Zhou Yi was not foolish. She intended to ignite the class's spirit through her confrontation with Wang Dong. Rest assured, the spirit will be ignited, but not due to either of them. Even after Zhou Yi's affirmation, Wang Dong still could not believe that he had been so thoroughly bested by a 13th level soul master who had not even awakened a martial spirit. Zhou Yi appeared indifferent to the various reactions of the students, turning to the blackboard to write 2 prominent characters: attack, defense. From that moment forth, Qian Chaoguang's academic journey at Shrek officially commenced. Chapter 39. Who is the teacher here? After completing her writing, Zhou Yi turned back, her piercing gaze sweeping over each student seated in the room. I am aware that the vast majority of you are discontent with my recent decision to have you run laps and expel Tailong. Yet you suppress your discontent out of fear. I find no need to explain myself to you. Those with insight will comprehend in due time, while the inept shall remain ignorant. Now, let us commence our lesson. Qian Chaoguang silently shook his head. Zhou Yi's emotional intelligence was indeed at a remarkably low level. These decades had been squandered, while her previous attempt to foster division within the class may have inadvertently encouraged others to train harder and shift the focus of conflict. Her current words merely dug her own grave. The initial discord had not yet dissipated, and she had once again thrust herself into opposition against all the students. Foolish. Utterly foolish. The two words I inscribed on the blackboard are ones you should all recognize. Today, in this first lesson, I shall impart the principles of attack and defense as a soul master. Since time immemorial, we soul masters have been categorized into various factions. Some pursue extremes, while others seek equilibrium. Shouldn't that be Wang Dong? Qian Chaoguang stood, pondering for a moment before responding. Those suited for offense excel in attack, while those suited for defense and support excel in defense and support. Even under the pressure exerted by Zhou Yi, some students could not contain their laughter. Undoubtedly, they regarded Qian Chaoguang's statement as mere drivel, and even Zhou Yi shared this sentiment. Is this your answer? Yes, that is indeed my answer. What nonsense is this? Observing Zhou Yi's grim visage, Qian Chaoguang remained undaunted, speaking boldly. The question you posed is a fallacy. In an era where soul-guiding devices have reached remarkable advancements, it has become increasingly challenging to ascertain a soul master's suitability based solely on their martial soul. Anyone can embody a formidable offense, defense, support, or any other category of soul master. As you have inscribed on the blackboard, the concepts of offense and defense have become somewhat blurred in contemporary times. A support soul master, if so inclined, can arm themselves with a powerful soul-guiding device, transforming into a long-range offensive force. Should their physique be robust enough, it is indeed possible for them to wield melee soul-guiding devices, taking on the role of a strong attacker as well. Thus, my conclusion is that offense and defense are not dictated by martial souls. Rather, they hinge upon the soul master's personal inclinations and proficiencies. Before entering the academy, I had always aspired to become a soul guide. Consequently, I have delved deeply into the knowledge of soul-guiding devices and am acutely aware of the significant impact their emergence has had on traditional soul masters, leading me to the aforementioned conclusion. I wonder, Professor Zhou, are you satisfied with my explanation? Qian Chaoguang's succinct and articulate address rendered the classroom utterly silent, as classmates stared at this specially invited student, who possessed a mere 13th rank of soul power, with incredulous expressions, while others mocked my eccentricity. I found humor in their inability to comprehend. In the end, was I the jester all along? Zhou Yi's gaze towards Qian Chaoguang shifted, becoming serious in an instant. She had not anticipated that Qian Chaoguang would usurp her lines. I did not realize your profound understanding of the modern soul master system. I underestimated you. In your opinion, who holds superiority, soul guides or soul masters utilizing soul guiding devices? Why? Because I lack the soul power to wield it. However, what if I possessed a 9th grade fixed soul guiding cannonball? The outcome would be drastically different. I would have absolute confidence in bringing you down with me, for this device does not require exceedingly high soul power to direct. It can even bypass the guiding process. I merely need to shatter its outer shell with a punch to unleash the full force of a limit DouluoDalu. But what if you two held a 9th grade fixed soul guiding cannonball? The result would then differ. We would either perish together or remain on guard against one another, as we both possess the capability to bring each other to ruin in an instant. I do not fear ridicule. I come from a lineage of blacksmiths, and my forging instructor taught me that one must be strong oneself to forge iron. Thus, I believe that a soul master's development of their own power is indispensable. Yet, no matter how strong one is, one cannot forge with their bare fists. That would be unbearable. Furthermore, I lack the ability to breathe fire. Ultimately, I still require tools such as a furnace, iron mat, and forging hammer. This metaphor is quite intriguing, and some classmates have begun to grasp Qian Chaoguang's meaning. Unable to suppress their laughter, Qian Chaoguang, undeterred, proceeded to conclude his remarks. Therefore, I personally believe that traditional soul masters, by utilizing suitable soul-guiding devices to assist in combat, based on their martial souls and soul techniques, represent the optimal solution, much like how our ancient ancestors understood the necessity of armoring themselves with armor and swords. What do you think, Professor Zhou? At this juncture, he subtly scanned his classmates behind him with his spiritual sense, including Wang Dong. Everyone was left in a state of profound astonishment. This concept appears somewhat avant-garde, scarcely comprehensible to the majority. Beneath the guise of a human mask, Zhou Yi too was taken aback, even somewhat horrified. She had never anticipated that an 11-year-old boy could perceive issues with such profound clarity. His reasoning and thought process remarkably lucid. Moreover, his views resonated with her own. Qian Chaoguang returned the ball to Zhou Yi with a rhetorical question. To be candid, he believed that while Zhou Yi's teaching aptitude and emotional intelligence were rather lacking, the combat philosophy she imparted to her students was undeniably sound. Each individual ought to engage in pursuits befitting their nature. In a certain sense, soul mentors ought to be regarded as scientists and scholars, rather than mere combatants. The reality corroborates this, as the vast majority of 9th-level soul mentors possess negligible combat capabilities, proving more effective in the field when merely mowing down foes. During the era of the Three Do, soul mentors ceased to be perceived as combat professionals, evolving instead into true scholars, creators, and laborers. The formidable soul masters wield powerful soul tools crafted by adept soul mentors, rendering this a mutually beneficial arrangement. Presently, the Sun Moon Empire is gradually awakening, embarking on a path towards the popularization and democratization of soul tools, striving for a transcendent experience. Meanwhile, the decaying DouluoDalu continent, including Shrek, remains ensnared in the nostalgia of bygone glory, basking in the pride of achievements from 4 millennia past, unbeknownst to them, in the interstellar era 2 millennia hence. Even the deities they fervently venerate may be reduced to mere footnotes in history, akin to the singular shot of a starship's main cannon. You speak truly. Please take a seat. The adage to forge iron, one must be strong oneself, holds considerable truth. Enhancing physical fitness is essential to elevating your survival odds on the battlefield. Thus, the selection of soul rings and physical conditioning will remain paramount in your training regimen. Zhou Yi was profoundly vexed. Who, after all, was the teacher here? Him or her? Qian Chaoguang had articulated his thoughts so thoroughly, even surpassing the quality of her lesson plan. Nevertheless, as the homeroom teacher, she felt compelled to assert her authority. In the forthcoming 3 months, your primary focus shall be on physical conditioning. Regardless of who you are, your background, or the extent of your talent, should you fail to pass my assessment in 3 months, you shall be dismissed, much like the previous Ta Long. Chapter 40. Thank you for the invitation. It will not be possible next time. This morning's class concludes here. Ensure you have a proper meal at noon. In the afternoon, we shall commence physical training. Class dismissed. Qian Chaoguang, Hui Yutong, accompany me to my office. With that, Zhou Yi wasted no time and turned to leave. At that moment, the bell signaling the end of class had yet to ring. She had no choice but to depart, having delivered the entirety of her inaugural lesson. Remaining there held no purpose, as she had exhausted her material. As Zhou Yi exited the classroom, an air of tranquility enveloped the room. Yet the labored breaths of the majority of students betrayed the turmoil within, their collective heavy panting seeming to siphon the very air from the classroom. Qian Chaoguang gently pulled Hui Yutong to her feet, guiding her to the podium where they faced their silent classmates. He spoke softly, from a personal perspective. I would like to offer a humble suggestion. I sincerely hope that everyone will not resist the use of soul-guiding devices, even though this may contradict the traditional education of Shrek Academy. My forging master once imparted a profound truth to me. We are human, and the greatest distinction between us and soul beasts lies in our ability to utilize tools. A fine tool, coupled with a skilled blacksmith, is essential for crafting superior metal. With that, Qian Chaoguang led Hui Yutong out of the room. Wang Dong gazed at Qian Chaoguang's retreating figure, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Soul-guiding devices. Soul-guiding devices. In the corridor, Hui Yutong observed the resolute Zhou Yi and tugged at her brother's sleeve, whispering, "Brother, what do you think teacher Zhou wants from us? She likely wishes to learn about our martial souls." "Meow? How do you know?" Hui Yutong asked, her face a canvas of curiosity as she looked up at him. Qian Chaoguang smiled. "Because we were the only two who ran without utilizing our martial souls for assistance." "Wow, brother, you are so observant." "It's just all right." The sibling duo followed Zhou Yi into the office adjacent to their classroom. Zhou Yi gestured for them to close the door and seated herself behind the desk. "I am not one for idle chatter. I am intrigued by your martial souls, yet I cannot discern what they are. Now, I wish to know the answers." Hui Yutong turned to her brother, who nodded gently. "Teacher Zhou, my martial soul is the spirit eye, a mental attribute martial soul." Upon hearing Hui Yutong's words, Zhou Yi visibly brightened. "Eyes." Hui Yutong nodded. Zhou Yi suppressed her excitement, her gaze toward Qian Chaoguang now tinged with anticipation. "And you?" Qian Chaoguang offered a slight smile and, under Zhou Yi's astonished gaze, lifted his shirt to reveal a faintly glowing light on his chest. "Here, behold my martial soul. I have named it the Radiant Ice Light. As for its nature, I am uncertain. For my purpose in coming to Shrek is to unravel the mystery of what this martial soul truly is. Zhou Yi paused, her breath catching. It was clear that she too was unaware of what it was. Apart from the noticeable drop in temperature within the office, she felt nothing else. Zhou Yi glanced at the decade-old soul ring beneath Qian Chaoguang's feet, hesitating before asking, "May I inquire about the effect of your first soul skill?" "Certainly. My first soul skill is called Illusory Light." The blade shimmered faintly, resembling a flickering shadow. For Qian Chaoguang, solidifying the illusory light into a stable, practical blade for combat remained a challenge. It is a highly versatile skill. Regarding your martial soul, I will need to consult some references to provide you with a response. Rest assured, Shrek will unveil the mysteries of the radiant ice light for you. Zhou Yi regained her composure, offering a tentative compliment. "Then I shall trouble you with this." Qian Chaoguang nodded, harboring no expectations in his heart. Qian Duoduo's inability to comprehend the situation was truly baffling, especially considering that Zhou Yi seemed to grasp it effortlessly. Zhou Yi then turned her gaze towards Hui Yutong, deliberately softening her tone. "Yutong, could you share with the teacher your soul skill?" It was evident that the little girl had retained the latter part of the frenzied effect, yet Zhou Yi remained unaware that it was a dual-effect soul skill. "My second soul skill is called Lock-On. It enables me to focus my mental energy on one or multiple targets within my line of sight, ensuring that my next attack will inevitably hit. However, if there is a significant disparity in mental power between myself and the target, the probability of hitting decreases, though it will never fall below 50%. Upon hearing the effects of Hui Yutong's second soul skill, Zhou Yi's pupils constricted instantaneously, her emotions fluctuating dramatically. Lock on. An unavoidable next attack? What an astonishing ability. It is well known that mental-type soul masters are rare not only due to the difficulty of their cultivation, but also because their skills are exceedingly peculiar, making it challenging for ordinary soul masters to contend with them. Consequently, the conversation she had with her husband Fan Yu about the soul guides wielded by mental attribute soul masters suddenly gained clarity. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhou Yi could no longer contain her enthusiasm. "I have heard that both of you aspire to become soul mentors?" "Indeed. Then follow me. I shall lead you." Teacher Zhou, could you please hold on for a moment?" Just as Zhou Yi was buoyed with joy, ready to escort Hui Yutong and Qian Chaoguang to the soul guide department, Qian Chaoguang interrupted her. This undoubtedly displeased Zhou Yi, causing her brows to furrow deeply. "You see, from a rear view, one can discern a small golden soul coin insignia, signifying the presence of Vice Dean Qian DuoDalu from the soul guide department. When my little sister and I enrolled, a teacher from the department provided it to us, instructing us to seek him out before class assignments began. Today is the first day of school, and we have yet to do so." Qian Chaoguang recalled Qian Duoduo's words from their enrollment and refrained from disclosing the identity of the vice dean, even to Hui Yutong, merely stating that a formidable instructor from the soul guide department was prepared to impart knowledge of soul guides to them. Of course, he was not lying to Zhou Yi, as the vice dean was also a teacher within the department. Qian Chaoguang had no reason to deceive her in this matter, and no one would dare to forge the Shrek emblem, even if the soul guide department was not held in high regard. Chapter 41, The Gathering of the Gullible. "All right, teacher, goodbye." After Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong departed, Zhou Yi shed her facade, sulking in her chair, her frustration evident as she pounded her desk. Even with a low emotional quotient, Zhou Yi understood the unwritten rule against poaching another's disciples, a tradition upheld for millennia on the Douluo continent. "This is infuriating." On their way to the cafeteria, Hui Yutong inquired, "Brother, shall we seek out that formidable teacher tonight?" Pouting slightly, Hui Yutong continued, "Oh, then I suppose I shall just practice on my own after school. What a pity. The purple extreme magic eye that teacher Xia taught me can only be practiced in the morning, as that technique significantly enhances my martial spirit. Let us set aside our cultivation for the moment. Have you forgotten what I mentioned yesterday about our plans to earn a substantial sum after school today?" "Ah, brother, are you referring to the grilled fish? But do we truly lack money at present?" Hui Yutong suddenly recalled what Qian Chaoguang had said during dinner last night, her large, bewildered eyes wide with curiosity. Although their elderly steward had passed away during their childhood, their lives prior to arriving at Shrek were not marked by poverty. With Qian Chaoguang, who resembled a human-shaped walking forge, their existence could even be described as somewhat prosperous, at least among the common folk. Since Hui Yutong began her forging studies 3 years ago, they had accumulated enough wealth to purchase some ordinary treasures that could assist in their cultivation. Even if we sold grilled fish at 1 silver coin each and sold 100 in one evening, that would merely amount to 10 gold soul coins, which is hardly better than forging together. I feel I am on the verge of completing 1,000 forges. Did you not mention that our instructor had a keen interest in our forging skills?" Qian Chaoguang smiled faintly. 1 silver coin? That is too modest. Little Tong, broaden your horizons. We must save up 100,000 gold soul coins by next year, and we are still short by over 90,000. Ah, what? Is one silver coin insufficient? Then how much do you intend to sell for? 100 gold soul coins. Wow. Brother, are you serious? That is enough to cover our food expenses for the past 6 months. Hui Yutong exclaimed in surprise. If it were anyone else making such a claim, she would have rushed forward to urge them to calm down and stop daydreaming. Of course, aside from a few exceptions. Those who can enter Shrek are either affluent or noble. Selling off one's inheritance is a trivial matter for them. 100 gold soul coins is not a staggering figure, nor is it an enormous sum. Do you think obtaining a recommendation letter from someone above the city lord is a simple feat? Qian Chaoguang smirked coldly. In the original narrative, many new students engaged in gambling, wagering tens, hundreds, or even thousands of gold soul coins, but such amounts are merely commonplace. Losing over 20,000 gold soul coins is simply a temporary issue of pocket money. This sum is hardly a concern for the offspring of Shrek's miners. Furthermore, the best dish at the 8th stall in Shrek Academy's cafeteria starts at 30 gold soul coins, with lines of patrons queuing daily, which further attests to their substantial financial means. If we were to remove the names from the 2 letters left to us by our grandfather and auction them in the black market, they would fetch at least 500,000 gold soul coins, enough to exchange for a soul bone of average quality, albeit with no market value. Hui Yutong shrank her neck and cautiously glanced around. Seeing that no one was nearby, she whispered, Brother, do you truly believe that there will be foolish buyers willing to purchase? Just trust me, 100 gold coins is merely the baseline figure, and we will proceed accordingly. Qian Chaoguang, I have something to discuss with you. Sighing deeply, Qian Chaoguang, after preparing himself mentally, resignedly sat on his bed, facing Wang Dong, while pouring himself a glass of ice water to stabilize his potentially rising blood pressure. My little princess, what new thoughts do you have now? Do not call me little princess. Wang Dong's face instantly flushed crimson as he forcefully struck the bed. Previously, you claimed I did not provide you with funds, hence you refused to adhere to my rules. I have pondered this matter carefully over the past few days. Oh, and then, 20,000 gold soul coins per task. What do you think? Fortunately, Qian Chaoguang reacted swiftly and turned his head just in time to avoid the spray of water aimed at Wang Dong's face. Otherwise, this haughty and fastidious little princess would have prolonged their quarrel ad infinitum. Are you serious? Of course I am. Wang Dong replied with utmost seriousness, even producing 2 handwritten contracts from his storage soul guide. Here, I have drafted the contract. Take a look. With an inexplicable sense of curiosity, Qian Chaoguang examined the paper. Second, you are not permitted to enter while I am changing clothes. Third, you must refrain from snoring at night. Fourth, do not disturb me indiscriminately. Fifth, maintain the cleanliness of our dormitory. Qian Chaoguang. This is precisely the reason for her initial conflict with Hua in the original narrative. I assent it? Wang Dong has not given up yet. I assumed she would establish terms preventing me from retorting. Wait, no entering while she changes? This fellow has finally abandoned the notion of making me change in the hallway. And as for the rule against disturbing her, she is the one who has been incessantly bothering me. I have no desire to engage with you at all. Qian Chaoguang felt an array of grievances brewing within him, yet he was at a loss as to whom he could express them. Hey, do you agree or not? Speak up. Noticing Qian Chaoguang remained silent, intensely scrutinizing the contract, Wang Dong pounded the bed with vigor, producing a series of dull thuds. At this rate, if time dragged on, this little princess would soon be facing a hefty fine. The iron-framed bed at Shrek was not inexpensive, after all. Qian Chaoguang narrowed his eyes, observing the anxious expression on Wang Dong's face without responding immediately. Theoretically speaking, exchanging 100,000 gold soul coins for adherence to these 5 rules would indeed be a lucrative deal for him, except for the cleaning duty. The other 4 stipulations were trivial and easily disregarded. Moreover, he was already accustomed to maintaining cleanliness. However, to overlook the opportunity to extract more from the wealthiest family in the Douluo continent would feel somewhat disingenuous to both his conscience and his wallet. At present, Wang Dong equated in his mind with the likes of a San, Navi, wealthy, and readily available. What exactly do you intend to do? Wang Dong felt a shiver of apprehension as Qian Chaoguang continued to withhold his response. She now understood that this fellow was capable of anything if provoked. Chapter 42. This is how we, the old Shrek folks, do it. Qian Chaoguang casually tossed the contract onto the bed. 100,000 gold soul coins, 5 rules. I will abide by them for a year. If you wish to continue next year, we can negotiate anew. Alternatively, you may pay me 550,000 gold coins in one lump sum, and I shall adhere to your rules for 6 years. Wang Dong's face turned beet red as she exclaimed in outrage. You must be dreaming. I don't have that much money. Then I suppose there is nothing to discuss. Qian Chaoguang spread his hands, pretending to leave. 12,000. 1 year? 6 years. Then I shall take my leave. I promise to do it next time. 200,000 golden soul coins, exchanged for Qian Chaoguang's 6-year adherence to these 5 rules. When it came time to sign and make the payment, Wang Dong felt a pang of anguish that nearly brought her to tears. Her trembling hand struggled to sign as she grit her teeth to produce 70,000 golden soul coins in cash. The coins cascaded, filling Qian Chaoguang's entire bed, alongside an outstanding debt of 130,000 golden soul coins. Oh, it was an IOU for 130,000 golden soul coins. Originally, she intended to pay only 50,000 for the time being, with plans to settle the remaining 50,000 after graduation. However, plans are often outpaced by unforeseen circumstances. She had not anticipated Qian Chaoguang's ruthless nature, as he doubled the price in one fell swoop. Now, in addition to calling him a scoundrel, Wang Dong had also added money-grubbing fiend to her list of grievances. Qian Chaoguang remained blissfully unaware, generously proclaiming that he would not charge interest as long as the debt was settled within a year, which only served to infuriate Wang Dong further. All she could do was lie in bed, silently comforting herself. I purchased tranquility, I purchased tranquility, I purchased tranquility. In the new student class, 10 minutes before the afternoon bell rang, the classroom was filled to capacity, save for one conspicuous empty seat, and a hush enveloped the room. Even when classmates wished to converse, they instinctively kept their voices to a whisper. Although most bore a grudge against Zhou Yi, no one dared to offend a volatile teacher, especially when the reason for expulsion was as unpredictable as it was perilous. With no designated seating arrangements, Qian Chaoguang still took his place at the center of the front row with Hu Yutong. In a sense, this proximity to the homeroom teacher's desk was akin to sitting in a hellish purgatory, evident to all. After all, the vacant seat was right next to Hu Yutong. When Zhou Yi entered the room with measured steps, the atmosphere in the new student class became instantly tense, and all whispers ceased. Everyone, please stand for assembly, Zhou Yi commanded before departing. No one dared to delay. The students surged out of the classroom in a frenzy, yet lined up in an orderly fashion behind Zhou Yi as they made their way to Shrek Plaza. Zhou Yi walked ahead, reveling in her own sense of superiority. Fear, she believed, was the best means of controlling her students. Little did she know that a spring under high pressure would rebound with greater intensity once the balance was disturbed. Upon reaching the plaza, Qian Chaoguang spotted a pile of iron chain armor discarded to the side. Indeed, it was yet another of Shrek's age-old traditions, the weighted run. Hu Yutong, step forward, Zhou Yi declared with a stern expression. I have reviewed your entrance examination results and soul power levels, in addition to this morning's tests. As of now, Hu Yutong, at level 27, stands as the most accomplished among you. Therefore, I announce that she will be the class leader from this moment forth. The position is not fixed. Whoever possesses the ability to defeat her may take her place. Is that clear? Understood, came the collective response. Apart from Wang Dong, who appeared contemplative, no one among the students voiced any dissent. If Wang Dong at level 21 had evoked a semblance of challenge, Hu Yutong's 27 rendered any such thoughts utterly futile. In the class, nearly half of the students found themselves under the oppressive weight of Hu Yutong, who had achieved levels 9 to 10, rendering the challenge a blatant self-humiliation. Hu Yutong appeared reluctant to assume the role of class leader. Just as she was about to speak, Qian Chaoguang swiftly intervened. Zhou Yi pointed toward a heap of iron chains. These are known as iron garments, specifically designed to enhance physical prowess. Each student is assigned one, and upon donning it, they are to commence running laps around the square. This endeavor will continue until the conclusion of the class. You may utilize your soul power, yet the use of soul skills is strictly prohibited. Rankings will be determined by the number of laps completed, and the student in last place will face expulsion. I must reiterate, in my class, there exists the possibility of expulsion at any moment. Today, we shall reduce the number of students from 99 to 98. And it begins now. As she spoke, Zhou Yi deftly flicked her toes, sending an iron garment soaring towards Hu Yutong. For Hu Yutong, the 30-pound garment was not excessively burdensome. Having been trained and forged alongside Qian Chaoguang since childhood, she found it quite manageable. As for Qian Chaoguang, with his superior physical capabilities, he felt no weight at all. However, the other students had a different perspective. For a group of novice soul masters, predominantly at levels 16 to 17, the 30-pound garment was not overwhelmingly heavy, but the prospect of wearing it while running for 2 hours until class ended was rather absurd. No one could realistically accomplish such a feat, Zhou Yi coldly remarked. I am aware that many of you may consider this unfair, citing the inherent physical differences between boys and girls, as well as the varying strengths of different soul masters. However, I must inform you that in my class, all are treated equally. Consider this. On the battlefield, would an enemy spare you simply because of your frail constitution? Now commence your laps. Qian Chaoguang subtly furrowed his brow. If one were to focus solely on the latter part of her statement, it might appear reasonable at first glance. The battlefield is indeed impartial. Yet, this was clearly a fallacy. Firstly, this is a training session within a school, not a battlefield. Moreover, it is a physical conditioning exercise, not a simulated combat scenario. A good school always emphasizes tailored instruction. For those with physical advantages like Qian Chaoguang, this was merely a warm-up. Wang Dong and Hui Yutong, being in the first tier, would benefit from substantial training effects. However, for those few auxiliary-type girls, even if they were to exhaust themselves to the point of collapse, the possibility of completion was utterly unattainable. Enforcing a uniform standard in such a manner is nothing short of a travesty. Secondly, even on the battlefield, the roles of various divisions differ significantly. Would you insist that auxiliary soul masters charge into battle, engaging in close combat? How absurd. If it ever comes to such a dire situation, it would imply that the frontline troops had been entirely decimated, leaving only the support units, whose ranged soul-guiding devices had all failed, awaiting their demise. In that moment, the years of rigorous training should enable you to die a fraction farther from your comrades. After delivering her pronouncement, Zhou Yi departed, standing at a distance, observing the scene. Chapter 43, Taking the Second Step Against Tyranny. Regardless of the vitriol the students harbored in their hearts, they dared not express it outwardly, donning the iron garments with furrowed brows, bracing themselves for the impending lapse. Classmates, may I have a moment of your attention? At that moment, Qian Chaoguang stepped forward, for no other reason than to vex Zhou Yi. He could not allow any individual to be eliminated. Life and death should be regarded with indifference. If one is dissatisfied, they must act. I am confident that none of my fellow classmates wish to be cast aside. Upon hearing Qian Chaoguang's words, the students, poised to commence their run, instinctively turned their gazes toward him. The 8 individuals he had rescued earlier that morning looked at him with a glimmer of expectation in their eyes. Teacher Zhou had stated that the last one would be eliminated. Thus, a conundrum arose. If we all completed the same number of laps, then there would be no last place, would there? This notion sparked a glimmer of hope in the majority, particularly among those whose cultivation and physical abilities were relatively weak. Their eyes shone with newfound determination. Wang Dong retorted, somewhat irked, "You are being overly optimistic. How can you ensure everyone runs the same number of laps at the same speed? If one person runs an extra lap, won't we all be doomed?" Excellent point. A divine assist. Qian Chaoguang seized the moment, retrieving a boulder as tall as a person from his storage ring. He hurled it high into the air and, with a swift punch, shattered it into a myriad of fragments that rained down, striking many on the ground. The pain was genuine. It was a real stone, and its weight was formidable. Why? Simply because of my fist, as large as a sandbag. I trust that in our class, there are no selfish and sinister-minded individuals. If there are any, then with a single punch, today's elimination will undoubtedly be yours. As he spoke, his gaze swept over several individuals in the crowd who were inclined to engage in underhanded tactics. These few, confident in their modest achievements, dismissed Qian Chaoguang's words. However, after witnessing the power of his punch, they quickly subdued their rebellious thoughts. No one questioned the authenticity of his statements, the terrifying prowess he displayed earlier that morning. Completing 20 to 30 laps with ease was fresh in everyone's minds. After weighing the hardness of their heads against that of the boulder, they promptly abandoned their petty schemes. Qian Chaoguang communicated telepathically to the group, "Do not doubt my intentions. The students I saved this morning are well aware that I merely harbor disdain for our homeroom teacher. In this rudimentary physical training, I can surpass everyone, including my sister Hui Yutong and Wang Dong, making me the least likely to be eliminated. Therefore, I hope for your cooperation in this thankless endeavor. I trust you do not wish to live in constant fear of a lunatic." Upon hearing these words, including Wang Dong, the first-year class united as one. "Why didn't you say so earlier? We have long been displeased with Zhou Yi. We are all children of fortune, raised with silver spoons in our mouths. And though our families may be well-mannered, who among us is devoid of temper? Brother Guang, just tell us what to do. Yes, we will follow your lead. Brother Chaoguang, you underestimate yourself. How can this be a thankless task? We all appreciate you." Indeed, listening to the fervent sentiments of the crowd, a faint smile graced the corners of Qian Chaoguang's lips. "Now, allow me to assign the tasks. Based on my observations this morning, Peng Qingwei, a student from the auxiliary department, is the most physically frail member of our class. Thus, we shall use her pace as the benchmark for our run. Wang Dong, you are the strongest in terms of physical fitness aside from myself, so we shall proceed accordingly." The running session for the freshman class commenced. They arranged themselves into a deliberately structured formation, following the rhythmic commands of Qian Chaoguang, synchronizing their breaths and exclamations, moving forward with a unified stride. Initially, their steps were somewhat chaotic, with some instinctively attempting to accelerate. However, Qian Chaoguang, who navigated the periphery of the group, attentively monitored each member of the formation. Should anyone falter in rhythm, he would promptly offer reminders to maintain the group's cohesion and designated speed. Concurrently, he displayed remarkable stamina by retrieving a large vat, the contents of which remained a mystery, likely a colorless and odorless liquid. Under the influence of Zhou Yi's fervent ideology regarding collective performance, these 11 and 12-year-old boys and girls erupted with extraordinary enthusiasm, quickly unifying in their efforts, assisting one another and cooperating seamlessly. Zhou Yi observed this scene from a distance, her brows furrowing in contemplation, yet she refrained from voicing any objections. It appeared that Qian Chaoguang had effectively organized and united the freshman class, though the outcome seemed to diverge from her expectations. As Class 1 completed their 14th lap, the weakest among them in terms of cultivation and physical endurance began to show signs of fatigue. The longer the duration, the more evident the weight of the iron garments became, even causing beads of perspiration to appear on the faces of Wang Dong and Hui Yutong. Drops of sweat began to dampen the surface of the square. As the clock approached the hour mark, Qian Chaoguang assessed the state of the entire group. The weakest individuals were nearing their limits. Bearing the burden of 30 pounds proved to be an arduous challenge for them. Thus, he decisively issued a command. All present, halt. Switch positions. Replenish hydration. In response to Zhou Yi's puzzled gaze, the freshman class came to an astonishingly disciplined halt, seamlessly rearranging their positions within the ranks. Simultaneously, they eagerly scooped water into their cups from the vat that Qian Chaoguang had set down, thanks to the storage soul guide. It was salt water. Zhou Yi had only instructed them to keep running, never mentioning that they could not drink water during the process. Indeed, forcing them to run for 2 hours without any replenishment would inflict significant harm on their bodies, even with subsequent healing from a soul sage. It would be impossible to erase all residual effects. While I have heard of treatments for injuries, I have yet to learn of any that could allow patients to forego nourishment altogether or even replenish lost fluids and salts. Even marathon runners on Blue Star require ample energy replenishment during the grueling 42 kilometers. For instance, bananas serve as excellent natural energy bars, though regrettably, none are available here. Qian Chaoguang meticulously controlled each individual's water intake, silently contemplating. It is unfortunate that there are no heating facilities. Warm water would be preferable. In the distance, Zhou Yi's keen eyes discerned that the students who had consumed water seemed to be arranged in a certain pattern. Students with weaker physiques are invariably surrounded by those of robust health. Qian Chaoguang stands in the front row, flanked by several of the friliest students, who seem on the verge of collapse. Were it not for the necessity of controlling their pace, he would have stood more effectively at the center. Chapter 44, Initial Success. On either side of Hui Yutong and Wang Dong are girls whose stamina is nearly exhausted. Qian Chaoguang has deliberately positioned them in the middle of the line. Everyone, support your struggling peers. Let's begin our run. This marks Qian Chaoguang's first display of his martial spirit before his classmates. A chilling light converges into powerful arms, gently lifting several classmates who can barely stand, leading them forward. Zhou Yi is astounded. Can this young man wield his soul skill in such a manner? Wang Dong, Hui Yutong, and a multitude of other students still possessing some stamina and soul power quickly follow suit, a plan they had previously discussed. Although they lack Qian Chaoguang's light mimicry, they still possess arms and hands. The first class of freshmen resumes their slow run, each face adorned with unwavering determination. They refuse to surrender. They are unwilling to passively accept the nonsensical teaching tasks left by a deranged instructor. No abandonment, no surrender. This was Qian Chaoguang's exhortation to ignite the fire within them an hour prior. Now, these spirited adolescents are striving ardently to realize this goal. Time flows gently onward, and the running line of the freshmen begins to slow. Qian Chaoguang's soul power is waning. To be precise, half an hour ago, the light mimicry had completely dissipated. Regardless of how profound his accumulation or how extraordinary his techniques, he is currently only at the 13th rank. To maintain this for half an hour is an astonishing feat. Yet, what does it matter if it fades? Qingwei, do you still need it? Qian Chaoguang gazes at the petite girl to his left, whose condition is the most precarious in the class. Her body trembles, beads of sweat cascading from her hair to the ground, her form appearing on the brink of collapse. I can. Gritting her teeth, she struggles to utter those few words. With each faltering step, she endeavors to push herself forward. I cannot give up. Time slips away unnoticed. Apart from Qian Chaoguang, no one remembers the passage of time. Their stiff bodies and muddled minds no longer permit them to contemplate anything beyond running. Their movements becoming mechanical. The school bell finally rings, its crisp chime resonating like a heavenly salvation. With a resounding crash, the first class of freshmen collapses to the ground. the clang of iron against the earth and against each other creating a cacophony. Like a cascade of dominoes, the students pull each other down, bodies pressing against one another. Even Qian Chaoguang cannot resist collapsing onto the ground, easing his rigid form. After nearly 3 hours of intense exertion of soul power, mental strength, and soul techniques, the exhaustion was truly overwhelming, leaving one utterly drained. The fastidious Wang Dong gazed helplessly at Hui Yutong, who lay sprawled over his legs, drenched in fragrant perspiration and panting heavily. Although he wished to shift slightly, the surrounding classmates had crowded the space tightly. Ultimately, Wang Dong resigned himself to the situation, unceremoniously reclining upon the thigh of another girl nearby. The weary group exchanged knowing smiles, erupting into boisterous laughter. It was uncertain whether they were amused by each other's lack of decorum or celebrating their small act of rebellion. In that moment, the bonds between them were drawn closer. They were no longer strangers hailing from distant lands, but rather a united collective, comrades within the same class, supporting one another. Zhou Yi regarded the freshman with a complex expression, taking a deep breath before waving toward the distance. A man clad in white approached gracefully, 7 soul rings emerging beneath his feet. Raising his hands, he released a gentle green aura, transforming into a towering tree. Delicate green leaves fell gracefully upon each student, rapidly restoring their strength and healing their injuries. Qian Chaoguang stood up and stretched slightly, feeling his muscles relax significantly. The flow of vitality coursed through him, alleviating the tension from his fatigued muscles and preventing any lingering effects. Moments later, fully restored, the students helped one another to their feet, their faces reflecting a joy they had not even realized they possessed. They heard Qian Chaoguang's encouraging shouts, playfully striking one another to loosen their muscles. Just from a single run, a fundamental trust had been firmly established. Qian Chaoguang nudged the dazed Hui Yutong, who immediately understood and fixed her steadfast gaze upon Zhou Yi. Teacher Zhou, all 99 students of Class 1 report to you. Zhou Yi surveyed the rising students and calmly stated, I must say, you have provided me with an unexpected answer, one I have never encountered in my many years of teaching at Shrek. Today, no one will be eliminated. Unbeknownst to anyone but Qian Chaoguang, Zhou Yi's mental fluctuations were wildly tumultuous, indicating that this extraordinary teacher was not as composed as she appeared. Her mindset had undergone a dramatic shift. Upon hearing her words, the students of Class 1 erupted into cheers. Zhou Yi was unaware that their jubilation stemmed not from the absence of eliminations, but from the successful initiation of their rebellion. This was a collective achievement born from their shared efforts. You should express your gratitude to Qian Chaoguang. He has once again saved you. At the same time, you should feel a sense of shame, for you have once more tarnished your own cultivation. Zhou Yi struggled to suppress the turmoil within her heart, maintaining an air of coldness in her words, which dripped with sarcasm. Hui Yutong, step forward. As the class leader, it was your duty to unite your classmates. Yet it was Qian Chaoguang who took the lead in this endeavor. From this moment forth, I shall revoke your position as class monitor, appointing Qian Chaoguang in your stead. How splendid! Hui Yutong exclaimed in delight, unable to contain her thoughts. She had never wished to assume this role and had intended to voice her sentiments prior to class. Do you seem rather proud? And no, I mean, your decision is indeed sound. Upon encountering Zhou Yi's menacing gaze, Hui Yutong felt a shiver run down her spine, nearly retreating behind Qian Chaoguang. Chapter 45 indeed. Then guess who among us has stronger backing? Qian Chaoguang could not resist interjecting. Teacher Zhou. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, her expression stern. Do you have something to say? Yes. Qian Chaoguang nodded earnestly, delivering a shocking statement. I believe I am unfit to be the class monitor. My abilities are too feeble to command respect. I would merely become the subject of ridicule for other classes. Hence I recommend Wang Dong for the position. Qian Chaoguang thought to herself, who would willingly take on this burdensome role? Certainly not me. I am far too apathetic to manage the constant stream of trivial matters. Back in college, I hastily accepted the position of class monitor, only to find myself inundated with responsibilities and facing incessant criticism. Zhou Yi fixed Qian Chaoguang with an unyielding stare, her voice tinged with barely concealed ire. You lack the ability to command respect? Do you truly believe anyone besides you can fulfill this role? Surely there must be someone, right? Classmates, do any of you wish to take on this duty? Why do you all stare at me like that? Even Hui Yutong, who was equally averse to complications, and Wang Dong, whose thoughts were consumed with witnessing Qian Chaoguang's downfall, remained silent. Qian Chaoguang remarked, You all seem quite united, leaving your comrade to fend for himself. I truly do not wish to be the class monitor. I merely intended to oppose Zhou Yi, yet this is becoming absurd. Under such circumstances, even if Qian Chaoguang was reluctant, he had no choice but to accept the mantle. Otherwise, he would be left in an undesirable position. Yes, The collective response from the students resonated with exuberance as they surged toward Qian Chaoguang. Wait. Let me first speak with the homeroom teacher. Qian Chaoguang dashed off, catching up to Zhou Yi, who was heading toward the office. Is there something you need? Zhou Yi's tone was laced with a forced coldness. I simply wish to convey a message. Speak. Fear will not earn you respect. It will only breed hatred. Zhou Yi turned her head, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Qian Chaoguang's smiling countenance, seemingly attempting to glean something from his expression. All that adorned Qian Chaoguang's face was sincerity and warmth. Should Zhou Yi dare to expel him, Qian DouluoDalu would undoubtedly confront her fiercely that very day. Perhaps Fan Yu would intervene as well. Zhou Yi scoffed. Are you attempting to assert dominance? Do you think that because you have befriended a teacher in the Soul Guidance Department, I would refrain from dismissing you? Certainly not. I am merely fulfilling my duties as class monitor, striving to bridge the chasm between teachers and students while advocating for my classmates' interests. Qian Chaoguang continued to smile, emboldened by the support he had behind him. Of course, if you perceive this as a threat, you are welcome to test it. Though Teacher Fan Yu is formidable, he is ultimately not the head of the academy. A flicker of alarm crossed Zhou Yi's mind, yet she quickly regained her composure, replying coldly. What does that have to do with him? Nothing in particular. I was merely speaking casually. Teacher Zhou, though my cultivation may be lacking, my ability to gather information is remarkably strong. I mentioned this to you earlier today. As far as I know, during your teaching career, you have expelled over 500 students. The sheer number of these students from Shrek Academy, even when disregarding their familial connections and influence, constitutes a formidable force. Perhaps this is why you have remained in Shrek City all these years, aside from your pursuit of soul rings. Shrek Academy is teeming with talent, and Qian Chaoguang effortlessly gleaned this information. With thousands of individuals present, there are bound to be those who harbor discontent towards Zhou Yi. Not everyone possesses Stockholm Syndrome. According to Qian Chaoguang's recent inquiries, the number of discontented individuals is quite substantial. This presents a considerable opportunity. Zhou Yi appeared somewhat impatient and asked, what exactly are you trying to convey? Do you truly believe that instilling fear in your students through such educational methods is justified? Speaking to them candidly, without your mask, would not diminish your authority, Qian Chaoguang asserted. Deep down, you are indeed afraid, are you not? You remain merely a soul emperor, not a titled Daluo. However, my research over the past few days has revealed that among the students you expelled, at least a dozen have ascended to become soul saints, with even more achieving the status of soul emperor and soul king. Enough, Zhou Yi exclaimed sharply. Very well, since you are unwilling to heed my counsel, as you wish. Farewell, teacher. In her mind, Zhou Yi's hurried retreat appeared undeniably frantic. She was agitated. She was fearful. It is true that Zhou Yi has seldom ventured beyond Shrek City. It took considerable effort for Qian Chaoguang to learn this from a senior student who had once been in Zhou Yi's 5th grade class. This individual harbored deep resentment towards Zhou Yi and had secretly collected intelligence and information over several years, preparing for an opportunity for revenge. Qian Chaoguang obtained some sensational information from him, one detail of which piqued Qian Chaoguang's interest significantly. He intended to initiate a collection operation that very night. As for the soul saints and soul emperors he mentioned, that was mere bluffing. He did not expect Zhou Yi to react with such fear. Gaining admission to Shrek Academy, achieving the rank of Soul King or Soul Emperor after a decade or so is not overly difficult, and with a bit of talent, even becoming a Soul Saint is not beyond reach. Upon the commencement of the school year, Qian Chaoguang promptly reviewed the curriculum, discovering that there was a conspicuous absence of content related to character education. Under these circumstances, it is implausible that none of the expelled students harbored resentment towards Zhou Yi. Fear inevitably breeds hatred. According to the 5th grade senior, he knows of a former student, generations older, who is on the verge of advancing to Soul Saint. This senior exhibits remarkable patience, remaining in Shrek City solely to await the day Zhou Yi departs, so he can exact his revenge. From the dialogue earlier, Qian Chaoguang could clearly discern that Zhou Yi was indeed fearful. She recognized that her actions in expelling students were merely a fade of strength. Even if many of her theories are fundamentally correct, and even if she is a protective teacher, protecting only her favored students, right is right, and wrong is wrong, there is nothing further to discuss. Chapter 46, Qian Chaoguang's Layered Strategies. To them, Qian Chaoguang is indeed a hero. A valiant leader who inspires their rebellion against the demon lord, swiftly igniting a profound sense of collective honor within them. Other classes could hardly fathom that this extraordinary camaraderie stemmed from their united defiance under Qian Chaoguang's guidance, as well as from their shared animosity towards their homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi, who was simply infuriating. After finishing his bath and changing his clothes, Qian Chaoguang stepped outside, joining Hui Yutong, who had come down a little later. As they headed towards the eastern gate of Shrek City, following the commencement of the new semester, The eastern gate had regained an atmosphere reminiscent of a tourist attraction. A multitude of vendors lined the sides of the main road, their stalls brimming with a dazzling array of goods, the majority of which were food vendors, their shouts ringing out incessantly. Clearly, Qian Chaoguang was not the only one indulging in the culinary delights at the entrance of Shrek. This place had transformed into a veritable food street. This will do, Hui Yutong nodded, retrieving a plethora of cooking paraphernalia from her storage ring. With a grill, charcoal, seasonings, cooking utensils, a small table, and 2 chairs, she was well equipped. Qian Chaoguang expertly kindled the fire and took out the pre-prepared raw fish, casually handing his bracelet to Hui Yutong. With the enhancement of the Qian Duan flame furnace, the charcoal ignited to a brilliant red within mere minutes, gradually cloaked in gray ash. When the fire blazed too fiercely, it was no longer grilling, but merely burning. 6 fish were placed simultaneously on the iron grill, while Hui Yutong carefully regulated the temperature, allowing a distinctive aroma to emerge as the flames kissed the fish. By the way, brother, Teacher Xiaoya has heard about us and wants to join for a couple of fish, Hui Yutong whispered. Qian Chaoguang nodded. Sister Tangya is coming? That is fine. But let us wait until we finish and find a secluded spot. It must be said, Hui Yutong's grilling skills were truly exceptional. With Qian Chaoguang's modern barbecue recipes combined with local spices, the fragrant aroma intensified exponentially. The scent wafting through the air was more effective than any advertisement, drawing in curious onlookers. Not only the academy students, but even the surrounding vendors couldn't help but cast inquisitive glances. When the first brave soul finally approached to inquire about the price, Qian Chaoguang executed an unexpected move that took everyone by surprise. He picked up 2 fish from the grill and began devouring them with gusto. Hui Yutong also took a fish, nibbling delicately, while placing the remaining 3 in a warming area devoid of charcoal. There was no exchange of words between the two, only the sound of rapid chewing. Qian Chaoguang, with a fish in each hand, seemed to be feasting on enormous cuts of roasted meat, his swift tearing motions inevitably whetting the appetite of anyone who beheld him. Within mere minutes, under the voracious enjoyment of the siblings, only 1 fish remained in the warming area. Just as Qian Chaoguang prepared to continue his meal, a male student who had been lingering nearby for quite some time could no longer contain himself. Greetings, junior students, he ventured. Hui Yutong glanced at him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and asked, Senior, what is the matter? The student swallowed hard, saying, Junior, I just wanted to inquire. How much do you sell your grilled fish for? So, Qian Chaoguang feigned surprise, raising his head, his lips still smeared with bits of cumin. Senior, you must be mistaken, we don't sell grilled fish. We merely prepare it for ourselves. The school forbids us from lighting fires, and we prefer not to stray too far from Shrek City. We even intentionally sought out a secluded corner. But. The student fixed his gaze on the last fish sizzling on the grill. His mind flooded with visions of Qian Chaoguang's voracious eating and the rich aroma of the grilled fish. Junior, I'll give you 1 gold soul coin for a piece. How about it? I can't resist. It smells too delectable. Huh, 1 gold soul coin? That's hardly enough to cover the cost. No deal. Qian Chaoguang muttered, reaching for the last fish. Not enough. The student widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, Junior, is this fish made of rare metals or something? No, it's just too much trouble, Qian Chaoguang replied, shaking his head as he casually handed a small box over. Senior, take a closer look. This is my family's ancestral seasoning. Something you won't find anywhere else on the continent. My sister and I cultivated it with great care, undergoing 49 meticulous processes to prepare it. It's truly valuable. Not to mention the fish, even my sister's culinary skills alone make this seasoning worth more than a gold coin. Spices, prior to modern times, were among the most lucrative commodities, and this was equally evident on the Douluo continent. Even ordinary spices fetched high prices, let alone the complex blends that Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong had painstakingly gathered from various regions over the years. In an era where main dishes were often just salted stews and staple foods were primarily flatbreads, this was a pure display of culinary superiority. With this seasoning, even grilled slippers would taste divine. Qian Chaoguang had once described the culinary standards on the Douluo continent as catastrophic. Look at our stove, crafted entirely from high-quality rare metals. Our fish has been marinated by my sister using special techniques for 2 days, and during the marination, I even had to continuously massage the fish to ensure the flavors penetrate deeply. It's quite the hassle. The student held the seasoning box in silence for a moment. A true connoisseur, he recognized the truth in Qian Chaoguang's words. He glanced at the array of seasonings before Hui Yutong, and then at the solitary grilled fish remaining. With a resolute bite of his lip and a firm stomp of his foot, he seemed to have made a monumental decision. Junior, I am genuinely tempted. Name your price. As long as I can afford it, I promise not to haggle. Well, Qian Chaoguang pretended to ponder, glancing at Hui Yutong and then at the grill, quietly asking, Xiaodong, how many fish do we have left? In a hushed tone, just audible enough for the famished gourmand to hear, Hui Yutong replied, there are 4 left. Which is enough for us. If necessary, we can grab something from the cafeteria later. Brother, why not share one with him? The senior appeared to be genuinely eager to indulge. Very well, I shall heed your words. Qian Chaoguang's expression was exceedingly grim, his brow furrowed deeply. 50 golden soul coins. What? 50 golden soul coins. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, be gone. Were it not for my sister speaking on your behalf, I would not consider parting with it. Yes, yes, yes. Observing Qian Chaoguang's evident impatience, the student, fearful of a reversal, promptly extracted a hefty handful of golden soul coins and placed them upon the small table beside the furnace, neglecting to count them. Chapter 47. Do not be awkwardly cynical. Have you ever witnessed a robbery that comes with grilled fish? The glimmering golden soul coins cascaded onto the table, illuminated by the afternoon sun, casting a dazzling light. Qian Chaoguang's mind swept over them, revealing no less than 62 coins. The student could hardly contain himself. Seizing the fish and taking a hearty bite, the fish, grilled to a golden hue, released a delicate stream of oil, exuding an intoxicating aroma. As his teeth sank into the crispy skin of the fish, a subtle crackling sound echoed, tantalizing the taste buds of every onlooker nearby. With a single bite, his eyes widened in astonishment, round and gleaming, leaving no room for praise as he ravenously devoured the fish. Senior, you've given too much. This is for you. Can I have another? The student, still lost in the exquisite flavor of the grilled fish, now fixated on the 4 fresh fish that Hui Yutong had just unveiled. Junior, would you not accept 100? How about 150? A black-clad student from Shrek Academy pushed to the front, producing a small pouch filled with heavy golden soul coins and placing it on the table. The crowd, which had been waiting nearby, was already overcome with desire. Among them were several wealthy individuals, clearly enticed by the prospect of delicious food. It was evident that this black-clad senior belonged to that category of those who loved to eat and possessed ample wealth. No way, I haven't had enough yet. I already gave one away, Qian Chaoguang mumbled. 200. I said I won't sell, do you not understand? 300. Still no. 400. Very well, then. The offer was exceedingly generous. Qian Chaoguang feigned frustration as he collected the substantial pile of 400 golden soul coins, feeling as though he had suffered a considerable loss for a single grilled fish. In contrast, the black-clad senior wore a triumphant expression, surveying the crowd with the pride of a victorious conqueror. Qian Chaoguang wore a mask of resignation, though inwardly he chuckled. Now engaged in conversation with the awakened Tianming ice silkworm. You are utterly ruthless. 400 golden soul coins for a fish, why not just rob someone? Even though I am not well acquainted with human society, I am aware of your unscrupulousness. Do not speak carelessly. Is there a swifter way to earn money than my method? You are indeed robbing. If that is the case, let it be known that I am a noble robber, offering grilled fish as a bonus. How virtuous. You are truly shameless. Thank you for the compliment. Hui Yutong, focused intently on grilling the fish, displayed no emotion on her face. She had grown numb to it all. 2 grilled fish brought in 450 gold soul coins, and after deducting miscellaneous expenses, the net income was 449 gold soul coins. Is this truly the case? Is this what my brother refers to as hunger marketing? These 2 senior students do indeed appear quite famished, eagerly awaiting the second round of grilled fish to emerge. During this time, the overly smug black-clad rich second-generation senior finally provoked the others, and another black-clad senior emerged from the crowd. Bang! A massive bag was slammed onto the small table, nearly shattering it. The table seemed to lament. I bear a weight unbefitting my size. The black-clad senior's gaze was icy, and his words were equally frigid as he pointed at the grill. This cost 1,000 gold soul coins. These 2 belong to me. Fine, fine, I cannot contend with you seniors. Qian Chaoguang helplessly retrieved the bag containing 1,000 gold soul coins, his face etched with bitterness. Would you like some chili? Add more. As he spoke, the cold-faced black-clad senior provocatively glanced at the previously arrogant one, infuriating him further. Were it not for their anticipation of the grilled fish, it seemed likely they would have clashed right then and there. A crowd of onlookers gathered, witnessing this absurd scene. 2 senior students from Shrek Academy lavishly spending their wealth for a mere grilled fish. Just then, several female students donned in purple uniforms emerged from the gates of Shrek Academy. The strikingly beautiful girl at the forefront immediately captivated countless gazes. Finally, they have arrived. A faint smile briefly graced Qian Chaoguang's lips before swiftly vanishing, replaced by an expression of displeasure. The gold soul coins were secondary. The primary motivation was to impress this unassuming senior from the outer academy, the object of his admiration, with the coveted Xian Shui Dan. This was the true treasure. As anticipated, Jiang Nan was drawn in by the aroma of the grilled fish, casting her gaze upon the despondent Qian Chaoguang and the earnest Yutong, who was diligently grilling the fish. The crowd parted, allowing her and her friends to approach the grill. Just then, the fish was ready. The two black-clad seniors devoured the delicacy without hesitation, relishing the hard-won delicacy, even as they burned their mouths, ignoring Jiang Nannan completely. Jiang Nannan glanced at them in surprise, and then at the last fish on the grill. Junior, how much is this grilled fish? 500 gold soul coins. Given that there were plenty of fish in the storage bracelet, he could simply grill another for Tanya later. He didn't mind this one. Jiang Nannan's face fell in disbelief as she repeated, how much did you say? 500 gold soul coins. Do you want it? If not, I'll eat it myself. Why don't you just take it? A flicker of anger surfaced on Jiang Nannan's face. Can the cost of this grilled fish even amount to 3 copper coins? Although Qian Chaoguang held a slight admiration for Jiang Nannan, a girl of unfortunate circumstances yet relentless in her pursuits, he would not waver in his stance. After all, he was not a sycophant, and Jiang Nannan had neither Xian Shui Dan nor gold soul coins to offer him. His expression suddenly darkened. Senior, it is not a good habit to make hasty judgments based on experience before understanding the full context of a situation. 3 copper coins? You might as well take my sister's grill to ask the seniors and professors from the Soul Guidance Department whether that constitutes craftsmanship. Ask them if 3,000 gold soul coins would cover the cost of the materials for this grill. The fortunate individual who had savored grilled fish for 62 gold soul coins interjected while slurping on the remaining fish bones. Senior Jiang, this junior is indeed not lying. I am from the Soul Guidance Department and have some knowledge of forging. The grill this junior prepared the fish on is crafted entirely from a rare metal more valuable than flame iron, forged through an unknown method. Jiang Nannan was taken aback. The unexpected benefactor marveled. Even a piece of untempered flame iron of that size is worth over 2,000 gold soul coins. I have never seen anyone willing to forge it into a grill. It's far too extravagant. With that amount, one could inscribe 10 core formations. Not to mention that it is made from a rarer metal than flame iron. Considering the junior's grilling technique and the special spices used, for a seasoned foodie like me, even 500 gold soul coins would be a fair price. I can't believe I only spent 62. It feels like I got a steal. What a lucky day. Chapter 48. A youngster encounters a benefactor. Before the words had left his mouth, 2 malevolent gazes were already fixed upon him. Who else could it be but the 2 unfortunate souls who had spent hundreds? Jiang Nannan paused for a moment and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Junior. You are right. I was hasty. I apologize. With that, she turned and walked away. 500 gold soul coins was undoubtedly a fortune for someone of Jiang Nannan's humble background. Forget it. I won't be grilling fish here anymore. It's too much trouble. Qian Chaoguang picked up the last remaining grilled fish and was about to bring it to his mouth when a deep, resonant voice filled with fury suddenly rang out. You dare to call Nannan a troublemaker? A figure strode forward, swiftly bypassing Jiang Nannan to stand before Qian Chaoguang, tossing down a large bag of gold soul coins and reaching out to grab Qian Chaoguang's hand. Qian Chaoguang's gaze sharpened, and a surge of vitality coursed through him as he retaliated with a kick. The sound of impact echoed as their hands and foot met. Qian Chaoguang feigned defeat, retreating 3 steps, while the tall figure in black also staggered back, letting out a muffled grunt. The entire sequence of events transpired with such swiftness that the onlookers were only now beginning to comprehend what had occurred. Su Sanshi, what are you doing? Jiang Nannan exclaimed, her face a mixture of shock and anger. Su Sanshi, how dare you bully me? Do you want to die? Another voice pierced the air as Tanya, the leader of the Tang Sect, made her appearance. With a slight movement of her hands, 2 beams of light swiftly entered Su Sanshi's body. He had no time to defend himself and let out a muffled groan as 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialized beneath him. Qian Chaoguang tugged at Hui Yutong to step back, having already stowed away the grilling equipment in his storage soul guide. With a casual kick, he sent a bag filled with gold soul coins skidding into a corner. Before Su Sanshi could utter a word, Bei navigated through the throng, calmly inquiring, Su Sanshi, what are your intentions towards us of the Tang Sect? Your Tang Sect? Bei pointed at Hui Yutong. This young lady is my junior sister. And this is her elder brother. Are they not of the Tang Sect? Su Sanshi's body jolted, his finger directed at Hui Yutong. She is your junior sister? Bei nodded expressionlessly. Su Sanshi retorted coldly, and so what? If they show no respect to Nan, they show no respect to me. 500 gold soul coins? Can I, Su Sanshi, afford that? Besides, I've already paid. Where's the money then? Qian Chaoguang interjected abruptly. Isn't it with the kid? Where's my money? Su Sanshi was about to retort that the money was on the table, only to find the ground bare. The table itself vanished. Qian Chaoguang stated matter-of-factly. How would I know where your money is? Am I to embezzle your gold soul coins in front of so many seniors and vendors? A 5th-year senior provoking. Engaging in coercive tactics, is it? Very well, Su Sancher, I'll remember you. See you at the Academic Affairs Office. Article 15, second clause of the school rules. I hope your mind can grasp what that entails. As he spoke, he turned his attention to the three seniors who had witnessed the earlier commotion. Seniors, you saw how Su Sancher attacked my sister and me. I would like to request your testimony. I will treat you to grilled fish for 3 days. Until you are satisfied. Qian Chaoguang then directed his gaze towards the large circle of onlookers. If there are any seniors or classmates who wish to testify, as well as the esteemed vendors present, you are all welcome. The grilled fish is plentiful. What? Such a good deal? Thanking nature's generosity. The three exchanged glances and readily agreed. The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement. After all, 500 gold soul coins for a single fish is indeed quite a fortune. Not everyone possesses the means to indulge lavishly. Upon hearing this, Su Sancher's expression transformed in an instant, shifting from a deep scowl to a ghostly pallor in less than a second. All his anger dissipated as cold sweat poured down his back. The Shrek Academy rules state, outside the Soul Arena, if a senior actively provokes or attacks a junior, they will be expelled upon discovery. Bro, hold on. Don't go to the Academic Affairs Office. I was wrong. I admit my mistakes and am willing to make amends, he stammered, realizing he could no longer afford to care about dignity or pride as Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong turned to leave. He hurriedly chased after them. Fearing the disgrace of expulsion as a fifth-year student would be a tremendous humiliation, one that even his father, the clan leader, could not shield him from. That would be too embarrassing. No need, Qian Chaoguang replied, his expression indifferent, devoid of any fluctuation. Your expulsion from Shrek would serve as the best compensation for my sister and me. Help me. In a moment of desperation, Su Sancher cast a pleading glance towards Bei Bei, silently mouthing his words. Let the relationship be exposed. He could no longer afford to ponder whether he would still be able to collaborate with Bei Bei in the future. If he did not seek assistance promptly, there would be no future left to consider. Bei Bei glanced at the retreating figure of Qian Chaoguang and silently raised 2 fingers. Earlier, Tanya had been oblivious, but he had overheard from a distance. A grilled fish for 500 gold soul coins. This indicated that Chaoguang was not lacking in funds. Bei Bei mused. 2 Xinshui pills? How unscrupulous. Su Sancher, enduring both mental and physical anguish, gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously, retrieving 2 small porcelain vials from his bosom and discreetly handing them to Bei Bei. Only then did a smile grace Bei Bei's face as he hurried after Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong. A smile once again curled at the corners of Qian Chaoguang's mouth. Had he already managed to extract 2 Xinshui pills? After all, Su Sancher hailed from a wealthy family. It should not be difficult to wring out a few more and perhaps extort some gold soul coins in the process. A sum of 100,000 or 80,000 should suffice. As for truly expelling Su Sancher, it would be best to avoid that. Carrying out such an act would irrevocably offend the Xianming family and potentially antagonize the royal family of the Douling Empire. Without a formidable backing, there was no need to act so ruthlessly. The silent exchange of glances between Su Sancher and Bei Bei, which they believed to be discreet, was, in fact, under the watchful eye of Qian Chaoguang's spiritual perception, who had anticipated this outcome long ago. Bei Bei caught up with Qian Chaoguang, who had already set foot into Shrek City, extended his hand with the 2 porcelain vials, and bent down to speak. Chaoguang, could you do me a favor and allow my brother to compensate you and Yutong with 1 Xinshui pill each? This particular pill was unique to Su Sanchi's family, and even a few that occasionally circulated into the outside world were worth their weight in gold. Qian Chaoguang paused, contemplating, before accepting the 2 Xinshui pills. Meeting Bei Bei's earnest gaze, he smiled and said, Bei Bei, you and Sister Xiaoya have aided me twice. I am a man who believes in repaying kindness. Since you have spoken, who am I to refuse? Chapter 49, The Frustration of Su Sancher. Su Sancher had been eavesdropping intently from behind. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Qian Chaoguang's next words sent his heart racing, inducing a suffocating sensation. 4 Xinshui pills and 100,000 gold soul coins, and this matter will be settled. A sharp intake of breath echoed among those present, eliciting a wave of gasps. While some might be unaware of the significance of the Xinshui pill, everyone certainly understood the concept of 100,000 gold soul coins. A single blow worth 100,000 gold soul coins. Despite Su Sanchi's affluent background, this sum was enough to cause him considerable distress. How ruthless. This young man had encountered a benefactor at such a tender age. Su Sanchi's expression contorted in agony as he struggled to contain his pain, saying, the gold soul coins are negotiable. I can provide them, but I need time to gather the funds. I truly cannot procure the remaining 2 Xinshui pills. Qian Chaoguang remained silent, taking Hui Yutong by the hand and walking away. Unable to obtain 4 pills? Are you trying to deceive me? In the original text, Bei effortlessly acquired 3 pieces, which could be considered a trivial matter for you, a young master who treats Qian Shui Dan like mere candies. Oh no, please wait. I will give it to you. Is that not sufficient? Su Sancher let out a desperate wail, rummaging through his belongings. A bag containing over 20,000 gold soul coins crashed onto the ground with a thud. But I truly have nothing on me right now. Just give me 3 days. And within that time, I promise to provide you with the remaining 2 Qian Shui Dan and 80,000 gold soul coins. I can even deliver the first tomorrow. Qian Chaoguang cast a deep glance at him before collecting the 2,000 gold soul coins. For the sake of Brother Bei, I shall spare you this time. However, remember that Shrek is not your family's institution. As fellow students, adhere to the rules. If the promised compensation is not delivered within 3 days, I believe the senior students present would be more than delighted to partake in a feast of grilled fish. With that, Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong gracefully departed. He directed an apologetic glance toward Tang Ye, forming the shape of a mouthful of grilled fish for tomorrow. Tang Ye's face brightened instantly, accepting the gesture with joy. Seeing that the excitement had dissipated, the onlookers gradually dispersed, eagerly anticipating Su Sanchi's potential breach of promise within 3 days. Jiang Nanan remarked that he deserved it before vanishing with her friends. Relieved, Su Sancher quickly pulled Bei into a corner to remove the hidden weapons. Bei, hurry and help me. Having endured the pain of 2 Longshu needles for quite some time, his face had turned pale. This is what you get for your tyranny. Today you finally met your match. It was high time someone put you in your place, Bei teased with a laugh. With deft fingers, she pinpointed the spots and gently tugged, causing 2 golden threads to spring forth, swiftly retracting into 2 tiny golden grains. This time, in helping you, I have expended a favor. How do you intend to repay me? Just give me a moment to recover, Su Sancher replied, gingerly touching the affected areas. Tell me, Bei, how did this fellow manage to memorize the school rules on his first day? I only learned them in my 3rd year. By the way, he is indeed a freshman, right? He looks unfamiliar. Bei seemed to recall their experiences in the Star Doe Forest, suddenly laughing. Chaoguang is no ordinary person when he gets serious. He doesn't even spare himself. There are things I cannot disclose, but I can tell you that today. Zhou Yi faced a significant setback at his hands and is currently fuming in her office. Su Sanchi's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Yi, that crazy old lady? How could anyone stand against her without facing expulsion? I can only tell you that Chaoguang has someone backing him. Zhou Yi cannot touch him. How do you know this? Don't try to fool me. You fool. After returning to the dormitory, Wang Dong was, as usual, lying on his bed. While Qian Chaoguang took out one of the Qian Shui Dan, he owed Su Sancher. Initially, he intended to give both to Hui Yutong, but she stubbornly insisted on him using one. This item's primary function is to expand meridians and enhance cultivation speed. However, with Qian Chaoguang's meridian strength already comparable to an ordinary title DouluoDalu, the effect of the Qian Shui Dan was indeed minimal. He gazed at the bottle in his hand, letting out a helpless smile. Never mind, my dear sister's heartfelt intentions deserve a try. After all, there are still 3 left. In my previous life, I often encountered such scenarios in novels, and now I shall indulge in one myself. A deep blue, cherry-sized pill rolled out from the porcelain bottle, adorned with an array of white patterns. Upon cradling it in my hand, a delicate mist enveloped the azure elixir, infusing the air with a refreshing fragrance that was utterly invigorating. Wang Dong inhaled sharply, abruptly sitting up. A treasure worth a fortune, the Qian Shui Dan? Where did you procure this? 8, 10. Wang Dong felt a surge of madness within. Did she think the Qian Shui Dan was as common as cabbage? The thought of her lost 70,000 gold soul coins and the IOU for 130,000 made her stomach churn with distress. After cursing the greedy fiend in her heart, she resignedly laid back down to sleep. Qian Chaoguang, however, remained oblivious to Wang Dong's inner turmoil. He had already consumed the Qian Shui Dan and was currently absorbing its potent energy. He felt as if he were submerged in a refreshing pool, the exhilarating clarity akin to a blissful ice bath on a sweltering summer day. The fluctuations of his soul power intensified, emanating a faint blue glow from his body. Particularly at his chest, an ice blue orb nearly formed a beam of light, casting a soft radiance upon the walls. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though a layer of glistening ice mist floated around his body, accompanied by a subtle and rare fragrance, reminiscent of an extraordinary treasure. Uncertain whether it was due to excessive daytime slumber or the blinding light, Wang Dong leapt from her bed to observe Qian Chaoguang up close. Chapter 50. The Marvelous Use of Consciousness. She murmured softly, could it be that the fool named Su Sancher truly is such a spendthrift? No wonder Qian Chaoguang called him a simpleton, for reasons unknown. Wang Dong inexplicably dragged a chair closer and fixated her gaze on Qian Chaoguang's mist-soaked back and his marble-like muscles. Before long, she sensed something amiss. She was well aware that the primary function of the Qian Shui Dan was to purify the meridians and marrow. The ice mist should be extracted through the user's pores, carrying away a plethora of impurities from the body and meridians. Yet, despite the ice mist traversing in and out of Qian Chaoguang's body for quite some time, not a single impurity had been expelled. Furthermore, the fragrant aroma grew increasingly potent, surprisingly pleasant. Unconsciously, unable to fathom the reason, Wang Dong gradually slumped against the back of the chair and drifted off to sleep. Little did she know, Qian Chaoguang had already undergone an extraordinarily thorough purification process during his fusion with the Tianming ice silkworm. No, it was not merely a cleansing of the meridians. It was a complete reconstruction of them, far surpassing the efficacy of the Qian Shui Dan, coupled with Qian Chaoguang's diligent practice of the golden body technique. After achieving a flawless form, his body was remarkably pure, deserving to be regarded as a rare and superior treasure. Moreover, the relentless ebb and flow of vital energy has continuously tempered every fiber of flesh and blood, ensuring that no impurities would emerge at this moment. In the stillness of the night, Qian Chaoguang opened his eyes, the radiance gradually retracting until the room was once again engulfed in darkness. A breath of white mist escaped his lips, gently easing the stiffness in his muscles and bones. The Qian Shui Dan proved to be slightly more beneficial than he had anticipated. Slowly, Qian Chaoguang began to channel the soul power within him, circulating it around the great Zhou Tian, while the vitality coursed through every corner of his body. Beneath the surface, over 1/5 of the blood vessels and meridians within him had transformed into a resplendent hue reminiscent of light-forged brilliance. As the cycle of the Zhou Tian concluded, this luminescence gradually diminished, revealing a jade-like, soft, and understated sheen. The sensation of advancement felt remarkably pleasant, bordering on addictive. One couldn't help but wonder if the breakthrough to a higher realm would similarly evoke such a delightful experience. He hoped it would not be as agonizing as the ascent to Soul Master had been. Unexpectedly, fueled by the potency of the Qian Shui Dan, he had successfully transitioned from the peak of the 13th level to the 14th. Indeed, it was a mere increment. Even though the spirals of soul power and the base had nearly exhausted the medicine's efficacy, resulting in a flawless absorption, Qian Chaoguang's soul power level had only risen slightly. The overwhelming accumulation had its drawbacks. Given his current circumstances, Qian Chaoguang even doubted that consuming a soul elevation pill, capable of advancing a soul venerable by 1 level, would yield any improvement. The Qian Shui Dan held little utility for him. Merely accelerating his minuscule progress, it would be better suited for Xiao Tong. 3 Qian Shui Dan could certainly elevate her to the level of innate full soul power. What is that fellow doing? Has he been staring at me all this time? As Qian Chaoguang pondered, he sensed something amiss in his peripheral vision. Instinctively lowering his gaze, he discovered Wang Dong sprawled across the back of a chair, blissfully asleep. TSK, with such a cantankerous disposition, she looks rather pleasing in slumber. He couldn't fathom what the two simpletons, De Ming and Er Ming, were thinking to have agreed to such a ludicrous notion as Wang Dong disguising herself as a boy. Qian Chaoguang muttered to himself as he glanced over. He noticed the fur blanket that Wang Dong typically used had inexplicably lifted and swayed gently onto her. The slumbering figure remained undisturbed, only mumbling incoherently in her dreams. Since his mental energy had transformed into divine consciousness, Qian Chaoguang had intuitively mastered the art of manipulating objects with his mind, as if it were an instinct etched into his very genes. The first time he inadvertently levitated an object, he only realized the extraordinary feat he had accomplished once it was in his grasp. However, it was evident that lifting and swiftly maneuvering a heavy object was no simple task. It required extensive practice. The notion of directing a flying sword to dart about had shattered into a dream. I am uncertain when I shall attain the level where a mere thought can direct a flying sword to sever the enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. I ought to intensify my cultivation and strive for that day to arrive sooner. Not long after commencing my training, Qian Chaoguang was abruptly awakened. Alas, I almost forgot. Tomorrow morning presents a splendid opportunity to seize some benefits, and I nearly missed it. I shall have Tianming act as my alarm clock. The following morning, the blinding sunlight streamed into the dormitory, rousing the deeply slumbering Wang Dong. How did I end up sleeping on this stool all night? My legs are numb. My arms have lost all sensation. As she awoke, Wang Dong nearly stumbled, struggling against her physical discomfort. Grimacing, she rose from the stool, her movements reminiscent of a creature known as a zombie. As she stood, her blanket fell to the floor, and a shrill scream faintly pierced the soundproof walls. Ah, my blanket. At this moment, Qian Chaoguang was oblivious to her cries. He was currently accompanying Hui Yutong, winding around the new student teaching building and proceeding eastward along the southern edge of Shrek Plaza, arriving at the path by the Sea God Lake. The two had been wandering about for half an hour without a trace of Ma Xiaodao. Not a word needed altering. Hui Yutong's face bore a hint of lingering resentment. It was evident that the extravagant breakfast Qian Chaoguang procured for 60 gold soul coins had not entirely quelled her anger over his actions the previous day. Anyone who had been abruptly commanded to run until fainting while simultaneously operating the Xiantian skill for cultivation would likely not be in high spirits, even if the one issuing the orders was her brother. Chapter 51. Ha ha ha. There are too many noble individuals. Ahem. I failed to clarify yesterday that it was my brother's fault. I will make it up to you later. How does that sound? Hui Yutong pouted. Bad brother. How do you intend to compensate me? Qian Chaoguang gazed towards the mist-laden, azure expanse of Sea God Lake, a mysterious smile adorning his lips. How about enhancing your soul power by 1 or 2 levels? What? Hui Yutong tilted her head. Brother, have you perhaps earned too many gold soul coins yesterday and muddled your thoughts? Soul power cannot simply increase at will. I can't reach level 28 in a single night. Even teacher Xiaya remarked on how incredible that would be. The Xian Shui Dan will not suffice. But other elixirs might. Little Tong, have you heard of the Ascension Pill? Qian Chaoguang squinted into the distance, focusing on the island at the center of Sea God Lake. A red figure was rapidly approaching them. It was none other than Ma Xiaodao, for whom he had anxiously awaited for over half an hour. The lack of a specific time is inconvenient. Arriving too early means one can only stand idly by. Brother, that seems to be a senior from the inner courtyard? No, that's a senior sister, and she has come to deliver elixirs to us. Ma Xiaodao has arrived. We can seize benefits once more. This time, it is Shrek's bounty. Tianming, are you ready? I am prepared at any moment. But are you certain you wish to employ my ultimate secret weapon? Even with your current physique. Using it once would require a full 6 months to recover. Of course, as Qian Chaoguang and Tian Dream Ice Silkworm communicated within the Sea of Consciousness, Ma Xiaodao had already traversed a distance of over 1,000 meters in an instant, arriving less than 100 meters from the two. Brother, we must leave quickly. Something is amiss. Hui Yutong exclaimed anxiously, seizing Qian Chaoguang in an attempt to flee. However, just as she made a move, a terrifying heat wave enveloped the area surrounding them, turning all nearby vegetation to a charred yellow in an instant. It seemed that Ma Xiaodao had discovered them, as a colossal fiery handprint coalesced and descended toward them. With remarkable speed, Qian Chaoguang swiftly struck the side of Hui Yutong's neck, rendering her unconscious, while simultaneously enveloping her in a mist of icy vapor to dissipate the oppressive heat. In that fleeting moment, Qian Chaoguang's expression transformed. Paying no heed to the potential damage to his attire, a piercing blue light emanated from his chest, illuminating Ma Xiaodao. An intense chill radiated from him, swiftly banishing all traces of the searing heat, causing Ma Xiaodao to emit a muffled grunt as her flight trajectory faltered. A white soul ring, bordered in gold, ascended, resembling a full moon rising in the sky. Within 100 meters of Qian Chaoguang, everything froze instantly, including the Sea God Lake. A golden light erupted from his forehead, manifesting as a golden vertical eye. He had opened a fissure in the ancestral channel connecting to the Sea of Consciousness, allowing Tian Dream Ice Silkworm to communicate with the outside world. Qian Chaoguang slowly raised his right arm, his index finger transforming into an icy blue hue. Feel my wrath, he declared, pointing forward as a beam of icy blue light struck Ma Xiaodao. Despite her attempts to summon her martial soul in defiance, it was futile. Amidst a cacophony of thunderous sounds, Ma Xiaodao, fully enveloped in ice, plummeted into the Sea God Lake. Brother's task is complete. What shall we do next? I'll feign unconsciousness, and we can converse in the Sea of Consciousness. Let us go? Lacking conscious control, Qian Chaoguang collapsed to the ground. Everything unfolded according to the preordained script, without a single flaw. Once all was settled, Qian Chaoguang feigned awakening from his unconscious state. After Hui Yutong regained consciousness, a teacher clad in white, under duress and temptation, relinquished 2 porcelain vials before departing with a flourish. As the dust settled, Hui Yutong, still in a daze, was led by Qian Chaoguang back to the classroom, her mind still clouded. Brother, is this the Ascension Pill you spoke of? Qian Chaoguang smiled. Indeed, I assent it's swift. But how did you know? It's an instinct. Have I ever misinformed you since childhood? It seems not. Brother, can you foresee the future? Not quite. It's merely an occasional vague intuition. Qian Chaoguang nonchalantly responded, hastening Hui Yutong into the classroom, with both the Ascension Pill and the mysterious water pill in hand. It was time to devise other opportunities. A day swiftly passed, and compared to the previous day's lessons, today's class was markedly more relaxed for the students. From both a psychological and physiological perspective, Qian Chaoguang attentively absorbed the lessons on martial soul classification and soul beast lifespan recognition. It was only after attending today's class and studying the textbook that these fragmented concepts gradually coalesced into a coherent and vast, albeit intricate, iceberg of knowledge. After class in the afternoon, Tang Yao approached Hui Yutong and Qian Chaoguang, who were making their way to the dining hall. Consequently, they were spared the need to sell grilled fish today and could indulge more often in the culinary delights of the eighth window. Xiao Tong, Chaoguang, here you go. This is the compensation from that scoundrel Su Sanshi. A total of 80,000 gold soul coins and 2 Xian Shui Dan. Please verify it. Thank you, Sister Xiaoya. I didn't expect Su Sanshi to act so promptly. Qian Chaoguang remarked as he casually picked up the hefty sack of gold soul coins and the 2 small porcelain vials from the ground. He tossed the gold coins directly into his storage soul guide, handing the Xian Shui Dan to Hui Yutong. Wang Dong, who was also heading to the dining hall, watched in astonishment, completely overlooking the 2 Xian Shui Dan. 80,000 gold soul coins weighed over 1,000 jin. Was this person a monster? Tanya, surprised, asked Chaoguang. Aren't you going to count it? Aren't you afraid he shortchanged you? With a smile, Qian Chaoguang replied, I am uncertain of Su Sanshi's character. But I trust in your integrity, Sister Xiaoya, and that of Brother Beibei. If Su Sanshi wishes to maintain his friendship with Brother Beibei, he would not resort to deceit. Who doesn't he relish hearing flattering words? Upon hearing her beloved praised, Tanya's face brightened with joy, lifting her spirits. Chapter 52. What a good person. Sister Xiaoya. Shall we go outside the city to enjoy grilled fish? I didn't get to eat what I promised you yesterday. Recently, I've been experimenting with a new barbecue recipe, and since you and Brother Beibei have helped my brother and me so much, consider this a token of gratitude. Hui Yutong suggested softly, her shyness evident in front of others. Oh, we're all from Tang Sect. It's nothing to speak of. You are my disciple. So it's only natural, Tanya replied cheerfully, her happiness amplified by the prospect of grilled fish. Of course, grilling fish is a fine idea, but alas. Brother Beibei isn't here today, so he'll miss out. You are from Tang Sect? Without waiting for Hui Yutong and Qian Chaoguang to respond, Wang Dong, who had been following behind, spoke up. Tanya tilted her head and glanced over, exclaiming, what a handsome little boy. What is this? Are you interested in our Tang Sect? I am the current leader of Tang Sect. Is that surprising? Have you considered joining us? Caught between the two, Qian Chaoguang observed the scene with a sense of intrigue. The leader of Tang Sect a millennium from now, the daughter of the founder. Inviting someone to join Tang Sect, such a sense of deja vu washed over him. To Tanya's surprise, and Qian Chaoguang's expectation, Wang Dong decisively nodded. Wonderful. I have long heard of the wonders of Tang Sect's hidden weapons. Sect leader, please accept me. Are you serious? Our Tang Sect currently only has 3 members left. Wang Dong pondered. Is it just him and Hui Yutong? Qian Chaoguang shrugged. No, it's Sister Xiaoya's boyfriend. A senior at the Soul Master level. That's splendid. Wang Dong wore a look of relief, speaking without a hint of thought. Qian Chaoguang nearly succumbed to the urge to pull something from her storage soul guide to adorn the wall. No, I mean, how unfortunate. Master Tang, I sincerely wish to join the Tang Sect and learn the art of hidden weapons. Wang Dong replied. Are you not the master of the Tang Sect? Could you not show me a modicum of respect? Is it not more significant to admit someone into the Tang Sect than to savor grilled fish? Is it truly that delectable? She feigned curiosity. So, I overheard you all talking earlier. Is that grilled fish really worth the hype? Or might one procure it? Qian Chaoguang crossed her arms and cast her a sideways glance. It's not for sale. It's made by my sister. Wang Dong, incensed, believing she had unraveled Qian Chaoguang's character, promptly produced a handful of gold soul coins. What? Are you afraid I cannot afford it? After all, we are roommates. I know you are wealthy, but what good is that handful? You should inquire. My sister's grilled fish is priced at 500 gold soul coins each. And not a single coin less. Robbery. How can you speak so? Wang Dong retorted. Does your family rob, and then offer grilled fish as a gift? Oh right. Since you are so affluent, why not first repay the 130,000 gold soul coins you owe me? Qian Chaoguang instantly regretted her kindness in covering this person with a blanket yesterday. She thought it might be better for her to freeze. Turning to Hui Yutong, she strode towards the exit, contemplating that it was indeed unwise to engage further with such a troublesome individual. Ignore her, Xiaoya, Xiaotong, let us depart. Tanya cast a helpless glance at her, quickening her pace to follow the two who were moving away. I can't do anything about it, little one. Qian Chaoguang is quite stubborn. Wang Dong stomped her feet in frustration, then chased after them. If you want to let me eat, I shall eat today, regardless. Outside Shrek's East Gate, the spot where Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong had set up their stall yesterday was already occupied by a dozen individuals. Among them were the 3 unfortunate souls who had tasted the grilled fish the day prior, prominently featuring Su de Yuanzhong, who had been swindled out of 4 Xian Shui Dan and 100,000 gold soul coins. He stood at the front, gazing longingly from a distance, akin to a stone waiting for its beloved. Seeing Su Sanshi, Qian Chaoguang felt no surprise. He was clearly a devoted admirer, especially one with considerable wealth, capable of anything. Qian Chaoguang addressed the eager crowd with a bow. Dear seniors, I sincerely apologize. We will no longer sell grilled fish. Yesterday was merely an accident. Upon hearing this, some immediately protested, vociferously declaring, Don't say that, Junior. I rushed here as soon as class ended, waiting here for half an hour. If you are worried about trouble, we can stand guard for you. In Shrek City, no one would dare to harm you. The remaining few nodded in agreement, their eyes inadvertently drifting towards Su Sanshi, leaving him feeling exceedingly awkward. Qian Chaoguang maintained a somewhat apologetic smile, explaining, Seniors, I truly am sorry. The younger brother and the younger sister had not intended to make a living from this. The preparation of grilled fish and spices is quite arduous. It was only after much pleading from the three seniors yesterday that I reluctantly parted with my creations, for which I sincerely apologize. How about this? I have some skewers of marinated meat that have been preserved in cold storage. Although they may not be as intoxicating as the grilled fish, they are still exceedingly delicious. It is but a small token of my goodwill. What do you think, esteemed seniors? As he spoke, Qian Chaoguang extracted a substantial amount of his stock from his storage soul tool. This treasure had been prepared for him by Hui Yutong before he arrived at Shrek, and thanks to the vacuum-sealed preservation and chilling, it remained in impeccable condition, akin to when it was first made. The lamb skewers, marinated with a complex blend of spices, may not boast the same flavor impact as grilled fish, but they are formidable in their own right. In comparison to the authentic local cuisine of DouluoDalu continent, they are akin to a professional chef's fried fish roe. After much discourse, the long-waiting gourmands finally accepted Qian Chaoguang as compensation of meat skewers and departed, albeit with a hint of disappointment. However, once they found a stall to grill their skewers themselves, no one felt let down. As they savored the uniquely delightful skewers, they realized their wait had not been in vain. The hungry patrons eventually dispersed, yet one small, rotund figure trailed behind them. Su Sanshi. Compensation? The gold soul coins were inconsequential, but the 4 Xianshui Dan he had to part with nearly led to his demise by scorn. Su Sanshi involuntarily shivered, drawing in his neck. I merely wish to purchase 2 grilled fish, and I will pay. Upon hearing his timid tone, Tang Ye's expression softened. For Jiang Nanan. Yes, I did not expect you to be so infatuated. It is unfortunate that she does not reciprocate your feelings. Su Sanshi. Qian Chaoguang shook his head inwardly. Tang Ye did not comprehend the tangled emotions between him and Jiang Nanan, but he was well aware. Chapter 53. Fantasizing is a malady that must be cured. In a certain sense, Su Sanshi can be regarded as a responsible and accountable individual. However, his rather unfortunate disposition has resulted in a poor reputation. Jiang Nanan's disdain for him is entirely of his own making. When the group finally reached a secluded spot and lit a fire to cook, Qian Chaoguang deliberately cast a look of surprise towards Su Sanshi and Wang Dong. Do you two have something to discuss? I wish to buy grilled fish. Su Sanshi, taking the initiative, stammered, lacking the bravado he had displayed yesterday. 1,000 per fish. Huh. Su Sanshi was taken aback, having prepared himself for rejection. Qian Chaoguang, puzzled, scrutinized him and reiterated, 1,000 gold soul coins for each fish. Is my explanation insufficient, or do you not understand the language of DouluoDalu? I thought you. Qian Chaoguang shrugged. What? Should I first engage you in a brawl, then, from a position of superiority, firmly refuse you? You would then cling to my leg in a tragic display? I possess no such dramatic inclinations. It offers me no advantage. I do not engage in actions that yield no benefit, and Brother Bei has already vouched for you. However, despite your compensation for yesterday's actions, my impression of you remains rather negative. Thus, I will charge you double for the grilled fish. Is there any objection? None at all. Su Sanshi's facial muscles twitched slightly as he produced 2,000 gold soul coins and gently placed them on the ground, standing quietly by as he awaited the grilled fish. I must apologize, Junior. My eyesight was poor yesterday. It's nothing. We all have our moments of poor vision. Would you like some chili? Thank you, but no. Nanan doesn't eat spicy food. Wang Dong's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, 1,000 gold soul coins for a single grilled fish? You truly are insatiable for money. It wasn't just her. Even Tang Ye wore a look of astonishment. She had indeed heard the term exorbitant grilled fish from others the previous day, and she had thought that a fish selling for 1 gold soul coin was outrageous. She never anticipated that Qian Chaoguang would sell a single grilled fish for 1,000 gold soul coins. How on earth did he manage that? It was utterly absurd. After a brief wait, 6 grilled fish emerged. Qian Chaoguang first handed Su Sanshi 2 fish, dismissing the bothersome fellow, and then seated himself on the ground, inviting Tang Ye to join him, casually taking a fish for himself. Wang Dong squatted nearby, gazing enviously. 1,000 gold soul coins for a grilled fish. That greedy scoundrel. Although she was wealthy, nearly all her money had already fallen into Qian Chaoguang's pocket, and she still owed him 130,000. Just as Wang Dong wrestled with the decision of whether to part with 1,000 gold soul coins for the sake of pride, a grilled fish was presented before her. Here, eat. Wang Dong looked up to find it was Hui Yutong. Aren't you afraid your brother will be angry? Hui Yutong blinked and smiled sweetly. Brother won't be angry. If he truly wanted to refuse you, he would have simply chased you away. He may act tough, but he has a soft heart. Qian Chaoguang, who was temporarily playing the role of chef, grumbled in dissatisfaction. Don't speak nonsense. I can't stand that guy, and I'd rather she kept her distance. This was the second time her brother had mentioned her. A flicker of doubt passed through Hui Yutong's mind, which she quickly suppressed, secretly amused. Perhaps her brother still held some displeasure in his heart. Wang Dong cautiously accepted the grilled fish and tentatively inquired, is this grilled fish really that expensive? Definitely, oh my. What are you doing? He shot a fierce glare at the two girls. You two can't even stop your mouths from running. Hui Yutong playfully made a face at Qian Chaoguang and said no more, taking a small bite of her grilled fish. Wang Dong took the fish and bit into it heartily. The exquisite flavor instantly enveloped her palate. In just a few bites, the entire fish was consumed, leaving her with grease all over her mouth and hands, resembling Zhu Beiji devouring ginseng fruit. Qian Chaoguang found it amusing and teased. Isn't someone a bit of a germaphobe? I was just. Wang Dong stammered, her gaze repeatedly drifting toward the grilled fish. Ha! The three of them burst into laughter at Wang Dong's awkwardness, and the atmosphere was suddenly filled with unrestrained joy. As the four individuals indulged in grilled fish, Ma Xiaotao, who had been rendered unconscious by a mere finger of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, had now regained consciousness. She was engaged in a discussion with a venerable elder clad in white. It appeared that their conversation had persisted for quite some time, covering nearly all inquiries and conjectures, leaving only a few final matters to address. Was there an intruder in the academy? The elder shook his head. I have already dispatched someone to investigate. Initially, I suspected that it might be the guardians sent by the families of the two students, but after thorough verification, it became evident that such a possibility was entirely unfounded. Those two students are a pair of orphans with no blood relation. The boy is named Qian Chaoguang, and the girl is called Hui Yutong. Notably, Hui Yutong possesses a rare spirit-type martial soul, exhibiting remarkable talent during the entrance examination, and if properly nurtured, she has a significant chance of aspiring to the rank of title DouluoDalu. However, it is the boy, Qian Chaoguang, who piques my interest even more. He was specially recruited by Bei using the Tang Sect's quota and is the last descendant of a secluded clan, endowed with an ice attribute light-type martial soul unlike any I have ever encountered. Ma Xiaotao inquired curiously, an ice attribute light-type martial soul? Such a peculiar martial soul exists? How can these two completely opposing attributes possibly coexist? The elder nodded. Although it is somewhat hard to believe, the reality is indeed so. I am even uncertain whether to categorize it as a weapon martial soul or a beast martial soul. However, the boy's talent is rather lacking. His soul power level has yet to reach the admission standard of 15. Oh, I see. What the heck is that? A soul ascension pill? Where on earth did you procure this? In the dormitory, Wang Dong gaped at the walnut-sized emerald green pill in Qian Chaoguang's hand, even uttering an expletive. Didn't Ti Xiao Tong say you two have relied on each other since childhood? I now suspect you are a hidden wealthy individual. Qian Chaoguang swatted Wang Dong's outstretched hand away disdainfully and retorted, do you think I could conjure this out of thin air? It's just another fool's loss. I suspect you're not here to study at all. You're just here to swindle. Get lost. Chapter 54. The curtain is about to rise. After dispelling Wang Dong, the inquisitive chatterbox, Qian Chaoguang finally found the time to calm his mind and scrutinize the pill known as the Soul Ascension pill. Unlike the Xianshui pill, this one boasted a translucent emerald green shell, within which a faint luminescent aura seemed to swirl, crystal clear and brimming with vitality. After conducting a meticulous scan with his spiritual sense, Qian Chaoguang's expression turned sorrowful. He had overestimated the mystical nature of this item, leading to a considerable disillusionment regarding the expectations he held for pills. The Xianshui pill was much more akin to what he envisioned a true pill to be. In essence, the Soul Ascension pill is merely a large capsule filled with a certain high-energy liquid polymer. Aside from their shared round shape, it bears no resemblance to a traditional pill. A preliminary assessment suggests that it is crafted by extracting the essence of some life attribute rare materials. And under the scrutiny of his spiritual sense, he could even detect some minute, not yet fully liquefied plant fibers. The term high-energy extraction liquid may be more fitting. In theory, with an exceedingly peculiar sentiment, Qian Chaoguang opened his mouth wide and crushed the explosive bead belonging to the notorious thief. A rich, refreshing fragrance, accompanied by a dark green medicinal liquid, surged forth from the ruptured exterior, reminiscent of sipping fresh bamboo juice. It was surprisingly sweet. The moment the liquid entered his throat, it began to vaporize into a form of energy polymer, permeating throughout his body. The soul power vortex instantaneously activated, transforming these hard-won high-energy polymers into droplets of soul power suitable for absorption, continuously infusing them into the foundation beneath him. Typically, other soul masters would experience some energy leaking from their bodies while absorbing the soul elevation pill, inadvertently benefiting those around them. However, Qian Chaoguang was different. After completing his training with the impervious body, he could entirely seal external energy within himself. Unless he chose otherwise, not a single drop would escape. A faint azure glow enveloped his exterior, and the intense, refreshing aura filled his entire being. Under the relentless onslaught of the energy carried by the soul elevation pill, his soul power and physical constitution were advancing at an astonishing rate. Numerous blood vessels and meridians gradually transformed into a crystalline luminescence, while a thin second layer appeared on the golden foundation. It was foreseeable that with the perfect absorption of the medicinal power from this soul elevation pill, Qian Chaoguang could potentially reach the 15th level. Within the sea of consciousness, the heavenly dream ice silkworm stretched lazily and murmured, "Did you expend so much effort, using a life-saving trump card, just to obtain this? Is it worth it? With my full power, a mere finger could slay that soul emperor." The conscious entity formed by Qian Chaoguang instantly expanded, casting a disdainful glance at it. "You know well how difficult it is for me to level up. This is a rare treasure. How would I know such things? My essence is sealed, my mental power level is not as high as yours, so I can't access your memories, and even my perception of the outside world is rather vague. I will remember to inform you next time." Meanwhile, outside, Wang Dong, who had originally intended to siphon some energy, opened his eyes in disbelief, glancing at the cross-legged Qian Chaoguang, and muttered a complaint, "That money-hungry bastard, truly a monster." Another odd title added to his repertoire. Everyone says, when one encounters joyous events, one feels invigorated. Qian Chaoguang thought the same. Even though he effortlessly earned 173,462 gold soul coins, nothing brought him greater joy than the elevation of his soul power. That night, after consuming a soul elevation pill, he successfully ascended to the 15th level. In his elation, even Wang Dong, who he had previously found somewhat unappealing, began to seem somewhat charming. Of course, it might also be due to her promise of joining the Tang Sect after winning the upcoming Tang Yin New Student Competition, as she had been diligently practicing and not causing much trouble recently. Coincidentally, Qian Chaoguang had been busy investigating some highly confidential matters, often leaving early and returning late, so Wang Dong rarely saw him in the dormitory. However, exceptions invariably exist. Take Zhou Yi, for instance. Qian Chaoguang harbored no fondness for this instructor, who donned a human skin mask daily, maintained a stern countenance, and frequently sought opportunities to dismiss several students. Yet today, Qian Chaoguang had no choice but to endure Zhou Yi's physical training class, which marked the 8th occurrence, or rather, the 8th day since the commencement of the semester 2 weeks prior. The familiar reprimands and belittlements echoed once more, as did the routine of running laps in Shrek Square. A time-honored tradition of arduous weighted runs that seemed to constitute the sole content of physical training in the world. As the class monitor, Qian Chaoguang dutifully prepared saline solution, leading the group into formation as they lethargically engaged in this ancient exercise. No one relished the prospect of incessant running, particularly when it was a constant fixture of every class. It was rumored that other classes partook in a more varied regimen, while only the freshman class persistently endured this monotonous weighted running. The number of students in the formation had dwindled since the beginning, despite Qian Chaoguang's best efforts. He could not salvage every individual. Healing martial souls were not a panacea, and life was not akin to a game where a full health bar guaranteed vitality. Some students, simply due to injuries sustained during training, required a couple of days of recuperation and were dismissed from the academy by Zhou Yi for some ludicrous reason. After class, the students of Class 1, having received treatment, assisted one another in their walk back to the dormitory. Qian Chaoguang called over Hui Yutong and Wang Dong to discuss a matter. Upon hearing him, Wang Dong incredulously inquired, "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Aren't you afraid that person will expel you? This is a thankless endeavor." Hui Yutong also exhibited concern, adding, "Indeed, brother, although no one appreciates teacher Zhou, she is still our homeroom teacher. The shadow she casts over the students is profound. I am uncertain. Never mind, I shall do my utmost." Qian Chaoguang replied with a nonchalant smile. With such a neurotic homeroom teacher around, even sleep was uneasy. If successful, all would rejoice. If not, then they should prepare for a scenario where only 10 remained in the class. He believed that, having shared a common animosity for so long, they would comprehend the stakes, especially at this age when he had faith in them. There was a part of his thoughts he chose not to voice. At 11 or 12 years old, they were at an age of fearlessness and burgeoning rebellion. Heaven is the eldest, earth the second, and I the third, encapsulated the typical mindset of their age. Chapter 55. I said, you are nothing but refuse. Do not worry too much. I have been preparing for this since before the school year began. Otherwise, do you think I have sacrificed considerable time for cultivation each day merely to loiter outside? Was it not all for this day? Very well. Though the two found it difficult to grasp Qian Chaoguang's intentions, they hastened to comply. Even Wang Dong, who often sparred verbally with Qian Chaoguang, harbored a deeper disdain for Zhou Yi. After all, her uncles were limit Douluo. A mere sole emperor within the Qian sect is but a trifling fish. What airs it puts on? Moments later, the Shrek Square was nearly deserted. Zhou Yi, passing by the contemplative Qian Chaoguang, coldly remarked, class is over. What are you doing sitting here? Excellent. I need not take the initiative. The fish has bitten the bait on its own. Teacher Zhou, I am contemplating certain matters. Contemplating what? Contemplating why we must persist in running. Perhaps we could engage in more suitable activities for our exercise. Theoretically, while running enhances physical fitness comprehensively, it may not be the most suitable for everyone. We might require more targeted subjects for our training. I have heard that other classes do so. Oh, you possess opinions on the traditions that Shrek has upheld for millennia? Zhou Yi seemed intrigued by his words, with a hint of sarcasm in her inquiry. What other suggestions do you, the astute one, have? Qian Chaoguang remained silent, calmly gazing into Zhou Yi's eyes. From those seemingly tranquil eyes, she perceived much, yet instinctively chose to disregard it, stemming from her long-standing pride and arrogance as an educator. It felt as though he had spoken volumes without uttering a single word. As they stood in opposition, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Speak your mind. Do not waste time. Soon, it was Zhou Yi who could no longer withstand the pressure, her gaze flickering as she conceded. In his 2 lifetimes, Qian Chaoguang had navigated the world alone from a young age, experiencing its myriad joys and sorrows, and even enduring a brush with death. His indomitable will and extensive experiences were incomparable to Zhou Yi, who resided in an ivory tower, ruling her students through fear. His expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, Teacher Zhou, although my grandfather passed away during my childhood, he imparted to me a vital lesson long ago. One must learn to respect one another. As you bear the title of homeroom teacher, I have maintained a corresponding respect for you. However, if you continue to regard your students with such condescension and disdain, I believe there is no need for us to converse further. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to avoid any discussions with you to prevent any unpleasantness between us. Please select another class leader. Good afternoon, Teacher Zhou. I must go have lunch. Realizing she had been publicly slighted, Zhou Yi was taken aback. How could she tolerate such insubordination, especially from a student? Even DouluoDalu would not dare treat her in such a manner. Stop right there. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's furious shout, Qian Chaoguang slowly turned, his expression laced with confusion. Is there something else you wish to say? Stand here and finish what you were about to say. Otherwise, you shall not leave today. Observing Zhou Yi in a state of exasperation, Qian Chaoguang suddenly felt a surge of amusement. At that moment, he found himself grateful for Shrek's remarkably liberal school regulations. In the presence of a powerful background, as long as he does not violate the few explicitly prohibited school rules, he can act with reckless abandon before Zhou Yi, performing actions that might seem suicidal to onlookers. As for expulsion from class or transferring to another, I regret to inform you that Zhou Yi currently lacks such authority. Moreover, for Qian Chaoguang, the specifics of being in the martial spirit department, which class he belongs to, or even the department itself hold no significance whatsoever. DouluoDalu would certainly relish witnessing this scene, for he is an exceedingly crucial element in Qian Chaoguang's grand scheme. Are you certain you wish for me to articulate this? Speak. Your teaching methods and training subjects are nothing short of utter rubbish. What did you say? Dare you repeat that? Zhou Yi could scarcely believe her ears. Instantly engulfed by fury, her hair subtly frizzing as if she were a lion in a fit of rage. Never before had anyone dared to declare that their teaching methods and training subjects were trash. The oppressive aura of a sole emperor enveloped Qian Chaoguang in an instant. This pressure, akin to the depths of the ocean, bore down on his form, causing his bones to emit faint creaks. However, this force, which could render an ordinary first-ring soul master powerless and kneeling, failed to inflict any tangible harm, not even prompting a slight furrow in Qian Chaoguang's brow. He met Zhou Yi's furious gaze with calm composure and stated, I said, your teaching methods and training subjects are nothing but pure garbage. Do you comprehend that now? If your hearing or intellect is impaired, I can repeat it, that is no trouble. Zhou Yi's presence swelled further, exerting an oppressive weight akin to a mountain. She coldly replied, "You possess an audacious spirit. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? You are insulting Shrek. You are trampling upon the honor of Shrek. I am fully aware of my words, and my faculties are intact," Qian Chaoguang affirmed earnestly. "Since becoming a member of Shrek, I have diligently practiced over the past fortnight, fostered camaraderie among my classmates, and sincerely respected every teacher imparting knowledge. I have even endeavored to mend the rifts between you and other students. As the class leader of the freshmen, I stand with a clear conscience. In contrast, as a mentor, your conduct is improper, blindly arrogant, and dismissive of all. You wield school regulations whimsically, often imposing excessive punishments upon students. Why do you believe your personal behavior can embody the venerable legacy of Shrek? You are merely an ordinary mid-level teacher who has faced multiple reprimands and warnings. Pray tell, who is truly the one insulting and trampling upon Shrek?" Chapter 56. Only by tearing off the facade can the true face be revealed. Unbeknownst to her, in the distance surrounding Shrek Square, shadowy figures began to materialize. Though they remained indistinct, enveloped in her fury, Zhou Yi was oblivious to all this, her gaze fixed firmly on Qian Chaoguang's calm, yet infuriating visage. A millennium ago, the founder of Shrek, Yu Shaojiang, proposed a theory. There are no worthless martial spirits, only worthless soul masters. This is a phrase you often utter yourself. Yet, how does this esteemed teacher truly behave? You attempt to mask your incompetence by expelling students who cannot keep pace with your so-called progress, exploiting fear to overstretch the potential of each individual. You have offered these students no opportunities, no guidance or education, annihilating all their efforts and even refusing them a chance to partake in the freshman assessment. Aside from coercion and expulsion, I must candidly assert that I see no evidence of your capabilities as an educator, especially considering you teach at a prestigious institution recognized throughout the continent. Qian Chaoguang's words remained calm, devoid of any fluctuation or turbulence. He merely stated a fact. Zhou Yi was oblivious to the veiled insult, not realizing that Qian Chaoguang was insinuating she was akin to a dog. Your inability to perceive this stems from your own ineptitude. The proportion of students I have guided into the inner academy is the highest. On what grounds do you dare question me? You are but a mere freshman. What qualifications do you possess to challenge me? Qian Chaoguang's consciousness unfurled, discreetly scanning the distant crowd at Shrek Square. The efficacy of his consciousness proved far more advantageous than anticipated. Under the joint arrangement of the heavenly dream ice silkworm and himself, this place had transformed into a nearly enclosed space constructed with consciousness and substantial mental energy. This small space did not entirely mute all sounds, but did obscure Zhou Yi's perception of the outside world. The external audience could hear their voices clearly. Yet Zhou Yi remained deaf and blind to them. Upon realizing that the individuals he required were in place, a barely perceptible smile graced Qian Chaoguang's lips. Do you not feel a pang of guilt holding the title of a mid-level teacher? Perhaps other teachers see a mere 1 or 2% advancement rate among their students. But that statistic is based on a negligible number of students ever having been presented. If both groups consist of 100 individuals, one achieving 1% without expelling anyone, while the other expels 90 and then claims 10%, is there truly a difference in numbers? I hope your basic mathematical skills can still manage such simple calculations within 100. When faced with a problem, you opt to eliminate the problematic students. Truly, you are remarkable. I am deeply impressed by your audacity. I surmise that only a teacher with 2 faces could muster the resolve to commit such acts. Speaking of which, Zhou Yi, I am quite curious. Has no one exposed you all these years? Or have those who dared reveal the truth been expelled by you for various reasons? Or perhaps it is merely a case of mutual protection among the martial spirit faculty? Even if we assume, for the sake of argument, that you have not engaged in any underhanded tactics, do you genuinely believe that their admission to the inner academy is a testament to your prowess as an educator? Zhou Yi, with a grim expression, retorted, if not me, then whose merit is it? Is it the merit of a waste like you? A barrage of questions. The only one Zhou Yi could question was this. This is a common flaw of those who, when exposed, resort to bluster. The facts speak louder than words. It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Qian Chaoguang shook his head and retrieved a stack of papers inscribed with meticulous notes from his storage bracelet. Individuals who stubbornly cling to their fallacies are abundant in the annals of the internet, where they distort facts and manipulate concepts with remarkable finesse. From the very first day of our acquaintance, I have made it clear that I am adept at gathering information. Evidently, you have not taken my words to heart. This is merely the medical record from the infirmary of the outer academy. Within the inner academy, and during his various missions, the frequency of his recurring ailment remains shrouded in mystery. However, at that time, You concealed the truth and declared to him and the school that it was a consequence of an unfortunate incident during his training, a narrative he accepted without question, steadfastly adhering to your training regimen. What a convenient explanation for a so-called training mishap. The first medical record emerged a mere 5 months after his enrollment. And at that point, this senior had not even crossed the threshold of Shrek Academy. During the freshman competition, he sustained no injuries. Could it be that his wounds were self-inflicted in a moment of idleness? As a teacher at Shrek for many years, one would assume you possess enough intellect to grasp the gravity of this situation. This senior, Wang Qianjun, has effectively rendered his leg incapacitated. If there are no miraculous treasures capable of wholly healing his bones, this disability will haunt him throughout the latter half of his life, until death claims him. This unfortunate senior may never realize that this was the gift bestowed upon him by the very mentor he trusted most. As for the reasons behind this, you are likely more aware than I. The transformation of this ailment into a disability stems from your relentless pressure over the past 6 years, pushing this senior to his limits, compelling him to run without respite, to exert himself to the brink of exhaustion. You surely understand the principle of moderation, do you not? At this juncture, Qian Chaoguang raised his gaze to the furious Zhou Yi and suddenly smiled. He held aloft the thick stack of documents. Perhaps you have forgotten who this senior Wang is, but fret not. I have amassed a considerable collection of medical records concerning many students you have once taught. Let us discuss them one by one. Sun Xiaolei, Zhang Wanli, Yang Mo. With each name Qian Chaoguang uttered, Zhou Yi's expression darkened further. This list encompasses not only graduates from both the inner and outer academies, but also numerous current students still within the institution. Since the 3rd day of the semester, Qian Chaoguang has dedicated substantial time to scrutinizing medical records in the infirmary and conducting interviews with those who once studied under Zhou Yi. These conclusions were drawn by the senior who harbored intentions of vengeance after 5 years of careful observation. He simply lacked access to the medical records until Qian Chaoguang's arrival confirmed his suspicions. As of yesterday, excluding the health status of his own class, Qian Chaoguang had compiled records for over 300 representative students, including more than 290 detailed interview summaries provided pro bono by the senior. Qian Chaoguang took responsibility for documenting the corresponding medical files, ultimately culminating in irrefutable evidence. The animosity harbored by the senior towards Zhou Yi had reached an extreme. She was willing to disregard everything as long as he faced appropriate retribution. Following each physical training session, the soul saint of the life tree would graciously offer healing to everyone, which was commendable. However, the life tree martial spirit was not omnipotent. Even the most adept healers, such as those from the Emerald Swan clan and the healing angels, including the owners of the Nine-Heart Begonia spirit, could not guarantee the complete alleviation of injuries caused by excessive training. What could be expected from a mere soul saint-level life tree martial spirit? It merely served to provide a fleeting sense of relief. For years, Zhou Yi had been exploiting the potential of her students through nearly exhausting training regimens, yielding rapid improvements in their abilities. Such training was far less direct than the scientific methods employed in the Sun Moon Empire. The unfortunate students, kept in the dark, might never realize that the chronic ailments accompanying them for the rest of their lives stemmed from the very teacher they once revered and trusted upon entering the realm of soul masters. As the list was read to its conclusion, Zhou Yi's visage darkened to an inky hue, nearly dripping with malevolence. How could she be oblivious to her own actions? Yet, she had not anticipated that someone could deduce the truth from those medical records. Such deductive reasoning was nearly unfathomable in an academy that had stagnated for millennia, where blind faith in the faculty prevailed. Zhou Yi had begun to loathe the very existence of those seemingly superfluous medical records in the school's infirmary. "Oh, it seems you were well prepared," she spat, the words forced out through clenched teeth, dripping with malice. Qian Chaoguang shrugged. "I cannot take credit. I am merely fulfilling my duty as class leader, ensuring that my peers do not tread the same path as the seniors, becoming crippled in the process. You dare to threaten me? Do you believe the school will heed your fabrications?" Zhou Yi scoffed, a faint yet palpable surge of soul power radiating from within her. In her mind, if she could destroy the records in Qian Chaoguang's possession and obliterate the substantial medical files, she, as a teacher of Shrek Academy, would remain unscathed. With Fan Yu, the third in command of the Soul Engineer Department, backing her, Zhou Yi felt no trepidation regarding Qian Chaoguang's threats. Instead, she had already concocted a plan to escalate the matter, intending to expel him for disrespecting the school's rules, thereby eliminating this obstacle that had continuously thwarted her endeavors. Once she disposed of both issues, she would still be regarded as an esteemed educator at Shrek. After all, she had been teaching there for many years. How could she be outmaneuvered by a mere fledgling? Just as Zhou Yi was on the verge of erupting, Qian Chaoguang astutely sensed an external disturbance. He promptly withdrew his mental interference, exposing everything to the light, allowing Zhou Yi to regain her awareness of her surroundings. However, for someone in a furious and irrational state, this revelation was of little consequence. Zhou Yi was singularly focused on annihilating the pile of documents in Qian Chaoguang's hands, indifferent to everyone else. As 6 soul rings subtly emerged, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted above the Shrek Square, reverberating like a furious tempest. Zhou Yi, what do you intend to do? Boom. A towering figure descended with remarkable speed, locking his fierce, tiger-like gaze upon the scene. The surrounding turbulence of soul power was a testament to the man's own simmering rage, ready to unleash havoc at any moment. It was none other than Qian DouluoDalu, summoned by Hui Yutong, the finest spectator for this unfolding drama. This member of the Sea God's Pavilion possessed immense strength, sufficient to overshadow Fan Yu. Qian Chaoguang had previously inquired with Bei Bei about Qian DouluoDalu, learning that he did not share an intimate rapport with Fan Yu. Their association was solely for the pursuit of a common goal. Do you truly believe that Shrek will allow a malignant presence like you to act without restraint? Zhou Yi was momentarily disoriented by the thunderous voice, still recovering from the roar when another arrived. This individual, upon landing, did not direct his gaze towards Zhou Yi, but instead towards Qian Chaoguang. Is everything you said true? This newly arrived instructor, in his 50s, tall and imposing, bore a stern visage with a clean-shaven face. He was none other than DouluoDalu, the director of the External Academy. Originally, Qian Chaoguang had planned for Wang Dong to notify his classmates and for Hui Yutong to summon Qian DouluoDalu, and nothing more. He had confirmed yesterday that Qian DouluoDalu would be in his office at noon. Unexpectedly, when Wang Dong rallied classmates to support their class leader, the turnout was unexpectedly grand. Those students who had grievances against Zhou Yi eagerly volunteered to join, resulting in a substantial crowd. People inherently possess a tendency to conform, especially with a leader emerging. Hatred had never dissipated. It merely lay buried beneath the weight of fear. Now, with this spark igniting the fuse, even the most timid souls found a flicker of courage amidst the throng. Chapter 58. The curtain falls on a spectacle. The janitor takes the stage. As participants traversed from the dormitory to Shrek Square, the numbers swelled, with hundreds gathering around the square, awaiting the judgment that Wang Dong had spoken of. These students maintained a remarkable silence and solemnity that would astonish anyone, quietly listening to the dispute between Qian Chaoguang and Zhou Yi. A large influx of students had converged upon Shrek Square during lunchtime, an unusual occurrence that naturally caught DouluoDalu's attention. Upon arriving at the scene, he realized the situation instigated by Zhou Yi seemed rather grave, far from the usual minor skirmishes among a few students. This was a collective uprising involving hundreds, and mismanagement could lead to significant chaos. What made the situation exceedingly challenging for DouluoDalu was his inability to disperse them. Shrek had no regulations forbidding students from silently gathering around the square during lunchtime. They had not disrupted the order of the school, nor affected any other students. In this context, it was not long before Qian DouluoDalu also arrived. He arrived at precisely the right moment, just in time to hear and witness the most captivating segment. Any teacher of integrity, possessing even a modicum of professional ethics, would undoubtedly feel incensed upon learning of Zhou Yi's appalling actions. Qian DouluoDalu, typically of a gentle disposition, found it increasingly difficult to contain his fury, sensing as if a tempest was brewing within his chest, ready to erupt. Several times he contemplated rushing forward, only to forcibly suppress the impulse. It was only when he observed Zhou Yi displaying intent to attack Qian Chaoguang that this usually unassuming vice dean of the Soul Guidance Department could no longer restrain himself. Springing into action and positioning himself between the two, DouluoDalu, unwilling to be outdone, charged forward as well. He had long sought an opportunity to confront Zhou Yi, but prior interventions by Fan Yu had muddied the issue, causing it to be postponed until now. Moreover, what had the first-year student just disclosed? Zhou Yi's teaching had inflicted considerable suffering upon several Shrek students, even leading to lifelong disabilities. Such news was chilling. Should this matter become public, the venerable reputation of Shrek, built over millennia, would be instantly obliterated. Yes, signatures and seals. He was thoroughly prepared for this. However, not everyone possesses the courage to confront their past nightmares. And the signatories are indeed few. Yet, that was already sufficient. Qian Chaoguang respectfully handed over a substantial stack of documents to DouluoDalu, and from his storage wristband, retrieved another set of copies, which he presented to Qian DouluoDalu amidst Zhou Yi's seething expression. Qian Chaoguang harbored doubts about this External Academy's director. Although the original text did not explicitly indicate any collusion between DouluoDalu and Zhou Yi, he had witnessed many situations where outwardly adversarial parties were, in fact, in cahoots. Qian Chaoguang even possessed 2 additional sets of copies. Should Qian DouluoDalu prove unreliable, he would directly submit this set of copies to the ever-silent Muin. If Muin also remained indifferent, though that seemed unlikely, for this old man would never turn a blind eye to threats against Shrek's foundation. Qian DuoDuo perused the extensive documents submitted by Qian Chaoguang, and the fury he had managed to suppress surged once more. The more he read, the more incensed he became, to the point where his hands began to tremble. The sheer number of students implicated in these documents was staggering, just by casually flipping through a few pages. He had already identified over 5 students with significant perilous conditions. If these issues were not addressed promptly, they would undoubtedly result in lifelong disabilities within 5 years. And all of this was the direct consequence of the notorious teacher Zhou Yi. Du Weilin. Qian Duoduo's voice resounded once more, startling Du Weilin. Although this vice dean of the Soul Guidance Department was theoretically just a level and a half above him, he was not someone he could afford to offend. What should be done regarding Zhou Yi's alleged mistreatment of Shrek students? Du Weilin quickly responded, immediate containment is required. All duties should be suspended, and an investigative committee must be established. If the allegations prove true, she should be dismissed thereafter, never to set foot in Shrek City again. Shall we not execute this? Indeed. Du Weilin responded with a nod, his face contorted with rage as he cast a furious glance at Zhou Yi. Before he could take action, Qian DuoDuo coldly interjected. Zhao Wang is my disciple, and I have faith in him. You would do well to refrain from any nefarious intentions. As for Fan Yu, should there be any issues, let him come to me directly. This matter is beyond his purview. Zhao Wang, let us depart. With that, Qian DuoDuo strode away, followed closely by Qian Chaoguang. As they passed through the throngs surrounding the Shrek Square, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. Maintaining the faade of the vice president's authority, Qian DuoDuo commanded the cheering students to disperse for their meals, while discreetly communicating through soul power, you little rascal. You didn't mention to me that you were going to stir up such a commotion. Bring Xiaodong to my office. In the center of the square, the thunderous applause of hundreds of students exacerbated the grim expressions of Du Weilin and Zhou Yi. Their reasons for discontent, however, diverged significantly. Let us go. Do not compel me to take action. Why didn't I have the resolve to expel this calamity back then? Damn it. Now I'm left with this mess. If this matter comes to fruition, I too shall face repercussions. It is not just I. A multitude of individuals previously associated with Fan Yu will also face severe consequences. Should word of this leak, it would tarnish the illustrious reputation Shrek has built over millennia. No one can shoulder such a burden. Zhou Yi scoffed lightly, seemingly indifferent as she turned away, heading toward the location indicated by Du Weilin. Do you believe it remains the same as before? Do you realize the magnitude of the blunder you have committed? Concealing the injury of a student, distorting the truth, forming factions. Do you comprehend the severity of this malevolent incident? This time, even Fan Yu cannot save you. Not even if he were to break through to become a 9th-level soul master at this very moment, could he rescue you. He is struggling to safeguard himself. Mind your own business. Zhou Yi's tone retained its characteristic chill, yet a subtle tremor laced her final words. Fear had never truly departed. Is it humanity that governs fear, or is it fear that governs humanity? A profound inquiry indeed. Chapter 59, Report to the Teacher. It was a senior who told me to do this. Before the entrance of the new student dormitory, Muin, reclining in a chair, slightly opened his eyes. A faint smile gracing his aged visage. An intriguing young man. I never anticipated you could actually reach this point. It is high time to cleanse the filth that has tainted this abode. The glory of Shrek shall not be trampled upon. In the Soul Guidance Division. Within the office of the dean, Qian DuoDuo wore an expression of helplessness as he regarded the calm-faced boy before him, opening his mouth several times. At a loss for words. Long ago, he had heard whispers that Fan Yu's partner was no ordinary individual. Complaints and reports from students regarding expulsions and excessive punishments were frequent, and he was notoriously unyielding. Yet, all of this had been forcefully suppressed by Fan Yu's authority. He had pondered that there might be underlying reasons, but he never imagined that those reasons could be so severe. Why didn't you inform me about such a significant matter in advance? After much hesitation, Qian DuoDuo finally spoke up. Just moments ago, he had been in a standoff with Zhou Yi, unyielding and resolute, but now he offered an awkward smile. Teacher, I truly never intended to create such a commotion. My initial plan was simply to unite our classmates and have you preside over a fair resolution. Who would have thought that Zhou Yi would incite such widespread outrage? Moreover, I mentioned this to you yesterday, but you never indicated the magnitude of the situation. This scoundrel has me seething with rage. Qian DuoDuo's lips twitched slightly. Moreover, I haven't even formally accepted you as my disciple. Yet you managed to incite a rebellion among hundreds of students, forcing the dean to intervene. If I were to officially become your mentor, would you then rally the entire school to impeach the members of the Sea God Pavilion? Qian Chaoguang blinked innocently. That wouldn't happen. If I had the ability to incite a school-wide uprising, I would certainly let you enjoy being the head of the Sea God Pavilion first. Get lost. Is this a matter for jest? DouluoDalu laughed and scolded, allowing some of the anger stirred by Zhou Yi to dissipate. All right, my boy. Let us get down to business. Quickly. DouluoDalu's smile faded, and his demeanor turned serious. Who has been supporting you from behind the scenes? Supporting from behind? No one has supported me. Does the senior who provided the information count? Qian Chaoguang feigned ignorance. His eyes filled with confusion as he looked at DouluoDalu. My sister and I have been alone since childhood, relying solely on each other for many years. Aside from you, we don't know any influential figures from other colleges. Why do you ask? DouluoDalu grunted softly and rapped the table with his knuckles. Don't play dumb with me. Do you think your teacher is easily fooled? Though you possess a proud spirit, you are not the type to act recklessly. Your technique reveals this. Your strikes are steady, confident, and commanding, yet devoid of recklessness or arrogance. I have only demonstrated one strike before you, and you can deduce so much from it. Is that true? Qian Chaoguang was genuinely taken aback. What sort of mystique is this? How can one analyze a person's character from a single strike? I have little knowledge. Please do not deceive me. Do you think your teacher earned the title of Douluo for nothing? I advise you to confess quickly and honestly, lest I be compelled to press you further. DouluoDalu's expression bore a hint of pride, though he skillfully concealed it behind his stern visage. Had it not been for Qian Chaoguang's keen perception, he might have overlooked it. Well, I will tell you then. A certain elderly gentleman at the dormitory entrance supported my actions. I have a vague sense that he possesses considerable prowess, which is why I acted as I did. Upon hearing this, DouluoDalu's previously smug expression promptly vanished, replaced by an even graver demeanor as he sat up straight. The elderly gentleman you mentioned, does he have a slight hunch? Is he the one who lounges in a recliner by the new student dormitory? Qian Chaoguang nodded. Yes, that's him. I have a good rapport with the old man. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Tong. Hui Yutong remarked. Indeed, Dean Qian, that old gentleman previously mentioned something about a thorough cleaning to my brother. It was utterly perplexing to me. Do you have any idea what he meant? My brother has been tight-lipped about it. Address him as teacher. DouluoDalu shot Hui Yutong an irritable glance, causing her to shiver and instinctively grasp Qian Chaoguang's hand. All right, since that is the case, I comprehend. Hui Yutong, still unsatisfied with her quest for enlightenment and feeling slightly intimidated, stood to the side with a pout. It was only after Qian Chaoguang offered her some reassurance that her mood began to brighten. In a theatrical manner, after comforting his sister, Qian Chaoguang hesitantly inquired, Teacher, is that old gentleman quite formidable? Is he also a member of the Sea God Pavilion? How do you compare with him? Once again, DouluoDalu cast a disapproving look at Qian Chaoguang, who had innocently posed a series of probing questions. Best not to inquire too deeply. You shall come to know who he is in due time. After lunch, remain in the dormitory. Your afternoon classes will likely be cancelled. Someone may come to seek information from you, so just speak the truth. Qian Chaoguang nodded. Understood, teacher. Should Xiao Tong and I come by later? Not for now. Focus on your cultivation and prepare for the freshman competition over the next 3 months. After the competition concludes, you may come to study with me every afternoon. All right, teacher. We shall take our leave then. Wait, take this. DouluoDalu retrieved 2 black necklaces from his storage soul guide, each adorned with a small dark golden tag. The front of the tag bore intricate designs, while the back displayed the character for money. Qian Chaoguang reached out to accept it, feigning ignorance. Teacher, what is this? It is a credential for core disciples of the Soul Guidance Department, though it will only activate after the freshman competition. I am aware of your abilities. Unless you are confident in securing the championship, take it easy and aim merely to qualify. Let me remind you, the champion's reward will be a soul bone. For Xiao Tong's sake, I shall strive for the championship, provided you permit me to utilize it. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Your weapon is lethal. Do you wish to be expelled from the academy? Very well, I shall do my utmost. DouluoDalu waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this nonsense. Let us depart. Just behave yourself and avoid causing any trouble. All right? Xiao Tong, keep an eye on him. Hui Yutong grasped Qian Chaoguang's hand, her expression serious as she nodded earnestly. Chapter 60, Uprooted. After Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong exited the office, DouluoDalu rose and approached the window, gazing down at the Shrek campus from his elevated vantage point. That old gentleman? This audacious boy truly dares to address him so. If he has the old man's endorsement, matters will be much easier. It seems this Sea God Pavilion meeting will likely proceed without controversy. Below, a tall figure rushed through the Soul Guidance Department area, sprinting towards the teaching office of the Outer Academy. Fan Yu, I have long advised you not to be so engrossed in experiments. You must keep an eye on Zhou Yi. You are in for a rough time this time. I hope this does not delay the extreme individual soldier plan. His contemptible actions have incited a profound wrath within me. I yearned to put an end to her existence with a mere slap. Meanwhile, after subduing Zhou Yi, Du Weilin hastily disregarded his meal and promptly submitted this matter, along with the stack of documents in his possession, to the dean of the Outer Academy. If the revelations regarding Zhou Yi's conduct were indeed accurate, the implications would be monumental, marking the most egregious event in nearly a millennium. Du Weilin dared not handle the situation independently and thus reported the events unaltered. The dean, preoccupied with addressing the transition of 5th and 6th graders into the Inner Academy, was suddenly engulfed in darkness, realizing that calamity had befallen them from the heavens. Without hesitation, he swiftly escalated the matter further. In less than an hour, the report, complete with original documents, was laid before Yin Xiaozhe. According to certain whispers, in a fit of rage, Yin Xiaozhe smashed the table with a single blow. Soon, as Qian DuoDuo had anticipated, the meeting of the Sea God Pavilion was convened. Numerous venerable elders, who had been engrossed in their meditation, were abruptly summoned to the Golden Tree, bewildered by the turn of events. Initially, these elders and deans had arrived with jovial conversation. But as the meeting commenced and the reports were scrutinized, their mirth swiftly dissipated. The conference hall of the Sea God Pavilion became a cacophony of vitriol and curses directed at Zhou Yi's lineage. Around an oval table sat 10 individuals in orderly fashion, with an armchair at the head occupied by the venerable Mu En. The once solemn interior of the Golden Tree had transformed into a hub of outrage. Apart from those privy to the secrets, such as Qian DuoDuo and Mu En, every face was aflame with indignation. The irascible Xuanzi, in particular, had even neglected to partake in his meal. No one could remain unperturbed. What was Zhou Yi doing? This was an assault on the very roots of Shrek. It threatened to obliterate the honor and reputation painstakingly cultivated over millennia. More critically, had this information not been divulged by a student in a public forum, it might have remained concealed indefinitely. What were the others beneath them doing? The prevailing sentiment rendered a vote unnecessary. All were in favor of meting out severe punishment to Zhou Yi, wishing fervently for her demise to assuage their wrath. Ahem, if I may have your attention. Mu En gently interjected, his soft voice cutting through the tumult, instantly silencing the chaotic chamber. Xiaozhe, you are to resolve this matter personally, and DuoDuo shall assist you. I expect to see results in the shortest time possible. Yet, this was insufficient. Mu En shook his head slightly. The roots are decayed. The Zhou Yi incident could not be addressed by one individual alone. This presents a remarkable opportunity, a chance to excise the malignancy at its source. 1,000-mile dike can be breached by an ant's nest. We cannot allow such a tumor to remain within our institution. Teacher, do you mean? Mu En's gaze hardened, and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the meeting room, the pressure emanating from the limit Dou weighing heavily on the nerves of every title Douluo present. Eradicated entirely, leave no trace. As a limit Douluo facing imminent demise, Moon's thoughts were not only straightforward but also pure. He sought to eradicate all potential threats within Shrek Academy before his death. Zhou Yi's actions did not escape his keen observation. However, this process of purging poison was fraught with peril. A misstep could incite tremendous upheaval. Zhou Yi was merely the most conspicuous of these toxins, the most rebellious among them. Expelling Zhou Yi was an easy task, yet unearthing those who lurked in the shadows was a far more arduous endeavor. Thus, he remained patient, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. In the original narrative, he failed to receive such an opportunity, but instead encountered Hui Yuhao. The existence of a limit Douluo could indeed conceal the underlying ugliness of the lower echelons, albeit only temporarily. The adage that 1,000-mile dike can be breached by an ant hole holds no fault. Just as minor ailments can escalate into severe diseases, and grave illnesses can culminate in terminal conditions, after 10,000 years of enduring Shrek, the Spirit Transmission Tower and the Temple of War ultimately united to launch divine-level fixed, soul-guided artillery shells towards Shrek City. An organization characterized by pride, arrogance, and the wrath of the masses can have no path to survival. Were it not for the forced descent of a certain god king, Shrek would have faced annihilation countless times over. Now, a turning point had emerged. An extraordinary opportunity lay before Moon. This was not merely an opportunity, but also a hand pushing him from behind. In the presence of hundreds of students, should he fail to resolutely eliminate these festering elements, Shrek would face even greater turmoil, perhaps even catastrophe. The wings of the little butterfly, Wang Dong, inadvertently aided Qian Chaoguang immensely and decisively propelled Moon to make a firm resolution. In the office of the teaching department at the Outer Academy, Du Weilin confronted Fan Yu, whom he had always treated with utmost caution, and for the first time unleashed the ire of a director. He pointed an accusatory finger at Fan Yu's nose, vehemently reproaching him for a full 10 minutes without repeating a single complaint. Zhou Yi, how dare you ask me about Zhou Yi? How can you even bring her up? I'm appalled. It's nauseating. A thick stack of papers was slammed onto Fan Yu's desk, producing a resounding thud. You've deceived me for all these years. Are you truly unaware of what Zhou Yi has done? Fan Yu, silent, picked up the hefty dossier, and the neatly arranged lines of text came into view, both new and old. Chapter 61, Fan Yu's Shame. After hastily reading through the extensive documentation, Fan Yu's complexion turned a ghastly shade, his fists clenched until the knuckles whitened, and cold sweat streamed down his back. Was this truly the work of Zhou Yi? His voice trembled, devoid of its former confidence. As one of the foremost soul engineers at Shrek Academy, he had not experienced panic or shame in a long time. His mind felt nearly blank. His heart seemed to be gripped tightly by a large hand, making even breathing increasingly laborious. DouluoDalu mocked. You don't even know what your own wife is up to? What are you pretending to be oblivious for? I have already consulted the archives, and the evidence is indisputable. I am filled with such rage that I wish I could sever ties with her. I opened my mouth several times, attempting to defend myself or to plead for Zhou Yi, yet the words eluded me. The evidence is as solid as a mountain, rendering any justification utterly feeble in its presence. Typically, I am engrossed in research, oblivious to the world beyond. Were it not for my complete immersion in the study of soul devices, I would never have unraveled the secrets of the fixed soul device as the first in Shrek Academy. Over the past decade, I have indeed shielded Zhou Yi on numerous occasions, aware that my wife has expelled many students. However, I never fathomed that she could descend to such depths of malice. I slumped despondently in my office chair, feeling utterly lost. Faced with the consequences of my beloved's actions, I, a master in the realm of soul devices, am at a loss on how to atone for this suffering. How many students and families have been harmed? With a wife like this, I feel an overwhelming sense of shame, even a profound embarrassment. Under DouluoDalu's scornful gaze, I wished I could vanish into the ground. The two of us stood in silent confrontation, oblivious to the passage of time. Creak. The office door swung open. Qian Chaoguang and DouluoDalu entered together. I hastily rose to my feet. DouluoDalu cast a glance at me, sighed deeply, and said nothing, which only intensified my shame. I had no idea how to face these two deans. Dean. Qian Chaoguang's eyes were as cold as an unyielding blade. He merely cast a sidelong glance at me, and then turned his attention to DouluoDalu. Where is Zhou Yi? In the confinement room. Take me to her. Qian Chaoguang followed DouluoDalu out, scarcely acknowledging me again. DouluoDalu sighed once more and patted my shoulder. Dean, the tall man stammered, as if he wished to articulate something, yet ultimately found himself unable to voice it. I could hardly summon the words to defend myself, let alone plead for Zhou Yi. I knew all too well that Zhou Yi was finished, and so was I. I will resign from all positions and accept the school's punishment. DouluoDalu sighed for a third time. Let us go? Inside the confinement room, Zhou Yi's mask had been removed, revealing her youthful and beautiful visage. Yet, it was evident that this serene beauty was now twisted, utterly marred. Zhou Yi, even now, do you remain unrepentant? I spoke through tears, struggling against the pain in my heart to utter these words. Upon learning what Zhou Yi had truly done, and recognizing my own complicity in her heinous acts, I did not weep. Even when DouluoDalu mocked me, when Qian Chaoguang disregarded me, and when DouluoDalu looked upon me with profound disappointment, I did not shed a tear. However, upon encountering the unrepentant Zhou Yi in the confinement room, Fan Yu could no longer contain himself, and tears of blood streamed from the corners of his eyes. He felt as though his heart was being torn asunder, and the steadfastness he had maintained over the years evaporated in an instant. The woman he had cherished for so long now seemed utterly foreign to him. Am I in the wrong? What have I done wrong? I was merely implementing my teaching philosophy. What fault is mine? Zhou Yi gazed at the man before her, whose face was etched with despair, and her expression grew increasingly menacing, nearly grinding her teeth in anger. Even now, she remained resolute in her belief that she was blameless. How could you harm so many children? This is not education. This is murder. You are draining their potential to bolster your own credentials. How can you be so heartless? Fan Yu's heart trembled. He could not comprehend why the woman he loved had transformed into this. You are tarnishing the honor of Shrek. Nonsense. I am defending the honor of Shrek in my own way. Even when confronted by Qian Chaoguang and DouluoDalu, Zhou Yi stubbornly refused to relent. Fan Yu fell silent, biting his lips so fiercely that his nails dug painfully into his palm, drawing crimson blood. The towering figure suddenly turned away, his eyes vacant, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. He stumbled away from this place, fleeing from a stranger he could no longer bear to see. Leaning against the wall, he crouched down slowly, trembling, covering his face as silent tears flowed, filled with profound sorrow. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart, no deeper grief than silence. Inside the confinement room, Qian Chaoguang's gaze was icy and filled with murderous intent. His furious eyes unabashedly bore down on the cowardly Zhou Yi. The overwhelming pressure of a super Daluo cascading upon her, causing her bones to creak under the weight. I heard that you treated that child in such a manner at noon in the square. So what if I did? Zhou Yi's face became increasingly grotesque. Blood oozing from her ears and nose like a trickling stream. Very well. Yin Xiaozha replied nonchalantly, casually throwing a stack of documents given by Du Weilin at her face. The pristine white pages became stained with speckles of blood, resembling tears of anguish. Do you have anything to say about these students? Zhou Yi clenched her teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to lift her head just slightly. I am not wrong. The principal's confession is unequivocal. Very good. He glanced at Qian DuoDuo and took a step back. Thank you. A finger emanating a dark radiance struck like lightning, infused with the immense soul power of a super Daluo, crashing into her dantian and shattering her meridians in an instant. Chapter 62, The Joint Letter. A mouthful of blood erupted forth. As Qian Duoduo's finger struck, Zhou Yi felt a violent roar within her body, as if her very soul were fracturing. The usually fearless Zhou Yi stood in stunned silence. Her soul power gone. The strength she had always prided herself upon vanished. Terror descended upon her in that moment. Qian Duoduo's strike not only obliterated Zhou Yi's meridians, but also shattered her martial soul, completely and utterly. Even if she were able to reshape her meridians, it would be impossible for her to tread the path of cultivation again in this lifetime. Unless a deity were to descend from the heavens, one must always pay a price for their actions. Qian Duoduo regarded the fallen Zhou Yi with a cold smile. Did you ever foresee this day when you were bullying my disciple with your power? Did you ever contemplate this moment while oppressing those children? From this point forward, you shall no longer be regarded as a graduate or teacher of Shrek. You are now the greatest stain in the annals of Shrek. Eternally nailed to the pillar of shame, a warning to future educators. No. Zhou Yi's eyes seemed to lose focus, her hands flailing aimlessly in the air, causing the specialized chains to clank, as if she were trying to grasp something. I am a teacher of Shrek. I am a graduate of Shrek. The glory of Shrek includes me. You wish. Bang. The heavy door slammed shut, locking away all the clamor within the confines of the isolation chamber. The desperate murmurs of the deranged were abruptly silenced at that moment. Outside the chamber, Qian Duoduo emerged to find Fan Yu, resembling a soulless specter, and Yin Xiaozha, whose expression was devoid of emotion. Yin Xiaozha cast a glance at Fan Yu, then spoke to Qian Duoduo. I need to check on the progress of the inspection team. The rewards for your disciple will be issued alongside Zhou Yi's judgment. The records indicate his aptitude is rather poor, but I will find something most suitable for him. Please convey my gratitude to that lad. He has upheld the honor of Shrek. After Qian Duoduo acknowledged him with a hum, he turned to leave, not casting a single glance at the person on the ground. Once Yin Xiaozha had completely departed, Qian Duoduo swiftly delivered a kick, sending Fan Yu sprawling. The bewilderment in Fan Yu's eyes was mingled with profound sadness and despair. The pain in his chest, no matter how intense, paled in comparison to the anguish within. An excruciating ache. Are you planning to weep endlessly? Dean, Fan Yu lay on the ground, listening to the heavy footsteps of Qian Duoduo as he departed, staring blankly at the ceiling. His hollow gaze seemed to reflect something. Atonement, perhaps? So be it. Just as he settled down to sip some water and prepare for cultivation, the dormitory door suddenly swung open. The footsteps outside appeared somewhat chaotic and numerous. Qian Chaoguang raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing towards the door. The corridor was teeming with people, and the small door was instantly blocked. Leading the group was Wang Dong, followed by several classmates from Class 1. Each face bore genuine concern and worry, their heartfelt emotional waves unmistakable. As he quietly extended his consciousness, Qian Chaoguang was astonished to discover that the first-floor corridor was nearly filled to capacity. In every dormitory, on the stairs, at the entrance, and even outside the windows, there were people everywhere. They all wore similar expressions, with some faces openly displaying admiration, joy, excitement, and even reverence. What is this? Being surrounded by so many for the first time made Qian Chaoguang feel a bit bashful as he scratched his head. A few individuals stood in the dormitory, exchanging glances, until Wang Dong finally spoke up. Everyone is quite concerned about you. It's entirely my fault for bringing too many people into this, escalating the situation to an alarming degree. We all fear that the school might expel you. As per the regulations, the usual air of arrogance that surrounded him had dissipated, leaving a trace of humility that starkly contrasted with his previous self-assured demeanor during debates. One of the male classmates, unable to bear the sight, snatched something from Wang Dong's lowered hands and presented it. Class monitor, you have sacrificed so much for us. You have irreparably severed ties with that lunatic Zhou Yi, especially in the presence of Director Du and another teacher. We are all afraid you might face expulsion. Therefore, after you and Sister Xiaodong were taken away, Wang Dong rallied our classmates and sought the signatures of the seniors who were present at the time, collectively composing this letter in your defense. Many seniors who could not attend have also signed their names. Qian Chaoguang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively accepting the bulging envelope from his classmate's hand. This student was one of the 8 he had rescued on the first day of school, and he had always been a staunch supporter and admirer. As Qian Chaoguang opened the sturdy envelope made of thick craft paper, he extracted a substantial stack of letters. Names, numerous, densely inked in black. Handprints, countless, stamped in red. The main body of the letter contained merely 2 succinct sentences. We, the undersigned, guarantee that first-year student Qian Chaoguang has not violated school regulations, and we earnestly request the school administration to exercise leniency. Furthermore, should the institution shield Zhou, we are willing to withdraw from school as a statement of our resolve. A swift glance revealed the names of the remaining classmates, neatly inscribed at the forefront. With only he and Hui Yutong absent, Wang Dong's name topped the list, glaringly conspicuous. What are you all doing? Are you attempting a coup? Aren't you afraid the school will truly expel everyone? Qian Chaoguang couldn't help but chuckle, his nose tinged with a hint of bitterness, and his eyes slightly moist. Unbeknownst to him, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He had long believed he had lost the capacity for such emotion. He had interacted with others in a manner that appeared passionate, yet was fundamentally tinged with detachment. A frail boy stepped forward, his gait unsteady, leaning heavily against the wall to avoid collapsing. Yet his gaze was unwavering as he looked at Qian Chaoguang. Class monitor, had it not been for you, I would have been expelled by that lunatic show long ago. You stood up for us, so I am willing to stand up for you. In that moment, his frail form seemed to swell with the strength of a giant. Something within him seemed to shatter, breaking through a layer of icy barriers, filling him with warmth and vitality. Faced with these impassioned youths stirred by his plans, he felt a pang of shame. Chapter 63, Hero. If the Academy truly intends to shield Zhou, allowing themselves and Xiao Tong to escape unscathed, what of the others? What fate awaits them? The likelihood of facing expulsion due to their blatant disregard for authority is significant, with even the mildest consequence being severe punishment. Nevertheless, they resolutely stepped forward, driven by their own convictions. Suddenly, a phrase from his past life on Blue Star echoed in Qian Chaoguang's mind. I serve for all, and all serve for me. Thank you all, he murmured, quietly wiping away the mist from the corners of his eyes. He blinked, revealing a sly smile. But who says I will be expelled? Who claims the school will protect Zhou? You all seem rather pessimistic. The Academy is just and fair, previously blinded by Zhou. You must trust in the institution. Wang Dong and a few others were momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that Zhou will be dealt with? That you, class leader, will not be expelled? Qian Chaoguang nodded with a smile. Indeed. A momentary silence was followed by an eruption of jubilant cheers from the hallway and outside the window, attracting the attention of passing students. Most spirit masters had keen hearing, and in the quiet corridor and from outside, they clearly heard Qian Chaoguang's words. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. Inside the room, Qian Chaoguang, in a state of panic, looked at the students rushing towards him, turning to escape through the window. However, as soon as he opened it, those outside leapt in, blocking his escape. Wang Dong gritted his teeth. You money-hungry scoundrel. You've made us worry for an entire afternoon. Get him. The boys, who moments ago wore expressions of righteous intent, suddenly displayed wicked grins as they surged forward, lifting Qian Chaoguang high into the air. Seeing a throng of eager classmates, both senior and female, charging at him like hungry wolves, Qian Chaoguang fled in terror. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded at Shrek Academy's outer campus that noon. Qian Chaoguang sprinted ahead, pursued by hundreds of students. One might think he had incurred the wrath of the masses and was about to be beaten. Mu En had somehow appeared in his usual recliner, watching the spectacle with amusement. From a distance, Bei Bei and Tang Ye curiously observed the commotion, intrigued by the sight of Qian Chaoguang being chased by an exuberant crowd of students. Bei Bei, however, was more shocked than the others, murmuring in disbelief. Could it be that Chaoguang has truly toppled that old woman, Zhou? Unbelievable. After returning to the dormitory, Qian Chaoguang sat down, still shaken, and gulped down cold water. Wang Dong eyed him with a mischievous glint, mumbling incessantly. You money-grubbing scoundrel, it turns out you're fine. I wasted so much time and effort seeking signatures for you. I never expected you had a charming side. I thought you only pretended to be aloof. He genuinely could not believe that Wang Dong would take such initiative. This was utterly unlike her usual demeanor. Moreover, she astonishingly just apologized to herself. How unbelievable. If there had been a camera or a video recorder, Qian Chaoguang would undoubtedly have captured that moment, relishing it repeatedly in front of Wang Dong. Wang Dong lunged forward, exclaiming, Who do you look down upon? What is wrong with me? What do you mean by being arrogant and pretentious? Oh, isn't that the case? I wonder who, on their very first day, strutted around attempting to instruct me on this and that. Little princess? Fearing the water would spill, Qian Chaoguang instinctively summoned the chilling light of ice to freeze it. For some inexplicable reason, the speed at which the water froze seemed slower than anticipated. And some water still splashed out. Hey, stop messing around. The water is spilling. Why don't you get drenched instead? Serves you right. Oh, give you a bit of sunshine, and you shine brightly, huh? If it were solely about investigating Zhou Yi, it would be a straightforward task. The information is readily available, and a mere comparison would suffice to ascertain its authenticity. Moreover, both the mastermind and the accomplices have confessed without hesitation. A judgment could be swiftly rendered and announced. However, the real dilemma lies in the multitude of individuals implicated in the aftermath of the Zhou Yi incident, along with the subsequent remedial actions required. The investigation by the high-ranking Soul Masters progresses with remarkable speed. As report after report is submitted to the inspection team's office, DouluoDalu and Fan Yu become increasingly alarmed. By the end, cold sweat had unwittingly soaked their garments. Yan Xiaozhi set down the report, pressing his fingertips firmly against his temples, revealing an expression of profound distress. He had not anticipated that the external college had become so derelict in management over the years. It is not too late to realize this now. DouluoDalu organized the reports into a volume while swiftly drafting the approval outcomes. His mood was equally dismal, yet amidst the depths of despair, there lingered a faint glimmer of relief. The teachers found to have issues, aside from Fan Yu, were all from the Martial Soul Department. Naturally, the Soul Guidance Department had never been afforded the opportunity to engage in any misconduct. They have always been somewhat overlooked within Shrek. Rather than wallowing in sorrow, it would be more prudent to contemplate how to manage the aftermath. We must conduct a comprehensive screening of all students who had studied under Zhou Yi and devise a coherent external statement. Casting a glance at his silent old comrade, DouluoDalu continued, how can we convey this without tarnishing the Academy's reputation while providing an explanation to the furious parents of the students, as well as reasonably compensating and healing those who have been harmed? This will certainly keep us occupied. Once this matter is exposed, even those students who previously held unwavering trust in Zhou Yi will undoubtedly turn against her. No one would jest with their own well-being. Yan Xiaozhi shot a disgruntled glare at DouluoDalu. Isn't it your disciple who stirred up this trouble? If it weren't for him doing so in front of everyone. Stop right there. If you have grievances, take them to the teacher. He sanctioned this. What is wrong with my disciple? Without him, your Martial Soul Department would have already rotted to the core. Have you counted how many students have reported to the teaching office only to have their complaints fall on deaf ears? If you ask me, you ought to be kneeling in gratitude to him. In a certain sense, Chaoguang has saved your life. If this matter were to be exposed by outsiders, your position as the dean in the realm of Soul Masters would be irrevocably tarnished. Yan Xiaozhi, although he yearned to retort, the reasoning presented was undeniably compelling. Ahem. Lao Qian, that is not what I meant. I was merely suggesting that the boy might have achieved better results had he adopted a more tempered approach. Chapter 64, The New Class Teacher. Do you not feel a pang of conscience when you utter such words? Do you truly believe in your own reliability? It appears that may not be the case. Yan Xiaozhi coughed lightly a few times to mask his embarrassment. In the past, he had always held the upper hand in banter with DouluoDalu, both in terms of cultivation and other aspects. However, Lao Qian, are you certain your disciple is devoid of issues? Yan Xiaozhi's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening instantaneously, starting from the fact that no one had considered the physical condition, to meticulously gathering detailed information from the medical records office and visiting students from various grades to gather irrefutable evidence. He managed to unite everyone's interests and cast Zhou Yi as an adversary to the entire class and a significant portion of the outer academy. Ultimately, a public confrontation led to Zhou Yi's utter disgrace. Moreover, Yu and Du Weilin were present at the time, with hundreds of students as witnesses. Thus the academy had no choice but to address Zhou Yi's actions, rendering any punishment towards him impossible. This hardly seems like something an 11-year-old child could orchestrate. Some students, indifferent to external matters, might not even know that the outer academy has a medical office after several years, let alone the medical records office that even I have yet to visit. How did he come to think of it? DouluoDalu paused his work, his gaze towards Yan Xiaozhi now equally solemn. I have faith in my disciple, he intoned gravely. You have faith? That cannot serve as evidence nor justification. What if he is an undercover agent cultivated from a young age by the Sun and Moon Empire? Let us not forget his status as an orphan. Also, recall the incident where Xiao Tao was inexplicably frozen. Qian Chaoguang bears significant suspicion in that matter. An undercover agent from the Sun and Moon Empire? If that were the case, I would welcome more such agents to expedite the development of Shrek's soul guidance system. Yan Xiaozhi suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Instinctively, he wished to counter, a habit forged over years, but after much contemplation, he conceded that DouluoDalu's argument held considerable merit. Very well. If it is the teacher's decree, then let it be so. Then I shall reserve that child, Chaoguang, for our sole guidance system. That is acceptable, correct? Once the freshman competition concludes, I shall grant him the status of core disciple. No objections. After all, he is your disciple. DouluoDalu's eyes suddenly gleamed with a thought. And he continued, by the way, Chaoguang has a sister, also my disciple. I intend to bring them both into the soul guidance system. And I have already issued the core disciple credentials. A sister? Very well, as if I would compete with you for her. Yan Xiao's focus was entirely consumed by this series of trivial matters, and his mind momentarily failed to process the information, prompting an automatic agreement. In truth, he had perused the information on Hui Yutong after the incident with Ma Xiaodao being frozen, yet at that time, his attention had been solely fixated on Qian Chaoguang, only giving Hui Yutong's details a cursory glance. Indeed, I have entrusted the rewards for Qian Chaoguang to his new homeroom teacher. He will directly pass them on to that young lad. Well, that puts my mind at ease. DouluoDalu mumbled indistinctly, leaving one to wonder what exactly had relieved her. When Qian Chaoguang entered the classroom, his classmates spontaneously rose to their feet, offering resounding applause and cheers. In their eyes, Qian Chaoguang was their hero. Before long, the class bell rang. However, the individual who entered was not the subject teacher for the lesson, but a middle-aged man appearing to be around 40. This teacher possessed an ordinary appearance, lacking any imposing demeanor. His face bore a warm smile, exuding the refined aura of a scholar. Hello everyone, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Yan, and I have taken over from Zhou Yi as your new homeroom teacher. Wang Yan. A flicker of curiosity ignited within Qian Chaoguang. Wasn't Wang Yan primarily responsible for teaching the upper grades? What brought him to the freshman class as a homeroom teacher? Nevertheless, curiosity aside, proper etiquette must prevail. Everyone, please stand, Qian Chaoguang declared loudly. The entire class of freshmen stood in unison, bowing respectfully. Good day, Teacher Wang, he said gently, which resonated comfortably with his classmates. The once tense atmosphere of the classroom immediately softened, becoming warm and inviting. Now, I would like to speak about you all. Qian Chaoguang observed Wang Yan, who spoke eloquently. Deep in thought, perhaps, the Shrek Academy had considered the strong sense of unity and rebellious spirit ignited in Class 1 by Zhou Yi, leading to the appointment of a gentle teacher like Wang Yan as their homeroom instructor. For Qian Chaoguang, he held a fondness for Wang Yan, an academician of considerable depth. It was rare to find someone in the murky depths of Shrek who recognized the importance of soul-guiding devices, possessing impeccable vision and foresight. Seated, Qian Chaoguang discreetly watched Wang Yan, who, in turn, was subtly observing him as he spoke. This daring warrior, unafraid to challenge authority, had gained notoriety throughout the outer academy. No teacher was unaware of his name and deeds. Qian Chaoguang's actions had polarized opinions among the faculty. Some teachers dismissed him with disdain, even rebuking him for his perceived lack of respect, attributing his low cultivation to his obsession with dubious paths. Conversely, other instructors offered him high praise, eager to shower him with accolades. Wang Yan, embodying a philosophy of education entirely opposed to Zhou Yi's, leaned towards the latter perspective. This was one of the reasons he had actively sought the position of homeroom teacher for Class 1, wishing to witness firsthand the nature of this legendary student. All right, class. That concludes my remarks. If there are no further matters, you are free to engage in activities. Please be punctual this afternoon, as we will conduct a comprehensive physical data assessment for the entire class. With that, Wang Yan's address drew to a close. From the earnest expressions of the classmates, it is evident that they hold a deep fondness for their gentle teacher. In stark contrast to the terrifying Zhou Yi, this is indeed the difference between paradise and hell. By the way, class monitor, please take note. On the teacher's first day, I will need you to introduce the circumstances of your class to me. Qian Chaoguang was taken aback, gazing at Wang Yan's refined smile, and in an instant, he comprehended the underlying truth. It is indeed a folly to generalize about individuals. Emotional intelligence and the art of conversation cannot be oversimplified either. Are you not striving to cultivate yourself in order to secure the championship in the upcoming freshman competition? How could you be indulging in slumber during the day? Are you merely experiencing intermittent bouts of enthusiasm while continuously languishing in lethargy? Upon hearing this, Wang Dong abruptly sat up. What do you mean by that? She retorted. Is it not possible to cultivate while lying down? Qian Chaoguang looked at her with disdain. With your innate talent, if you could cultivate while reclining, you would have long since ascended to the rank of soul master, rather than merely hovering at the threshold of 21, nearing 22 levels. Your situation can only be encapsulated in one term. What term? A positively ineffective person. Get lost. Wang Dong exclaimed, hurling a pillow at him. If you throw it again, I will let it fall to the ground. Do not blame me for the warning. Wait. Don't you think your martial soul seems to have undergone some changes? Changes? Qian Chaoguang sat up on the bed, carefully sensing the current state of his extreme ice light. It seems less frigid than before. Exactly. I told you there was something different about your martial soul. Wang Dong beamed with pride, but did not delve deeper into the topic. After all, even if she probed further, she would not fully understand. It was merely casual banter. Instead, she was more curious about some gossip. Oh, by the way, what did the new teacher, Mr. Wang, say to you? Not much. Just a simple inquiry about the overall situation of our class, and he happened to pass on the reward for reporting Zhou Yi to me. He mentioned that due to certain special circumstances, it was inconvenient to publicly commend, hence the reward was somewhat enhanced. Wang Dong asked with curiosity, a reward? What did the academy give you? I don't know. Qian Chaoguang shrugged and retrieved a transparent crystal vial from his storage soul guide. The vial contained a droplet of golden liquid, roughly the size of a longan, radiating a holy luminescence. Is this the light source liquid? Wang Dong exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she reached out to touch it. Are you certain Mr. Wang did not make a mistake? Qian Chaoguang stared, bewildered. Is this item truly so precious? When Wang Yin handed it to him, he had only provided a brief explanation, which he had not taken to heart. In truth, it was not that Wang Yin undervalued it. He himself was also unaware. Even teachers from Shrek's academic faction, constrained by their own cultivation levels and the limited knowledge base of the outer academy, would not have access to treasures of such caliber. If not for Yin Xiaozhe providing a brief introduction while transferring this item to him, Qian Chaoguang would be even more perplexed at this moment. Wang Dong explained, of course. As Mr. Wang stated, this is a rare treasure, valued at least 10 times more than the soul-enhancing pills you previously consumed. If it were not restricted to only light attribute soul masters, its worth could even be 100-fold. Although it may not compare favorably to some more formidable extraordinary spiritual artifacts in other respects, this is undoubtedly the most suitable choice for you. Qian Chaoguang, slightly taken aback, turned the bottle in his hand and inquired, so, what is its purpose? Can it really help me elevate my soul power by 10 levels? 10 levels, you fool. What good fortune are you thinking of in broad daylight? Wang Dong shot him a glance. Unlike me, with my radiant goddess butterfly being a top-tier light-type martial soul, this item holds no value for me. However, you are different. Your innate soul power is relatively low, considering the earlier Xian Shui Dan you consumed. After taking the source liquid, you should at least be able to elevate yourself to a level above innate level 9. If your physique shows even a hint of potential, reaching the pinnacle of innate soul power is within the realm of possibility. Is this thing really that impressive? Qian Chaoguang raised the crystal bottle containing the source liquid. The golden liquid, the size of a longan, reflecting an amber glow under the sunlight, appearing extraordinarily resplendent. He inwardly lamented that if the primary utility of this item were merely to enhance potential, its effect on him might not be particularly pronounced. After all, he did not genuinely possess low innate soul power. He had merely expended it prematurely. Moreover, could this liquid truly enhance his abilities? Or to put it differently, was its quality genuinely inferior? All right, hurry and consume it. Don't let it delay our lunch. Its absorption rate is quite rapid. What a stroke of luck every day. He mused, chuckling softly at Wang Dong's murmurs. There was something amusing about his contradictory demeanor. Since the joint letter incident, their relationship had significantly warmed, no longer characterized by mutual disdain. Qian Chaoguang removed his shoes and socks, sitting cross-legged on the bed. With a flick of his finger, he opened the bottle cap, and a rich aura of light instantly spread throughout the room, illuminating the entire dormitory in a golden brilliance. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back, allowing the golden droplets to flow down his throat. The moment the source liquid entered his mouth, an intense, searing sensation erupted, transforming into a surging heat that coursed through his body. He hardly needed to refine or guide it. This scorching warmth rapidly enveloped his limbs and bones, causing his entire being to radiate a faint golden glow, reminiscent of a legendary golden-skinned Arhut. Initially, Qian Chaoguang attempted to control the soul power and blood energy to guide it, but soon, he relinquished this effort. It felt as though the source liquid was autonomously acting upon his body, striving to merge with it. Chapter 66, The Awakening of Ilex. In truth, by the time it was diffusing, the source liquid had already lost its tangible form on a macroscopic level, having infiltrated some corner of his body. Yet, at this juncture, the source liquid came to a halt. Qian Chaoguang opened his eyes in confusion, his brow furrowed, as his consciousness monitored his entire being. He now resembled a golden Oscar statue, exuding a blinding golden light. The source liquid, which should have been absorbed by his body and martial soul, was completely stagnant at this point. Little did he know, If the source liquid possessed intelligence, it would undoubtedly be furious at this moment. My endeavor is to elevate the martial soul and strengthen the foundation. However, in this body, I am unable to even merge, let alone enhance. Are you seeking trouble? The essence of the light source liquid is an incredibly pure aggregation of light elements, which, after extreme concentration, reacted with certain components, subsequently integrating vast amounts of highly concentrated life energy. Under the catalyst of time, it was ultimately birthed by the wondrous forces of nature. For a soul master of ordinary talent, or even one endowed with innate full soul power, there is no need for any action. Simply consuming it and waiting for the body to undergo transformation suffices. After all, above innate full soul power, there exists innate level 20 soul power. And beyond top-tier martial souls, there are divine and dragon god level martial souls. Yet, disregarding that exceptional martial soul, Qian Chaoguang's physical talent is already at its zenith, with talent values exceeding limits, leaving no room for enhancement by the light source liquid. The extreme ice light possesses profound uniqueness and exclusivity, rendering the light source liquid incapable of merging with it. Consequently, there is neither the possibility to enhance the martial soul nor to transmute it into cultivation. Thus it remains stymied at this juncture. Within the sea of consciousness, the dream ice silkworm, disturbed from its serene slumber, began to voice its discontent. Chaoguang, what have you consumed? This sea of consciousness is far too bright, it's blinding. Even I cannot sleep. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Chaoguang projected a consciousness entity and inquired. It is a treasure known as light source liquid, but it has inexplicably stalled. Dream, do you have any solutions? The dream ice silkworm lifted its body, glancing around despondently, and replied, how could I know? You are well aware that I have spent these years either sleeping beneath the extreme northern lands or imprisoned beneath the lake of life. I have never encountered such a thing. Perhaps I would recognize an ice-type treasure, just as the two were at an impasse. A refreshing current suddenly surged within Qian Chaoguang's sea of consciousness. A gray hue enveloped the entire realm in an instant, and the Alax bead that had been accumulating in his mind vanished. The familiar sensations of pure light power and life force emerged. An ancient voice resonated clearly within Qian Chaoguang's sea of consciousness, audible even to the dream ice silkworm. 10 orbs of golden light ignited almost simultaneously, attempting to surge toward the gray current. However, that shade of gray was as intangible as air, no matter how the dream ice silkworm manipulated its essence to strike. It remained unaffected. Dream, do not be anxious, Qian Chaoguang interjected, restraining the agitated dream ice silkworm. If this elder harbored malevolent intent, our fusion would have concluded in failure. The dream ice silkworm halted its assault, indignantly exclaiming, old fellow, who are you? Why are you encroaching on my territory? The form of Alax did not coalesce, yet its voice resonated throughout the sea of consciousness. You? What are you but a mere fleshworm? Were it not for my remaining wisp of divine consciousness, a mere thought could extinguish your existence. Enraged, the dream ice silkworm flickered its 10 orbs of essence, ready to charge at Alax, only to be restrained once more. The consciousness projection condensed by Qian Chaoguang bowed respectfully to the gray currents and inquired, esteemed elder, may I ask who you are? In response to Qian Chaoguang, the voice of Alax softened considerably. Young one, I originally did not belong to this world. I only recall that I was on the verge of death. Yet perhaps due to the overwhelming strength of my soul, at that moment of demise, I tore through the fabric of space, and a fragment of my consciousness survived, leading me to your realm. At that time, a colossal creature was merging with you, creating a powerful surge of energy that drew me in. I sensed a peculiar light emanating from you, and out of curiosity, I took residence in your sea of consciousness. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. If I were to act against you, it would likely be my own fragment of soul that perishes first. I am still quite fragile and require time to gradually restore my full memory. Just now, I suddenly felt an exceptionally pure light and life energy being infused into your body, evoking a sensation that I found remarkably familiar, which awakened me from slumber. I must say, your sea of consciousness is quite extraordinary, and your mental energy constitutes a pattern I have never encountered. I cannot even perceive your emotions or memories. The dormant source of light within you roused the sleeping Alax. Is this serendipity? Qian Chaoguang displayed a surprise befitting his age and nervously clarified, elder. This is not merely a sea of consciousness. I refer to it as a sea of awareness. And the mental energy I have condensed in my cultivation practice is also known as divine awareness. Divine awareness? Sea of awareness? Intriguing. I find the recovery speed within your sea of awareness to be rather swift. It seems our terms for divine awareness are not synonymous. Alax's voice lifted slightly, revealing a hint of pleasure, though he still had yet to materialize. However, It appears you are currently facing some troubles? Qian Chaoguang quickly nodded. Indeed, esteemed elder. This predicament arises from the pure light and life energy you previously mentioned. They have fused slightly with my body, but have since stagnated. I am unable to continue the fusion, nor can I sever this power from within me. Now, I have become a glowing torch. He initially intended to say a glowing light bulb, but, after a moment's contemplation, realized Alix likely had no concept of such a thing. Alix laughed heartily and said, "Open your sea of awareness. I need to examine your body." Qian Chaoguang complied and opened a passage in his sea of awareness. The gray currents surged forth from the sea of awareness, enveloping his entire body in an instant. Young one, the light within you is even more peculiar than I had imagined. This external light cannot coexist with your intrinsic light, thus it remains trapped here. However, this is a problem easily resolved for me. In the blink of an eye, the gray currents subtly stirred something. The brilliance originating from the source of light receded like a tide, swirling back into the sea of awareness, coalescing into a golden-hued orb. Qian Chaoguang curiously extended his consciousness and discovered that the orb was entirely composed of highly concentrated light elements. The voice of Ilex resonated once more. Discarding it would be a waste. Let us keep this little thing for now, as it may prove useful in the future. I have extracted all the light elements, and now your body is left with only the life energy coursing through your limbs and bones, which you should be able to manage on your own. I must continue the restoration of my memories. Once my consciousness recovers somewhat, I shall return to seek you out. As Ilex spoke, the grayness within the sea of consciousness gradually faded, and in a mere moment, everything returned to normal. The orb representing his consciousness remained beside the light element orb. Qian Chaoguang regained control over his body. To be candid, the experience of being temporarily controlled by an elderly figure was rather disconcerting and strange. Damn it, this old fool is too arrogant. How dare he insult me? I will surely make him pay. The dream ice silkworm fumed within the sea of consciousness, though it had no feet to stomp with. Ilex's unexpected awakening had indeed been a stroke of fortune for him. If the light source liquid merely elevated the potential of soul masters, then the remaining life energy was an unadulterated source of high-quality power. The dream ice silkworm had significant insights on this matter, having been drained of such energy for a full millennium by a host of soul beasts in the Stardow forest. Those crystalline, translucent energies were now deposited throughout Qian Chaoguang's body. With a bit of refinement, he could experience a substantial breakthrough in his cultivation. Unsurprisingly, when Qian Chaoguang awoke just before mealtime, his cultivation had skyrocketed from level 15 to level 18. From the perspective of others, Qian Chaoguang had suffered a considerable loss. A treasure capable of enhancing the potential of light attribute soul masters had merely elevated his soul power by 3 levels, leaving him on the brink of financial ruin. However, from Qian Chaoguang's viewpoint, he had struck gold. If he relied solely on his own arduous training, achieving a 3 or 4 level increase over a year would be considered a great blessing. This influx of life energy had effectively saved him a year's worth of hard work, while also enhancing the refinement of his meridians and blood vessels to 40% throughout his body, a significant profit indeed. Of course, Wang Dong remained blissfully unaware of all this, even though it had just transpired beside her. As long as Qian Chaoguang concealed his aura, almost no one could discern his true strength. Within the campus, he typically masked his presence to a level undetectable below the Soul Sect. If even those teachers, who were generally at the Soul King or Soul Emperor level, could not perceive his actual capacity, explaining it would be an exercise in futility. You've awakened. How do you feel? Wang Dong, who had also roused just before mealtime, lounged on the bed with an unrefined posture, her hands clasped behind her head, exuding an air of lazy despondency. Qian Chaoguang rose, moved about slightly, and, feeling the surging power within him, grinned and replied, "I feel quite well. Thank you for your reminder. Did I hear you correctly? You are actually thanking me?" Wang Dong emulated his previous demeanor, his expression exceedingly exaggerated. Qian Chaoguang raised an eyebrow and stepped outside, teasing her as he walked. "I was considering waiving your debt of 130,000 gold soul coins, but it seems you might not need it after all." Wang Dong tumbled off the bed and rushed out the door after him. In the afternoon, the first-year students were led by Wang Yin to an area they had never visited before. Here lay an array of equipment, the purpose of which was unknown. Several upperclassmen in their uniforms awaited them, evidently recruited by Wang Yin. Apart from the familiar iron attire, each piece of equipment astonished these unfortunate souls who had been running for a fortnight. Qian Chaoguang gazed at the scene before him with a peculiar expression, feeling a burgeoning admiration for Wang Yin, who was explaining the setup. The equipment bore an uncanny resemblance to many fitness apparatuses he had used in his past life, such as weight plates, dumbbells, strength trainers, and rowing machines, almost indistinguishable in their design. Additionally, there were numerous peculiar devices whose functions even he, a modern individual, could not discern. One could not underestimate the heroes of the world, even in the Douluo continent. Even in the seemingly stagnant Shrek Academy, there existed rebellious and ambitious reformers. Wang Yin proudly introduced, "Students, what you see before you is the culmination of years of dedicated research by our teacher, recently completed. Building upon the traditional weighted running education of Shrek, the teacher has developed various branches of training programs." He continued, "This afternoon, your task is to cooperate with the teacher and your upperclassmen in a series of physical fitness tests. The teacher will assign different training subjects based on each of your individual circumstances. Chaoguang, come here and help distribute these forms to each student." Qian Chaoguang briefly scanned the forms in his hands, which outlined various categories such as soul type, running speed, kilometers per hour, running speed, 100 meters per minute, sprinting speed, meters per second, maximum running distance, lifting strength, maximum strength, striking power, reaction speed, and many other quantifiable metrics. This simple form further elevated his genuine admiration for Wang Yin. To achieve such detailed classifications in this environment, and to tailor a training regimen for each student, exemplifies the true essence of a knowledgeable, skilled, and responsible teacher. Perhaps these testing metrics are not as precise as those derived from the soul guide testing of the Sun and Moon Empire. Perhaps Wang Yin has yet to devise more suitable and scientific training methods. Nonetheless, all of this is deserving of respect, as he is on the path of seeking truth. A true pioneer and seeker of knowledge. Regrettably, such visionary and insightful pioneers like Wang Yin are but a minority, often looked down upon by certain so-called prodigies within Shrek. In the era of the Dragon King legend, Shrek Academy still clung to the antiquated method of weighted running. Relying solely on an individual's strength is ultimately a fleeting endeavor. As the new students diligently undertook their various assessments, Wang Yin approached Qian Chaoguang, who had been assisting in maintaining order and facilitating the tests, but had not yet had the opportunity to conduct a practical examination. "Teacher Wang, did you call for me?" In the presence of his mentor, Qian Chaoguang consistently maintained a respectful demeanor, even when addressing Zhou Yi prior to their fallout, adhering to the proper decorum without fail. Wang Yin responded gently, "Chaoguang, there's no need for such formality. I merely wish to chat. Whatever you say, I will surely speak candidly." "You child," Wang Yin chuckled softly. Before encountering Qian Chaoguang, he had not anticipated that this legendary student, who had previously clashed with Zhou Yi, would be so humble and courteous. Far removed from the reputation of being a difficult individual. "Has the luminous liquid been absorbed? Din Yin mentioned it would be quite beneficial for you. I sense an enhancement in your aura." Qian Chaoguang replied, "It has been very helpful. Thank you, Teacher Wang." Wang Yin quickly waved his hand. "You need not thank me. This is a reward from the Academy for your efforts in ridding the external academy of a group of pests, thus preserving the institution's reputation and honor. The verdict regarding Zhou Yi and the others will be announced shortly. Although, due to certain circumstances, most of it will not be made public within the school. You have the right to be informed." A group?" Qian Chaoguang's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had merely intended to oust Zhou Yi to protect a few students. How could this implicate so many others? Was Muin truly capable of such machinations? Wang Yin encouraged him with a pat on the shoulder, his gaze and words brimming with unreserved praise. "Indeed, a group. Thanks to your keen observations, the Academy has unearthed over a dozen pests linked to Zhou Yi, resulting in a substantial reshuffling within the martial soul department. Had you not acted promptly, the honor of Shrek would have been tarnished by these individuals." "Oh, I see. It's no trouble, Teacher Wang. It was merely my duty. It was all for Shrek." Qian Chaoguang displayed an endearing mix of awkwardness and pride, reminiscent of a genuine 11-year-old willing to sacrifice for Shrek. Yet, he found it exceedingly difficult to utter the words "the honor of Shrek." Those 6 words were indeed hard to voice. Honor derived from cheating, a disregard for martial ethics, arrogance, self-importance, and a refusal to progress? Such accolades were best reserved for those truly deserving of being Shrek's members. He was not worthy of them. He was merely here to acquire knowledge, not to join some sort of cult. "By the way, Teacher Wang, there is something I wish to discuss with you." After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Wang Yin, Qian Chaoguang's expression turned serious. Wang Yin replied earnestly, "Speak freely. I will do my utmost to assist you. It's nothing major, just regarding physical training. Has Dean Qian briefed you about my situation and that of Xiao Tong?" Qian Chaoguang began to recount once more the narrative he had previously shared with Bei Bei and Tang Yi regarding his hidden lineage. Long before arriving at Shrek, he had already communicated with Hui Yutong. Thus there was no need to worry about her inadvertently revealing anything. Dean Qian had mentioned this to me. Wang Yin nodded, his smile gradually fading. The information regarding Qian Chaoguang had been delivered to the relevant soul masters on the afternoon of the outbreak of the Zhou Yi incident. And as the homeroom teacher of the involved student, Wang Yin naturally received a copy. He was acutely aware of the background of the last heir of that reclusive family. With his smile reined in, he adopted an attitude befitting the gravity of Qian Chaoguang's origins. It would be quite inappropriate to grin foolishly when all the members of another family had perished. Are you inquiring about martial souls? Wang Yin asked. I apologize, but I have been poring over a vast array of martial soul literature from the Outer Academy Library these past few days and have yet to find a corresponding result. No, Mr. Wang, I wish to discuss the issue of physical training with you, Qian Chaoguang replied, shaking his head. Since you are aware of my lineage, I shall be straightforward. I hold immense admiration for the equipment you have developed. It nearly rivals the accumulation of knowledge our family has amassed over millennia. Surely, you cannot be implying Wang Yin's expression froze as a realization dawned upon him, though he found it difficult to fully believe his suspicions. You are correct in your assumption. Qian Chaoguang beamed with a radiant smile. Our family has its roots in forging, placing great emphasis on both mental and physical conditioning. Over thousands of years, we have also devised numerous training apparatuses and methods that align perfectly with your ideas. Although the original blueprints of these devices have been entirely lost, they remain vividly etched in my memory. Wang Yan's breath quickened, his gaze towards Qian Chaoguang ablaze with fervor, akin to a labor reformer who, after decades of confinement, lays eyes upon a sumptuous roast lamb. Nothing can quench a scholar's thirst for knowledge. Chaoguang, Wang Yin felt a dryness in his mouth. The impulse urged him to demand a glimpse of the devices immediately, yet his reason admonished him. As a teacher, such actions would be a breach of ethics. In theory, Qian Chaoguang had not lied. These were indeed the fruits of his ancestors' intellectual labors. It was merely that the family's lineage was vast, and the family itself was notably expansive. In simple terms, the name of this family is Huaxia. If the criteria were broadened even slightly, it would be the two words, Wanfeng. No, Chaoguang, listen to me. This is the accumulated wisdom of your family's lineage over millennia. How can you simply give it to me? As a gift? This is against propriety. I must reciprocate. Ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse, and Wang Yin suppressed his inner longing, straining to counsel Qian Chaoguang against making any rash decisions that would defy his ancestors. In this era, knowledge is monopolized by a select few, especially in the original DouluoDalu continent's 3 kingdoms. Never has anyone selflessly shared precious knowledge with others. Even the most rudimentary principles of mechanics and botany, or the foundational knowledge of soul beasts, have been concealed for millennia. The notion of knowledge sharing akin to that of the Empire of the Sun and Moon, aimed at enhancing the nation's scientific prowess and fostering technological advancements for civil welfare, is utterly unattainable. It is reminiscent of the Tang Sect, which has preserved its wisdom for thousands of years. In Chapter 69, titled Knowledge Needs to be Disseminated, it is exemplified by the Toxicology, a compendium detailing myriad plant species and their medicinal values, akin to an encyclopedia of botany. The keeper of such knowledge would rather carry it to the grave, relegating it to obscurity, than share it, especially considering that it was originally pilfered by Tang San. He has not even passed it down. And one wonders what the pure-hearted Tang Shen Wang was thinking, hoarding stolen knowledge while being cautious of his own sect. In stark contrast, the numerous esteemed sages of ancient China authored myriad texts such as Commentary on the Water Classic, Agricultural Book, Essential Techniques for the Common People, Book of Miscellaneous Victory, Heavenly Works Unveiled, She Star Table, Treatise on Febrile and Miscellaneous Diseases, 1,000 Golden Prescriptions, and Compendium of Materia Medica, among countless others that have benefited the populace. These sages devoted their lives, and even their very existence, to validate these truths, all for the sake of ensuring that future generations would encounter fewer obstacles along their paths. Compared to the great sages of ancient China, Tang San's perspective reveals a lack of ambition, bordering on insignificance. Unlike Tang San, who fears others coveting his knowledge, Qian Chaoguang emulates the ancient sages of China. His actions, previously unheard of, could even be deemed revolutionary. Even if the knowledge he wishes to bestow upon Wang Yin is deceptively simple and fundamental, he yearns to replicate his own cultivation methods, hoping to collaborate with other super Douluos in the future to forge new pathways in cultivation. Alas, he finds himself hindered by the visualization aspect. While the concept resides in his mind, he cannot articulate it. Qian Chaoguang possesses a clear understanding of his own limitations. He is neither a scientist nor an innovator capable of catapulting a civilization from a medieval era of swords and sorcery into a star-spanning age of high advancement, as the illustrious Gao, one of the satellites, has. Yet, his mind is brimming with the extensive foresight and expansive ideas accumulated over thousands of years in China and Blue Star. As a traveler from another world, he feels compelled to leave a mark upon this realm. Scientific and systematic exercise methodologies and equipment are among the most familiar of his knowledge. He considers this to be his inaugural gift to this world. Teacher Wang, please do not refuse. This is merely knowledge, not technology. My grandfather once said that while technology may be kept secret, knowledge must be shared. Only when more individuals comprehend knowledge can they generate greater technology. I lack the aptitude for research. Should this knowledge remain with me, it would only wither, decay, and ultimately be forgotten. However, entrusted to you, I am confident that your contributions will benefit many. Qian Chaoguang mischievously winked. I trust you would not hoard this knowledge, would you? It is rather inappropriate for him to directly divulge such information, and given Qian Chaoguang's current status, it is unlikely anyone would pay him any heed. If he can utilize Wang Yan's influence to benefit a greater number of individuals, it would be most splendid. In a previous life, he would have never engaged in an endeavor that could not even be deemed a profitable venture. However, following the incident of the joint letter, he has unconsciously undergone a transformation in some of his ideologies. At the very least, he should strive to benefit those classmates who bravely stood up for him. Naturally, the pursuit of knowledge and its dissemination to a wider audience is precisely the aspiration that drives me to be a teacher and a scholar. While technology may be kept confidential, knowledge must be shared, a sentiment exquisitely articulated. Ah, yes, Wang Laosher. My apologies, I seem to have lost my composure. I am simply overwhelmed with gratitude and do not know how to express my thanks adequately. Wang Yin instinctively scratched his head, wearing an apologetic smile. Should an uninformed observer witness this, they might mistakenly believe Qian Chaoguang to be a significant figure worthy of flattery. By the way, Chaoguang, since you have some interest in this area, how about? The teacher, who had just acquired a valuable insight, carefully pondered his words, seemingly uncertain about how to proceed. Would you be interested in collaborating with me to design a training program for our classmates? Even if you are not deeply entrenched in this field, you must possess unique insights that surpass my own. I have heard that you and Xiao Tong have a habit of practicing in the early mornings. Qian Chaoguang grinned widely, saying, you flatter me excessively. I have no profound insights to offer. I merely echo the wisdom of those before me. My modest knowledge is hardly worth mentioning. As the class monitor, it is my duty to assist my classmates, so I shall gladly take on this task. That would be wonderful. The teacher extends heartfelt gratitude on behalf of your classmates. The special assessment for the first-year class concluded successfully with the ringing of the class bell, with all but Qian Chaoguang participating in the test. The reason for Qian Chaoguang's absence was primarily his thorough understanding of his own physical capabilities. The plan devised by Wang Yin was unlikely to surpass the efficacy of the Jinshinju, a technique specifically designed for body refinement. Instead of spending time on that, he would prefer to practice his swordsmanship and combat skills, as well as explore the potential of his martial spirit. Qian Chaoguang harbored an inexplicable premonition, sensing that his first Soul Rings light simulation would prove invaluable in the future, although it currently seemed rather inconsequential. Time passed swiftly, and a week had elapsed since the upheaval caused by Zhou Yi. The consequences of Zhou Yi's actions were now revealed. As the greatest blemish in Shrek Academy's history, she had her soul power stripped away and was placed under house arrest in a secret location within the academy, accessible only to a teacher who brought her meals. Ultimately, Shrek was reluctant to expel her outright, fearing the damage it might inflict on the institution's reputation. They merely claimed to have expelled her to the outside world. An 8th-level soul mentor is, after all, a rare entity within the Douluo continent, and Shrek's elite single soldier program still required her. Thus, they chose to handle the matter with care. Physically, she was not shackled and had been spared imprisonment. In the depths of his soul, Fan Yu had long shackled himself with a heavy burden, each blood-stained name etched indelibly as a haunting brand. The torment endured by the students at the hands of Zhou Yi would forever linger as nightmares throughout his life, whether intentionally or not. He ultimately became an accomplice to the executioner. Chapter 70. The dust settles. It was not only the two of them. Over a dozen former Shrek instructors were also implicated and faced varying degrees of punishment. The mildest penalty involved the confiscation of all honors and expulsion from the academy. The severest punishment, aimed at safeguarding the tender spirits of the students, was withheld from Qian Chaoguang by Wang Yin and Qian DouluoDalu. Du Wei-Lun and the dean of the external academy were equally unable to escape their fate, receiving their own measures of punishment. Fortunately, they were not expelled from the academy nor stripped of their positions, merely branded with the charge of inadequate supervision. Upon receiving the verdict, Du Wei-Lun sighed deeply, feeling a slight alleviation of the torment within his conscience. The external academy still needed to function, despite the turmoil and upheaval of recent days. Purging these malignancies was ultimately beneficial for the long term. Rumor had it that even Yin Shaozhe himself was not exempt from blame, facing reprimand from the fabled head of the Sea God Pavilion. This news initially emerged from Qian DuoDalu, and Qian Chaoguang surmised its authenticity to be an impressive 99%. However, He remained indifferent to the outcomes for these individuals. He had anticipated Zhou Yi's downfall, and the survival of Shrek bore no consequence for him. Had it not been for Zhou Yi's outrageous behavior, which had begun to jeopardize both himself and Hui Yutong, he would have been utterly disinterested in the matter. Wang Yin had once inquired about his thoughts on the multitude of individuals implicated in the Zhou Yi incident. To this, Qian Chaoguang had simply replied, "I have merely done what I ought to do, what I believe to be right. They are deserving of their fates, and I am at peace with my conscience." This sentiment garnered Wang Yan's high praise. Thus, the Zhou Yi incident came to a close. With the departure of several instructors from the external academy, new faces emerged. Yet, these changes bore no significance to Qian Chaoguang. In the ensuing days, he remained occupied, visiting Wang Yan's office each evening after dinner to collaborate on designing innovative training equipment and training programs tailored to individual characteristics. In the collision of their creative sparks, both Qian Chaoguang and Wang Yin gleaned invaluable insights from one another, enriching their training proposals. For the steadfast classmates who had supported him unwaveringly, he found joy in this endeavor. The culmination of decades of research from Wang Yan's mind and the intellectual contributions of Qian Chaoguang, representing the wisdom of the Blue Star people, transformed into intricate blueprints and meticulously crafted plans. The logistical department of Shrek operated with remarkable efficiency. The blueprints submitted by the duo quickly materialized into actual equipment, becoming integral to the physical education classes for the new students. The newly introduced training subjects have garnered resounding acclaim from a group of students. Despite their unfamiliarity with such innovative concepts, none wish to don 30 pounds of iron armor and run to exhaustion daily. The training regimen jointly devised by Wang Yin and Qian Chaoguang undoubtedly includes weighted running. Yet it is meticulously tailored to accommodate the distinct physical constitutions of each individual. The weight, positioning, and methodology of the weighted runs, as well as their duration, vary according to one's unique martial soul and physical attributes. Furthermore, the duo has crafted an array of specialized training apparatuses to cater to the enhancement of various body parts and directions, ensuring a comprehensive approach. Relying solely on weighted running to bolster physical prowess would indeed be insufficient. With the aid of these avant-garde training programs, the new students of Class 1 have experienced remarkable growth. Their improvements span physical fitness, cultivation levels, and practical experience. Surprisingly, the most significant advancement over these 2 months has not been achieved by Hui Yutong, who has already attained the status of a quasi-soul respect, but rather by Wang Dong, who previously displayed a lack of ambition. This individual appears to have undergone some form of transformation, even reducing his sleep time significantly. Within a mere 2 months, he has ascended 2 levels, now standing on the brink of reaching the 24th level. Qian Chaoguang has long harbored suspicions that Wang Dong might be secretly consuming soul-enhancing pills under the cover of night, given that he is the little princess of the Haotian sect. However, Wang Dong staunchly denies such accusations, and the matter has been left unresolved. Throughout these 2 months, Qian Chaoguang has remained the most low-key figure in Class 1. Since the incident involving Zhou Yi, he has seldom been seen on campus, often retreating to corners of the library to read, striving to minimize encounters with those seeking to express their gratitude for Zhou Yi's misdeeds. Following the announcement of Zhou Yi's judgment, many who had been wronged by her sought to invite him to dinner or extend their thanks. Even though he has diligently avoided the public eye during these past 2 months, tales of his legendary status continue to circulate among students from other faculties. In fact, a particularly embarrassing phrase has emerged among those who hold Qian Chaoguang in high regard. You may not know who the dean of the Outer Academy is, but you absolutely must know the leader who led us in rebellion, Qian Chaoguang. This statement was put forth by a senior who had awaited 5 years for vengeance. Upon sharing this news with an ancient senior in Shrek City, the latter was so moved that he contemplated kneeling in gratitude to Qian Chaoguang. Upon receiving this joyous news, he erupted in laughter thrice and immediately advanced in rank to Soul Saint. The only regret remained that he could not personally vanquish his adversary. Nonetheless, as he himself remarked, the fact that Zhou Yi has been stripped of her soul power has completely alleviated the pent-up frustration within him, providing immense relief. Ultimately, after Qian Chaoguang's fervent persuasion, the matter was laid to rest without further incident. However, before departing, this gentleman generously bestowed upon him a substantial sum of over 100,000 gold soul coins and a storage soul guide ring with a capacity of 20 cubic meters as a token of gratitude. It is said that this was the surplus from the funds allocated for vengeance. The storage soul guide was a precautionary measure, ensuring he had ample space for his wealth. In contrast to the commotion of daily life, Qian Chaoguang exemplified the epitome of an exemplary student in his studies, earning collective praise from all his teachers. Regardless of the subject, Qian Chaoguang was invariably the most enthusiastic participant. His class notes not only encompassed the knowledge imparted by his instructors, but also included supplementary information he encountered in the library, accompanied by his own annotations. Chapter 71. The Great Ones Are Coming. His profound foundation rendered breakthroughs considerably more challenging than for others. The refinement of meridians and blood vessels, the cultivation of mental fortitude, and the fundamental training of soul power demanded efforts that far exceeded that of his peers. Nevertheless, the silver lining was that, according to Qian Chaoguang's own estimates for his cultivation advancement, by the end of the academic year, he was assured of breaking through to level 20, with a possibility of exceeding that if fortune favored him. If all went according to plan, he should be able to resolve the issue of the second soul ring of the extreme ice light in the joyful abode of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. With a few esteemed elders residing in his mind, acquiring a 10,000-year soul ring should not pose a significant challenge. After returning from his morning run and freshening up, Qian Chaoguang contemplated his remaining 8 months of training plans while changing his attire. Compared to when he first arrived at Shrek Academy, his height had noticeably increased, and his physique had become even more robust and athletic. His well-defined muscles embodied an explosive power that was almost unimaginable, resembling a sculpted masterpiece of ancient Greece. Wang Dong, entering the room, had become accustomed to this sight. After glancing over, he casually remarked, "Hurry up, once you're done, I need to change too." All right. Who told me to accept money?" Qian Chaoguang quickened his pace slightly. "By the way, how come you've been so diligent these past 2 months? Actually sticking to our morning exercises? It's incredible." Wang Dong grinned and made a playful face. "Who do you look down upon? I am destined to be the champion of the freshman competition. If it weren't for Teacher Wang's strong recommendation, I wouldn't bother." Such arrogance. Are you done yet? Hurry up and get out. What are you barking for? Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you looking for a fight? As if you could take me on. Desperate for money, I see. Feeling a sense of urgency, Qian Chaoguang noted his daily task, to engage in banter with Wang Dong. His wicked sense of humor was satisfied as he stepped outside, listening to the thunderous sound of the door nearly splintering from its forceful closure, along with the muffled thumping from within. Today promised to be another splendid day. In the classroom of the freshman class, it seemed his brother was once again teasing Wang Dong, reminiscent of the mornings in Xinghua City when he would playfully rouse the neighbor's dog, De Huang, and cat, Xiaobai. However, since that fateful night 2 years ago, Qian Chaoguang had not dared to engage with them again. More than 2 months ago, Wang Dong began to join them for morning exercises. This occurrence has become a daily ritual, and Hui Yutong has grown accustomed to it over this period. Feeling pleased with her brother's transformation in character, following the incident involving Zhou Yi, the bonds among all members of the freshman class have significantly deepened, fostering a sense of unity and camaraderie. This undoubtedly includes Qian Chaoguang and Wang Dong. Otherwise, Qian Chaoguang would not have chosen to engage in morning exercises with this troublesome companion. The two, who previously harbored mutual disdain, have shifted their interactions from openly disparaging one another to adopting a relatively amicable and sarcastic banter. One might even call them friends of a sort. Hui Yutong brushed her hair aside, choosing not to dwell on such trivial matters. Cough. Classmates, today's physical training class is temporarily suspended, Wang Yin announced. Having taken his place behind the podium, his face adorned with the familiar gentle smile. As he spoke, the chatter among the students of Class 1 came to an abrupt halt, and the classroom fell silent, with everyone sitting up straight in attentive readiness. 3 months have passed since the beginning of the semester, and you are about to face your first assessment since entering Shrek Academy. Only by passing this assessment will you officially become first-year students. The assessment will commence tomorrow, and today I will discuss its key points with you. There is no need for anxiety. I have great confidence in your abilities. Wang Yan's gaze swept across each student in the class, revealing unmasked pride and encouragement. While Class 1 may not match the overall cultivation levels of other freshman classes, its execution and unity are undeniably remarkable. This reflects Wang Yan's teaching approach and charismatic personality, as well as the unconditional trust the students place in him, stemming from Zhou Yi's previous strictness and Qian Chaoguang's leadership. Chaoguang, please distribute these. Coming. Qian Chaoguang rose and approached the podium, where he spotted a stack of forms in Wang Yan's hands. A cursory glance revealed that each form bore corresponding names, accompanied by data meticulously written by Wang Yan himself. These were the final test results for each individual following 2 months of training. At the bottom of each form lay a blank space, the upper half of which had already been filled with writing. One could only imagine the time and effort it took for him to craft appropriate recommendations for each student without subjectively influencing their independent judgment. As a teacher at Shrek Academy, Wang Yin may not stand out in terms of cultivation, even falling below some inner courtyard students. But does that truly matter? As an educator, a leader, and an enlightener, he is undoubtedly exceptional. Otherwise, he would not have been promoted to an inner courtyard instructor in the original narrative. His humility and rigor when confronted with new knowledge, along with his diligent commitment to teaching, are the reasons for the deep admiration held by Qian Chaoguang and his fellow classmates. There is no trace of arrogance in him, unlike Zhou Yi, who was so prideful of her talents. He patiently guides each student's training methods, articulating the reasons and rationale behind them in a concise and clear manner, rather than dismissing them with a condescending remark such as "figure it out yourself." Those who cannot are worthless. Teaching must be lucid and precise. Otherwise, what purpose does a teacher serve? Had Zhou Yi been willing to set aside her unfounded arrogance and engage more with her students, her fate would surely have been different. Chapter 72. The Disdainful Duo. Once everyone had received their forms, Wang Yin spoke again. After the freshman assessment, class divisions will take place. I have offered each of you a brief recommendation regarding a suitable developmental direction. It is imperative that you reflect seriously and thoughtfully to establish your future cultivation path, and write it in the blank space at the bottom to submit to me later. The cultivation directions he referred to undoubtedly pertain to the traditional classifications of soul masters, such as assault, control, agility, and support, among others. Following the new student assessment, these novice soul masters, after 3 months of foundational education, will embark on their genuine academic journey, acquiring relevant knowledge and cultivation techniques. Qian Chaoguang perused his form, which detailed various testing data reflecting his successful cultivation over the past 2 months. As a member of the class, Wang Yin had also provided him with a recommended direction, utilizing soul-guiding devices to assist in close combat, with potential for control as necessary. Qian Chaoguang grinned and swiftly inscribed a few bold characters in the blank area. You are absolutely correct. As the students in the freshman class contemplated their forthcoming cultivation paths, Wang Yin gently cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. While you deliberate, let me explain the format of this freshman assessment, which may aid in your reflections on your future paths. To enhance your practical combat abilities, this assessment will take the form of a 33-team competition, with the stipulation that each team may have no more than one assault-type member. I have tentatively drafted a grouping chart for your reference. Given the large number of new students, this assessment will feature over 300 teams, but only fewer than half, specifically, the top 150 teams, will remain, determined by their points ranking. Matches will be assigned through a lottery, with each team expected to engage in at least 10 battles. The top 64 teams based on points will advance to the elimination rounds, with distinct rewards for the top 4, and an exceptionally generous prize for the champion. I encourage all of you to strive for excellence. Each student set aside their pens and paper, listening intently. The freshman assessment is crucial for their continuation. Being eliminated would sever their ties to Shrek. They had already removed their greatest obstacle, Zhou Yi. Could they possibly be eliminated by this new student test? No, absolutely not. No one would bow down in defeat. Wang Yin, smiling, declared, our class currently comprises 87 students, which conveniently allows us to form 29 groups. Each homeroom teacher originally had the privilege of designating one student to advance without assessment. Yesterday, I privately inquired with a classmate inclined towards the soul guidance department, asking if he desired to enter the department through privilege. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely declined, expressing his intention to endure hardships alongside his classmates. This student, known as Song Qinghan, deserves a round of applause. The room erupted in warm applause as all eyes turned to the petite figure of Song Qinghan himself. His cheeks flushed as he stood up, stammering, ahem, please don't all stare at me, it's rather embarrassing. We've all weathered great storms together. I, Song, cannot abandon you all and flee. That would be quite ungrateful. Laughter ensued, shattering the previously somber atmosphere, transforming it into one of joy. Qian Chaoguang gazed at the lauded Song Qinghan, uncertain of what to think. In the original narrative, he had no choice but to submit to Zhou Yi's coercive control. Who would have thought that after moving this metaphorical mountain, he would choose to fight with his own strength? Although the outcome remains uncertain, I wish him the best of luck. A person who dares to strive, imbued with loyalty and righteousness, will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. All right, everyone, please settle down. You still have forms to fill out, Wang Yin stated, gesturing to quiet the class. Now, let me announce the temporary groupings. If anyone has objections, please come to my office before evening. Once submitted, changes cannot be made. First group, Qian Chaoguang, Hui Yutong, Wang Dong. Second group, Qian Chaoguang, Wang Dong. Wait, Teacher Wang. Isn't there's something amiss here? Qian Chaoguang and Wang Dong exchanged glances, their expressions stiffening simultaneously. How could I possibly be in the same group as this lazy dog? Qian Chaoguang muttered under his breath. Wang Dong rolled his eyes, retorting, do you think I want to be in the same group as you, you money-hungry scoundrel? Humph. Hui Yutong chuckled at their mutual disdain, whispering, "Bro, I think your chemistry with Wang Dong is quite remarkable, and you both share a dorm." Her voice dwindled as two fierce glares fixed upon her, rendering her speechless. "Wah, brother, you're bullying me." "Ahem, I'm not. I didn't I was wrong." Thanks to Wang Yan's extensive preparations, the freshmen quickly determined their cultivation directions, submitting their choices and departing promptly. A little girl with a twin martial soul lingered at the door, gazing longingly at Wang Dong for quite a while, but ultimately sighed and refrained from requesting a group change. Soon, the room was empty, leaving only the two disdainful individuals and Hui Yutong in their seats. Qian Chaoguang urged, "Hurry, no one's left now. Go ask Teacher Wang for a group change. I noticed that little Xiao Xiao seems eager to be in your group. Her eyes sparkled whenever she looked at you. Do you think I don't want that?" Wang Dong slammed his palm on the table with a resounding thud, his expression filled with profound indignation. Sister Tang had clearly stated that I must secure the first place in the new student competition to gain entry into the Tang Sect. With a grotesquely money-obsessed brute like you around, coupled with Xiao Tong's assistance, how could I possibly prevail? I am not foolish. Qian Chaoguang interjected. What did you just call me? Chapter 73, The Lightbulb Goose. Enough already. Your nicknames for me are becoming increasingly elaborate. Before Wang Dong could continue his banter with Qian Chaoguang, Wang Yin approached with a smile, taking the forms from in front of the three. It seems that Xiao Tong has thoroughly contemplated her future path, leaning towards the control-oriented support category, which aligns closely with the teacher's expectations. Hui Yutong nodded obediently and remarked, "My brother and I were supposed to meet Dean Qian the other day. We should now refer to him as teacher. The teacher mentioned that my eyes were naturally suited for long-range soul-guiding artifacts, and I believe that too." Wang Yin complimented her before turning his attention to Wang Dong's form. It was a standard strong attack category, without any issues. Your light goddess butterfly and Hao Yin hammer complement each other beautifully, both being top-tier strong attack soul weapons. When Wang Yin finally picked up Qian Chaoguang's form, he couldn't help but twitch at the sight of those bold characters. "I must say, Chaoguang, your approach seems rather hasty." Qian Chaoguang chuckled. "But you've already summarized everything perfectly. I couldn't agree more with your assessment. I have no objections." Wang Yin also smiled. "You don't have anything to add? Well, if I must say something, I feel that identifying myself as a support-type soul master is somewhat reasonable. Given that I just developed a new application for the light mimicry last week." Wang Yin exclaimed, What did he just say? Support type?" After Qian Chaoguang demonstrated the light-sharing ability, witnessing the emanation of extreme ice light from his hands left Wang Yin utterly bewildered. For others, the light-sharing skill was merely a useless illumination technique, at best capable of slightly reducing temperature. However, if applied to Wang Dong, its utility would be significantly amplified. In that case, the soul skills Wang Dong unleashed would not only retain their inherent effects, but would also incorporate the formidable power of extreme ice light. While Qian Chaoguang could remotely adjust it using light mimicry, it was simply spectacular. At present, Qian Chaoguang had conducted numerous experiments with the light-sharing skill, discovering that only those with light attribute soul weapons could benefit from such an enhancement. In other words, Wang Dong was currently the sole recipient of this amplification. Take Hui Yutong, for instance. After connecting with light sharing, she could only wield the special effects of extreme ice light, rendering her melee attacks and ghostly shadow technique somewhat more impressive. This is entirely beyond my expectations. Who would have thought this skill could be utilized in such a manner? It is truly remarkable. Wang Yan's expression transformed multiple times, shifting from initial shock to an intense curiosity, reflecting the brilliance that bursts forth when a scholar encounters valuable research material. Qian Chaoguang felt an urge to retreat, yet he remained seated, sandwiched between Wang Dong and Hui Yutong, unable to escape. "You little rascal, what are you trying to hide from? Can I still slice you?" Wang Yin laughed derisively. "Indeed." The three responded in unison before rising to depart the classroom. On their way back, Wang Dong cast a glance at the nonchalant Qian Chaoguang, and then at the adorably naive Hui Yutong, murmuring his dissatisfaction. We are ostensibly a team. Don't you have anything to say about tomorrow's competition?" Qian Chaoguang feigned confusion. "Is it necessary? I'm merely a delicate control type, an auxiliary soul master. While Xiaodong is also auxiliary with control. You, however, are our primary combat force. You must put in extra effort to protect both of us." Wang Dong shot him a glare. "Look at your physique that could shatter stones with a single punch. You call that weak? Do you even believe your own words? If you are weak, then what do you think of everyone else in the world?" "Well, you know the truth." Qian Chaoguang mimicked Wang Dong's expression dramatically, clearly exasperating her. "You, a 23rd level, soon-to-be 24th level dual martial soul grandmaster, possess 2 supreme martial souls, and your second soul ring is a millennium old. Xiaotong, a 30 level quasi-soul venerable, has several Tang Sect secret arts, capable of incapacitating an opponent in less than 3 minutes with minimal effort, practically dragging her teammates down. And then there's me, an 18-level versatile fighter. Not to brag, but wielding a blade, defeating century-old soul beasts is as effortless as eating and drinking. Do you really think there's a need for us to strategize against a team predominantly at the first ring? Let's save that for the elimination rounds when we face Grandmasters and Soul Venerables. Though she was reluctant to admit it, Wang Dong recognized the validity of Qian Chaoguang's words. Despite appearing as a mere boastful goose flapping its wings in front of Qian Chaoguang, she transformed into a poised and formidable presence before other soul masters. With a divine martial soul and a millennium-old second ring, surely no one would deem Wang Dong weak, right? Surely not. Wait, are you planning to draw your blade during the freshman competition? Aren't you afraid you might accidentally harm someone? Wang Dong exclaimed in shock, having just realized. Over the past 2 months of morning training, she had witnessed Qian Chaoguang wielding his blade and had sparred with him numerous times. The impression left by that forged long knife was indelible. It was then that she had abandoned any thoughts of defeating Qian Chaoguang. She also came to a realization. He had not deceived her from the beginning. When he was earnest, she truly could not compete with him. How is that possible? Hui Yutong could not refrain from interjecting, gazing at Wang Dong as if she were a simpleton. Initially, she had perceived Qian Chaoguang as an aloof and proud deity, only to discover that he was merely an arrogant fool. What was the nickname her brother had given him? Oh yes, the light bulb goose. His combat prowess was lacking. Yet he always seemed to be in the way, often appearing oblivious to the dynamics around him. While the freshman competition did not prohibit the use of weapons, the teachers had forbidden her brother from wielding his beloved knife, not out of a sense of unfairness, but primarily due to the inherent danger. Wang Dong then patted his chest and exhaled a sigh of relief. I told you, that thing of yours would land a blow. And right then the teacher would apprehend you, confining you for an investigation lasting 10 days or more to ascertain if you were a spy sent by the Sun and Moon continent to assassinate the Academy's new students. Chapter 74. Did you just realize that we are a couple? Hui Yutong, how did things escalate to this point? No, this is no longer a simple-minded deer. It is clearly a runaway husky. The following day unfolded in a monotonous manner, spent in cultivation. Surprisingly, Wang Dong, this lazy dog, did not indulge in a long slumber, but instead meditated for an entire day, claiming it was to swiftly break through to the 24th level. The next morning, Qian Chaoguang unprecedentedly interrupted the morning practice with Hui Yutong. After they had breakfast, the trio proceeded directly to the teaching building. Upon entering the classroom, they were immediately enveloped in an atmosphere of eagerness. Wang Yan's grouping was impeccably arranged, and no one raised any requests to change groups. Now, everyone was gathering in small clusters, fervently discussing the tactical strategies for the afternoon. As Wang Dong sat in a daze on his chair, Qian Chaoguang unexpectedly remarked, "Give it your all this afternoon, Xiao Tong, and I will support you spiritually." Wang Dong's expression froze. Huh? What do you mean by that? Are you saying it's all up to me to fight? Qian Chaoguang shrugged, replying with a hint of resignation. What else? Isn't your goal to be the champion? If you don't conceal some of your strength in the early stages, how can you possibly win? Didn't you say yesterday that you could just charge ahead? Hui Yutong helplessly covered her eyes, seemingly unwilling to witness this exceedingly embarrassing fellow. Qian Chaoguang playfully flicked Wang Dong on the forehead. Do you really think the three of us can just fight casually and be invincible? In the adjacent class, there's a duo from the Duke of White Tiger's estate capable of summoning the Nether White Tiger. One of them, Dai Huabin, has already advanced to Soul Master. In the next class over, there's the little Princess Ning Tian of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, also a Soul Master. And in yet another neighboring class, there are twin Soul Masters who can execute Soul Fusion techniques. Wang Dong, rubbing his forehead where he had been flicked, listened in astonishment as Qian Chaoguang disclosed these highly confidential details as if they were common knowledge. When did you gather this information? While you were indulging in your slumber. Just then, 3 sharp knocks resonated, and the previously boisterous classroom fell silent, an eerie stillness enveloping the space. It seems everyone rested well last night. You're all quite spirited today. Wang Yan entered, wearing a familiar smile. I have submitted the team roster. The competition officially begins this afternoon. You will not encounter each other during the matches, so there is no need to worry about internal conflicts. The only requirement from the teacher is that after the freshman competition, you must continue to nurture the teacher-student bond within the campus. With that, Wang Yan cast an encouraging glance at everyone before turning to leave. Many students followed suit, discussing plans to conduct some practice sessions. Wang Dong nudged Qian Chaoguang. Hey, aren't we supposed to rehearse or something? A raised eyebrow, with an ethereal blue glow shimmering in his eyes. What did you just call me, brother? Ahem. Wang Dong instinctively shrank his neck in fear and hurriedly shifted his stool aside. Xiao Tong, you have changed. You were once so gentle and endearing. How is it that you transform into a different person when it comes to this fellow? Qian Chaoguang, seated in the middle and enjoying the drama, mocked. Who let it be that Xiao Tong is my sister? Sister? I see her more as a sister in heart, Wang Dong muttered, his gaze constantly darting towards Hui Yutong's face. What kind of sibling dynamic is this? Hui Yutong's cheeks flushed slightly, her earlier confidence dissipating, the glimmer in her eyes extinguished, as she shyly hid behind Qian Chaoguang. Although she did not confirm nor refute, it was evident. Oh, did you just realize that? The other classmates have known for quite some time. We are childhood sweethearts, innocent and untainted, having lived together for many years. Otherwise, do you think I call you lightbulb goose for no reason? Is it merely because you can emit light? Wang Dong. What? Is that true? Why the surprise? Single dog, go draw lots later. Until the afternoon's new student competition, Wang Dong remained somewhat dazed, struggling to accept this revelation. After all the commotion, the lightbulb turned out to be none other than himself. The assessment area of Shrek Academy is adjacent to the Fighting Soul Arena. And compared to this venue designed for combat, the assessment area is considerably more expansive. For these fledgling soul masters from external colleges, this space serves as a stage for exemplary students to showcase their talents, while simultaneously embodying the nightmares of ordinary students. Each year, a multitude of students are eliminated for failing to pass the assessment. Notably, aside from the class previously taught by Zhou Yi, most students who are dismissed hail from this very area. Currently, this expanse of over 20,000 square meters has been divided into 50 assessment arenas, each a square area of 20 meters per side, separated by temporary wooden walls. For these small fry, typically at only 1 or 2 rings. The ample 400 square meters of combat space is already quite vast. The afternoon assessments commenced officially. On the first day, each group of newcomers only needs to compete once to leave. This time, the number of participants has exceeded that in the original text, totaling 317 groups, amounting to 951 individuals, excluding the 9 students who directly advanced. The number of students expelled by Zhou Yi alone in 2 weeks has already constituted over a third of the total expulsions. Disturbingly, in the original narrative, Zhou Yi's expulsion rate had even surpassed 50%, which was still based on the fact that those individuals had benefited from the protagonist's halo, having been spared 4 or 5 dozen expulsions. Under normal circumstances, if more than 10 individuals remain in Zhou Yi's class by this time, it would be considered a significant feat generally, aside from those exhibiting exceptionally poor performance during the newcomer period or possessing special circumstances. Homeroom teachers do not easily expel students, granting them a chance to undergo assessment. Conversely, the practice of eliminating those at the bottom is intended to inspire students' ambition, remaining within acceptable limits in this turbulent era. However, such extreme, manipulative training methods are somewhat questionable. Are we cultivating warriors or nurturing students? It is uncertain whether it is due to the handsome and beautiful reader's involvement. But even when Qian Chaoguang personally conducted the draw, the 3 were still assigned to District 33. Chapter 75. You have been strengthened, quickly deliver. All new students are advised to enter the assessment area immediately. Those who fail to enter within 10 minutes will be considered to have forfeited. The booming announcement echoed, causing the expressions of the new students to turn serious. The first assessment that would determine their destinies was about to commence. Besides a few confident individuals, and one who appeared to be in his 20s mentally, most of these 11 or 12-year-olds were visibly anxious. Even Hui Yutong instinctively tightened her grip on Qian Chaoguang's hand, biting her lip while occasionally feeling the dagger at her waist. This dagger, resembling the white tiger dagger, was crafted by Qian Chaoguang from refined metal to protect Hui Yutong in times when she lacked soul power. Engaging in combat with others is entirely different from battling soul beasts. Not everyone possesses the bold heart of Qian Chaoguang. After all, Hui Yutong is merely an 11-year-old girl. If she were in Blue Star, she would just be beginning her 4th or 5th year of elementary school. Wang Dong, however, was no longer nervous. This carefree individual casually draped her left arm over Qian Chaoguang's shoulder, leaning against him with a smug expression, surveying the anxious opponents around them with an air of arrogance. Don't be nervous. With me and the money-loving one here, it's all a piece of cake. Qian Chaoguang shot her a glance, but remained silent. He held Hui Yutong's slightly sweaty hand and whispered, "Don't be afraid. I am here." Feeling the warmth of her brother's palm, Hui Yutong's heart, which had been racing erratically, began to stabilize, and her tension significantly eased. A male teacher, appearing to be in his 40s and of towering stature, approached District 33. Casting a casual glance at Qian Chaoguang, he spoke in a deep voice, "Hello, my surname is Li. For the next few days, you will be under my guidance. I must reiterate that harming opponents is strictly prohibited during the assessment, unless under special circumstances. Now, let us commence the assessment." As he spoke, he opened the folder in his hands. For the first round, The first match will feature Team Qian Chaoguang from Class 1 against Team Ouyang Junyi from Class 3. Upon entering, stand in opposite corners. You may only unleash your martial spirits when I declare the match to begin. The use of soul-guiding devices is strictly forbidden. Enter now. Following their prior discussion, Wang Dong boldly stepped forward, positioning herself in the northwestern corner. Hui Yutong and Qian Chaoguang took their places on either side behind her, forming a triangle, while the opposing trio stood shoulder to shoulder in a line. Once both sides were in position, Teacher Li unhesitatingly announced, "The assessment begins." Both teams reacted swiftly, activating their martial spirits simultaneously. However, upon witnessing Qian Chaoguang's team activate their spirits first, the opposing trio displayed expressions of bewilderment. "There are 3 of you. Where are the martial spirits of the other 2? Qian Chaoguang paid no heed to their thoughts. The soul rings beneath his feet shimmered faintly as he raised his hand and patted Wang Dong's shoulder, the icy blue radiance instantly enveloping her form. The light of extreme ice, shared in brilliance. The resplendent blue-violet wings gradually transformed into a more exquisite and elegant azure hue, while the surrounding sharp blades and horns added a touch of ferocity to what should have been the most beautiful butterfly wings. "You have been enhanced. Go and deliver." Qian Chaoguang cheerfully pushed the opponent forward by their lower back. With this sudden force, Wang Dong surged ahead, though his lips still twitched slightly. "What nonsense, hurry up and deliver." It sounds nothing like a good word. At that moment, everyone present, the responsible Teacher Li, the observing classmates, and their 3 opponents, were all taken aback. What kind of martial soul is this? What soul skill is this? Is it some form of special martial soul fusion technique? Zhao Haochen, standing in the center, was the first to react, shouting, "Come here, my dear, I shall give you a resounding slap." This truly struck my teammate. Next to him, Chen Junfeng, who had inexplicably received a slap, was dumbfounded. "What is this? Do we have a traitor among us? What on earth are you doing? Do you realize the extent of damage this slap has inflicted upon me? I couldn't even summon my martial soul. I was interrupted halfway by a teammate. Where can I seek justice for this?" Long ago, Qian Chaoguang had told her, "Do not hastily unleash a soul skill that can interrupt the opponent's abilities at the start. Whenever you encounter a fool who enjoys shouting their name during battle, simply unleash chaos upon them, causing their own soul skill to backfire, and let them strike their own allies." Just so, this martial artist with the chicken leg martial soul had unwittingly walked into the trap, remembering her brother's words. Hui Yutong immediately unleashed her full power in a wave of chaos, not only interrupting the opponent's soul skill, but also muddling their perception. This was yet another piece of wisdom from Qian Chaoguang. It is better to break 1 finger than to injure 10, when you have one in your grasp. Strike them with all your might until they are dazed. Quickly incapacitate him. This is the enemy's soul skill, which has a mind control effect. Ouyang Junyi shouted, as a sharp spike grew from the front of his right arm, charging ahead to face Wang Dong alone. His cultivation had already reached level 19, specializing in agility, with a sword-build hummingbird martial soul, making him relatively formidable among the newcomers. Meanwhile, Chen Junfeng, who had just been slapped by a teammate, finally summoned a soft sword and decisively struck his unfortunate teammate unconscious. An agile martial soul master at level 18 had no trouble incapacitating a food-type opponent at level 17, especially when that opponent's mind was still not quite clear. A hazy light once again ignited in Hui Yutong's eyes, as the second soul ring beneath her feet pulsed rhythmically, creating an invisible wave that connected to Wang Dong. As Wang Dong charged forward, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar clarity in his mind, looking at the approaching enemy. He experienced an inexplicable enlightenment, as if he could strike the opponent no matter how he attacked. Spirit Eye Lock. Through Hui Yutong's relentless training and development, this ability not only benefited herself, but could also expend double the mental energy to aid her allies. The sword-build hummingbird can propel a soul master's speed to an extraordinary level. Even an ordinary great soul master might find it challenging to gain the upper hand. However, under the influence of Hui Yutong's locking soul skill, Wang Dong's perspective was enhanced by the emergence of 2 invisible, yet distinctly perceivable guiding lines. One pointed towards Ouyang Junyi in front, while the other directed to Chen Junfeng behind, clearly delineating their trajectories of attack. In this moment, as Wang Dong surged forward, the blue-gold light patterns had already manifested upon her wings. Her arms and front wings harmoniously converged, and 2 glistening blades, exuding an aura of icy coldness, materialized in the air. Suspended in midair, Wang Dong maintained a higher position than Ouyang Junyi. A look of disdain and pride adorned her face, akin to the Queen of the Skies surveying her diminutive adversaries from on high. In response to her opponent's assault, she executed a sweeping motion with the left blade, directly intercepting Ouyang Junyi's sword bill. Meanwhile, the right blade arched upward, clashing perfectly with Chen Junfeng's approaching sword radiance. With a sharp sound, the comforting noise of cutting echoed successively. The blades, augmented by the frigid light, surpassed Wang Dong's own prowess significantly. The icy edge sliced through the air, effortlessly severing the sharp sword bill and the white sword light alike. Withdrawing her blades, she brought her arms and wings together in a powerful strike that struck Ouyang Junyi squarely in the chest. The ferocious force lifted him off the ground, sending him hurtling backward with a resounding thud. On the other side, Chen Junfeng fared even worse, as his sword light was shattered. He had yet to react before Hui Yutong's second locking skill firmly ensnared him. The exquisite ice-blue butterfly wings fluttered gracefully in the air, and he felt a flash of blue gold before swiftly following his companion into oblivion. Next time, do not deliver so easily, Wang Dong mused as she elegantly spun in midair, momentarily pausing to reveal a look of disdain before gently descending. Her demeanor was impeccably poised. In the face of Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong, she had appeared as a foolish doe or a blundering goose, primarily due to her inability to compete in combat or wit. Qian Chaoguang could easily reduce her to silence with just a few words. Yet, when confronted with these lesser foes, she reverted to her icy, haughty demeanor, gazing down upon these mortals with scorn. On the sidelines, the instructor, Mr. Li, silently praised the might of the goddess of light butterfly, his mouth and hands busy in the process. Class 1, led by Qian Chaoguang, emerged victorious. At this moment, the surroundings fell into a hushed silence, with onlookers silently observing the triumphant trio. Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong stood in a corner obscured from their view, perceiving only Wang Dong's effortless sweep over the disarrayed team of Class 3. The concepts of locking, chaos, and shared light were indeed challenging to associate with soul skills. Aside from a few astute individuals who noticed the faint glow of the soul rings beneath the feet of the two protagonists, the remaining dozen spectators were still in awe of Wang Dong's prowess. Indeed, he was a prodigy with a 1,000-year soul ring, a thought shared among them. At this moment, Wang Dong had retracted his martial soul from the air and was walking toward his teammates, his face alight with joy. Qian Chaoguang, arms crossed, teased, "So how was it, Big Goose? Enjoying yourself? Do you want to continue? I am absolutely exhilarated. Had I known this would be so thrilling, we wouldn't have bothered with any tactical discussions. Let us just play like this for the next 9 rounds. It's simply exhilarating. All I need to do is charge forward. I don't even have to think." Wang Dong, beaming with delight, exchanged a high five with Hui Yutong, completely unfazed by the nickname Big Goose. The target will be marked by Xiao Tong. The trajectory of our movements will be outlined, and our opponents will be weakened. When I attack, you can amplify the power of the extreme ice light to bolster my offensive strength. It's simply extraordinary. Just as she was racking her brain to articulate her thoughts, Qian Chaoguang interjected with a sudden remark. "It's as if even a tied-up dog could win. How dare you? You're the one who's a dog." Wang Dong retorted angrily, charging at him with flailing arms, but Qian Chaoguang sidestepped effortlessly. Hui Yutong stifled a laugh, covering her mouth as she said, "Earlier, my brother told me a name for our strategy that I find particularly fitting." "What is it?" "My brother said our approach is akin to gathering the strength of the entire village to raise a pig, which ends up being quite plump. Thus, he calls it the pig-raising strategy." "Xiao Tong, you've learned to be mischievous from him," Wang Dong exclaimed in indignation. "You two are just ganging up to bully me." Qian Chaoguang shot her a sideways glance. "So, do you still want to continue enjoying the next 9 rounds? Wang Dong quickly affirmed, "Absolutely." A renowned philosopher with the surname Wang once stated, "No one can escape the law of true delight." Clearly, even the daughter of the God King cannot. Laughter erupted among the three as they exchanged glances, filling the air with a sense of joy. On the other side of the arena, including the unfortunate soul, the three had managed to regain their composure and rise. However, their spirits were far from jubilant. Despite Wang Dong and Qian Chaoguang's efforts to moderate their attack power to avoid serious injury, being knocked away still stung. The unfortunate soul with the chicken leg martial soul rubbed his neck, still somewhat dazed, and groggily asked, "How can you still have the audacity to speak?" His two teammates glared at him furiously, hastily dragging him away from the competition grounds, as it was clear he was in for a beating. After recording the results of the match, Teacher Li cast another glance at Qian Chaoguang. This legendary student, who had toppled Zhou Yi, left a profound impression on the faculty of the external academy. Particularly those who disapproved of Zhou Yi's teaching methods were especially intrigued by Qian Chaoguang. However, Teacher Li was now pondering why this evidently level 18 support soul master had become the captain of their team. Could it be that his magnetic personality is simply too compelling? Moreover, he has registered as a control type, but where does this control manifest? Is it not merely auxiliary? The assessments for the new students progressed swiftly, with the results of the first round emerging in no time. Under the rigorous training method devised by Wang Yin and Qian Chaoguang, All the students in Class 1 passed collectively, without a single defeat. Those who had undergone specialized enhancement became formidable on the battlefield, each one a veritable predator. In terms of agility, I am swifter than you. My reflexes surpass yours. In terms of brute strength, my power is greater and my attacks more devastating. As for support, I can outrun you, and when pressed, I can leap up to deliver a resounding slap. Chapter 77. The Joy of the Great Goose. Particularly after the commencement of the tests the following day, each team faced 4 battles, which posed immense challenges to their endurance, mentality, soul power, and combat techniques. From this day forth, they began to perceive their superiority in stamina and physical strength compared to their opponents. The disparity became increasingly evident as the competition progressed. Remarkably, 3 students with first-ring capabilities managed to exhaust 2 opponents of second ring and one of first ring in the 4th confrontation, dashing around the arena with exceptional vigor, achieving an impressive over-level victory that left the audience and supervising teachers in awe. In contrast to the blood-soaked struggles of their peers, Qian Chaoguang and his group enjoyed a more relaxed experience. The sequence of their matches was essentially, close the door, unleash Wang Dong. Once the incandescent Great Goose charged forth, the contest was effectively concluded, allowing the trio to merrily retire to the sidelines to enjoy some snacks. Consequently, the 2 matches held that morning took less than 5 minutes, including the time for Teacher Li to record and announce the results. They preserved their energy while avoiding a beating, thus effortlessly securing 5 consecutive victories. Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong were thoroughly delighted, contentedly sitting on a small stool and munching on seeds. Only Wang Dong wore a look of disappointment, lamenting that although it was promised to be an exhilarating experience, it ended prematurely after just 3 encounters, leaving him wanting more. After the day's competitions concluded, Teacher Li summoned the 3 of them and remarked, "You have achieved a commendable record of 5 victories in 5 matches. However, this also presents certain drawbacks. You will soon draw lots again, and aside from ensuring no internal conflict within your class, your previous performances will also be taken into account. This means you will undoubtedly encounter strong teams tomorrow, and you must not be complacent." Qian Chaoguang nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Li. We will be vigilant. It was exhilarating. Let's continue this way tomorrow. I still have my Millennium Soul skill to unleash." Hui Yutong wore a concerned expression. "Perhaps we should adopt a more cautious approach. I can join you in the fray. My brother crafted for me a Spirit Iron Dagger, which is also quite formidable in close combat." The Spirit Iron Dagger, indeed, was the exquisite 1,000-fold dagger in her possession, aptly named for its construction from refined spirit iron. As she spoke, she tapped her upper body with her fingers, producing a crisp metallic sound. "I also possess this cloud titanium armor, which boasts formidable defensive capabilities." Wang Dong curled her lip. "Ugh, it's so nice to have money. It's like holding something fragile in your hands, afraid it might break, or keeping it in your mouth, worry it might melt." The cloud titanium armor, a piece of which wouldn't cost less than 3,000 gold soul coins, explained his frugality. "Who among us would dare to forge rare metals into armor? Can you refrain from speaking as if you are immune to the struggles of the world?" Qian Chaoguang retorted indignantly. "Do you think everyone is as affluent as you, able to casually shell out 200,000 gold soul coins for a quiet life? Xiaotong and I are alone and destitute. We must strive to earn more to gain resources." All right, I concede. I repent." Wang Dong hastily raised her hand in surrender. Qian Chaoguang shot her another glare before continuing. "Tomorrow, it's best if you act alone. If necessary, use the 1,000-year soul technique without hesitation. That's inconsequential. Xiaotong and I's melee capabilities are our trump card. Who would have thought that 2 seemingly defenseless support and control soul masters could fell a bear with a single punch? That feat of knocking down a bear was yours. I refuse to believe Xiaotong is a monster like you," Wang Dong quipped. Hui Yutong quietly produced the white tiger dagger from her storage ring and softly remarked, "My brother once said that the primary distinction between humans and monkeys is the ability to use tools. Thus, I was able to hunt bears alone with this dagger when I was 6. Wang Dong exclaimed, "What a curse! The detestable soul guide. The monkey is indeed myself. I've come to realize that you 2 siblings are both monsters." Qian Chaoguang laughed. "All right, my dear goose, you have exerted the most effort tonight. I shall treat you to dinner at the 8 Windows. Did I hear that correctly? The sun must be rising in the west. You, the notorious miser, are actually going to treat us?" Wang Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. Qian Chaoguang shrugged and waved a promissory note, adorned with a signature and fingerprint. "Oh, the wool comes from the sheep. I curse you. Will you eat or not?" "I will eat." Just as the 3 were laughing and exiting the assessment zone, they encountered a man and a woman. The man was none other than Su Sanshi, the treasure boy, whom they all recognized. The woman, possessing light pink eyes, a devilishly alluring figure, and stunning features, was someone Wang Dong and Hui Yutong had never laid eyes on before, though the two were unfamiliar with her. Qian Chaoguang recognized her as Ma Xiaotao, who had been tormented by evil flames. Compared to her previous arrogance and spirited demeanor, Su Sancher now appeared pallid and unwell, resembling a hollowed-out addict, utterly devoid of vitality. Ma Xiaotao's enchanting visage was overshadowed by an unusual flush, with her eyes showing a tendency to shift from a pale pink to a deeper red. "Xiao Su, are you certain they are the ones?" Ma Xiaotao addressed Su Sancher. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Qian Chaoguang, scrutinizing her from head to toe. She sensed a faint coolness emanating from the other, which provided a modicum of relief to the fiery turmoil in her heart. Perhaps it is merely a psychological effect, Ma Xiaotao pondered. A first-year student with a mere 18 levels of soul power could not possibly possess such remarkable abilities. It must surely be due to the protectors standing behind him. Su Sancher, wearing a troubled expression, remarked, "Sister Xiaotao, I am uncertain. My relationship with Brother Chaoguang is quite ordinary. If it were not for what? If it were not for you personally intervening, I would never agree to this. That is more like it. Now, you may leave." Su Sancher cast a glance towards Qian Chaoguang and his companions, signaling them to fend for themselves, before turning and hastily departing, almost as if in flight. He had never been this flustered even when threatened with expulsion. Chapter 78, The Fiery Big Sister, Part 1. Hui Yutong discreetly tugged at Qian Chaoguang's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wang Dong was about to erupt when Qian Chaoguang swiftly restrained him. "Brother," Hui Yutong called out anxiously, her right hand already gripping the white tiger dagger, while her left hand hovered over the 24 bridges' bright moonlight, ready to deploy the numerous hidden weapons Tang Ye had previously entrusted to her. Ma Xiaotao raised an eyebrow. "I said she could." "Enough." Qian Chaoguang met her gaze fearlessly. "I know what you wish to ask, senior sister Ma Xiaotao." "Oh, you know me?" "I do not, but I am quite adept at gathering information. Since the incident at Sea God Lake, I have taken the initiative to inquire. You are quite renowned within the school, so this was not difficult." Ma Xiaotao chuckled softly, her curiosity for Qian Chaoguang deepening. Truly, he was a clever little fellow who could even outsmart that madman. "In that case, I must apologize to both of you. I had my reasons that day. Little sister, you may accompany the young lad over there for now. Rest assured, I will only have a chat with your brother and will not harm him. Shall we go?" Qian Chaoguang glanced at Ma Xiaotao, then proceeded towards the Sea God Lake. It was not long before they arrived at the site of their previous encounter. "If you have any questions, speak quickly. Mealtime approaches, and if we delay, we may miss out on the good dishes." What an intriguing character. At such a moment, you still think only of hastening to eat. "What else should I think of?" Qian Chaoguang replied confidently. "People are like iron, and meals are like steel. One cannot go without food for long. You may have pressing matters, but I do not. So why should I feel anxious?" Ma Xiaotao's eyes widened, the pink hue within them deepening. An indescribable sense of pressure suddenly enveloped Qian Chaoguang, far surpassing the earlier pressure exerted by Su Sancher. "Are you truly not afraid of me? What of it? Can you kill me here? If so, then you may continue to seek Su Sancher for your troubles. A rogue must be dealt with by another rogue. You play the rogue. Yet I can be even more so. Not only am I a rogue, but I also possess a flexible moral compass. I treat Wang Dong one way, and Ma Xiaotao another, though the methods differ." Qian Chaoguang's unrestrained demeanor left Ma Xiaotao momentarily at a loss. After all, she could not genuinely resort to violence within Shrek Academy, could she? Qian Chaoguang spread his hands. "As a descendant of the original Shrek 7 monsters and the illustrious phoenix DouluoDalu, it is only natural that you are beset by the troubles of the evil fire, given that you possess an identical evil fire phoenix martial soul to his before evolution. Such details are clearly documented in historical texts within the library. So, do you have a solution? The legendary celestial herb, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, is mentioned in the books with clarity." Ma Xiaotao inhaled sharply, her fury igniting in an instant. "Are you mocking me? Where am I supposed to find the coxcomb phoenix sunflower? If I could find it, would I even need you? Indeed, where could one procure the coxcomb phoenix sunflower?" The answer lay in the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, that grand cauldron of duality. Alas, this treasure had been claimed by Tang Sen a millennium ago, and even after his ascension, he had ensnared it with a peculiar poison, ensuring it remained unrecorded even by the Tang Sect, let alone Shrek Academy. Qian Chaoguang displayed no fear, speaking with calmness. "You inquire of me, yet I ask of whom? It was you who sought my counsel regarding a solution. I have provided one. Dare you declare it unfeasible? To do so would cast doubt upon your ancestors, upon Tang San, and upon the records of the Academy." In a fleeting moment of confusion, Ma Xiaotao realized that her thoughts had been led astray by Qian Chaoguang. "No, I came to you to inquire about that enigmatic icy power from that day. Reveal all that you know, or confess if it is your protector. I must find him." "Oh, it was indeed my doing. And so what? It was merely an irreplicable coincidence, Qian Chaoguang acknowledged nonchalantly. You? Ma Xiaotao scrutinized Qian Chaoguang's demeanor, sensing no deceit. Yet a flicker of uncertainty danced in her gaze. Then who else could it be? If not me, perhaps it is you? A wave of heat radiated from Ma Xiaotao once more as she declared loudly, impossible. What cultivation prowess do you possess? That was a strike capable of encasing me. A soul emperor in ice. Summon your protector at once, or I shall force him out. Go ahead and search. If you find him, consider yourself impressive. If I truly had a protector, would I not simply have him emerge and incapacitate you with a single slap? Qian Chaoguang wore an air of indifference. His consciousness and soul power already attuned to the storage bracelet, prepared for any sudden aggression from Ma Xiaotao. Could you please engage your intellect? If I truly had a protector, how formidable must he be to remain hidden within Shrek merely to safeguard me? Is he a limit Douluo? If I possessed such a protector, why would I come to Shrek when I could cultivate comfortably at home? I refuse to believe it. I shall test it myself. A surge of flames erupted from behind Ma Xiaotao, vibrant crimson feathers enveloping her form, a searing heat wave rising ominously as her target became Qian Chaoguang. By the heavens! This madwoman! Qian Chaoguang's gaze sharpened, the Qian-forged longsword already in hand as the opponent unleashed her power, his blood vitality exploding forth without reservation, forming a heavy leaden aura. The light of extreme ice, relying on the power of light mimicry, flowed like mercury, cascading forth to envelop his entire being in an instant. Accompanied by the gleaming long sword, he transformed into a figure of ethereal ice-blue light. The terrifying flames of his dual wings converged instantaneously from both sides, engulfing the surroundings in a fiery crimson hue. Ma Xiaodao's expression was grave as she awaited silently. Merely 3 seconds had passed when her demeanor abruptly shifted. A rift suddenly formed within the fiery cage created by the wings, and a piercing azure blade of light surged forth, leaving a profound gash on the ground. In the subsequent moments, before she could fully comprehend the situation, the second and third strikes were unleashed. A hissing sound echoed as Qian Chaoguang, enveloped in swirling steam, appeared before her with his sword drawn. The sheer force required to breach the flames of his opponent was an extraordinary feat. Although that unmatched sharpness could not directly contend with Ma Xiaotao at present, it was nonetheless impressive to have penetrated her flame barrier using the power of the 18th level. Even if that fiery cage was conjured with ease, the scene before Ma Xiaotao was enough to leave her astonished. This was a breakthrough achieved despite a disparity of nearly 50 levels. How could this be? But there was nothing impossible about it. Qian Chaoguang instinctively flicked his long sword, gripping it tightly, and assumed an offensive stance once more. A chilling aura enveloped the blade, revealing a slender white light along its edge. Despite having exerted all his might to breach Ma Xiaodao's defenses, what of it? Even if his vitality and soul power were at their nadir, so what? In this moment, Qian Chaoguang felt no trace of fear. Rather, his fervent spirit was ablaze. The body of a warrior, unyielding and resilient. It had been far too long since he had experienced the thrill of battling a formidable opponent. He still held one final card close to his chest. And should Ma Xiaotao wish to continue, he would undoubtedly surprise her greatly. Is this your martial soul, the ice light? A light-type martial soul of the ice attribute. Indeed remarkable. It seems you truly stand alone. The magnificent flames of her dual wings beat behind Ma Xiaotao, stirring up waves of searing heat. Yet, she made no further offensive move, instead gazing at Qian Chaoguang with an expression of genuine admiration. At that moment, Ma Xiaotao resembled a hunter who had spotted prime prey, licking her lips sensually. You are far superior to that waste Su Sancher. He couldn't muster an ounce of resistance before me, only to endure punishment. You, however, have the courage to draw your blade in my presence. With his long sword pointed, Qian Chaoguang replied calmly, in the face of adversity, the brave shall prevail. Even in the knowledge of impending defeat, one must draw their sword. Ma Xiaotao appeared contemplative, and the two remained locked in a silent standoff for half a minute. Suddenly, Ma Xiaotao broke the silence with an unexpected remark. Isn't what you wield a sword? At her words, the sharpness surrounding Qian Chaoguang momentarily faltered, softening the tension. What a revelation! This striking question left Qian Chaoguang's thoughts and emotions in disarray. It was merely a metaphor. I know, I was just speaking off the cuff. It is foreseeable that Shrek will once again send someone to relay the lawn. Are you not going to fight anymore? Seeing the other party's demeanor, Qian Chaoguang relaxed slightly. Yet he did not sheath his blade, instead maintaining a firm grip in his hand, his muscles still coiled and ready to spring into action. Knowing that you have no one behind you, why should I continue? Ma Xiaotao's expression was grave, her nonchalance overshadowed by a palpable sense of disappointment. So last time, it truly was just a coincidence as you claimed? This madwoman, Ma Xiaotao, unleashed flames that were indeed too scorching. Moreover, He had barely escaped from the inferno, nearly singeing his hair. Who is your teacher? A black pendant materialized before her eyes. Qian Duo, Director Qian. Oh, so it is that stingy old crow of a porcelain quail. I never imagined you to be his disciple. It seems your understanding of soul-guided devices must be profound, huh? What a pity for such a unique martial soul to be destined for the soul guidance department. As the words left his lips, he sensed the temperature around him rise once more. Even the ice in his hand began to melt at an accelerated pace. Come, strike at me quickly. There are a few teachers and students passing by behind us. Let us see if Director Yin can save you from the clutches of school regulations. Or do you wish to compensate me like Su Sanshur with 4 Xian Shui pills and 100,000 gold soul coins? The flames igniting from Ma Xiaotao had caught the attention of several passers-by. No matter how arrogant she was, she dared not violate school rules before several teachers, and thus had no choice but to cease her actions begrudgingly. With a cold snort, she turned to leave. Wait, do you have something else? Ma Xiaotao was known for her fiery temper, and having suffered a setback for the first time, her attitude was understandably poor. Qian Chaoguang flicked the water in his hand, casting her a glance. You burn me for no reason, and you think this is how it ends? You, a top-tier senior in the inner academy, a direct disciple of Director Yin, creating trouble for a direct disciple of Director Qian in the outer academy, and you intend to leave just like that? What do you want? Ma Xiaotao turned back, meeting Qian Chaoguang's gaze directly. Qian Chaoguang shrugged. Nothing much. An apology and compensation will suffice, something fitting for your status. Were Qian Chaoguang merely an ordinary student from the outer academy, she could indeed have walked away without consequence. However, the disparity in strength and status was glaringly apparent, akin to how she had domineeringly treated Wang Dong and Huoguo in the original narrative. Thus, unless she wished to face reprimand and punishment from Yan Xiaozha, who was already in a foul mood, she had no choice but to remain and offer appropriate compensation. Qian Chaoguang's words had indeed caught her off guard. Ma Xiaotao was exceedingly proud and haughty. If she were to offer insufficient compensation, she would find it difficult to face herself. Chapter 80. You may not lose, but I shall undoubtedly gain abundantly. The pigeon egg-sized ruby ring on her hand glimmered slightly, and a crystalline object with a diameter exceeding 2.5 feet materialized in her grasp. This seemingly crystalline entity appeared to have poor transparency, with large patches of dark yellow impurities visible within, presenting a plate-like structure. Ma Xiaotao seemed to recall something amusing, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her lips as she casually tossed the crystal in the direction of Qian Chaoguang. Since you are studying soul-guiding artifacts, you must recognize this, right? The exquisite bored crystal within this crystal is worth no less than 100,000 gold coins, a fortunate find from a previous mission. How does this suffice as compensation for you? Of course I recognize it. Is this your way of offering an apology, senior? Naturally. Then, senior, we shall part ways here. Qian Chaoguang, with an impassive demeanor, caught it from the air and stored it in his soul-guiding device before turning to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Ma Xiaotao chuckled wickedly. Thinking you can take advantage of me? You still have much to learn. While Ma Xiaotao believed she had outsmarted him, little did she know that Qian Chaoguang was equally delighted. The term bored crystal is its contemporary designation, and it is the material used for Tang Sect's dragon whisker needle. Although precious and classified as a superior rare metal, it bears little practical use. It cannot be employed in the engraving of core magical formations, and only a select few high-tier soul-guiding artifacts utilize some of its refined gold as a conductive medium. However, unbeknownst to Ma Xiaotao, for the present-day soul masters, this material is merely a redundant luxury, inflated in value. Yet for Qian Chaoguang, who had mastered spirit forging, it represented a treasure that would be nearly impossible to find. In the era of the Dragon King legend, a millennium hence, bored crystals and refined crystals were officially termed titanium crystals. This material is hard and brittle, yet boasts remarkable compatibility, valued at over 60 times that of silver of the same weight. By undergoing spiritual forging, the gold within the titanium crystal can be rearranged and refined to elevate it to titanium gold, enabling enhancements to any item crafted from spiritual metals without the need for melting and forging. Enhanced items can achieve an increase of at least 50% over their original capabilities. Consequently, titanium gold is referred to as enhancement stone and, in a millennium's time, will be an exceedingly scarce strategic resource, strictly controlled by the Federation. This titanium crystal, approximately 2.5 feet in diameter, if forged into titanium gold in the future, could enhance at least 4 to 5 complete battle armor components. For Qian Chaoguang, this would allow him to enhance all his and Hui Yutan's crafted items 3 times over, including even the fiery iron frying pan and the fiery iron grill. Each time he sensed the substantial piece of titanium crystal within his storage bracelet, Qian Chaoguang could not help but smile, his earlier displeasure dissipating. Ma Xiaodao had truly gifted herself a splendid present. While you may not feel the loss, I am undoubtedly reaping a significant profit. That evening, in a jubilant mood, Qian Chaoguang spent 200 gold soul coins to treat Hui Yutong and Wang Dong to a lavish feast. The following morning, the three enjoyed another delightful meal before hurrying to the competition venue. Due to their exceptional performance in the previous 5 rounds, they remained in the 33rd district, awaiting a redraw for their groupings, which would see them face 5 new groups for continued assessment. These newcomers would not be the top contenders from other regions, which bodes well for the trio keen on conserving their strength. Shrek finally accomplished a commendable feat by separating the seed teams, thus averting an early clash of titans. Upon the arrival of all participants, Teacher Li solemnly announced that, owing to the remarkable achievement of Qian Chaoguang's team, who had secured 5 consecutive victories, they would be designated as the seed team for this area and would compete first in accordance with the established order. In the first match of the 6th round of the 33rd district, the first-year class led by Qian Chaoguang faced off against the first-year class led by Huang Chutian. Qian Chaoguang raised an eyebrow and communicated telepathically with his teammates, reminding them of the 2 sisters capable of executing a martial soul fusion technique, whom he had mentioned previously. Both were control-type soul masters with hair as their martial soul, and their soul skills had been communicated in advance. In his estimation, their martial soul fusion technique would significantly impede Wang Dong, while Xiao Tong should be ready to unleash chaos. Adhering to the strategy they had agreed upon prior to the competition, the 2 teammates exchanged subtle gestures, indicating their understanding. As both teams entered the arena, the towering figure of Huang Chutian took the lead, flanked by the sisters Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu. After exchanging formal greetings, Teacher Li shouted, "The assessment begins." Both sides unleashed their martial souls simultaneously. Huang Chutian let out a fierce roar, striking his chest with his fists, causing his stature to swell from a height of 1.5 meters to an imposing 1.8 meters, slightly surpassing Qian Chaoguang. As his martial soul manifested, his school uniform was torn apart by his bulging muscles, revealing skin that shimmered with a dark iron sheen. Qian Chaoguang felt a fleeting pang of sympathy for this beast martial soul master, contemplating how many garments such a physique must have rendered useless over the year. Furthermore, he pondered the peculiar habit of these individuals, who seemed to relish pounding their chests prior to launching an assault. This was a shared trait among the likes of the Wind Baboon, the Diamond Ape, the Evil Phantom Moon, and the present Huang Chutian. Simultaneously, the hair of the Lan sisters began to rise, unfurling into a cascade of blue strands that soon stretched over 10 meters in length, billowing gracefully in the air. In many cases, less experienced soul masters adhered to a code of conduct during battles, waiting for their opponents to fully release their martial souls, assume their stances, and illuminate their spirit rings before commencing their attacks. However, Qian Chaoguang was different. He charged forward while activating his martial soul, disregarding conventional etiquette. As soon as he reached the opponent, his martial soul already engaged, he simply drew his blade and struck. Initially, this was merely his personal habit, but after numerous bouts, Wang Dong had also grown increasingly cunning. They surged forward from the outset, releasing their martial souls mid-sprint, and within less than a second, they had traversed half the arena. At this moment, Huang Chutian had just finished pounding his chest. His resplendent ice blue wings unfurled, completing an additional manifestation of shared light in the air, coalescing into 2 blades that encircled the front of his butterfly wings, along with several menacing horns. The instant Huang Chutian fully activated his martial soul, it was then that Qian Chaoguang began to silently feel pity for him, as Wang Dong had already charged forward, wielding 2 guillotine-like blades. As a native and principled novice soul master from DouluoDalu, Huang Chutian was momentarily taken aback. "How is it that I've just completed my martial soul manifestation, yet you are already before me? This is not right." Chapter 81. Lack of Martial Virtue. Young comrade, lacking in martial virtue, coming to deceive and ambush, I. Also a young comrade of similar age. Is this acceptable? Very much so. Calm under pressure, Huang Chutian roared once more, raising his fist to strike at Wang Dong's wings. He was exceedingly confident in his physical prowess, believing that Wang Dong could not withstand his assault. However, as he charged forward with his fists, he suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable dizziness, sharp and piercing like needles, as if someone were forcefully jabbing a fiery chopstick into the back of his head, stirring his mind into chaos. This was the handiwork of Hui Yutong. The instantaneous confusion enveloped Huang Chutian, effectively diminishing his cognitive faculties. Although Hui Yutong's standard chaos attack could not disorient his senses as a powerful soul master of the second ring, it nonetheless served to significantly weaken him. Consequently, the force of his 2 powerful punches was considerably reduced. With a thunderous sound, Wang Dong swiftly closed his wings, sending the imposing Huang Chutian's feet off the ground, causing him to stagger back several steps until he nearly crashed through a makeshift wall before managing to halt. Just as Wang Dong prepared to continue his pursuit, the Lan sisters had also completed their soul skill preparations. Their 4 hands intertwined, unleashing a surge of soul power far surpassing that of an ordinary soul master. The previously long blue hair instantly transformed into living tendrils, weaving together in the air to form a massive net, hurtling toward Wang Dong. Whether it be a goose or a butterfly, capturing with a net proves quite effective. This bizarre scene was indeed unsettling, reminiscent of a horror film set. Under Hui Yutong's keen perception, the hair net, spanning several meters in width, completely sealed off the space, leaving no room for evasion. Netting a butterfly? But I possess blades. Wang Dong chuckled softly, his ice-blue guillotine blades radiating with brilliance, while Qian Chaoguang similarly adjusted the intensity of his light mimicry from behind. Although he needed to expend double the energy to project light mimicry from a distance, the results were undeniably remarkable, capable of catching their opponent off guard. In their coordinated effort, Wang Dong's guillotine blades danced like a celestial being descending to earth, effortlessly tearing through the hair net, guided by the lock-on, and heading straight for the recently recovered Huang Chutian. The Lan sisters were taken aback. The overwhelming destructive power generated by the combination of the extreme ice light and Wang Dong's first soul skill was beyond their expectations, directly disrupting their formation. Huang Chutian let out a third thunderous roar as the first soul ring ignited with radiant light, causing his fists to swell to twice their original size. The gleaming metal-like giant fists collided once more with Wang Dong's guillotine, while the blue-haired sisters swiftly reassembled their hair nets, rolling towards Wang Dong. Amidst the collective focus on Wang Dong, only the invigilator, Teacher Li, noticed that Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong, who had been observing the spectacle from a distance, were now leisurely advancing forward, at a pace akin to a casual stroll. Teacher Li wore a peculiar expression, at a loss for words to describe the absurdity of the scene unfolding before him. Boom! The clash between the guillotine and the iron fists erupted once again, producing a resounding metallic clang. Though Huang Chutian had prepared himself this time, the forceful strike from Wang Dong proved even more potent than the previous blow. As Teacher Li and the other students stood agape, Huang Chutian was instantaneously propelled out of the arena by this overwhelming slash, blood gushing from his fists. Had the blow been any stronger, it would have surely inflicted severe injury. After all, they were classmates. Winning was paramount, but inflicting unnecessary harm was unwarranted. Just as the Blue Sisters prepared to embrace and unleash their soul fusion technique to aid their teammate, Lan Susu suddenly clutched her head in agony, her flowing blue hair cascading downwards. She had been struck directly by a blast of chaos enhanced to epic proportions by the purple extreme demon eye, coupled with the backlash from her soul technique, an experience most unpleasant. That she remained conscious was a testament to her formidable mental fortitude and willpower. For at least a minute, Lan Susu would find herself in the embarrassing predicament of having zero combat capability. Lan Luoluo had just opened her mouth to inquire when a chilling Qian Duanling iron dagger was already pressed against her fair neck. Simultaneously, another dagger was poised at the throat of the fallen Lan Susu. Huang Chutian lay on the ground, with Wang Dong's 2 guillotines pressed against his chest and throat. Though he was reluctant to concede, the threat of the daggers rendered him motionless. "Sister, yield, you stand no chance." Hui Yutong's voice was gently persuasive. Yet, this very softness sent a chill of sweat cascading down Lan Luoluo's back. How had they maneuvered behind me so stealthily? Before Lan Luoluo could voice her thoughts, Teacher Li declared, "Victory goes to Qian Chaoguang's team. Now, lower your weapons. They have no hope of turning the tide." The spectators who had yet to witness the match were left dumbfounded, their astonishment rendering the confrontation between Wang Dong and Huang Chutian trivial in comparison. The lack of crisis awareness displayed by the Blue Sisters was utterly astonishing. How could they so carelessly expose their backs to their opponents? Given their current status as Grand Soul Masters, their physical prowess rendered them vulnerable even without soul techniques. At such close proximity, even a robust ordinary person could potentially take one of them down with a blade, let alone 2 soul masters. A control-type Grand Soul Master is not impervious to weapons. Qian Chaoguang and his team complied, sheathing their soul weapons and departing in an orderly fashion. As Hui Yutong severed the output of her spiritual energy, the chaotic effects dissipated, allowing Lan Luoluo to gradually regain her composure. With a lingering sense of daze clouding her thoughts, she rose to her feet and glanced at her sister, only to be met with a gaze filled with profound fear. Had they truly lost without even unleashing their strongest martial soul fusion technique? With the advantage of their opponent's limited practical experience, they had effortlessly secured a victory. The heavily drained Hui Yutong immediately began to meditate. seeking to restore her soul power and mental energy. Wang Dong and Qian Chaoguang, having expended little energy, merely needed to recover their physical stamina while watching the match, as their naturally replenished soul power was already sufficient to cover any deficits before the next round. A total of 6 teams participated in the assessment, and once Qian Chaoguang's team concluded their bout, the second match commenced without delay. The newly initiated assessments had intensified into a fierce competition. Each victory increased the likelihood of survival. Consequently, except for powerful teams like Qian Chaoguang's, which aimed to conceal their true capabilities in pursuit of the championship, all participants began to exert themselves to the fullest. The other 4 teams, having witnessed the peculiar tactics of Qian Chaoguang and the formidable prowess of Wang Dong, were left in utter astonishment. It was evident to discerning eyes that Wang Dong, with his unyielding defense, Qian Chaoguang, exhibiting bizarre support abilities, and Hui Yutong, capable of disrupting soul skills, were formidable adversaries. Particularly striking was the ice-blue radiance emanating from Qian Chaoguang's chest, which seemed to amplify Wang Dong's already overwhelming strength. Akin to a martial soul fusion technique, they pondered silently, recognizing their lack of power to surpass the opponent, who was nearly at full capacity. Thus, they could only devise strategies to score points against other teams. This collective notion of strategic abandonment further intensified the competition in Area 33. Soon, the first round concluded with 3 matches, and the second round erupted. Without the devastating weapon of martial soul fusion techniques, even teams of great soul masters appeared increasingly inadequate before the trio. At the onset of the second match, Hui Yutong merely cast a chaos spell on the opposing team's strongest assault-type fighter before sitting down to restore her soul power in plain view. This seemingly insulting tactic incited a fierce desire for retaliation from the opponent. However, once Wang Dong unleashed his second soul skill, enveloped in the extreme ice light, the outcome was already sealed. The combination of a Millennium Soul skill and the effects of a half-martial soul fusion was akin to bullying children, effectively extinguishing any thoughts of the opposing team attempting a 3-on-2 sneak attack. In this familiar scenario, the remaining 3 matches proved exceedingly effortless for Qian Chaoguang and her companions. Their opponents showed no desire to engage, opting instead to seize the opportunity to recuperate their soul power. This was a sentiment shared by all. The longer the match dragged on, the more respite they could enjoy. Qian Chaoguang understood the situation at a glance. Thus he personally stepped onto the stage, wielding an ordinary dagger and intentionally adopting an exceedingly clumsy demeanor to engage in a performance with his opponent, who was equally amused by the charade. Throughout the encounter, there was no verbal communication, yet both sides tacitly began to feign incompetence. Teacher Li was acutely aware of their intentions, but refrained from commenting. After all, Shirlai had not explicitly prohibited such behavior during the freshman competition, provided that no significant injuries were inflicted upon the adversary. Under these circumstances, only the Huang Chutian team suffered injuries, as they, despite being the second strongest, refrained from revealing their martial soul fusion technique prematurely. Their leader, Huang Chutian, had sustained injuries and managed to secure only 3 victories on the final day, barely ensuring their place among the top 64. On the central island of Sea God Lake, by the lakeshore, Wang Yan, having concluded his invigilation duties, arrived bearing a substantial amount of documentation, his demeanor respectful. Not far from him sat a disheveled old man, clad in a robe that had transitioned from white to gray, tattered and frayed, his hair in disarray, and his bare feet submerged in the waters of Sea God Lake, exuding an air of utter dishevelment. This scruffy old man was none other than Xuanzi, a 98th level super Daluo from the era of the Absolute Tang Sect, renowned for his notoriety. At that moment, Xuanzi was merrily indulging in meat and wine, casting only a cursory glance at the meticulously organized documents Wang Yan had placed aside. Fortunately, this untidy old man still maintained a semblance of decorum, as he had not stained the documents with grease. Xian Lao, Wang Yan began. I believe these several students warrant special attention, particularly the siblings Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong. Xian Lao replied, swallowing a morsel of chicken before glancing at Wang Yan with a grin. Eyes. My goodness, that is indeed a top-tier martial soul, directly connected to the brain. With innate soul power at level 9 and the potential to reach soul master status, we must ensure that Xiaojia incorporates her into our martial soul department for comprehensive training. She is a rare treasure, and should those from the body sect catch wind of her, they would undoubtedly go mad. That old poisoner would certainly come at us with all his might. Ha! Xian Lao erupted into another hearty laugh, rising to his feet as his crimson eyes sparkled with clarity. So what? Does taking on a master affect us? What of having a core disciple reserved? It's still ours, isn't it? We can simply seize them if need be. What is there to fear? Who dares to dictate terms to me? Wang Yin found it prudent to say little in this regard, merely accompanying Qian Lao's reckless bravado with a forced smile. Then Qian Lao, what are your thoughts on that child Chaoguang? I have perused numerous tomes in the external library, yet found no descriptions pertaining to his martial soul. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the vitality within him is remarkably vigorous, to a degree that is almost alarming, rivaling that of soul beasts of comparable rank. And he belongs to the more formidable category. Wang Yin produced another sheet of paper, detailing Qian Chaoguang's physical statistics from his most recent fitness assessment. Qian Chaoguang is the one who exposed Zhou Yi, correct? I find myself rather appreciating his rather cowardly temperament. Ha 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 ha. Elder Qian bent down to wash his hands in the sea god lake, then wiped them on his now gray tattered robe before accepting the data sheet handed over by Wang Yin. This is impressive. Such prowess is not typical for an 18th level soul master. Even a soul Zun with a strong assault type beast martial soul would be incapable of achieving this without activating their martial soul. Are you certain this record is accurate? Wang Yin respectfully replied, I assure you, with my integrity and martial soul as a guarantee, there is absolutely no error. The tests conducted by Chaoguang were all personally overseen by me. Now that is intriguing. However, this young lad has indeed been personally verified by Elder Mu. The more monstrous, the better. After all, he is one of our sure-like little monsters. He. Wang Yin cautiously inquired, what do you think? Yes. Oh, by the way, there is another matter. The comment you pinned for this young man, what is the recommendation to use a melee soul guide to assist me? Does he have a penchant for using soul guides? Chapter 83, Xuanzi Shock and Speculations, 216. Wang Yin explained, Elder Qian, the situation is as follows. Chaoguang is exceedingly proficient in combat. With a specially crafted two-handed sword, he forged himself. With that sword in hand, he can unleash power far beyond his own capabilities. He forged it himself? He possesses such skills? Elder Qian looked astonished and took a sip of wine. Oh right. I recall now. The records indicate he is the last descendant of some reclusive family, correct? Their lineage is known for their forging prowess. Precisely. I believe this is also why Vice Dean Qian has taken a liking to Chaoguang. I once beheld his sword. How should I describe it? Wang Yin appeared somewhat troubled, carefully weighing his words. It seems as though his sword possesses its own emotions, even resisting my grip to a certain extent. Moreover, the cold iron used is unremarkable, merely belonging to the category of low-tier rare metals, yet its strength astonishingly reaches that of mid-tier rare metals. I apologize, Elder Qian, but I am almost entirely ignorant of forging, so I cannot fathom how this is accomplished. That is of little importance. Forging, such trivialities. After all, it is an ancestral treasure. If he wishes to tinker with it, let him be. Who doesn't he have a few hobbies? As long as it doesn't interfere with his cultivation, it's all good. Elder Qian waved his hand dismissively, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Please elaborate in detail. You mentioned he excels in swordsmanship. To what extent does he excel? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yin slowly replied. I did gather a piece of information from his sister, Hui Yutong, but I cannot ascertain its veracity, as it does sound rather sensational. Oh, what information? Elder Qian chuckled and took another hearty swig of wine, appearing to be in high spirits. Wang Yin continued, according to Yutong, when Chaoguang awakened his martial soul, his innate soul power was at level 1. That same year, wielding a long sword forged from fine steel, he single-handedly injured a 400-year-old blood tiger to the brink of death, relying solely on his swordsmanship and physical prowess, with no assistance whatsoever. The first soul ring on Yutong now originates from that very blood tiger. Meanwhile, Chaoguang himself remained unscathed. Uffed. The old man Qian, having just taken a sip of wine, nearly spewed it all into the sea god lake, narrowly avoiding dousing Wang Yin. He stood up in utter astonishment, gripping Wang Yan's shoulder with his right hand, and exclaimed loudly, at merely 6 years of age, possessing innate spirit power at rank 1, wielding a refined steel-long sword, single-handedly incapacitating a 400-year-old blood tiger without sustaining any injuries? Are you jesting with me? Even a seasoned soul master would struggle against such a beast. Wang Yin instinctively recoiled from the old man's grasp, but could not evade it entirely. What do you think? What are the odds? 50%. If it were the current Chaoguang, I would not be surprised if he could slay a 400-year-old blood tiger. However, at 6 years old, lacking any soul skills, and without the sword he possesses now, it seems rather far-fetched. Unless he had already attained physical prowess comparable to his present self at that tender age. In a certain sense, Wang Yan's conjecture was remarkably close to the truth. Once this greatest threat was neutralized, the blood tiger would be significantly weaker than an ordinary 100-year soul beast. Considering Chaoguang's physical capabilities at that time, facing such a 100-year soul beast, renowned for its mental prowess, would not be insurmountable. The fact that he did not respond when Wang Yin called him only added to the intrigue. What could enable a 6-year-old to vanquish a 100-year soul beast without the aid of soul-guiding instruments. The advantage of weaponry? Unlikely. The only plausible explanation lies in his exceedingly vigorous life force, which must have endowed his body with formidable strength. Perhaps there is also an element of his martial soul involved. A robust life force and a martial soul manifesting at his chest. Could this be an unconventional embodiment of a martial soul? No. True martial souls are inherently a part of oneself. Yet what could this brilliance signify? If it were indeed an embodiment of a martial soul, considering his current physique, his innate spirit power should not be so low. Curse it, the Academy's research on true martial souls is still dreadfully scant. Regardless, we must ascertain the depths of that young man. After a considerable pause, the old man Qian concluded his reflections and abruptly rose, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Elder Qian, arrange the best position for me, but do so discreetly. Adjust the competition venue and opponents' arrangements. I must observe this young talent closely. Such an individual must belong to our martial soul department, even if it means yielding that girl named Hui Yutong. What? You would sacrifice a top-tier martial soul of rank 9 just for Chaoguang? Elder Qian cast a deep glance at Wang Yan. That boy possesses a significant probability of slaying a 100-year soul beast at the age of 6, does he not? Theoretically speaking, yes. Then do you not find it peculiar that this boy's first soul ring is merely 10 years? With his sister, they would have no trouble hunting 100-year soul beasts in those small soul beast congregations. Under the premise that our conjecture holds true, if someone were to assist him, his physical capabilities at that time could even withstand a 1,000-year soul ring. His sister's first soul ring is 400 years. Could he merely possess a 10-year one? Hiss. Wang Yan appeared to grasp something, his expression turning to one of alarm. Are you suggesting that the first soul ring of Chaoguang is fabricated? How can that be? Have you forgotten the details you provided about his first soul skill? Illumination simulation. Is it possible that his first soul ring's color is merely a simulation? This revelation is entirely plausible. I cannot believe I overlooked this aspect. Elder Qian, then do not rush. Who among us does not harbor a few secrets? If he chooses not to disclose them, do not press him. We wouldn't want to frighten him. It is prudent to savor the moment before indulging further. Indeed, Elder Mu remains calm. Why are you in such a hurry? Elder Qian resumed his previous demeanor, yet his smile grew ever more radiant. Now, this truly is a remarkable little monster. Wang Yan promptly bowed his head, acknowledging, I was indeed short-sighted. Let us await the moment when I can personally observe. This treasure shall not escape. The following morning, gentle sunlight cascaded upon the earth, illuminating the eager and exhilarated faces of the first-year students, all brimming with confidence in their ability to pass the assessment. Conversely, those who had narrowly triumphed in 5 rounds were engulfed by trepidation and anxiety, fearing they might become the unfortunate souls outside the fortunate 150 groups. At this moment, the first-year class was neatly assembled in the classroom, each student adorned with palpable anticipation. After 3 days, the new student assessment had concluded, and the final results were tallied the previous evening. Standing at the podium, Wang Yan's countenance radiated joy, his words infused with an indescribable excitement, his tone notably elevated. Congratulations to everyone. The entire first-year class erupted in jubilant celebration, their exuberant cheers resonating throughout every corner of the room, rejoicing in their official induction into Shrek Academy. All 29 groups, comprising 87 students, had passed the new student examination without exception, an unprecedented achievement since the establishment of the educational system at Shrek. Wang Yan and the first-year class shattered the previous passing record, etching their names in history. Almost all instructors noted that the students of the first-year class displayed greater resilience compared to their peers, excelling in positional performance. Amidst the rigorous assessments, they emerged victorious against formidable opponents, remaining undefeated in battles against their contemporaries. Several instructors speculated that had Zhou Yi not expelled 13 students, the first-year class might have even achieved the extraordinary record of universal passage. Consequently, Wang Yan received public commendation from the academy, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he was poised for promotion to the inner academy as a teacher, provided he was willing to ascend immediately. Notably, the scientific training methods and exercise apparatus co-developed by Wang Yan and Qian Chaoguang garnered significant attention from the academy's leadership. The institution intended to utilize this year's successful first-year students as a pilot educational initiative, should their performance surpass that of the previous cohort. These methodologies could very well become a staple of daily training for future newcomers, permanently establishing their place within the Shrek educational framework. All right, everyone, please settle down. After allowing the students to revel for a while, Wang Yan raised his hand slightly to signal for silence. Having successfully passed the assessment, this is merely the beginning. It only ensures your place in the academy for this year. The second year will still require further evaluation. Moreover, for some in our class, The freshman competition is far from over. A remarkable 18 groups from our class have advanced to the elimination rounds, which will truly showcase your excellence. By the way, Qian Chaoguang, Wang Dong, and Hui Yutong's group achieved an impressive record of 10 consecutive victories in the round-robin matches. Such an accomplishment is only matched by 6 other groups among all the freshmen, making them part of that elite 1/6. Let us give them a round of applause. Under Wang Yan's leadership, the applause from class 1 of the freshmen echoed. Xiao Xiao glanced at Wang Dong from the corner of her eye and subtly curled her lip. She, burdened with 2 less capable teammates, barely made it into the elimination rounds relying on the advantage of their twin martial souls. However, securing the first place as they did in the original story is undoubtedly beyond reach. With 87 individuals crossing the finish line collectively, a new record has been set. The top 64, with Class 1 claiming 18 slots, represents an impressive 2/7 of the total, a feat worthy of admiration. Coupled with Qian Chaoguang's trio achieving a flawless record, the name of Class 1 indeed holds true significance. As the applause subsided, Wang Yan spoke with a smile. While it is essential to celebrate your achievements, I hope you remember that pride leads to downfall, while humility fosters progress. You must temper your enthusiasm and approach the upcoming elimination rounds with a humble spirit. He proceeded to outline the key points to note for the elimination rounds. Echoing what Qian Chaoguang had mentioned 3 days prior, Wang Yan briefly introduced the competitors they would soon face. Among them, he highlighted the 3 soul masters from the remaining undefeated groups. Dai Huabin, the second son of the White Tiger Duke, possesses a quintessential evil eye White Tiger martial soul. Ning Tian, the little princess of the DouluoDalu sect, is a 31st level soul master of the 7 treasure, glazed tile. Then there is the wild genius, Yi Huanyu, who wields a remarkably formidable defensive martial soul. The Pai Pai elephant, from a theoretical standpoint, Hui Yutong, as a quasi-soul master, does not lag significantly behind the other 3 in terms of soul power levels. Merely a single level separates them. However, she lacks a 1,000-year soul ring, which greatly diminishes her competitiveness in the early stages. Even though she possesses several Tang Sect's unique skills, her short training duration of merely 3 months limits their effectiveness, rendering them less impactful than a straightforward 1,000-year soul skill. Nevertheless, Hui Yutong has her own trump card, her close combat abilities, which she has never revealed in public. Yes, the close combat prowess of a control-type soul master with a spiritual attribute. It may sound incredible, but it is indeed true. Hui Yutong's close combat capabilities are not only formidable, but exceptionally so. From a purely technical perspective, even Wang Dong pales in comparison to her. Having grown up training alongside the eccentric Qian Chaoguang and honing her forging skills for several years, her practical combat capabilities are nothing short of extraordinary. If you were to find an ordinary person and subject them to daily sparring with a champion of free fighting for 6 uninterrupted years, you would surely witness a remarkable enhancement in their combat prowess. Enduring blows alone would refine their skills. Do not forget, this seemingly innocent and adorable little girl was capable of effortlessly slaying a 10-year-old soul beast at the tender age of 6. Effortlessly splitting a bear's skull with a single strike. Armed with a spirit iron dagger or a white tiger blade, she could hold her own against ordinary agility type or even strength type soul masters in a head-on confrontation without losing ground in a short span of time. The skills of chaos and lockdown are exceptionally formidable, particularly as others remain oblivious to the fact that the chaos skill can be utilized upon oneself, inducing a state akin to frenzy. During her first spar with Wang Dong, Hui Yutong expressed the delightful sensation of engaging in combat with a fellow human. This elicited astonishment from onlookers. A normal human with a millennium-old dual soul ring of the highest caliber redefined what it means to be a normal human. Wang Yan did not elaborate extensively. After introducing several noteworthy students, he encouraged everyone several times, confirmed the meeting time for tomorrow, and promptly dismissed the class. The entire day was left for the participants of the elimination round to deliberate on strategies and tactics. Certain matters necessitate personal decision-making. If everything relies on the teacher's meticulous arrangements, only a cadre of inept individuals would emerge. On the way back to the dormitory, the 3 engaged in discussions regarding tactics for the impending elimination round. If they aspired to secure the championship, they must conceal their strategies. As this elimination round allows for no margin of error, every detail must be meticulously accounted for. Who knows what kind of opponents they would face tomorrow? Soul Master, do you think we can prevail against the Soul Master? Hui Yutong asked anxiously. Qian Chaoguang shrugged. I don't know. If it comes down to a decisive battle, I can guarantee we will win. However, competitions are competitions, and the expectation is not to inflict permanent harm on our opponents. Under such circumstances, the outcome is uncertain. You speak ominously, as if death is on the line at every turn, remarked Hui Yutong. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly break through to level 24 by tomorrow. My combat strength will surpass what it was during the round robin. Is that for real? Just like that, you'll break through? Wang Dong replied with a smug expression. Of course, who do you think I am? If it weren't for my laziness, breaking through to Soul Master before the age of 12 would be a trivial matter. Even reaching Soul Sect would pose no challenge. You sound rather proud, noted Hui Yutong. But you still can't defeat my brother. You would be completely outmatched. Wang Dong retorted. Life is tough, little Tong. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Dong indeed began her meditation as she had proclaimed. With the aspiration of advancing to the next level and gaining a stronger foothold in the elimination rounds, Qian Chaoguang acquiesced to the situation. He refrained from hastily commencing his meditation and cultivation, instead dedicating himself to a thoughtful contemplation of his forthcoming strategies. The essence of military wisdom lies in underestimating the enemy strategically while respecting them tactically, a principle deeply rooted in the teachings of the great ancestors. To be candid, had the opponents been ordinary soul masters, such as Xia Huanyue and Ning Tian, Qian Chaoguang would not have harbored much concern. However, both Shi and Hui Yutong, as well as Wang Dong, were exceptional talents, far exceeding the standard, and engaging them in combat was not a formidable challenge for them. This particular prowess also classified under the category of formidable martial soul fusion techniques. Qian Chaoguang remained uncertain about the true strength of the duo's nether white tiger, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. The original narrative provided glimpses of the formidable performance achieved by Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing during their fusion of the nether white tiger at this juncture. Once the fusion process commenced, it became nearly impossible to interrupt, as evidenced by the inability of Soul Masters Yu Tianheng and AOC Luo to do so. Even when collaborating, the immense magical and physical resistance allowed them to disregard the Soul Master level of the third soul skill. While their strength was potent enough to incapacitate two fully powered Soul Masters instantaneously. Such a powerful nether white tiger raised questions about the actual prowess of the pair before him. In the original tale, Huo Guo and Wang Dong triumphed by employing the Golden Path, a skill capable of bypassing defenses with absolute certainty. Qian Chaoguang's gaze fixated on his own arms, the surging vitality coursing through his veins and soul power in a relentless tide. If all else failed, perhaps he could attempt the newly cultivated technique, a swordplay guided by spiritual consciousness, intertwined with a portion of his vitality and a thread of soul power. He had almost resorted to this against Ma Xiaotao previously, though its potency was somewhat unpredictable. The following day, as the sun rose, Wang Dong successfully broke through to the 24th level. Perhaps due to her elevated spirits, she surprisingly refrained from engaging in banter with Qian Chaoguang that morning, leaving Hui Yutong, accustomed to her repartee, feeling somewhat out of sorts. Once all the students participating in the top 64 elimination rounds gathered within the designated time frame at the assessment area, the familiar routine ensued. Roll call, drawing lots, and the participants were divided into 32 groups. Then the competition commenced. The original 50 venues had been dismantled and reconstructed. Now, within an expanse exceeding 20,000 square meters, only 16 competition arenas remained, significantly larger than those during the round-robin phase, granting the students ample space to exhibit their formidable skills. After the drawing concluded, Qian Chaoguang and his companions found themselves allocated to Zone 15, overseen by a kindly-looking female instructor appearing to be in her 30s. However, this match seemed destined to conclude before it even began. As the opposing trio entered the arena, their expressions contorted into a grimace, more bitter than bitter melon, more aggrieved than dough-y, due to the overwhelming number of first-year students participating. Even in a purely random selection, internal conflict was inevitable. These three unfortunate souls were merely victims of ill fortune, caught in a fray of internecine battle, leaving the supervising instructor utterly flummoxed. Originally, I intended to witness the prowess of the legendary rebel, Qian Chaoguang. Yet it seems you did not even engage in combat before concluding the matter. The elimination round of the new student assessment, transitioning from 32 to 16 competitors, commenced officially at the sound of the school bell in the afternoon. In the northern expanse of the assessment area, a towering platform, approximately 20 meters high, was erected, providing a commanding view of the entire area and all its contents. By a stroke of irony, the competition zone for Qian Chaoguang and his companions was designated in close proximity to this elevated platform, specifically in area number 6. Seated in the corner of the front row, indulging in a chicken leg and sipping wine, was the disheveled Xian Lao. Although situated in a corner, it was the optimal spot for observing the happenings in Area 6. Within the assessment zone, Qian Chaoguang's consciousness was subtly stirred by the unique aura emanating from Xian Lao, prompting a fleeting glance in his direction. Xuanzi has arrived? What purpose does he serve? Is it for Xiao Tong or for me? Chapter 86. This is undoubtedly a covert operation. while the other students were unfamiliar with him. Qian Chaoguang was unequivocally acquainted with this individual, the most humiliating super DouluoDalu, who had been psychologically scarred by the Five Rings evil soul master. He was a character well known throughout the entirety of DouluoDalu, a perennial source of amusement. Despite his initial emergence as a level 98 super DouluoDalu and his subsequent transformation into a limit DouluoDalu, he had somehow devolved into a comedic figure, leaving one to ponder whether it was his own folly or that of another. Casting aside such irrelevant musings, Qian Chaoguang redirected his focus to the adversaries he was about to confront. Their opponents were three young maidens. At the moment he laid eyes upon them, Qian Chaoguang was already convinced that this battle was orchestrated intentionally by Xuanzi. The recent vantage point, the presence of one of the three seed spirit master teams, alongside Xuanzi's simultaneous arrival, provided ample evidence to suggest this was no mere coincidence. Even in the original narrative, when summoned by Wang Yin to clandestinely observe Huogua, he had merely nibbled on chicken and sipped wine, never having experienced such formality. Moreover, they were not even situated in the 8th area as described in the original text. Yet they had encountered Ning Tian and her companions. Who would believe that there was no covert manipulation at play here? Both sides announced their names. The red-haired girl spoke with a haughty tone. New student class 9, Wu Feng, level 25 assault system soul master. The girl with light green hair cast a reproachful glance at her, seemingly chastising her pride. Her gentle voice stood in stark contrast to Wu Feng's. New student class 9, Nanmin Yuner, level 24 agility system soul master. Behind the two girls, a calm voice emerged. New student class 9, Ning Tian, level 31 support system soul master. Qian Chaoguang was well aware of what this big goose was about to reveal, for he had previously informed the two girls before the match that it was highly likely they would encounter the little princess of the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile Sect in this round, even divulging the opposing soul skills to them in advance. Gesturing for her to turn and promptly announce her name, he urged her not to linger in bewilderment. New student class 1, Wang Dong, level 24 assault system soul master. New student class 1, Hui Yutong, level 30 control system quasi-soul master. Upon Hui Yutong announcing her level, the three opponents visibly paused for a moment, followed by an evident sense of relief. The esteemed soul master, though not yet a true soul sovereign, lacks a millennium of soul skills, which significantly diminishes his prowess. Qian Chaoguang was the last to speak. Newborn class, Qian Chaoguang. Level 18 control system soul master. Control system? The impatient Wu Feng instinctively inquired, although she held a dismissive view of this level 18 soul power. The information provided by their instructor indicated that this individual should be an auxiliary soul master, one who merely observed without engaging. Where, then, was the control? Qian Chaoguang responded with a friendly smile. Is there a problem? No, Wu Feng retorted, smirking without further comment. Beside her, Nanmin Yuner's seemingly gentle gaze was laced with contempt as she scrutinized Qian Chaoguang from head to toe. The tea's flavor lingered in the air. Yet, this mere glance sent a shadow over Hui Yutong's expression. It felt as though a fire had ignited within her, and her left hand discreetly gripped several concealed weapons while her right hand held a spirit iron dagger, poised to strike from her sleeve. Nanmin Yuner sensed the intensity of her gaze. Their eyes met, and she faltered under Hui Yutong's hostile stare. Typically, Hui Yutong displayed shyness in front of outsiders, but matters concerning her brother were an exception. Qian Chaoguang offered a slight smile and subtly squeezed Hui Yutong's hand, which clutched the hidden weapons, transmitting a thought through her spirit. Little Tong, when I capture that one over there, you throw your hidden weapons at her. Hui Yutong, her face taut, remained fixated on the vital points of Nanmin Yuner, causing the latter to feel a chill run down her spine. At that moment, the invigilator's commanding voice rang out. The match begins. Qian Chaoguang gently patted Wang Dong's shoulder, and with a swift push off the ground, he surged forward. As he advanced, his magnificent ice blue, golden-winged appendages unfurled, emanating a blend of beauty and lethal intent. Whether it was the proud Wu Feng, the gentle Nanmin Yuner, or the aloof Ning Tian, all were momentarily captivated by the dazzling wings, secretly admiring their splendor. It seemed that regardless of whether they hailed from Blue Star or Doa Star, girls of this age were drawn to the resplendent. Even Ning Tian, with his stoic demeanor, was not immune. Unwilling to be outdone, Wu Feng roared defiantly, her body leaping into action as a wave of scorching energy burst forth from her. A dragon's roar reverberated alongside her transformation. Fine red dragon scales adorned her upper body, her rapidly expanding form bursting through her school uniform to reveal a form-fitting black leather attire beneath. Her martial spirit was that of a fire dragon, a species second only to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex among dragon-type martial spirits. Meanwhile, Qian Chaoguang, spectating from a distance, found her thoughts wandering. If one were to open a clothing store near Shrek Academy, business would likely thrive. The beast martial spirit soul masters often tore their garments in battle, which seemed quite wasteful. Guided by Hui Yutong's precise focus, Wang Dong utilized the force of his flapping wings to momentarily halt in midair, converting his momentum into a powerful kick aimed at Wu Feng's dragon-transformed left arm. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Wang Dong's body swayed momentarily in midair. With a powerful flap of his wings, he swiftly regained his balance. In contrast, under the guidance of Hui Yutong, Wang Dong accurately struck the wrist of his adversary, causing significant discomfort and rendering them somewhat unsteady. With the support of his teammate, Wang Dong managed to secure a slight advantage in this tentative confrontation. It was then that Nanmin Yuner made her move. As an agile attack-type soul master, her speed was remarkable. With a subtle flutter of her wings, she nearly instantaneously traversed several dozen meters, positioning herself before Hui Yutong. Simultaneously, her hands transformed into an unusual emerald hue, aiming directly at Hui Yutong's face. The seven treasures are renowned for their brilliance, and one of their virtues is speed. As Ning Tian's soul incantation resonated, the first soul ring on the tower behind them illuminated, and a vibrant yellow radiance emanated from above, cascading down upon her two companions. Nanmin Yuner's palm, directed at Hui Yutong, accelerated dramatically, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. Hui Yutong let out a cold snort, her hands taking on a jade-like texture as two soul rings ignited simultaneously. The azure glow in her eyes morphed into shades of purple and red, transforming into two tangible beams of light that pierced toward her formidable opponent. Chapter 87. Did you expect this? 616. The purple extreme demon child, Xinyu hand, lock, chaos, and the chaotic derivative skill frenzy were unleashed almost simultaneously. Nanmin Yuner let out a muffled groan of agony. Not only did her speed plummet, but her offensive posture also became sluggish and soft, with the scenes before her warping into a distorted haze. Hui Yutong, with a cold snort, stepped forward with the ghostly shadow steps, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the vulnerabilities of her opponent. Sensing a warning, Nanmin Yuner, despite the pain in her head, halted her forward motion abruptly and activated her first soul ring. This soul skill bore similarities to Wang Dong's winged guillotine, manifesting two slender green blades extending from her arms. The jade blade was her soul skill. With a vigorous flourish of her arms, Nanmin Yuner prepared to seize control over this quasi-soul, sovereign-level control-type soul master through her remarkable speed. However, would events truly unfold so smoothly? Clang! The sound of a spirit iron dagger colliding reverberated. In utter shock, Nanmin Yuner was forced to a standstill. Hui Yutong had no intention of letting her off the hook. Before her opponent could fully launch an attack, Hui Yutong, employing the ghostly shadow steps, closed in. She brandished her dagger aggressively, almost making it dance in the air. Had it been any other weapon, she might have hesitated slightly. Yet, who would have expected her adversary to wield a blade, no matter how adept one was? Could they surpass Qian Chaoguang, who had devoted nearly 30 years to mastering the art of blades? Hui Yutong had grown up sparring with this exceptional talent. In an instant, the air filled with the crisp sounds of clashing metal, revealing that Hui Yutong was relentlessly pursuing her opponent. In this bizarre scene, both the adversary engaged in combat with the three fighters and the surrounding judges, along with the observing teachers, stared wide-eyed in astonishment. None had ever witnessed such a spectacle. What was initially meant to be an assassination by a speed-oriented soul master transformed into a chaotic pursuit by a control-type master wielding a dagger. What sorcery was at play? Elder Xian, having just bitten into a chicken leg, forgot to chew, while his loosely capped wine gourd dripped aged brew onto the ground. Ning Tian, situated behind the battlefield, was utterly dumbfounded, even momentarily neglecting to maintain the enhancements for his two teammates. What scene have I not witnessed? He mused, yet this was truly unprecedented. In a desperate bid, Nanmin Yuner disregarded any semblance of decorum, rolling away like a lazy donkey to escape the relentless pursuit of Hui Yutong. After finally regaining her balance and standing firm, she let out a fierce cry, her hands clasped above her head, as a verdant light coalesced into a crescent-shaped blade, soaring towards Hui Yutong with intent to strike. Her martial spirit, the emerald green bird, allowed her to synergize her first and second soul skills into the formidable jade slash. A remarkably practical combination skill. Speed and power are the hallmarks of agility-type soul masters, and the force behind this strike was nothing short of formidable. Moreover, Nanmin Yuner's second soul skill inherently carried a locking effect, rendering evasion impossible. Faced with such inevitability, she resolved not to evade. To everyone's astonishment, Hui Yutong remained remarkably composed, advancing towards her adversary as if drawn to the flames like a moth. The seven treasures were renowned, and as the saying goes, strength. Ning Tian's enhancement arrived just in time. Earlier, He had failed to discern Hui Yutong's disarray and thus could not employ his second soul skill to dispel the negative state. Now, with a teammate initiating the offensive, he dutifully fulfilled his role as a supporter. The agility-type Grand Soul Master, bolstered by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, launched a full-scale assault against the control-type Quasi-Soul Master, seemingly ensuring victory for the agility type. They aimed to swiftly vanquish the remarkably peculiar Hui Yutong. As the immense green crescent descended, Hui Yutong closed the distance to her opponent. What left everyone agape was her utter lack of evasion or resistance. She raised her right arm, directly targeting Nanmin Yun'er's neck. Was she prepared to exchange injury for injury? Faced with the oncoming dagger and the unwavering gaze of her opponent, Nanmin Yun'er felt a flicker of trepidation. Even though she understood the rules forbade harming opponents severely, and that Hui Yutong would not take her life, she faltered before such an unyielding assault, her strength involuntarily waning. A dull thud resonated as the anticipated scene of mutual destruction did not unfold. A beam of intensely solid blue light arched across Hui Yutong's left shoulder, forming an unusual shoulder guard. It was this peculiar blue light, combined with Hui Yutong's vest of tempered cloud titanium, that completely absorbed the impact of Nanmin Yun'er's powerful strike. Leaving her unscathed, the Thousand Dawn Light had made its move. The manifestation of light mimicry first showcased its formidable prowess on the battlefield. The synergy between light sharing and light mimicry, a method recently devised, allowed for a powerful combination. Aside from the requirement of expending double the soul power, everything else was nearly flawless. With a smile gracing his lips, Qian Chaoguang cast his gaze toward Nanmin Yun'er, bringing his arms together before swiftly spreading them apart, deliberately exaggerating the motion. In a sudden twist, azure light cascaded like flowing water, solidifying to bind Nanmin Yun'er's hands tightly. Simultaneously, the tip of a spiritual iron dagger pressed against her throat, drawing forth a single drop of crimson blood. As the red glow in Hui Yutong's eyes faded, the blue-violet radiance materialized once more. She then leaped, executing a powerful elbow strike aimed at the carotid artery of her opponent. Overwhelmed by intense mental stimulation and struck by Hui Yutong's chaotic attack, combined with the might of the human body's most potent weapon, the unfortunate child succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter oblivion. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, the 2 evenly matched women had both unleashed their second soul skills. Wang Dong's 1,000-year soul ring illuminated, casting a dazzling purple light that brightened the entire arena. Upon her azure wings, intricate golden patterns appeared as if ignited by divine light, radiating a blinding brilliance. All these patterns concentrated on her front wings, appearing even more resplendent and eye-catching under the amplification of the extreme ice light, effectively transforming her into a veritable beacon. To Qian Chaoguang's naked eye, the luminosity exceeded 30,000 lumens, its brightness nearly causing tears to spring forth from those nearby. Chapter 88. Do not strive so hard, it pains my heart. I shall add a code for you. With a thought, Qian Chaoguang deliberately waved his arm, performing an enigmatic motion. The previously unseen light interference synchronized, adding yet another layer to the radiance. He had recently discovered that light sharing, seemingly a trivial skill, actually possessed vast applicability. For instance, as demonstrated now, it could be fixed upon Wang Dong, rendering her an oversized target for their adversaries. With prior preparation, Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong each donned a pair of handcrafted black crystal sunglasses. Before putting on her shades, Hui Yutong expended all her remaining mental energy to unleash a full-power chaos attack on Ning Tian. This left Ning Tian grappling with a debilitating headache and confusion, causing the continuous 7 Treasures light to falter, rendering him incapable of using his second soul skill to dispel his negative state. On the observation platform, even those teachers who had initially paid no heed to their side instinctively shifted their focus, raising their hands to shield their eyes. The spectacle was a staggering display of light pollution. What they witnessed was a pair of wings capable of blinding brilliance launching an immensely powerful attack simultaneously. The second soul skill of the goddess of light, the butterfly of light, under the ethereal light of the extreme ice. The wrath of the dragon unleashed by Wu Feng was swiftly engulfed by the radiant golden glow. She felt a sudden warmth enveloping her, only to be abruptly replaced by an unbearable chill. In the blink of an eye, she was violently hurled into the air, crashing through the temporary wall surrounding the competition arena. As the petite princess of the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Tian possessed a formidable spiritual strength. Yet, even her prowess proved futile in that moment. By the time she managed to break free from the interference and prepare to assist her teammates a mere 10 seconds later, both Wu Feng and Nanmin Yun'er lay motionless on the ground, unconscious. Qian Chaoguang glanced at Wu Feng, now sprawled outside the arena, before directing her gaze towards her close friend, Ning Tian. Do you still harbor any doubts regarding my control abilities? Hui Yutong and Wang Dong fixed her with a sinister stare, wary of any further tricks she might possess. Ning Tian remained silent for a moment before shaking her head. No, we have lost. On the observation platform, Xian Lao mechanically chewed on a chicken leg, utterly oblivious to the fact that his cup had run dry, laughing heartily without a care in the world. He could hardly believe the outcome of the match. With the 7 treasures glazed tile tower, renowned as the world's foremost support spirit, and 2 formidable soul masters on their side, how could they have possibly lost? Defeated by a combination of an 18th level soul master, a 24th level great soul master, and a quasi-soul master? Not even making it into the top 16. It was incredulous. Anyone who heard such a comparison of strength would be hard-pressed to believe it. The idea of a control-type soul master countering an agile attack type with a dagger and executing a flawless counterkill would seem far-fetched, were it not for the numerous teachers who had witnessed it firsthand. Xian Lao, hidden in the corner, produced another flask of wine from seemingly nowhere, savoring it with delight. Upon exiting the assessment area, Qian Chaoguang took the initiative to link arms with Hui Yutong. Wang Dong teased, "What is this? Are you two so engrossed in each other now?" By the way, Xiao Tong was quite ferocious today, relentlessly pursuing and attacking the agile type. That young girl must have developed a psychological scar from it. Qian Chaoguang shot a sidelong glance at the raucous figure, choosing not to reprimand her for the day's antics, considering how hard she had worked. It comes at a price. Just look at Xiao Tong's complexion. Wang Dong turned to see, instinctively exclaiming, "What on earth happened?" Hui Yutong's usually bright and expressive eyes appeared somewhat dazed, her face pale, and her brows tightly knitted. "It's nothing," she managed to say weakly. Qian Chaoguang directed a portion of her spiritual energy inward, transforming it into pure spiritual power, and gently pressed her fingertip against Hui Yutong's forehead, gradually guiding it into her mental sea. As the immensely pure spiritual energy flowed in, Hui Yutong's complexion visibly brightened. After completing this act, Qian Chaoguang spoke. Xiao Tong maintained the activation of the purple extreme demon child throughout the match, while simultaneously inflicting chaos on both herself and her opponent. The burden on her spiritual energy was excessive, especially when she later exerted full power to disrupt Ning Tian, leading to some depletion of her spiritual strength. Oh, so that is the reason. Wang Dong suddenly realized, casting a teasing glance at the significantly improved Hui Yutong. For the sake of this money-hungry individual, you truly go to great lengths. That girl, Yun'er, merely glanced at you, and you went madly pursuing her. Hui Yutong's mind was still somewhat muddled, and he couldn't be bothered to respond, opting instead to close his eyes and remain silent. Qian Chaoguang remarked, "It seems a certain single dog is quite envious." Every time Wang Dong exchanged barbs, he made a face and defiantly retorted, "Damn it, I'm not envious at all." He followed this with a series of remarks about how at our age, we should prioritize cultivation, that we are still young, and what is there to talk about love? All of which were somewhat incomprehensible, yet succeeded in filling the surroundings with a lively atmosphere. Qian Chaoguang chose to ignore the noisy fellow and pinched Hui Yutong's cheek. "Come on, what were you thinking? I told you to use a concealed weapon against her, yet you charged in for a close-range duel?" After enduring for a while, Hui Yutong finally opened his eyes and looked earnestly at Qian Chaoguang, saying, "But that woman looks down on you." Qian Chaoguang laughed softly in disbelief. "So you just went all out with your skills and fought her? The Spirit Iron Dagger and Cloud Titanium Vest are meant for your protection, yet here you are, taking the initiative to attack." After a brief silence, Hui Yutong muttered quietly, "It feels more satisfying this way." Qian Chaoguang pulled her closer into his embrace. "My soul power is indeed low at the moment, and I've been concealing my strength, so it's quite normal for others to look down on me. I can't blame them. In the next match, aside from my swordsmanship, I won T-hold back, so you need not worry anymore. Don't push yourself so hard. It pains me." From watching the affectionate exchange between the two siblings, Wang Dong found himself inundated with a mouthful of dog food. Chapter 89. The Dark Scheme, Absolute Darkness. After returning to the dormitory, Wang Dong lay on the bed, legs crossed, and asked Qian Chaoguang, "Money hungry, are you really going to go all out in the next match?" Qian Chaoguang, who was sweeping the floor, responded affirmatively. Wang Dong sat up abruptly, curiosity piqued. "Why? Is it truly because of that rather sentimental reason you mentioned to Xiao Tong earlier?" Qian Chaoguang paused, set down the broom, and took a seat, speaking with utmost seriousness. "Yes, that is indeed the truth. It doesn't matter if others look down on me. That is my own choice, and I must bear the consequences of that choice. But Xiao Tong is different. I do not wish for her to be involved in such matters, nor do I want her to suffer even the slightest grievance because of it." Upon seeing Qian Chaoguang's serious demeanor, Wang Dong also restrained his usual levity and became somewhat earnest. "May I inquire about the reason? If it's not something you can share, then never mind. There is nothing I can't share." Qian Chaoguang glanced at her and sighed softly. Xiao Tong and I are orphans, since we were 9 years old. We have had only each other. Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback, biting her lip as she gazed at Qian Chaoguang, observing the young man who spoke of his background with such nonchalance. So, is that the reason for your greed for wealth? Of course, Qian Chaoguang shrugged. Just as he always did. As I previously mentioned, both Xiao Tong and I are without support, relying solely on ourselves. If we do not find ways to earn more money, could we still be roommates? I had thought you were merely being casual. The once arrogant individual's voice gradually softened. Wang Dong had never anticipated that the truth of the matter was such. She had always assumed that Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong were simply from less fortunate backgrounds. Wang Dong took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. I apologize. I should not have called you greedy. Qian Chaoguang chuckled. Call me what you will. It matters not. For I am indeed that kind of person. I did not expect this to be your second apology. My perception of you has changed, big goose. You rascal. Wang Dong, slightly annoyed, punched him playfully, her gaze filled with melancholy. Could you refrain from interrupting me when I am feeling moved? You've completely disrupted my carefully cultivated emotions. Qian Chaoguang rose gracefully, laughing. Well, I think life is quite pleasant as it is. It's best to set aside feelings of sympathy and sentimentality. If you truly care, how about you swiftly repay the remaining debts? You scoundrel. I've wasted my emotions on you for nothing. They both laughed heartily. During the draw for the round of 16, apart from Qian Chaoguang and his 2 companions, as well as 3 fortunate individuals who advanced through internal matches, the rest had been eliminated. Their cultivation levels were simply too lacking. Even the most skilled among them, Xiao Xiao, had been knocked out. Despite the strength of their twin martial souls, it was insufficient against multiple opponents. To reach the top 32 was already a remarkable feat now. Among the remaining 16 groups of 48 contestants, aside from the 3 lucky ones, the rest were the cream of the crop from across the continent, elite among elites. Each subsequent match would be a contest of raw strength, devoid of any room for trickery. Wang Dong nudged Hui Yutong and whispered, Xiao Tong, do you think we might encounter a Soul Master team today? Fully recovered, Hui Yutong replied with annoyance, don't jinx it. No, Big Goose speaks truthfully. It is quite probable that we will face another Soul Master team today, most likely that of Xia Huanyue. What? Surely not. I was just speaking casually. Qian Chaoguang's consciousness gradually expanded, gazing towards the distant observation platform. Today, significantly more individuals occupied the platform than yesterday, even before the match had commenced. Xian Lao and Wang Yin were present, engaged in lively conversation, with laughter and merriment shared between them. Even Qian DuoDalu, who had often tried to diminish the presence of Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong, could not resist coming to watch, now frowning as he observed Xian Lao and Wang Yin. Years of competing with Yin Xiaozhe for attention hinted to him that events seemed to be spiraling in an uncontrollable direction. The draw concluded, marking the official start of the freshman assessment elimination round from 16 to 8. The competition area has once again expanded, with 8 spacious venues simultaneously commencing their contests. Indeed, as Qian Chaoguang had surmised, there was something amiss with the draw. They found themselves assigned to a location remarkably close to the viewing platform. Facing opponents whom he had anticipated, the trio led by Xia Huanyue. Standing centrally before them was a tall and extraordinarily robust young man, Xia Huanyue himself. Frankly, his height of nearly 1.8 meters and his waist circumference nearing 1.7 meters seemed incongruous for someone purportedly aged 11 or 12. His mere presence exuded an aura reminiscent of Dongjua, radiating an imposing authority. In stark contrast, the Luo brothers beside him appeared slender, with their long arms suggesting that one of them could effortlessly portray Liu Bei in a production of New Three Kingdoms. The supervising teacher called out loudly, both sides. Announce your names and prepare for the competition. Xia Huanyue thumped his chest, causing his ample physique to quiver. I am Xia Huanyue, from Class 2 of the freshmen. Class 2, Luo Tianlong. Class 2, Luo Tianba. Unlike the somewhat arrogant Ning Tian group, these 3 displayed a more cautious demeanor, refraining from flaunting their cultivation levels and affiliations. Wang Dong cast a sidelong glance at Qian Chaoguang, his expression betraying a newfound wariness. So, you brought a prophet with you, claiming they can strike down anyone? However, Hui Yutong appeared unfazed, having grown accustomed to her brother's uncanny predictions. In a departure from their previous positioning, Qian Chaoguang and his companions maintained a triangular formation, albeit inverted. Standing alongside Wang Dong at the front, Qian Chaoguang drew the attention of all the teachers familiar with him. They were eager to see what this ever-unpredictable individual would conjure this time. Meanwhile, Xia Huanyue and his comrades exchanged quiet murmurs. Following yesterday's match, they had heard from their teacher that Qian Chaoguang possessed an enigmatic light-type martial soul capable of transforming into various forms to assist his teammates in battle. But now, With him standing at the forefront, what could this signify? This detail had not been mentioned in their briefing. After the introductions of Qian Chaoguang's trio, the supervising teacher issued the command, officially commencing the contest. Xia Huanyue, undeterred by the underlying complexities, activated his martial soul, causing 3 soul rings to pulsate around him. Observing this scene, Qian Chaoguang's thoughts took an unexpected turn, pondering whether Xia Huanyue's considerable girth might have rendered him unable to properly fit into his soul rings, hence their erratic motion around his form. This seemed quite plausible. As the martial soul was unleashed, Xia Huanyue's physique swelled, growing from nearly 1.8 meters to nearly 1.9 meters. Coupled with his dark complexion, his powerful fist struck his chest with force, and as he charged towards Qian Chaoguang and his companions, the heavy thuds of his footsteps reverberated upon the ground. In contrast, Luo Tianlong and Luo Tianba refrained from immediately releasing their martial souls. Instead, they swiftly maneuvered to conceal themselves behind Xia Huanyue, resembling a coordinated tactical formation. The resplendent wings of the goddess of light shimmered magnificently, while the azure-violet glimmer flickered in Hui Yutong's ethereal gaze. However, this time, Qian Chaoguang did not remain stationary. After bestowing the shared light upon them, he slightly twisted his neck, discarded his upper garment into his storage bracelet, and strode forward to meet the oncoming Xia Huanyue. Upon seeing the approaching figure, Xia Huanyue momentarily paused, yet did not hesitate. With a powerful stomp of his left foot, his first soul ring illuminated. To the astonishment of all present, Xia Huanyue's massive and heavy frame leapt defiantly into the air, soaring 10 meters high, curling into a colossal ball of flesh, and plummeting towards the trio below. Qian Chaoguang mused that it resembled a living projectile. As he advanced, a brilliant radiance erupted from his chest. The icy light coursed swiftly over his form, enveloping his arms and shoulders, shaping them into ice-blue gauntlets adorned with horn-like projections. Beneath these seemingly merely protective gauntlets, a tremendous vitality surged forth, fueled by the vigorous beating of his heart, causing a heavy miasma of blood energy to envelop the surface of his skin. To an outside observer, Qian Chaoguang's exposed upper body merely appeared slightly flushed and warm. However, those of formidable cultivation, like Xian Lao and Qian DuoDalu, could distinctly sense that he had harnessed his vitality to its utmost potential. This young man has managed to discern the usage of vitality on his own? Remarkable, Xian Lao thought, observing the unfolding scene with keen interest, taking a hearty swig of his drink. As Xia Huanyue leapt, the Luo brothers at the rear simultaneously initiated their assault. Each bore 2 yellow soul rings, their forearms transforming into gleaming silver, sprouting enormous mantis blades. Not only was their speed remarkable, but their forms also appeared strikingly agile. How serendipitous that both brothers wielded blades. Wang Dong instinctively cast a glance at the advancing Qian Chaoguang before pivoting on her toes and surging forward. For Hui Yutong had already marked the attack trajectory of the Luo brothers for her. She merely needed to charge forth as instructed. Confident in her ability to thwart and possibly defeat both adversaries, bolstered by Hui Yutong's guidance and the enhancement of the icy light. Observing their movements and stances, Wang Dong suddenly grasped why Hui Yutong had expressed such sentiments after their initial clash. In terms of bladesmanship, the opponents were indeed on a different level from Qian Chaoguang, and she had endured considerable hardship in this regard over the past 2 months. As for the descending Xia Huanyue, he was met with the iron fists of Qian Chaoguang. Anticipating the imminent clash of flesh and bone, Qian Chaoguang felt a fervent excitement bubbling within him. Facing the poised opponent, Xia Huanyue did not disappoint. His immense body spun in midair, the first soul ring illuminating as he unleashed his first soul skill. His already massive form swelled further, becoming as round as an inflated balloon. Accompanied by skin as dark as black iron, one could easily believe that, after shedding his garments, he could pass as a compatriot of Prime Minister Bieber Liu or the great craftsman Nicholas Egg. A massive black sphere plummeted from the heavens, crashing down without hesitation. Qian Chaoguang concentrated his vital energy in his right arm, which emanated tendrils of crimson steam. However, this was concealed beneath the icy light that formed his arm armor, rendering it invisible to outsiders. With a thunderous roar, the iron fist collided with the iron sphere, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. The iron sphere, transformed by the entity known as Evil Phantom Moon, momentarily contracted, yet it could not dissipate all the force, only to be hurled back into the air once more, crashing down onto the arena. A smile crept upon Qian Chaoguang's lips as he emerged from the shattered debris of the floor tiles, stretching his body in a habitual manner. While a cacophony akin to the roar of tigers and leopards resonated within him, not only was he unharmed, but he even felt a peculiar exhilaration. After all, not everyone could withstand a punch delivered with such unreserved force. Ordinary individuals would likely kneel and beg for mercy after receiving just one of his blows. Sandbags, too, could barely endure a few strikes from him, while striking the air offered little satisfaction. He recalled a saying from a certain Douluo fan fiction regarding defense-type soul masters, declaring them to be treasures in the realm of sparring partners. He found this sentiment to be remarkably accurate. At the moment Qian Chaoguang sent evil phantom moon flying, all the teachers on the high platform, including Xian Lao, were momentarily stunned, save for Wang Yin and Qian DouluoDalu. Is this what you call control? Your control type can shatter the defense of a top-tier beast martial spirit, the Pippi elephant, without a scratch? The gaze of the crowd towards Wang Yin had shifted significantly. Wang Yin awkwardly chuckled twice and explained, Chaoguang's physical prowess is indeed exceptional, but his control capabilities are formidable as well, as you all witnessed yesterday. Xian Lao, brimming with excitement, devoured 2 more chicken legs and cast a lewd grin towards Qian DouluoDalu in the corner, even without uttering a word. His expression conveyed a sense of impending doom to her. Oh no, my disciple is likely to be snatched away. On the battlefield, Qian Chaoguang charged fiercely at evil phantom moon, his speed reaching its zenith. During his sprint, he took a moment to communicate telepathically with Hui Yutong and Wang Dong. You two handle those two. Evil phantom moon is my responsibility. It's not every day one finds a worthy opponent. Wang Dong rolled her eyes, thinking, that's not a worthy opponent. It's clearly a good punching bag. Nevertheless, her assault did not cease, as her pair of butterfly-winged guillotines rained down upon her adversary like a tempest. In the span of 2 months, she had absorbed a significant amount of Qian Chaoguang's fighting techniques. Now, bolstered by Hui Yutong's fully activated support, she felt akin to a divine warrior descending from the heavens, capable of slaying deities. Chapter 91. Is this a punching bag? 1016. The dazzling light of the butterfly god once again graced the battlefield. However, with Qian Chaoguang joyfully pummeling his punching bag, he had no time to assist by tossing a fool's egg, resulting in a diminished brilliance of the radiance. With Hui Yutong's formidable targeting skills, the light of the butterfly god split in 2, striking its intended target with precision. The Luo brothers jointly illuminated their second soul ring, and their arm-mounted mantis blades transformed into dozens of gleaming slashes, attempting to obstruct the radiance of the butterfly god's light. However, it soon became evident that their efforts were in vain. Under the chaotic skill's influence, their resistance appeared feeble and ineffective, especially considering their strength paled in comparison to Wang Dong's. Amidst the flickering golden light, the Luo brothers were propelled backward. At the moment their soul skills were shattered, the supervising teacher decisively intervened, rescuing the duo from the onslaught of light before swiftly exiting the competition arena. Having witnessed the might of the butterfly god's light the previous day, the supervisor had formed a clear assessment of the soul skill's power. Recognizing that the weakened Luo brothers would surely suffer severe injuries under such intense bombardment, he felt compelled to step in. Under normal circumstances, the synchronized elimination of 2 Grand Soul Masters by Wang Dong and Hui Yutong would have been a remarkable highlight, drawing the attention and approval of the teachers on the platform. However, at present, the attention of these educators was wholly captivated by Qian Chaoguang, with their primary concern being the safety of their students, leaving little regard for the other areas of the battlefield. On the opposite side, Qian Chaoguang was evidently reveling in the fight. Confronted with a defensively robust yet offensively lackluster target, he felt no trepidation about inflicting damage and commenced an exaggerated assault. With rapid punches imbued with the fervor of battle, he unleashed a torrent of nearly 20 blows per second, propelled by the enhancement of the extreme ice light. In the past, such a velocity would have been inconceivable. Even the legendary Ip Man, bolstered by cinematic enhancements, could only deliver 10 punches in a second. Yet, under the influence of his vitality and soul power, all became possible. A thunderous cacophony resonated throughout the arena, as his ice-blue fists moved with relentless precision, suppressing the formidable evil phantom moon to a mere target for his onslaught. The rain of fists descended upon him, rendering any attempt at defense futile, as even maintaining a stable stance became an arduous task. With the force of Qian Chaoguang's punches, a boulder placed before him could be reduced to dust in a mere 10 seconds. Suddenly, evil phantom moon seized an opportunity, utilizing Qian Chaoguang's heavy punch to propel himself backward, activating his second soul ring. His originally stout right arm elongated with great force, bracing against Qian Chaoguang's relentless strikes upon the ground, launching his massive body into the air. Although Qian Chaoguang swiftly delivered another heavy punch, attempting to harness the extreme ice light to restrain him, evil phantom moon endured the assault, ascending unimpeded. His corpulent form was too substantial. Before the extreme ice light could fully envelop and solidify him, he had already taken flight. With his overweight body, the the third Millennium Soul ring finally shimmered to life. The purple radiance instantaneously illuminated his figure, rendering evil phantom moon akin to a colossal purple sphere. Accompanied by a low roar, a powerful purple halo erupted from him, hurtling toward Qian Chaoguang on the ground. Here it comes. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Qian Chaoguang advanced with sudden determination. A continuous stream of radiant light erupted from his chest, as the icy brilliance enveloping his arms swiftly coalesced into an expansive tower shield, safeguarding his entire form behind it. Boom! The formidable clash of the shield, forged from violet and azure luminescence, unleashed an unexpectedly thunderous roar amidst the competition of light. Rings of purple radiance danced around Qian Chaoguang's body, as if ensnared. Control? It bore a resemblance to the oppressive techniques of the Qian sect from a millennium ago. Through the icy brilliance, Qian Chaoguang glimpsed the impending descent of the malevolent Huanyue, a surge of anticipation igniting within him for a direct confrontation with a formidable adversary. In this realm, absolute control skills were a myth. If they existed, it would only be a testament to one's insufficient strength to break free. At this moment, under the gaze of all, the icy brilliance flared to life, illuminating a brilliance never before witnessed. The vitality surged to its zenith, with the initially transformed veins and meridians bearing the weight of that immense power. A plume of blood energy quietly ascended from Qian Chaoguang's upper body. Open! With a thunderous roar, his consciousness and vitality erupted outward, shattering the violet light that sought to imprison him. He stomped his right foot down fiercely, producing a mournful sound from the battleground while his body soared into the air like a cannonball. Huanyue responded with a furious roar, forcefully descending towards Qian Chaoguang. At this moment, both his spirit and blood boiled, intertwining and compressing within his iron-like right fist. A smile graced Qian Chaoguang's lips. The punch he had long prepared was finally primed for release. How exhilarating, how satisfying. The previous battle with Ma Xiaodao had only left him feeling frustrated, a sense of helplessness despite having revealed all his cards. But now it was different. His opponent could only lament beneath his iron fists. With a heavy swing, his fist surged forth, propelled by Qian Chaoguang's unwavering resolve. The proctor, no longer hesitating, flashed into the air. If this had been at the outset, even if he couldn't fully withstand the blow, he would not be gravely harmed. Given Huanyue's already battered defenses and soul power, this punch would undoubtedly overwhelm him. As the proctor grasped Huanyue, he was taken aback to find that he could not extricate him from the impending strike. That fist, enveloped in icy brilliance, seemed to possess a will of its own, locking firmly onto Huanyue. No matter how he shifted his position, an inescapable sensation enveloped him. Are today's youth so fierce? In mere moments, the teacher darted in front of Huanyue, preparing to absorb Qian Chaoguang's strike with his own body. The developments were unfolding too rapidly. There was no time to summon a martial spirit. Just then, a massive crimson hand, towering over a person, appeared in the sky, interposing itself before the proctor. Qian Chaoguang's fist collided with the fiery hand, merely indenting it slightly. On the high platform, the venerable Qian took a bite of his chicken leg, chuckling amidst his astonishment. This little rascal surpasses my expectations. I find myself growing increasingly fond of him. As he spoke, he rose and leisurely descended from the platform. In the corner, Qian DouluoDalu glanced proudly towards the arena and hurriedly followed suit. Master Qian, that's my disciple. You wouldn't dare snatch him away. Get lost. Are you instructing me? No. On the field, Xiao Huanyue was pulled down by the supervising teacher, swallowing hard as he cast a longing glance toward Qian Chaoguang. His body had returned to its normal size, yet his specially designed elastic uniform was thoroughly drenched in cold sweat, leaving him in a state of profound apprehension. In that fleeting moment, he felt that had that fist struck him, he would undoubtedly have been unable to withstand it, suffering severe injury, if not death. Even though Qian Chaoguang's punch was purely an act of aggression with no intent to kill, it left a deep imprint on his chubby little heart. Meanwhile, Qian Chaoguang wore a look of regret, casting a displeased glance at the high platform where he saw Qian DouluoDalu chasing after Master Qian. What should have been a gratifying punch ended up feeling as though it had landed on cotton. That sensation was truly unbearable. It was akin to the discomfort of needing to relieve oneself only to be suddenly restrained. Wang Dong and Hui Yutong approached with smiles, and Qian Chaoguang generously opened his arms. Without hesitation, Hui Yutong joyfully embraced him. To their surprise, Wang Dong joined in, wrapping his arms around Qian Chaoguang from behind in a very standard bro hug style, akin to having a large golden retriever or a Great Dane draped across one's back. Wang Dong, caught up in the moment, cheered while still holding on to Qian Chaoguang. It was only after releasing his grip that he noticed the peculiar looks from the siblings directed at him. With a puzzled expression, Wang Dong asked, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Qian Chaoguang frantically scratched his head, hastily putting on the shirt he had just removed. Feeling flustered and unsure of what to say, had he not known Wang Dong's true identity and gender, he might not have felt so conflicted. After all, such an action would be perfectly normal if performed by a boy. However, Hui Yutong appeared deep in thought, glancing between her brother and Wang Dong before finally speaking softly. "If my brother agrees, I wouldn't mind accepting." "Oh, brother, why did you hit me?" Qian Chaoguang, exasperated, gave Hui Yutong a light thump on the head. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who did you learn that from? My sexual orientation is perfectly normal, all right?" Hui Yutong covered her head and stuck out her tongue. "It was an older sister from a higher grade who told me that boys can have feelings that transcend friendship, and now I strongly suspect you and, oh, bad brother. You hit me again. Hey, Wang Dong, why is your face so red?" Wang Dong, who had not given it much thought, remained oblivious. Upon the mention of Hui Yutong, she too sensed something amiss and hastily defended herself, exclaiming, "I am on good terms with the one who demands money. We are quite close. Xiao Tong, what are you thinking? I truly did not contemplate much earlier." Qian Chaoguang coughed lightly a couple of times, but refrained from saying anything further. His relationship with Wang Dong was impossible, and even more so with Wang Donger and Tang Wudong. At this juncture, their connection could only be classified as that of decent friends. Any closer interaction would risk allowing Tang San to intervene. Qian Chaoguang would never gamble with his and Hui Yutong's futures, nor would he dare to cross any boundaries. However, it was perhaps best not to elaborate on such matters. For even if there was nothing to explain, it could lead to further complications. On the observation platform, the teachers were in an uproar surrounding the flustered Wang Yin, who had not managed to slip away in time. The director of the Martial Soul Department, DouluoDalu, approached the panicking Wang Yin and spoke with a hint of intrigue. "Mr. Wang, your student is quite extraordinary. First, he exposed Zhou Yi for the good of the school, and now he has demonstrated such formidable physical prowess and vitality. What else are you hiding from us?" Wang Yin sighed in resignation, gesturing dismissively. "I never intended to conceal anything from you. It's just that Chaoguang tends to be quite low-key, adhering to the principle of being modest in life while performing splendidly in action. It's not my intention to keep anything secret. Had it not been for Zhou Yi's egregious behavior, he wouldn't have rallied the entire class to resist." DouluoDalu sighed deeply. "Ah, such a remarkable young man. Even though I have faced repercussions from the academy because of him, I find myself admiring him. He accomplished what I have long desired yet lacked the courage to undertake, something in which I am far inferior. As one ages, the fearless spirit tends to wane. Alas, if only we could have him and his sister join our Martial Soul Department. They are both prodigies. Did you witness his relentless spirit in battle? Such tenacity is not something an ordinary soul master can cultivate. It is a trait possessed only by those with profound conviction and unwavering confidence. From this alone, I can ascertain that his future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. It is regrettable that we are a step too late." At this, Wang Yin suddenly chuckled. "Director, that may not be the case." DouluoDalu, taken aback, responded, "Why do you say that? Is there any chance that Dean Qian would allow his prized disciple to depart from the Soul Guidance Department? The likelihood seems exceedingly slim. Did you not notice who was present earlier?" Wang Yin replied. "Qian Lao, perhaps?" DouluoDalu's words faltered as he widened his eyes, staring at Wang Yin. Could it be that he? Wang Yin nodded with a smile, indicating an unspoken understanding. The new student assessment elimination rounds were nearing their conclusion, and after a morning of fierce competition, the top 8 teams had emerged. However, aside from a few key orchestrators, no one had anticipated that 2 teams, each boasting a sole respect, would be completely eliminated. Even more astonishing was the fact that they were both ousted by the same squad. In the afternoon, when Qian Chaoguang and his companions arrived at the competition venue, they immediately drew the intense attention of the other 7 teams. Especially after hearing about Qian Chaoguang's remarkable deeds, their gazes were filled with profound disbelief. Were it not for their teacher's emphatic assurance, no one would have believed that an ordinary soul master of the 18th rank could overpower a soul venerable of over 30 ranks, leaving them utterly defenseless and necessitating the teacher's intervention. "Qian Chaoguang's team, please proceed to draw lots." DouluoDalu's voice resonated. Qian Chaoguang approached with a calm demeanor, amidst the intricate expressions of the onlookers, and casually drew a lot from the barrel. In truth, Qian Chaoguang understood that this drawing was merely a formality. The academy would never allow them to face Dai Huabin's group before the finals. Seizing the opportunity of the draw, DouluoDalu observed Qian Chaoguang closely. Beneath the 11-year-old's exterior lay explosive power and an astonishing vitality that even he found hard to fathom. Even without knowledge of the peculiarities of Qian Chaoguang's martial soul, and despite his first soul ring being merely a decade old, Such a prodigy, coupled with a relentless spirit willing to sacrifice for the academy, was someone they must recruit into their martial soul department, if at all possible. Elder Qian, you must ensure that Director Qian is persuaded. DouluoDalu contemplated as he casually accepted the draw number from Qian Chaoguang and announced it loudly. Number 3. Chapter 93. Our distinction lies in a love for learning. 1216. The team that had just completed their draw immediately turned pale, their faces resembling that of bitter gourds. Moments later, both sides confronted each other in the assessment area, calling out their names. The strength of their opponents this time stood in stark contrast to previous encounters. For other teams, a trio of great soul masters was already formidable. However, for Qian Chaoguang and his companions, this was akin to a gift. As the match commenced, Wang Dong stepped back without even activating his martial soul. Hui Yutong rapidly secured 3 locks before also retreating to sit down and meditate to restore her soul power and mental energy. Qian Chaoguang surged forward. The extreme ice-light gauntlets manifested on his hands. He threw a punch. He threw another punch. He threw yet another punch. And then, there was nothing more to follow. Qian Chaoguang experienced the exhilarating sensation akin to that described by Wang Dong during the round-robin matches, the thrill of a deity descending to obliterate foes with a single strike. There was no need for strategy. He simply charged forward and unleashed his fists. One down, another down, so effortlessly simple. Even the formidable defense of the martial soul, Evil Phantom Moon, struggled against his iron fists. These 3 great soul masters were clearly no match, being eliminated in just 3 punches. Entering the knockout stage. This match concluded with astonishing speed, even quicker than the time taken for the draw. After the competition, the trio turned and headed straight to the classroom, wasting no time. Leaving Wang Yan, who had just finished writing on the board and was about to commence his lecture, dumbfounded. Upon learning that they had advanced to the top 4, Wang Yan felt it was only natural, yet found himself somewhat amused by the situation. Other teams hurriedly focused on recovery after their matches. The prospect of others witnessing this would surely incite fury. After class, Qian Chaoguang even jested with Wang Yan, saying, "Teacher Wang, please come to class a few minutes late tomorrow morning. We'll take care of our opponents first. I assure you, it won't take long. Get lost. You are not allowed to come tomorrow. Make sure to rest in your dormitory and prepare for the finals this afternoon. I will provide extra tutoring for you later." Wang Yan retorted with a laugh, playfully kicking at him, though he missed. As time passed slowly, the day to determine the champion of the freshman competition finally arrived. Compared to yesterday, the audience was considerably larger today, primarily composed of teachers, as the students were still required to attend classes. Xuanzi and Qian Duoduo did not reappear. Only Yin Xiaozhe, who was preparing to host the drawing, stood alone, which was anticipated by Qian Chaoguang. After all, what was there to see if Dai Huabin wasn't present? Undoubtedly, they would make an appearance during the finals in the afternoon. Qian Chaoguang had no faith in the claim that the match was not manipulated by the academy. Such coincidences were far too improbable. The 12 freshmen who made it to the top 4 stood together, with Yin Xiaozhe in his white attire replacing DouluoDalu. "Greetings, young ones. I am Yin Xiaozhe, the 261st president of the Shirlai College," he stated with a smile while scanning the faces of each freshman. "I must say, I am quite pleased with the performance of your cohort. You are the most gifted group of newcomers in nearly a century, and I am very much interested in you. Hence, I am here, and I shall witness your entire competition today. I hope you can surprise me." With that, the drawing commenced. Qian Chaoguang discreetly narrowed his eyes, feeling as if Yin Xiaozhe was observing him intentionally or unintentionally. His 6th sense was far more acute than that of others, and coupled with his 7th sense, the sensation of being watched was unmistakable. Yin Xiaozhe personally held the draw box and intoned, "Freshman Class 1, Qian Chaoguang's team, please step forward to draw lots." Qian Chaoguang confidently approached, reaching out to draw a lot. Unlike the other students who trembled with excitement, he remained remarkably calm, not only unperturbed, but also keen to scrutinize Yin Xiaozhe's appearance. As Qian Chaoguang lifted his gaze, it fortuitously met Yin Xiaozhe's. A moment of subtle awkwardness enveloped both parties. Quick to react, Qian Chaoguang offered a polite smile. Yin Xiaozhe reciprocated, saying, "Young man, I have high hopes for you. I wish you and your team great success. May you not disappoint the president's expectations." After a slight bow, Qian Chaoguang handed over the drawn lot to DouluoDalu, maintaining a demeanor of utmost propriety throughout. "Freshman Class 1, Qian Chaoguang's team, number 2. Next, Freshman Class 5, Dai Huabin's team, please draw." A tall young man stepped forward. It was indeed Dai Huabin. His golden hair, parted down the middle, cascaded down both sides. Upon closer inspection, his blue eyes bore the distinctive double pupils characteristic of the White Tiger clan. Hui Yutong instinctively grasped Qian Chaoguang's hand, her grip significantly firmer than usual. Qian Chaoguang cast a glance at her, clasping her hand with warmth as ever. His presence had already altered numerous events due to the butterfly effect, with Dai Huabin being one of the pivotal figures. Under the protection of the old steward, Hui Yutong had scarcely faced bullying since the age of 3. Even the death of Hui Yuner was orchestrated by the Duchess herself. Consequently, Hui Yutong had no genuine enmity with Dai Huabin, merely harboring a vague sense of dread and mild aversion. Vengeance must be directed at the right targets. Her true hatred lay with Dai Hao and the Duchess. The White Tiger Duchess, the true architect of Hui Yuner's demise, was an entity Hui Yutong would never forgive. As for Dai Hao, he was a man who professed deep devotion while engaging in numerous affairs. His misdeeds could not be absolved by his lifetime contributions to the defense of the borders. Had he afforded Hui Yuner a title, as he did with Dai Luoli's mother, such tragedies could have been averted. Did Dai Hao truly love Hui Yuner to madness? Qian Chaoguang held a different view. Can genuine affection remain silent for years? If he lacked such discernment, he would hardly be worthy of his position as a general of the empire. If one were to speculate boldly, it seemed likely that Dai Hao had little love for either Hui Yuner or his other consorts, marrying solely for the sake of progeny. This was evident, as he could not even summon the White Tiger family's emblematic spectral tiger. Before the draw, Dai Huabin's expression was grim, as he endeavored to maintain his composure before Yan Xiaoxia. He evidently no longer recognized his half-sister, and under the tacit understanding between the Duchess and the old steward, they had not even had the chance to meet. If Dai Huabin were to recognize Hui Yuhao or Qian Chaoguang at this moment, it would indeed be a remarkable coincidence. Qian Chaoguang would then have to ponder whether the other was also an otherworldly traveler. In the new Class 5, Dai Huabin's team, number 1. It was indeed as suspected. Qian Chaoguang understood in his heart. This essentially confirmed that there was foul play in the drawing of their competition opponents. Wang Dong approached quietly, whispering, "Indeed, you were right. We will only face that spectral white tiger in the finals. So, will you handle it yourself?" Qian Chaoguang nodded yes. "You and Xiao Tong need not intervene this time. I will handle it alone. We will find it challenging to contend with those 3 from Dai Huabin's group, so we must mislead them. I just caught a glimpse of the class teacher from Class 5. He is currently on stage and will certainly inform his students about our situation. Well then, I shall leave this delightful opportunity to you." Once they reached the arena and the names had been announced, as the supervising teacher began to speak, Qian Chaoguang surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. By the time he reached the 3 opponents, they had barely begun to fully unleash their martial souls. In this relatively modest terrain, amidst the competitive nature of the contest, Qian Chaoguang's physical prowess was magnified to an extraordinary extent. Whenever he desired, none could evade his initial strike. After all, this formidable combatant did not even need to activate his martial soul. He could relentlessly pursue even a defense-oriented soul master without relying on skills. A dazzling ice blue light streaked across the sky. Following 3 muffled sounds, the semifinals concluded, and Qian Chaoguang and his companions advanced smoothly to the finals. At this juncture, aside from the final trump card and the deliberate misdirection, there was little necessity for further concealment. No more pretense, the cards were on the table. As long as the distance was short enough, he could eliminate a grandmaster before they had the chance to activate their soul skills. Although the trio opposing him possessed considerable strength, they were ultimately hindered by their martial souls and soul skills, which were characterized by a sluggish summoning and execution. The Clockwork and Codex martial souls, for instance, had such a slow casting time that Qian Chaoguang could leisurely stretch before they even unleashed their abilities. While the other match continued with fervor, this contest had already reached its conclusion, just as Qian Chaoguang had predicted the day before. The peculiar team from Class 1, particularly the soul master named Qian Chaoguang, appeared to be only at level 18, yet he could effortlessly penetrate the defenses of the dark illusionary moon. Caution was advised. After the semifinals, the victorious Dai Huabin and his companions were called aside by their homeroom teacher, who elaborated on the profiles of their opponents for the finals. According to the teacher's insights, Qian Chaoguang publicly claimed to be a control-type soul master, and he indeed possessed the ability to manipulate his adversaries. His martial soul was an extraordinarily unique ice attribute light type, seemingly capable of transforming into various forms at will. The agile attacker from the Ningtian team had fallen victim to this very tactic. Listening to the information relayed by their teacher, Dai Huabin's countenance bore an icy demeanor, and his eyes flickered with dangerous intensity. For him, the son of the White Tiger Duke, clinching the championship at the Freshman Grand Tournament seemed an inevitability. No one could obstruct his path. Indeed, Dai Huabin had every reason to feel confident. At the age of 11, as a sole sovereign, his cultivation had already far surpassed that of his ancestor, the evil-eyed White Tiger, Dai Mubai, from a millennium ago. Coupled with the long-cherished martial soul fusion technique, the Nether White Tiger, he would undoubtedly dominate this year's newcomers were it not for Qian Chaoguang's extraordinary abilities. Even many from the second and third years would struggle to match him. Thus, could it be said that our greatest threat lies with him? The homeroom teacher of Class 5 nodded. One could certainly say that. His soul skills are elusive, with the potential to assist his teammates to a certain degree. And no one can predict whether there will be any new developments. Zhu Lu furrowed her brow. No matter how strong, can he truly surpass our nether white tiger? The evil illusionary moon is merely a punching bag, lacking in offensive power and unworthy of praise. Listening to your perspective, it seems that his ability to transform necessitates significant physical movements. If that is the case, we need only to continuously suppress him, correct? Your thoughts are astute. The homeroom teacher of Class 5 bestowed upon her an approving glance. From my observations, each time he engages in large-scale manipulation of light transformation, his movements are quite exaggerated. Perhaps this is a limitation of his ability. Therefore, you must maintain relentless pressure on him, preventing his martial spirit from gaining any advantage. If all else fails, consider employing your trump cards. Cui Yiji, wielding the nine-tailed fox martial spirit, interjected, we must not underestimate our opponent. His two teammates possess formidable strengths as well. Take Wang Dong, who possesses the goddess of light butterfly martial spirit. His second soul ring is a millennium old, and he may very well have some tricks up his sleeve. You make a valid point. We cannot afford to look down on them. Dai Huabin nodded in agreement. In comparison to Qian Chaoguang, the one with the spirit martial spirit, her soul skills intrigue me more. After all, we are still unclear about the function of one of her soul skills. The homeroom teacher of Class 5 remarked, one of her soul skills can be somewhat inferred. It likely utilizes mental energy to place a negative status upon her opponent, inducing cognitive confusion and headaches. It bears a resemblance to Yiji's charm, both relying on mental energy to attack adversaries. Thus, I advise Yiji to focus her charm on Wang Dong, the powerful assault-type soul master. Dai Huabin pondered. Indeed, we must meticulously plan our strategy for the afternoon. The abilities of their trio not only complement each other, but each individual poses a significant challenge. The control-type quasi-soul master possesses impressive close combat blocking capabilities, which is quite remarkable. This time, Zhu Lu's infiltration will undoubtedly be more challenging than before. Cui Yiji and Zhu Lu nodded in unison. Perhaps we should consider eliminating her from the equation first. This would significantly reduce the variables. Chapter 95. The Arrival of the Final Battle. Meanwhile, Qian Chaoguang and his companions were deliberating their strategy by the sea god lake. Primarily, it was Qian Chaoguang who spoke, while the other two listened. Unlike the homeroom teacher of Class 5, who needed to observe with the naked eye, he merely had to recite the information described in the original text verbatim. Essentially, before the battle even commenced, Dai Huabin and his companions had their soul skills and trump cards thoroughly exposed. In summary, we currently possess 2 trump cards. Whether it is my swordsmanship or the simultaneous deployment of the Great Goose's first and second soul skills, they will be completely unexpected for them. Xiao Tong's close combat abilities and my skill movements are intentionally released as a smokescreen, which should serve to mislead them to a certain extent. At that moment, we can let Xiao Tong feign a vulnerability to lure the enemy in, then combine my light mimicry to bind them, ultimately employing your butterfly goddess light to eliminate one in a single sweep. Zhu Lu's movements are elusive. Even if there is a possibility of failure, it remains substantial. Given this, we shall first lift Cui Yiji away and then focus on confronting the spectral white tiger. Wang Dong propped her chin on her hands, grumbling, what a hassle. Can't we just charge through like before? Qian Chaoguang shot her a glare, retorting, have you been so accustomed to easy victories that you've discarded your common sense? We're not invincible. Do you think this is just about bullying children? Even the illustrious Yu Ming white tiger relies on strategy. But it's such a bother. I've grown so reliant on you and Xiao Tong's support that I've become lethargic when it comes to thinking during battles. Wang Dong leaned back, collapsing onto the soft grass by the shores of the sea god lake, inhaling deeply the fragrant aroma of the plants. The newly planted lawn was indeed delightful to lie upon. Hui Yutong turned to Wang Dong, shifting closer to Qian Chaoguang, and disdainfully remarked, Brother once said that neglecting both offense and defense will lead to a deterioration of the mind. At that point, you might as well become a pig. All right. I'll think. Wang Dong replied with exasperation, though her body showed no inclination to rise. You two siblings are truly cut from the same cloth. Your reprimands are remarkably similar. Observing this utterly unrefined individual sprawled on the ground, Qian Chaoguang was filled with incredulity but found himself at a loss for words. He had initially thought Wang Dong was finally becoming diligent, but it seemed she had now sunk to the point of being too lazy to even think. Perhaps it was time to consider a new nickname for her. How about Lightbulb the Lazy? In the afternoon, the assessment area was unusually tranquil. Sherlake intended to maintain the confidentiality of each participant's abilities, hence the assessments were not open for other students to spectate. To this, Qian Chaoguang scoffed. What nonsense. Dozens of teachers are watching from up there. What privacy is there? Should I really be hiding my bloodlust? Nowadays, all the teachers from the outer academy who were not in class had gathered at the assessment area to watch. The dean of Lake Academy, Qian Chaoguang, and the vice dean of the Soul Guidance Department, DouluoDalu, personally arrived, accompanied by Du Weilin and a host of other teachers onto the high platform. The mischievous old man, Qian Lao, had already begun feasting up there, disregarding any notions of propriety. Old Qian, who do you think will win today? Qian Chaoguang inquired with a smile. DouluoDalu, staring at him with a look of incredulity, replied, if you can't engage in small talk, you might as well remain silent. Who am I supposed to support? Am I to root for our opponents instead of my own apprentices? Du Weilin and the dean of the outer academy stood behind them. Listening to the subtly contentious exchange between the two deans, too intimidated to interject. Get lost, don't bother me. DouluoDalu barked, his facial muscles twitching as he discreetly cast a glance at the gluttonous Qian Lao. You shameless old fool. We agreed not to compete for apprentices. And now you incite Qian Lao to challenge me? Have you no shame? Qian Chaoguang's eyes sparkled with mischief. Oh, come now, old Qian, that's not quite accurate. This was all Qian Lao's own initiative. I didn't steal your apprentices. I only desire that little Wang Dong and that girl with the twin martial souls. Curse you! DouluoDalu exclaimed in a fit of indignation. If you have the guts, let my two apprentices join the Soul Guidance Department. Have the courage not to compete with me. Qian Chaoguang feigned indifference as he turned his head aside, saying, do not speak recklessly, old Qian. This is not my idea. If there are matters to discuss, consult Elder Qian. Unbeknownst to Qian Chaoguang and Hui Yutong, the two super Douluos in the audience were on the verge of a confrontation. They had arrived at the competition venue early, preparing while observing their distant adversaries. Although Dai Huabin did not recognize the two, the prior warnings from their homeroom teacher had already heightened his vigilance. Zhu Lu claimed that Xie Huanyu was merely a practice dummy. Yet both were acutely aware of Xie Huanyu's formidable prowess. His team was hardly inferior to theirs, even without the use of the ghostly white tiger. The fact that this level 18 soul master, Qian Chaoguang, had compelled their teacher to intervene for his rescue indicated his exceptional capabilities. Following their teacher's admonitions, they even sought out the teams that had previously clashed with Qian Chaoguang, diligently gathering insights into their strengths. Knowledge of both oneself and one's opponent is the key to victory in 100 battles. This principle is well understood by all. At that moment, the referee stepped into the expansive examination area, where all partitions had been dismantled at noon, revealing the vast competition zone. The referee gestured for both sides to enter. The rules for the upcoming finals have undergone certain modifications, so pay close attention. You may move freely within the arena, but those possessing flying martial souls must not ascend beyond 10 meters from the ground. To allow you to unleash your full potential, you may compete with all your might. Without holding back, I shall manage the intensity of the contest. Consequently, anyone I rescue from the competition area will be deemed as having withdrawn from the match. Is that understood? Understood, both sides responded in unison. Dai Huabin's gaze bore a hint of icy menace, as if an invisible aura of lethal intent emanated from him, unabashedly revealing his yearning for victory. In terms of momentum, one must not falter. Qian Chaoguang met his stare with calm determination, though a smile graced his lips. It was a smile that sent a chill down the spine, akin to a hungry wolf poised to pounce. This unnerved Dai Huabin, causing his eyes to involuntarily flicker away. The names of both teams were called Qian Chaoguang, Hui Yutong, Wang Dong.